Sniper is the only one that needs a lot. So I feel like Nigma has a much slower early game, whereas XG is going to have a much faster early game, and that could decide the remaining of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we're also seeing 2 first picks in the tournament in this draft, right? The Sniper and the Chaos Knight. That's something that we haven't actually seen yet here at TI14. So that's also a big question mark. How are they going to be playing with that, despite the fact that we have not been able to see those heroes? We'll see exactly, though, if that caught off guard Nigma Galaxy at all as we head on down to the stage with Slacks.
Absolutely. Hello out there. Of course, this place is packed for this series. Mr. Kuro, so good to see you. And I have to say, I think a lot of people are here for you and the boys. Got to feel pretty good, but let's get into the questions. All right. Very, very mixed draft here. We got some, Mars Snapfire 2021 Major stuff, but 2 new heroes. We have Sniper and Chaos Knight. Now, I know you and me are getting kind of old. Do you remember what these 2 heroes do?
Yeah, of course. We are ready for them.
Are you ready for them? Do you think you're prepared? Because were you surprised when you saw these coming out? I mean, obviously some pretty standard picks coming out from them, but they haven't picked it yet.
A little bit. We had an understanding what type of last pick they wanted. I thought it could have been Alk, but they took CK instead.
Okay, all right, all right.
But they took CK instead.
Okay, all right, all right. Well, we do have Sumail out here on Invoker again, yet to lose a game on the main stage. Lost 1 in the road, but who cares about that? It was a long time ago. Do you feel like this team is performing really good with the crowd's energy? Is that why you guys can't lose on some of these heroes?
I mean, crowd is amazing. People are so good to us. Like, we love it. And it's really why we're doing this at the end of the day, especially the old-timers, Maroon, Sumail, myself. This is it, we come to play TI, we enjoy it, and I think a little bit nerves are natural, but not necessarily a bad thing, and we're getting more used to it. But yeah, we're just enjoying it.
All right, well, I am going to be sure to enjoy this game as well. My last question here for you. Now, do you think that there's anything you could have done better in this draft? Is this the exact kind of draft that you want? Do you think that there's any kind of improvements you could have made?
Depends on the outcome of the game.
That's a good-ass answer. All right, Mr. Kuro, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give it up one more time for Kuroki and Nigma? As we head in to Game 1 of this elimination series.
Thank you very much there, Slacks and Kuroki, as indeed we're ready to get into the action here of Game 1 between Xtreme Gaming and Nigma Galaxy. Fogged, exciting stuff going down in the draft. Of course, Nigma Galaxy very much getting all their strengths. Xtreme getting some of their older strengths, some stuff that we're not seeing here.
Throwbacks.
But not, especially the Sniper, right? This is not a surprise. XM, one of the best on this hero.
Still wild to see that it took this long in the tournament to have it come out when we're seeing a lot of these. I mean, some of these mid laners that do suffer, right? A lot of Puck, Invoker that can suffer versus something like that Sniper. But let's see, because I've talked to a lot of the pros here, and a lot of them have, mostly the same opinion on the Sniper. They are unsure how to really build the hero nowadays. The damage just feels a bit lackluster, but let's see what the Master is going to be able to do on it. XM,
sure.
But we have to look at everything else, of course, too. We have a lot of very flashy things coming into this game. We have ET, I have to mention him, one of my favorites. Love to see this hero. But ending up with the CK last pick into a lot of traditional counters. He's playing into Invoker, which literally was one of the best counters for so long versus that CK. And they get a last pick Underlord versus that CK too, which is pretty difficult,
I'm very excited to see what Ame is going to be able to pull off on this hero, as it's definitely not something that other teams would be going for.
Yeah, and he went for the fundamental forging. So to point this one out, since we never get to see this hero, the Facet lets you get neutral items from the next tier, which could be pretty interesting if you can get like the serrated Shiv, right? I think the one that most of these cores like to have early on. We'll have to see what he does prioritize with that.
So far, with this sort of lane setup, what do you sort of expect for him down there on the CK? Is it an easy lane, or could we see Nigma Galaxy pushing Ame out?
They could definitely put some pressure onto him too, but he does have an ET, which can soak a lot of pressure at times. Does mean the ET can get caught and die down here, but perhaps it could secure the lane a little better for Ame. But double melee into this Underlord, absolutely, Noob can have a great time.
Oh, they're going to get the cogs down here. Sunstrike coming in as well. XG, they're in trouble. Nigma Galaxy, they're going to be able to clean up the both of them. Oh dear, that's not the hot way to start things. At the same time, up top, it's going to be another loss here for XG. They lose a third hero. Nigma Galaxy striking hot.
beautiful cogs coming in from Omar, catching the two of them. Noob is at plus 70 damage now. The dream to start your lane. Double melee into Underlord can definitely be problematic. Double strength melee as well, right? So that Firestorm, super effective if you can get in that type of connection.
Yeah, not easy for these two to trade when they try and step up.
Once they hit 3 on the Elder Titan, that's when he's got his power peak. He can trade a lot easier, but versus Clockwork, Clock has traditionally and almost always been one of the better counters versus Elder Titan in the lane as well. These little battery assaults can be very disruptive, burning his mana with the cogs as well too. So let's see how XG can stabilize things after giving up a very early double kill.
And just the fact that, as we saw, there's always going to be that easy setup for Sumail to throw in a Sunstrike as well. So Xtreme, they've got to be very cautious down here on this safe lane.
Sumail will find himself a D ward in that mid lane, since some of the hits from XM were on the high ground. Nice one from him.
And looking up at the top lane. And, once again, Troll coming through, still has a pretty incredible win rate so far here at the tournament. Looks like a good Troll game, or what is there to sort of counter him this time?
It looks like a pretty damn good Troll game, yeah. Sure, he can get kited a bit with some of the chain stuns, and there are some funny interactions that can happen with Elder Titan, of course, too, just controlling him during his entire battle trance, but yeah, looks pretty solid overall, right? Being able to switch between that melee and range form versus Mars is always going to be really effective, and mid-game, I think we've seen what the power of what the Troll can do. Although he did lose, I think it was both games yesterday, right? So after having that 100% win rate,
I think we did get a couple. We definitely got at least one.
I know he won one of the ones later on, but
it's definitely not 100% anymore. He's going to fall pretty low here. Another blast comes in. Sunstrike is at the ready if Sumail feels that he can maybe line something up. It's not even going to be needed. Yeah, GH, he's got it alone. And runs Jin-Q out of the lane.
And it's really cool to point out how they did the laning setup, right? We can go back a little bit and how Nigma decided to do these lanes. Having the Pugna up here with this Troll, it's going to ensure the lane a lot easier for him. I think we mention it every time with Pugna. One of the best, if not the best harasser in terms of laning phase. Even if he's versus Snapfire, will kill his ward.
Bit of a sneaky setup here. Look at the Tornado and the Cold Snap. Buys stuff for Omar to TP in and trap XM in the cogs. XM will get back up as Jin-Q. Tries to stand his ground and turn it. Brings Sumail down. Can he do it? He can.
He does.
He'll bring Sumail down first, XM, but will still fall.
Another
Omar
TP.
Should be able to get away from Jin-Q. GH coming in to make sure that Nigma Galaxy don't lose a second hero. So ends up being the 1-for-1. Not quite able to cancel the south there either. But yeah, for Xtreme, they get that kill first. XM able to have enough damage to bring Sumail down in time.
A clever play, though, from Sumail. Usually don't see this too often, right? Getting the Wex point early, trying to get the setup. Does, of course, he dies first, but just on top of things, looking for these early movements. I think we've seen this from Omar so many times from Nigma. Most of the times he was playing like the Bane, so it's a lot easier for him to just naturally rotate, but yeah, impressive stuff. Is Omar bottom, X-Nova in the cogs.
See what they can do here. Arme ready to step across as well. Sunstrike coming in, finishes off X-Nova. Sumail takes him down. Stun alone, not enough damage to kill Omar. Omar's going to be fine, and Arme taking huge hits here from Noob.
I think he actually saved him with that Lotus. I think it was exactly enough HP.
As the damage came in from the vault.
As it came in. I think it was literally split second. I'd have to look exactly again, but it almost looks perfect.
Top lane Ghost. He's feeling the pressure here, but we'll get the whirling axes off, and actually able to survive against these two.
There's just a lot of stuff going on in this early game. In 6 minutes, action aplenty. Lane's already being broken, as we see.
Definitely in the mid, though, whilst attention is drawn elsewhere. I think one of the reasons as well we saw Sumail try and go for that attempt with Omar TPing in is because if this gets left as a 1v1, the pressure from XM is adding up.
Absolutely.
It's much harder for sort of Sumail to step up. Level 3 shrapnels are online. Yeah. XM ready to keep that wave shoved in.
Really strong matchup for the sniper versus that invoker, especially in this early. Of course, things have perhaps changed with this new Dominator build, because now you actually have extra armor on the invoker, which could make a pretty big difference in terms of harassment, but XM is whittling the tower down. It's down to about half HP in the mid lane, just from him constantly poking, so could definitely see another, perhaps, tornado move come in, where they want to try for a rotation on him.
And talking about Dominator builds, what are we going to see from Arme on the CK? Is it going to be
standard?
You think you're still just picking up the armlet?
Yeah, I mean, maybe not armlet versus all this percent damage, but something like Echo or armlet, one of these early items. Omar's in.
Here's the setup.
The tornadoes.
Easily now allowing Omar to close in onto XM. XM will be able to break his way out of the cogs, and he's going to be fine. Now he's actually able to maybe turn with the shrapnels down onto Omar. Here comes the assassinate. It's coming in. Bam! XM takes him down. It's at the point, right, because XM has been able to play the lane as well as he has. it's not easy to gank him, even when you get such a clear-cut setup with this Tornado, Cold Snap, into the control and damage of the Clockwork. It's not quite enough. XM survives and proving to be a very difficult gank now at this point.
If it's almost any other player on Sniper, likely to die, but XM, he is the master of this hero. He pushes it to the limits, immediately just starts poking the tower again. No hesitation, half HP, who cares? Trying to bring any attention onto that mid lane. He just keeps pinging it. Yeah, he's like, I'm hitting the mid tower, guys. Look
he's
at this.
getting a lot out of this.
He's going to bring it down eventually, so let's see how they want to react. He's actually calling for his 2 supports to play around the power rune as well. This tower is going down.
You see this early movement as well. They also have Ghost coming down to this bottom lane as he's come through the gates.
Nice
GH and Omar starting to push Arme away. So at least with the presence of the 4 of them, they'll be able to push onto the tier 1 tower. But indeed, this tier 1 mid going down very early here to XM.
It is absolutely dead. Sumail also, deep wards being placed. I believe that's just to block the camp. But Sumail, he does have his Dominator finished, but loses his tower at 8 minutes. A pretty big deal, as it's going to open up potential movements, or perhaps for XM, as he's going to find an amp damage. This is a big rune.
And indeed, build-wise for Arme, no surprises. As you say, we'll stick to the armlet this game.
He is going to do it. Okay.
So, nothing too crazy.
Probably just can't not go armlet, I guess, on CK.
It's just that value with the Phantasm.
There is quite a bit of percent damage, though, so we'll have to watch versus that Firestorm.
And because how active do you think Armlet is going to be? Is this a game where you get the Armlet on the CK and you're turning up to fights? Or is it going to be Armlet into the BKB or something and then you go?
It just doesn't look like the easiest CK game, so I'm not sure. It feels like he might have to just sit back and farm. Because there's just a lot of spells that are excellent versus him. All the Pugna spells, actually, majority of the heroes, to be completely honest with you. So we'll have to see what he wants. See the Tumbler's Toy.
Now top lane, XM, ready to move around the map. Use his power to pressure some of these other side lane towers. He's actually going to come back in with the TP towards the mid as they do want to make sure that Nigma Galaxy doesn't get the chance to put the pressure in. Omar's gone a bit deep here as XM and Xnova will quickly deal with him. Another kill for XM as he'll now be in position to hold the defense and ensure that Nigma Galaxy just aren't really getting any damage at all really onto this tier 1 tower. XM being able to pressure and hold the mid very well in this opening 10 minutes.
It's really interesting how they're doing this at the last 2 days of the tournament, right? Switching things up. They have, of course, the CK as their quote-unquote carry, but it does feel like XM is going to be that true carry in the mid lane, being given all the space, pretty much everything in the world.
I mean, absolutely right. In these sort of fights, if it sort of ends up with Arme just being on the front lines, dying, it's not going to be the end of the world for Xtreme, because indeed, XM can be that sort of carry from the mid as the sniper.
I think that perhaps is what he's maybe looking at, right? He's going to absorb a lot of attention and just let XM just peep from the sidelines.
I mean, even if it's just sort of being on the front lines, right, so that the troll, when he goes to ults, he's going on the CK, right? He's not touching the sniper.
Yeah, could be really, really cool to see.
So Nigma Galaxy definitely going to have to find ways to get on top and deal with XM in the skirmishes.
And they do have some tools. You know, they do have the Underlord Pit at some points that we'll have to see when they are just able to teleport on top of him. Sumail, we'll get the deny on his Dominator. Easy.
But Xtreme showing it's going to be quite difficult for Nigma Galaxy to enter into the jungle. They did get that Observer Ward down. So a decent bit of vision on to Xtreme side of the map. We're going to see XXS try for the setup. Kiss is coming in as well. Ghost, of course, will have the chance to get the trance off. But will surely come to an end. And Ghost, he's gone to Sunstrike. Oh, he's ready for it, XXS. He knows.
That was really close. Nice sidestep.
Very, very nice sidestep.
All 3 laners, all 3 cores at the moment having a pretty solid time on this side Xtreme. This is going to be a very fast Blink Dagger on XXS. One of the scarier Mars as well. We've been seeing this hero just rise and rise throughout this tournament, looking super good in most games, and yeah, it's going to be very early timings for him. And it's literally probably the best hero in the game to protect a sniper, right? They've got 3 fantastic tools to protect him. So this type of start can be huge, especially with the way they're making sure they don't lose their towers here. I mean, GH, he's trying to poke and prod it, but continuous protection.
Coming in with a good angle from the side, gets the setup onto Xnova.
It's gone.
Will allow them to continue to hover around here, Nigma Galaxy.
Xnova was way too far forward there. XM stepping up. There's a hook shot available for Omar.
I mean, if Omar sees the chance, he will dive for this.
He's thinking about it. There is backup, though. XXS is in the area. No arena, but he has a spear. I think they know. He's pinging it.
Let's see who's going to be first to make the move. Need the team content with looking to start a fight.
how's Noob doing on his pipe? He's getting pretty close to it. Ame, they're making the move on him.
They're going to get the catch here. Omar in with a hook shot. Sunstrike coming in as well. Phantasm will be there to dodge it, but Ame still goes down.
Surprised he showed in the lane. I thought he was going to keep jungling for quite some time here, because it's just, if he gets caught from any of these spells, it does feel like he's just a free kill. I believe that is the pipe finished up now for Noob. So very early timing versus... The sniper's going to be able to deal a decent amount of damage in this versus this, but the Snapfire and the Mars combo could get answered pretty heavily if Noob just TPs in and pops that pipe for the team.
And we're going to see Ame just going to go full in on the illusions. Wants to get the armlet into the Manta this game.
Okay. Farming build.
Good early pipe timing from Nigma Galaxy, which
it's very early.
Absolutely make the difference when they turn up to the fights.
And they're going the build that we've seen most of the time on the Invoker. He's going for the drums. Some people have been pivoting away from it a little bit here, but more early game fighting they're looking for.
Xtreme, ready with the smoke.
Blink on XXS. They've got Kisses plus Arena. And Splitter available too.
The combo is going to be good if they find any sort of these cores, but Omar already ready to sort of disrupt the push forward. He'll throw his body in with a hook shot. Samel still going to get caught here in the arena. Omar surviving for now. XM just dying here to the life drain. They kill off the sniper. Samel, can he escape this? He can't. XXS takes him out with the final right click. Noob, he should be fine. 2 beefy here on the underlord for them to go for. XXS trying to get the connection.
Ghost.
Does manage to latch down onto him with the spear. Ame moves in with a stun. Noob falling low. The blast comes in. Noob goes down. Xtreme. They find a third. Ghost. He's going to try and fight on though. Committing in with the battle trap.
Another
the spear
stun.
comes in from XXS. The cookie
Another
forward.
stun.
That's going to be ghosted on the
Another
stop
stun.
from XM and catching the two of them. They're all dead on Nigma Galaxy as Xtreme wipe them.
Woo. They got XM, but it cost them everything there. The chain
What
stun.
a fight from, I mean, and it was just such a rough start for Nigma Galaxy. I guess they felt because they had sort of Omar go in and tank the initial brunt of the attack from Xtreme that maybe they could try and get something out of it. But the reality of it was, even though Omar throws his body in, XXS, he's still able to trap Samel in the arena. And from that point onwards, it was just chaos going downhill for Nigma Galaxy and Xtreme just destroying them in this 5v5.
They just didn't really have that much damage on the side of Nigma after they did lose Sumail, like you're mentioning here. They lost so much of it. Ghost, he's trying to join the fray, but look at the map where he is. I mean, by the time he gets there,
it's risky.
It's very dangerous.
Because here we go, turning up at this point, he's already lost 2 of his heroes.
Yeah. And all the heroes that are alive still, every single one of them have a stun, right? Mars has a stun, CK has a stun, ET has a stun, Snapfire has a stun. They're just completely controlled.
And just a beautiful fight for Ame to be able to turn up to. He's like, you want to try and come and bring this sort of team fight into my jungle? I'll come and be involved. Get involved in the cleanup. A rough move there from Nigma Galaxy that hurts them so badly.
Yeah, they cannot lose. They can't lose Sumail that early in the team fight at this point in the game.
And it really is these sort of moves, you have to be so careful making them specifically into an Xtreme when they have something like the XM sniper, right?
Yes.
If you don't deal with this sort of backline damage output, these fights are only going to get harder and harder. The moves, the initiation, it has to be there from Nigma Galaxy or Xtreme Gaming. They might just start to snowball.
It feels like they might for sure. I mean, XXS and Jinq are having a hell of a game so far. The Snap has purchased up the Shard. XXS, he's already got Blink Arenas back up, as we mentioned from before.
Oh yeah, they know how strong they are right now.
Yeah, they're ready to fight at any time. Even into the pipe that we were mentioning from Noob, they have damage to go through it.
They really did. It did not make a difference in that last fight at all. Omar's going to try and get in onto X-Nova. Sunstrike coming in as well. X-Nova will get taken out with the arena. Trapping 2 of them, and XM, he's in perfect position to do the damage. Noob, he has to get back out of them, but the Assassinate comes in, stops him getting back through the Fiend's Gate. It's another disaster of a fight here for Nigma Galaxy.
And Sumail?
As Xtreme, they clean it up easily here, Sumail.
They have sentries.
They do. Is Jinq ready to lay it down? Ame drags Sumail back in. They just cannot fight into XG right now. XG are just so ready for this.
It's too much overwhelming damage, too. Yes, you catch the ET, who was very disrupted in the last fight, but everybody else gets complete free spellcasting.
And just free shooting it from this sniper. They have to find XM. XM's just going to be peeping away the entire time. They can't afford to make the jump without having the info on where this sniper is.
I mean, it's getting out of control pretty fast. These first 2 fights, when Nigma's the one kind of trying to pick the fights after they catch the smokes, they don't even come close to standing in the fight. And they caught the ET at the start of things, too. Didn't matter. Still just far too much damage, far too much control.
Nigma Galaxy, they've got to really sort of step back, reassess, what they want to do in these next moments, because going for one more of these sort of moves and plays, if it comes collapsing down onto them, the game is going to fall into incredibly difficult territory.
It feels like it already is, to be completely honest with you, because looking at the way that their draft functions, they don't really have the most stuns, right? They have a hook shot and some spell combos that can come in and some damage, but overall, Xtreme, there's just so much control in the fight.
Yeah,
it's absurd.
You're not going to stop Xtreme from getting off all of their abilities. They're going to get to click their spells.
Even if you catch, let's say, X-Nova in the front, as we saw there, XXS is going to get the spells off. If you catch XXS in the front, you're not going to kill him. This Mars at this point is way too tanky. You don't have the damage.
I mean, because if you sort of look at the state of the heroes on Nigma Galaxy right now, it's like for Ghost, it feels like he can't turn up until he's got the Asher and the BKB done now, right? You just can't want to see this troll try and get involved, because it feels like it's just impossible at this point for Ghost to turn up and have a chance of surviving against a 5-man of Xtreme Gaming.
And is he going to even do damage when he has that build, right? It's not really much when you're playing versus something like Mars, CK, these heroes that can just stand and absorb. Especially the Mars, as we saw there, he just faces him.
See bottom. They'll find a chance to get a pick off there. XXS caught out alone, Nigma Galaxy.
Good catch.
Able to make something happen. And the question is, are they going to be tempted now to try and turn this into something else? They've taken one of the big kind of frontline presences off XG, off the map. Can you go for more if you're Nigma Galaxy?
I think maybe that's how their lineup just has to work, right? They do have that global threat to catch heroes split up on the side with the Clock, with the Sunstrike, plus the Pits, or with the Underlord, sorry.
Yeah.
But
the team
fights just seem way too difficult at this point. So, yeah, like you said, maybe reassess things, split the map up, try to look for these pickoffs to get an opportunity back into this game.
Now we'll see things start to calm down a little bit. Of course, you know, XG, it's not like they mind things slowing down even themselves, right? They're running this sort of, it's a carry sniper from the mid. Arme also ready, of course, to still be that carry presence. He's going to be looking towards that Bloodthorn now after the Armlet and the Manta.
Yeah, we should point out.
They're happy to hit creeps as well, XG.
Yeah, we should point out, looking at his neutral item, something we just have to point out for the CK in particular, right? He's got the mystical pollen bag that usually you can't get for some time. These type of things absolutely make a difference in these fights. Just makes him that much stronger. He's getting away with a lot of farm now.
14 to 10, 5k lead.
XG, smoked up, looking for the fight again.
More than happy to keep going each and every time that the ultimates are up.
I'm really questioning how Nigma approaches just the 5v5 engagements, or if they just literally have to dodge them until they feel like they have these timings.
The 5v5 seem impossible with the way that XG have managed to execute in the last few times.
Jin Q also, have to keep highlighting him. He's having a pretty flawless game so far in this Snapfire. Force Staff is done after the Shard.
Nigma Galaxy is smoked up in preparation.
Looking for that Tormentor fight. This does not look like an easy one for the side of Nigma.
This is... If Nigma Galaxy sort of drag themselves into the action as well, it's a timing where, you know, Sumail, he's like 600 gold off the Agonies.
Okay.
So close to a big timing.
I mean, they're looking for the fight.
I mean, this is just a bit of a bait right from Arme. Are Nigma Galaxy going to commit for this? They seem cautious.
XXS is in the tree line.
I mean, XG is so ready if Nigma Galaxy do try and start something. XXS is going to go for the jump first. Sets up here on Anoop, gets the push back with the spit into the Usman, and Kiss is coming in as well. Omar will be able to get onto the backlines. Gets the cogs down onto the 2, and the meatball coming in from Sumail, burning through the supports. X-Nova will fall.
Very good cogs, catches the both of them there. That's Kiss's use. There's still an arena available.
I mean, XG, do they still want to try for more 4v5? They might still feel strong. Omar, barely surviving.
Healing him up. That's what GH is there for. Noob, that was the show of the Crimson, plus the pipe, absorbs a fair bit of damage. Respawn is coming in for the ET. Does Nigma still want to stay in the area? It looks like they do.
XXS.
Trying
to jump forward again. Slowly peeping away here at the Underlord. Noob down to half HP.
It's adding up.
Watching for the sidelines. Noob, he's starting to drop now. The heals are coming in. Cookie gonna connect this time. Noob's gonna be fine. Arme's actually trapped to the side in the cogs. Sunstrike comes in. Arme's in trouble. Ghost, he's just able to take him out.
And another
hook shot forward. Nigma Galaxy, they know they're gonna try and push this for more. The arena will be dropped down to try and hold them back. XM peeping and goes to the side, but the battle trance is up. Ghost gets the ultimate off, and now he's ready to start getting the hits in. Closes the gap over towards the snap. They clean it up in Nigma Galaxy. They turn towards XXS. Ghost getting focused by Noob and Sumail as they push the sniper out of the fight, and they bring it down. GH gets a triple kill amongst it all, and Nigma Galaxy this time, they get the team wipe.
I love this buyback from Noob. I think this makes a big difference coming in, buffing up the auras, throwing on Ghost so he can stand his ground. What a beautiful fight.
Wow.
The angle they can find, right? Catching Ame on the south side before the fight kicks off.
I mean, an incredibly rough way for sort of Ame to die very early on in that fight there. Getting caught, heading up the steps.
Noob, they're whittling him down, but he actually did his job, right? Absorbing so much pressure, and then Ame getting caught on this south side makes the difference here. A great buyback.
We'll see it here, right? Ame heads up, but it's straight into Ghost.
Dangerous.
Ghost in position, and Omar right next to Ghost there. He could be there to trap whoever headed up to the high ground, and it being Ame meant that the carry from Xtreme Gaming getting taken out so early in this team fight. And at this point onwards, XM, he is in position. He's starting to do the damage, but Ghost getting the ult off before that spear into the arena wall was there.
And the buyback
meant that they had the chance, and indeed, Noob coming in to make sure that XM did not get the chance to continue to peep away at the troll, push him out of the fight, and ensure that Nigma Galaxy take all 5 down.
What a cool approach for that Tormentor fight. Love that they're able to still fight into this very strong team fight lineup they were mentioning. They broke the formation, and that's kind of the key. What allowed them to enter to that one there here too. As Ags is finished up from Sumail, as we said, the Crimson in the pipe was finished from Noob, and even after the buyback, he's actually still pretty good on that net worth chart. Top up there. That was beautiful.
Yeah, not an easy fight to make happen, but they managed to do it, Nigma Galaxy, setting the game back to very even territory here, 16-16.
And it probably makes Ghost feel a lot better in terms of his matchup. As we saw there, even with just a Battle Fury and a Yasha, he can turn up with all those auras and all those buff ups.
Oh, for sure. That was a risky call to make for him to get involved, but it absolutely pays off this time.
The magic. Stars aligning.
Let's see where they head to next. Starting to look towards the bottom side of the map. Ame, how's he doing on the progression? Very
Still
close to
good.
having at least the Orchid online.
But completely stabilizing things on the side of Nigma Galaxy. Net worth completely back to 0. I believe they're actually in the experience lead after that fight as well, after being about 1,000 XP behind too. So XG slowing the pace down themselves, looking for those next few items. XM getting closer and closer to that Mjolnir. They do have to watch out in terms of these, at least in these fights, if they can get these, GH in particular, we didn't get to highlight him, but ending up with a triple kill in that last fight, he got a lot of healing off as well, too. So this Pugna, this pesky Pugna does have to be addressed as well.
I mean, the support duo of Nigma Galaxy, we've seen it from these two before, right? And on these heroes, GH on his Pugna, Omar on the clock. They get a lot of work done.
Omar on his clock has been insane on this main stage, finding both supports even earlier before the fight started, too. These type of things are huge. 2K lead now for them. Yeah, as we see that as well, even though the Ghost had the tougher start out of the carries, already so far, he's managed to do twice the amount of damage that Ame on the CK has been able to do in these fights. Cool, very cool.
So a lot coming out here from the Troll, and this is pre-BKB, as I said. That was not easy for Ghost to do. Next fight round, he will have that BKB complete.
That probably was all that last fight. He literally was attacking for so long, right? So, yeah, he's going to have the BKB, so we'll be able to play a little bit easier versus that arena and versus those kisses, as we say.
XM, of course, continues to scale very, very nicely. Full Mjolnir on top of the completed Hurricane Pipe.
Next timings have been hit. They have BKB on the Mars, and as you said, the Mjolnir is done for that sniper.
He has to be dealt with. Yeah. Omar's got to find him, or as we saw last time around, Noob's got to be able to try and set up with the Fiend's Gate to get in the face of the sniper.
Yeah, they cannot let XG just set up for the team fight. They have to be ready to break that formation. Ward will be taken out. Roche, perhaps the next point of contention soon, as it is top for the next 4 minutes.
Oh yeah, I mean, both teams are definitely going to want to have a say about that.
Both teams very good at fighting around the pit, though.
Yeah, I'm very good at killing the Roche.
Yeah.
XXS
Omar
doesn't really want to go in on the clock.
He'll just take the amp damage.
Yeah, mate, it's getting the Phantasm out so he can push the waves out, set the map up a bit more, preferably here for Xtreme.
What's he going to take? And he'll take the Magnifying Monocle. Okay, so a little bit of extra attack range, extra magic resist as well for him and his illusions. It's so weird to see a tier 4 neutral at 26 minutes in, just because you don't really see it almost at all, especially not in this tournament. Let's see if it does make that difference.
I mean, XG can't really start the Roche, can they?
I don't think either really can.
You've got to kill some heroes, really.
Omar, they're poking from the distance.
It's an early kisses, and it's a good arena. Stops Omar from being able to get away with a hook shot. Does take a couple of ultimates, but that is the clock gone.
Noob
He's going to Fiend Skate in. XX is able to back away. Ghost, he's moving on the backlines. He's just able to walk up over towards XM, but a cookie and a Hurricane Pipe pushback allows XM to get out of there.
That's
Ghost,
an early BKB.
It is. He has to back off.
Oh, Ghost has to be very careful here.
I mean, he tried his chances there to attempt to walk up and get in on top of XM, but no. XM was more than ready to jump away over that Roche wall, get away, and now with the BKB on cooldown for the Troll, that might just be all that they need to have the time to go for this Roche and know that Nigma Galaxy aren't going to contest this.
It looked nice for a second, right? Because Ghost had the angle, but there's a cookie, there's a force staff, there's a lot of different disengage. You have to be careful on this.
And XM was so ready. He was so ready to step back and step away from that Troll, and there it is. Roshan taken down by Xtreme, and Aegis picked up by Ame.
They give it to Ame, cool. That's interesting. That second life could make a big difference, because if they use majority of the spells on the first one, then Ame can absolutely do some cleanup.
Now with this Aegis online, what do you think the call is going to be from Xtreme? Do they look to try and push this? Are they happy to still farm? And then in Nigma Galaxy, are you avoiding the action, or are you still going to try and make plays into the Chaos Knight's Aegis?
I feel like for Nigma, again, they might have to just sit back and wait a little bit longer, just for that timing in particular.
Sure.
But still, they could look for these global pickoffs if they do see an opportunity, because they do have that availability. But I would say that XG, they're the ones that are looking to lead the charge. I said that before, and Nigma was the one that actually took the fight, but I would imagine so with this Aegis.
I mean, they should feel pretty strong still, even though the numbers are close.
The team fight still has to be very specific for the side of Nigma.
Well, they're going to find him out on his lonesome here.
He's going down.
No way out for him. A little bit of a freebie for Xtreme. Next round of those items getting finished off, though, for Nigma Galaxy. SNY now done on Ghost, and Sumail has got the BKB ready for the next team fight.
Damage could be, if Ame is not addressed, if he doesn't get killed early in this one, it could be devastating. The Bloodthorn is done. Manta, Phantasm, Bloodthorn, if anyone gets ripped in, they are just pretty much dead.
I mean, this is the thing, right? From Xtreme side of things, if they get the stun in the Bloodthorn and they have sort of the sniper and the CK focusing down a hero, the ET around, like anyone will die. Even noob, right? You got to even be careful on the Underlord if you get grabbed at the start of the action.
It has to be very specific conditions that Nigma has to find to be able to look for a fight here. It looks like they are perhaps thinking about something here. I'm seeing some lines being drawn.
Okay.
XXS, I was seeing he was debating which build he wants to go for a couple times here. He has a full Hex on the Mars.
Oh, wow.
Very early.
That is early in the build.
Yeah, so pretty devastating in terms of either controlling a Pugna who's trying to save allies, and Invoker who doesn't get a BKB off. They're looking for the fight, though. Look at this
do they want to fight around this tier 2?
XXS...
I mean, they're getting a good wrap around it.
XXS is not there. He's mid lane. He showed.
Omar's going in. They're going to try and find Xnova first, as Omar's able to get on top of him. He's able to get out of the cog. Sunstrike coming in onto Xnova. Xnova will fall. They take out the ET. Now they're trying to turn for more. GH able to slide to the side with the force staff. Now Ame sort of surrounded. Of course, does still have the Aegis. There's the back from XXS. Comes in with the arena. They're controlling Ghost. They kill him off. He's not able to get off the ultimate.
That's the reveal.
And now the rest of the fight, Nigma Galaxy have to run. GH barely surviving. Ame on round 2. He's ready to keep the push going. They tried for the fight, but
what a purchase.
But Ghost getting caught out. Not a chance to get the BKB off, to get the battle trance off. They kill off the Troll, and with Ghost gone, no chance for the team fight to continue in Nigma Galaxy's favor.
I do not think they expected this to come out from XXS this early. Just gets the Hex off. You're not going to preemptively click your BKB in a lot of these team fights. Gets the control pre-BKB, and then he's just dead. Bottom, we saw a fair bit of split push, though. Like 2,100 damage done on this tower from Sumail in the meantime.
Ame's ready to push it back out, though. Goes top. XM finishes off the tier 2 tower.
That was a very decisive fight there from XG this time around.
Yeah, Ame and XM continuing to maintain themselves at the top of the net worth on this CK and Sniper, and just both scaling up fantastically. Now, again, it really is for these two carries that are going to be very, very strong as the game goes on. So a lot for Nigma Galaxy to try and deal with.
And so much kiting. You know, this is something that we always have to talk about when there's a Troll Warlord, right? The problem that this hero can run into a lot of times is just sticking on targets and hitting them. I'm seeing Disperser now built up for Sniper. He's got Hurricane Pike. He's got the Grenade. They've got Force Staffs. They've got Cookie. So definitely could be difficult if Ghost doesn't find the right angle.
GH, he's going to be caught. The Hex again from XXS, making these moves easy.
Starting to get easier for them. the XX. I call this usually the XXS build because I think he very rarely deviates. He's going to go Refresher next, and the teamfight control becomes pretty ridiculous from this Mars.
I'll call it the yes build. Here we go. Push coming in on the bottom lane. Nigma Galaxy, do they want to do this? They're going to try. Sumail jumps in and commits straight away with the BKB. They'll look to get the lockdown onto Arme. Ghost, he's in. Straight in on top of XXS for now, as XXS is going to try and tank this, but the damage from Ghost is building up. But the pushback, the spear, into the wall. He'll be held back in the arena. Sunstrike coming down onto X-Nova. Will it be enough to bring him down? But XM, he's in position to get the damage in onto Noob. Take out the double. Nigma Galaxy, they have to scramble back. A risky fight for them to try and attempt there around their tier 1, and it does not go well for them, Fogged.
And they use the buyback on GH even at the start of things. XG, they're showing the power of their team fight.
Oh, they are.
XM is just able to do anything he wants. Ame, he is the distraction. So many spells absorbed there. The sniper's just peeping on the sideline the entire time.
This CK sniper thing, you know, the first time we're seeing it coming out at this international, and it just feels so at home in the hands of XG.
And they're healed up. The Greaves, as we see from Jin Q. He's even got a Vlad's for the sustain in these team fights too. As that shard is he's been sitting there for some time. He'll get it eventually, but the push, XM, getting a fair bit onto this tower here. And yeah, he's speedy. Disperser's done, so
he's so slippery.
How do you stick on him? Very difficult. Even without that BKB purchase. Now Ame, he will buy his own BKBs.
Yep, he's going to have the two of them coming out. He said the BKB and the shard now being delivered.
And now how do you kill the CK, right? The idea of killing the CK is around that Underlord and the Invoker. They couldn't even do a pre-BKB there, as we saw.
I mean, when it comes to the high ground defense, is there anything that is scary from Nigma Galaxy in particular, or do Xtreme have pretty good ways of entering the base?
Pretty damn good ways of entering base and forcing the issue. I think Mars is one of the best, as we've seen, and they have good ways to get vision, right? They can just put an ET Spirit, and Sniper can just peek from low ground.
Yeah.
It kind of forces the issue, the onus on Nigma to make a move.
I mean, it really is that scary, even inside your own base, right, as you said. If they get the vision, and XXS is able to just blink the Hex, it could be game over.
Absolutely.
So you've got to be so ready to bail out whoever XXS looks to get his hands on with the Hex.
And they do not have, I mean, they do have a defensive force staff, as we see from GH, but he can't do everything. He's been trying to save his allies as much as possible, but just could not on that last situation. Okay, Ame. What's he gonna get? It's the big timing for the CK. 30 seconds.
And with the timing, he's gonna get this upgraded tier of neutral. It's just sliding in so well with the progress that they've made so far this game.
And this is really clever, the way that they've been able to play this one. DD top, Ame.
We'll see now, Nigma Galaxy, earlier on, they were able to sort of turn the tides a little bit. Despite the lead that XG were getting throughout these team fights. Now it's a much tougher point.
It feels like they worked magic in that fight top, to be honest with you, because it felt like they had almost no qualms of winning that one, but having that fight go decent for them has put them into at least a position where they could fight earlier, but now we're seeing the problems as Ame. One more token.
I've got the Blink Dagger now on Ghost, so he'll have a little bit better of a chance of finding his targets.
His damage still feels limited, I gotta be honest.
There we go. What's gonna be
my god, he got the Stygian.
Yep. 35 minutes in, the power here of this facet.
He's gonna kill anybody.
And bottom XXS, he's caught the two of them.
Noob.
He's gone. GH is gonna try and run, but the Glimmer's gonna soon come to an end. As XXS ready to shut down the escape.
The damage is just ridiculous at this point with the Stygian. 70 seconds, no Pugna.
I mean, how do you deal with this?
I don't know, Owen.
This,
I truly don't.
Again, this Chaos Knight and Sniper are going to be doing so much damage in these team fights. How on earth do Nigma Galaxy deal with the both of them?
And they're not squishy, right? The Mars is very tanky. His Refresher is about to be done, so you have to deal with 2 full combos. And yes, CK is going to be sitting at what? 4,500 HP pretty soon with that Octarine finished up. Outworld staff also for XM.
Getting a very nice pickup with the alert as well. So that attack speed, bonus night vision, extra attack range. Pretty perfect here for him on the Sniper.
Yeah, and now a BKB finished up too. It feels like he has every single tool that he needs. This fight's just getting harder and harder, it feels. Roche.
I mean, it's really going to have to be nothing less than perfect from Nigma Galaxy to try and turn this one round. As XG in a fantastic spot here.
Just don't know how Ghost does damage. I feel like he needs that next item before the fight, but he is going for Satanic next, which is just survivability. I guess he does have Alacrity plus Solar Crest to buff him up a bit there, but feels like they are getting too tanky on the side of XG now to deal with. Waiting for that Roche. Xingqiu.
I mean, are you trying to take this fight if you're Nigma Galaxy, or you're
I think
waiting?
you wait high ground. I think going out there is crazy, but they've done some crazy stuff this game already, so...
Yeah, especially with this refresher now on XXS.
And all these brand new neutral items that they've been able to pick up some really big ones.
So many things flowing in for Xtreme Gaming, whilst Nigma Galaxy just struggling to get that next set of items complete.
They just haven't had that much growth in these last few moments, really. Sumail going for the Lincolns next. It looks like they are going to potentially try to smoke out and look for this. They are grouping up.
It's a risky move, but
Very
maybe a
risky
risk that needs to be taken to get themselves back in this game.
All right, Roche, it is up.
Scout out the situation here. They know what's going down.
Ame can just sit there and solo it. Roar will come out.
Nigma Galaxy, they're going to look for the long wraparound, try and get up on this high ground.
Smoke out, XG. Xingqiu will break, they know.
Ame's coming in. They know what's up now. They know whereabouts Nigma Galaxy is. There's the jump straight
Instant
away.
catch.
XXS in with immediate Hex. On towards Noob. Controlling the arena. That's the tankiest one killed off immediately.
Backline.
They'll get onto the backlines. Ghost trying to get it onto Xingqiu. He'll be pulled back for now by Ame, but still
Sumail.
closing in on the Snapfire. Ghost trying to desperately kill Xingqiu, but Xingqiu surviving. Can he actually finish off the job? He can't. Xingqiu will live. Noob, he bought back for this. He's dead again. And now at this point, Nigma Galaxy, they've got to run. The second arena will be off the mark from XXS, but it won't matter. They still get the catch. On
They're
to
too strong.
Omar. The fight is still theirs, Xtreme.
Ghost?
I mean, Ghost, he has to run. I mean, doesn't have room for that one. So I won't be able to pick that up and get out. But again, it's just such an awkward situation there where you sort of have Ghost trying to get this kill on Xingqiu. It just took him so much time where he's chasing this Snapfire out of the fight. Sure, Xingqiu dies at the end of it all, but at that point, the rest of the fight for the rest of the team has crumbled.
They also lost their aura carrier immediately at the start of the fight. Noob just dies to the first control.
It's just so much damage from these two.
I mean, XM and Ame doing the work with the supporting cast. The XM sniper, we said it's a thing to fear. 11, 3, and 14.
Yeah, didn't need to bring it out in the tournament up until this point, but he's ready to bring it out now here, down in the lower bracket, and absolutely making a case for teams to consider it going forward in the drafts.
Onto the high ground. 30 seconds, Noob. As we said, he used the buyback again in that last fight.
See the damage here, coming up to 45,000 nearly, coming out from this sniper.
Insane. Actually doing almost more than his entire team, just on his own. XM has been able to just sit and stand his ground.
Trying their best to hold back here. Nigma Galaxy nearly having the full lineup back up.
Ame will cut the bottom wave as well. XM sticking around. Level 25 has been hit. More shrapnels.
They can't push him off these barracks.
It's gone.
And that's the mid-melee rack's gone. Everybody is back up, but again,
Ayame's
trying to
taking
make a
bottom
move.
too.
And trying to make a move into the sniper still with so much time on the Aegis. Can they even stop their racks from going down in Nigma Galaxy?
XG is just going to stay around here. They feel strong enough. They have double arena in 40 seconds. Eyes on XXS.
Is the smoke. They're going to try something again here.
That desperate smoke.
But the racks already gone.
And XG is ready. Look at their positioning here. XXS, he's reading the move.
I mean, we've seen his reactions this game have been immaculate on the Mars. If he sees them, he's going to be able to make that jump before they even get the chance to think.
X-Nova.
Catch him first to the side, he's able to force out X. He's in with the X! The spear though, he misses! It's a whiff, so Ghost is able to get off the BKB, take out X-Nova, and it's now in on top of Ame. Ame trying to bounce away.
The kiting
XM has the BKB, but Ghost is ready to turn back over towards him. Ghost BKB now coming to an end. XM
Ghost
trying to do the damage to bring down the troll, but the glimmer's there. Noob, though, he will not stand a chance of escaping the two of them, as that's Noob out for 80. No buyback left on him. GH caught by the Hex, Cookie in, dragged back by Ame. Another one for XG, as it's 3 dead on Nigma Galaxy and Xtreme. They can continue the push.
That might just be it. They've got to try to hold on for one more fight. Satanic and Battle Trance is back up, but no BKB.
And no noob still for a full minute. XG ready to try and close this. Nigma Galaxy ready for their last-ditch attempt to try and hold on to the game. Ghost goes in with the stuns there. Into the Hex. They're locking him down. Spirit will get the ult off, though.
Level
but will it matter? Ghost trying to fight back, but he just not have the damage. They lock him down as the ult comes to an end. Ghost will fall. Xtreme here, crushing these final moments against Nigma Galaxy. They'll try and hold on here with the last two. Noob's going to be back up in 25 seconds, but the Mega Creeps are up for Xtreme. XM onto the tier 4s. Nigma Galaxy, have they got anything left here in this first game? They're going to give it a chance here by the looks of it when Noob's up in 10, but the tier 4s are falling. They might not even get that time.
They've got no Ghost. They've got no carry.
Ancient exposed. As there's Omar in with the hook shot. Noob back up in 2 seconds, but Omar gets destroyed. The Ancient exposed. Noob's back in, tries to get over the fight, but the Hex comes in. Samel will jump forward, but Arme turns towards Noob. XM destroys the boat for the double kill. Godlike for XM as GG is called. Xtreme will take game 1.
In their own fashion, with their own heroes, X-Nova sipping his drink at the end of it, saying that was easy. One fight that Nigma took that looked pretty cool in that top one, they had a good turnaround, but afterwards, XG put them back in their place. The team fights are just, it felt impossible, honestly, Owen. I was still very impressed, as I said, with that one fight that Nigma took, but my goodness, this draft and this play from Xtreme, it felt like they got what they wanted. XM, he gets this sniper in a perfect position. He has these bodyguards to protect him, and I didn't get to see the damage numbers at the end, but well over 50,000, I believe, on the sniper.
Easily from XM on the sniper. Something about this team, every single land that they come through on, you've got to be ready to expect it, because the sniper pick and the way they play around it, it is perfect. Xtreme Gaming take game 1.
These guys who were coming into TI main stage undefeated for a reason. We didn't know exactly why the sniper was not getting picked up, though. First time we're seeing it in this tournament, Lacoste, and it's an XM specialty. We see exactly why in this game.
They didn't have to bring out the big guns yet. They were waiting, to be in this position to bring out the strategy that the XM has been using pretty much throughout his whole career. It's a really good matchup against Invoker. Sumail did struggle throughout the whole game. They made the rotations. They made sure that he's having a good time. And also, I got to point out this CK with fundamental forging. This is something that Pure was talking about during one of the Dream Leagues in an interview, that he wants to play this. He still hasn't shown it yet. He's also a crazy player. But who gets it? It's Ame. So you are getting the level 5 tier neutral items 35 minutes into the game, which gives you insane timing. He gets Stygian, that's minus 13 armor on top of his Reality Rift, plus also the items that he did choose before. So you have GD Poland Bag, great against Pugna, great against the Troll Warlord, so he's not getting the heals.
Yeah, we were theory crafting, like, what's the best item that he can get, and I think we all agreed. It's like, if he gets Stygian, just go game 2. Like, this is over. And then he gets a Stygian. It's like, oh my, he's going to one-shot somebody in the next fight. I mean, especially with a sniper also peeping. Like, you're minusing armor for him as well. So, yeah, that was an insane game. I think Xtreme's probably pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, I think so. The fact that you're able to get what you guys have said is the best neutral item for a CK there were still some good moments for the side of Nigma Galaxy. We just didn't see them coming out in full force. It felt like team fights. We've talked about it, how hard it really is to initiate for them went up.
Yeah, I think some of the fights, they were kind of saved by Noob. He played really well, especially with that first buyback, like really early buyback, I think around 20 minutes. I think that was really, really crucial for them. But we see like a lot of attention here in the mid lane. I think Omar was like doing a really good job initially to pressure and try to slow the sniper down here.
Professional sniper gameplay, though. This is one thing XM does so well, is he knows the worst thing you can do on sniper is run away, because you have nothing. You have no mobility. He's so slow, but you can turn and you can fight. Like, he always knows when his team can come in and save him, and he can run away, or he can turn and fight. Even in this second clip that we saw, getting a solo kill, 1v2.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the sniper's playground, the first 10 minutes. He had a really good early game. His supports were playing around him. And then in return, he was taking towers. He went to the Mars lane. He killed the tower. And then he also TP'd back mid to save his support, repaying them for their early efforts to make his early game good.
15, 3, and 18. That is an insane scoreline. I really do feel like Xtreme just hasn't had to pull out the Cardell up until this point, and people forgot about it. Like, you're playing against XM. you ban Sniper. You get this thing out of the pool. Teams have done this time and time again. Like, you don't make this mistake a second time.
No, there's no way you're letting that happen at all. This Sniper was amazing. Chaos Knight, obviously, it was fun to get to see him, but the biggest thing about the Sniper here, Lacoste, is the way that he itemized.
Oh yeah, this is pretty great because he is getting Orb of Frost, which is going to be turning into Orb of Corrosion, so it slows you by 13%, which is going to be upgraded to 16% slow. On top of your Shrapnel, very bad for Invoker. It slows range heroes more, plus also the health against Troll, against Pugna as well. I did mention the GD Poland bag, the combination between the two. You're not really getting the heals. The only heroes so far in the tournament that did buy Orb of Corrosions were Monkey King and Lone Druid, and they buy it pretty much at the same time, between 6 and 7 minutes. This is the early timing of the item, but usually we don't see it for a good reason. It's not a strong item, but in a situation like this, he recognizes what needs to be done. He gets it, and he dominates the game with it.
Yeah, and these are melee heroes. Like Lone Druid, you bite on the bear, like you're essentially a melee hero. You're using it to like slow and kite, but I think the way that XM was using it in this game was very unique. It's just not how you see it used a lot.
Yeah, let's shift the focus a little bit because a Sniper, we wanted to talk about it a lot. However, he wouldn't have had such a good game if his team wasn't there to really save him. He still needed someone to initiate for him. The Mars being a big one here, they're a key part of that initiation for team fights.
Yeah, pretty much.
He had like 2 really big bodyguards in a team fight, right? Mars and the CK. I think that's what you want as Sniper.
And the build too, like rushing the Blink Dagger into Sheepstick, we saw that come into play. I think the way that XXS plays mechanically is very underrated.
Yeah,
like
this is the fight
timing.
where he actually gets a Blink Dagger, the 13 minutes in delivered. Omar had a pretty good understanding where he needs to stay, but the combination between him and Snapheart, like you're just dealing way too much damage in general. It's the 1-2 combo we're talking about. It creates so much chaos. It also allows XM to be able to peeping from the distance.
Yeah.
And this is the fight, have in mind, where Underlord is super farmed. He's on the top of the network, so he's ready to join. He does have that pipe available, but it's still not enough. They're kiting the fight real nicely. And XXS, look at his position. He's ready to land multiple spears, finds a really good angle. This is pretty much the max distance for the spear, and they're going to be able to clean up every single time, turns around. I think both him and Amar are the best Mars players in the world. Collapse, of course, is up there, but the way he turns every single time he needs to soak up the damage is just beautiful.
Yeah, despite your Sniper, being such a key part of your win condition, the fact that you trade him off for a team wipe, you're more than willing to do that there.
I think the way that Xtreme plays right now and the way that they've won games, which is basically staying as a unit in fights and having this like extremely good synergy, lends itself to Mars super well. Like, this is one of the best heroes for them because it does so much. You can bodyguard for heroes like Sniper. You can split multiple heroes like in and out of fights. You can use the spear to pull somebody back. It's like the potential on this hero is really, really high. It's like a super high skill hero. When it falls off, you can feel like just another support. But if you have somebody that knows how to play the fights and keep the ball rolling, it looks amazing.
Yeah, something that I think really helped Xtreme Gaming with that one. We talked about the kiting, right? But also just how long everyone was living in this. It felt like they were able to kind of just evaporate a Nigma Galaxy hero, and then it's like you have the numbers advantage. Everything goes in your favor. The tide kind of turned a little bit when we saw that Underlord finally get a couple more items for himself at about the 20-minute mark.
There was one really good fight.
It was a big fight because he was staying on
timing.
top of the network pretty much throughout the whole game, having that Crimson, having that pipe, having his aura as well, reducing most of the damage that is going to be dealt. And I think Noob had a pretty good understanding what needs to be done in some of these fights in terms of he used 2 buybacks in this game.
Yeah.
At like 38 minutes, he used 2 buybacks. This has to be one of the fastest buybacks on a core. Use it pretty much 20 minutes in to make sure, and this is why they last picked it, because this hero is very annoying, super tanky. Sniper, unfortunately for him, outranges his aura in most of the situations. He's going to be dying here first, but he popped the Crimson already. Even Pugna is giving him a little bit of extra sustain. The problem in this fight for Xtreme Gaming was that Ame got caught inside of the cogs, and they were ready to reset one more time. This is a bit of a longer fight where Ghost is going to go ham as well. Good arena, but this time around there isn't that follow-up that they've been using, this 1-2 combo. Snapfire didn't have ulti available, and this is the buyback from Noob. We talked about that this is going to be used in a similar fashion to Centaur ulti. Come in, find the Sniper in the backlines, and in this one, he's just going to die.
Yeah, you can see despite the deficit, the team play is still there from NGX. This is still a really high caliber team where they understand that they're behind. They have the Underlord Pipe Crimson timing. the way that they need to play the fight is have him go in first, and with that comes the risk that he dies. And so he not only has gold for these items, he has gold for buyback as well, and he's willing to use it. It didn't end up panning out for them, but this gave them a very big window into the game where it looked like Xtreme was completely snowballing.
Yeah, I think Xtreme also kind of learned after that team fight because they realized that the CK cannot be too far away from the sniper. That's why he actually got caught by the hook. As long as they maintain formation, a diamond formation, the sniper is in the middle, and everyone else is surrounding the sniper, the team fights are going to be really, really easy for them. And also they were really, really good at going in and out with their hero. So they ensured that the sniper had all the time in the world to just keep peeping everyone.
Yeah, a fun thing that we have as well available for us with the players on stage and everything is getting to listen in a little bit to their comms.
CK.
Watching CK.
I have buyback if needed. I have buyback.
No stun on me.
Watching was buy. You need help?
Full HP. They're killing me. Are you salty?
I heal you a bit.
We get sniper. Alice is trying them.
We're fighting.
Good fucking shit, boys.
Sniper now. I heal you a bit.
Get that. Nice.
I like it from Noob at the very start. It's clear, you know. I go buyback. I'm watching with buyback. That's where that moment is.
Yeah, that was
very clear comms.
They definitely expressed that.
I like that Omar's dead too, and he just goes, "Good fucking shit, boys." Like he's the hype man.
Yeah. Hey, sometimes you know you do your job, you throw your body at it, you die. You're still gonna be there for your team on the comms.
Yep.
Yeah, and also like GH with the call right at the end after the underdog buyback, he just said we are fighting, you know, don't move, you know. So that was also really cool.
Yeah, that was one of the best fights for Nigma Galaxy. It meant that there was a lot more in the tank for them. It was unfortunate that it didn't continue along, but Purge for us is going to be breaking down some of the later game team fights and some of that information.
That's right, Nat. Yeah, I wanted to look at the range advantage that Xtreme Gaming used that game to great effect. And they tried to nullify this a little bit on the Nigma Galaxy side by killing the sniper a couple times. But the threat that he provides is just so high. Because if you don't manage to kill him, all of a sudden he can just kill you from 1,000 units away, which is a gigantic advantage, obviously. So very spooky things. This really mattered in two very crucial fights. This Roche fight setup here was great for them. They had an awesome ward that was a little bit to the... Oops, wrong tool. Sorry about that. They had a really cool ward to the north that was basically giving them this vision corridor of like this. And by using the sniper shrapnel here, it basically allows them to put all of this power into their opponent from range. Very crucial things to point out. We have the Spirit here from Elder Titan. This is going to lower Omar's magic resistance closer to 0, which basically makes the Kisses damage, which is launching from all the way over here, and the sniper damage from all the way over here. They're doing this from safety. And the one here that does go in is the Mars. This guy's got the Blink Dagger, and he's got a BKB. So he knows that if he goes in, he can also secure his escape with his BKB. And once they see this, this is basically the last range advantage that Nigma Galaxy has because they killed the Clockwork first. Nobody else can gap close like him. Troll does it here by running from the side, but he has to do this really elaborate, basically run all the way over this position. It takes time to set this up. He can't just react to the moment. So with just simple a cookie and a Hurricane Pike, he gets out, and now all of a sudden Ghost is kind of just in. And the only hero still kind of in danger was XXS on the BKB. So once this fight kind of goes disjointed, they just have to leave. This is all because of the range advantage and because Xtreme Gaming managed to kill the one good jump that Nigma Galaxy had first. They get Roche for free. And then the other fight that matters is this one here by the tier 2. They do the same thing. They basically swing in from the side, trying to hit the back line. They need to kill some of these heroes for free if possible, and they use their jump to kill Xnova. Very crucially, not using the hook shot when they went on him, which is kind of helpful. He can save that for a follow-up initiation on a different hero if he wants. But unfortunately, with the Aegis being on the Chaos Knight here, he ends up being the guy that gets jumped, and very crucial here, XXS lands the Hex on him, which he layers it with his next stun, and then there's a third stun that guarantees his kill. So the Troll just simply doesn't get a good fight because he didn't safety pop his BKB and because XXS had that really fast side device. So range was so important in that fight and in this game, and Xtreme Gaming used it to their advantage.
That they definitely did, Purge. Thank you so much for that one, of all the breakdown, everything from that start to that finish there. And I loved just how many saves that I had kind of overlooked that this sniper really had. We talked about two bodies being in front, but of course that Snapfire just being so handy in the utilization of more mobility backwards.
I think what makes Xtreme so scary with Sniper is that they understand better than any team that Sniper is this thing that you dangle in front of the enemy team. It's like, oh, you have to get him. Okay, come on, try it. And then they all use everything to save him. And then enemy team reveals themselves. All of a sudden, you have XXS jumping the back line. Like, this team plays around the hero so well that most teams just ban it. They don't want to deal with it because
they know how to itemize as well. If you look at the supports, first of all, he has his Hurricane Pike. Then they have double Force Staff. They have Vlad's. They have Guardian Greaves. They have Cookie. Plus, they also have Solar Crest. They also have big drums as well to be able to run away from the fight, understanding that they can reset multiple times. And if they don't die during that like troll ulti when they go in with the big Invoker combo, they're going to be winning the longer fight.
Yeah. Before we get into that game number 2, and before we talk too much more about what we expect there, we want to show you guys one of our finalists from our short film contest. What a fantastic
That was sad.
I feel like I felt every emotion from hype about this battle to absolute sadness around this armadillo.
That was a roller coaster of emotions.
It was so well made, though. We're going to definitely be having some more of our short film contest finalists throughout the weekend. Make sure you guys keep tuning into this one. And, of course, we want to see which team is going to be making their final stand here. We've got Xtreme Gaming up against Nigma Galaxy, with Xtreme Gaming leading in a one-game advantage. Both teams taking back to the stage after having us talk, whether it's on the side of Xtreme Gaming, how to keep ahead of the curve here, whether they're going to be picking up even more heroes, if they can try and get their hands back onto that sniper. Nigma Galaxy, is there an answer, or is there a straight-up ban against it?
I don't know. What do you guys think? Is it worth leaving it in and trying to counter it? Like, they didn't have Blink Dagger on Troll. There are better answers than, Underlord, Clockwork.
I mean, I think it only happened because of the picks, though, because the sniper was picked because you open a draft with Invoker. So I think if you don't open the draft with Invoker, you're probably not going to have to worry about sniper.
Oh, be careful. Be careful. You're talking to XG here, dude. These guys will just whip it out.
I don't think you're going to pick sniper before you see your lane matchup.
Oh, for sure.
So if you're not opening your draft with your mid hero, I think the sniper could be banned later if you think it's necessary. But I feel like the ban initially is not what I would do. I would just try to maybe restructure my order, my sequence. I'll pick my mid hero later, and if I really need to ban it, then I will ban it.
I agree with that.
The thing is, though, they value mid lane dominator builders for Sumail right now. This looks to be what NGX thinks is like the strong thing in the patch. And I feel like Sniper's probably good against all of those. Like, he'd probably beat Muerta as well, right?
In the last 5 games that they did play, they did pick Sumail's hero 4 out of 5 times.
Yeah, but the thing with the Muerta is, it's different because Muerta is a flex pick. So when you pick the Muerta, you don't really feel like, oh, it's really going to be mid, and you're going to pick your sniper right away.
Yeah, but they also opened up with the double Nature's Prophet, which is also a flex pick. So they might need to, maybe open up with an offlaner or just the straight up position 5/4.
Yeah.
It also goes back to those bans, right? For Xtreme Gaming, it was very targeted against Nigma Galaxy. They went for like the Marcy, the Muerta, the Bane. So whilst it wasn't necessarily targeting what Sumail likes to play, it is taking out all these things that I think have been the good openers, the strong foundations on the side of NGX.
Yeah, the foundation is going to be very, very crucial here. Who's going to be on which picks, which side. You're going to definitely have to plan everything around that. And I do feel like maybe it's more beneficial for Nigma to be on the second pick. Normally, I would say it's easier to be on the first pick side, because now the more I think of it, because both teams are very, very focused on getting their mid matchup. So being on the second pick side means that you can decide based on what are they are opening, and then maybe you can 9-pick Sumail's hero without fearing that, oh, there's this sniper. Because I don't think they are going to open number 8 with sniper.
No.
So they're going to pick something else, and then if you think Invoker's open is a good game for it, then you pick the Invoker at 9, and then you ban the sniper in the second phase right away. So I think in this sequence, second pick is probably easier for Nigma to plan around.
And if XG has last pick, you're just not letting sniper in the last ban phase through. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so it feels like there's a couple of solutions there. We'll see exactly what they've been able to bring up for themselves, because it brings me great joy to say we've got a game number 2.
Xtreme Gaming versus Nigma Galaxy. Game 2.
Our lower bracket run for Nigma Galaxy could end short here. They've got to bring everything they possibly can to the tables. Xtreme Gaming, they've been waiting for this moment to bring out those gotcha picks, get that sniper on these hands, and now looking towards the bans. It's not changing up too much in what we saw for that game number 1.
Shadow Demon is also out now, but this also allows Nigma Galaxy to potentially take the Bane for themselves on the first pick if they want to, because I think they've been playing very good, but also banning Mars, which means that Beastmaster's not going to be in the pool, and this hero has looked amazing. He is undefeated at the TI main stage. We did have the stats for it, I believe 5 out of 5 games. It allows you to be played from 2 different roles, and it gives you so much tempo.
Yeah, I think if Earthshaker looks like it's going mid, even just in general, like Queen of Pain would be really good to come out here. I think Noob plays an excellent Beastmaster. I know it's been played a lot more mid, and Sumail can play it. He was one of the first people actually to start experimenting with Beast mid. The Shaker, like, we have seen the counter to it, and it is dominating it in lane.
Shaker not having a very good win rate on this main stage. A lot of teams have come up with ways to bully him out of lane, but also be very proactive on the spots of either blocking the Ancients being stacked or just taking another call with them to try and steal it.
I think the main idea here to exploit this hero is he's, after all, a melee hero in lane, right? So you have to be able to pick a good matchup to pressure him. So I assume with the next ban, they are definitely going to more or less just remove the Quap, because the Muerta is already banned. So those are the 2 main heroes that are going to pressure the ES in the lane. I'm not sure if there's a third one.
Both of those heroes also follow the Earthshaker, because of course both teams are aware that this can go position 4, position 3, or position 2.
You know what?
Pick Quap, you can go to any of these lanes.
If Quap is banned, could they just use Sniper for themselves to pressure the Earthshaker in the lane?
I like it.
Because you think about it, right? He's going to go Ancients, and Sniper is going to take your tower. I think that's like a fair trade, you know? Like, I feel like that would actually make it difficult for the Earthshaker to play the game.
What about a Helm Dom Sniper mid from Sumail? Are we going to see
I think we're overcooking it here.
You think we're overcooking? We'll see. We'll see if we're overcooking.
I'm going to listen to Lacoste on that one.
Okay.
Yeah, it might be a bit too much.
I'll listen to Kuro. I'll see what Kuro picks.
All right, we'll be interested.
Nigma Galaxy, they did ban out the Bristleback, which did give yesterday Xtreme Gaming a lot of speed. This is also Battle Fury Bristleback, which is pretty uncommon.
It's a good matchup into the Beast.
It is. And also the other good matchup is definitely Gyrocopter, something that Beastmaster doesn't like to play, having that flak, making sure that you can pressure him in the lane as well.
Yeah, I was looking at the past for Xtreme Gaming. It's mostly been in that off lane for this Earthshaker. So you guys are right. You kind of want to hold off a little bit about exactly how you want to open up. If you want to put all your stocks into the fact that it is going to be going amid Earthshaker, some more bans, Gyro coming out there, Bane too. It leaves Xtreme Gaming going for the Warlock.
I like it. I mean, this is a Beast lane counter. You Fatal Bonds the wave, and that will hit the boar. That'll hit Beast. So if it's played in the off lane, which I feel like it probably is here for NGX, Warlock will do well against us. It's also very hard to like initiate a fight against Warlock ulti plus Fatal Bonds.
You roll someone, the rock's going to come on top of you and then get hit by some 2-3 man Fatal Bond, and the fight instantly turns on you.
Okay, so they're doubling down on NGX and saying, well, you want to fight us? Okay, we're going to pick another S-tier team fighter.
Circles on circles, you know?
Yes, yeah, classic Dota. Classic TI. More circles.
This is a really good pick here. It counters both Earthshaker and Warlock.
I mean, this
Warlock does not like at all against
This has to be Snapfire from Q again. It's just too good to pass on. You're playing against Beastmaster, easy cookie against Aurora. You have a follow-up from Warlock, a Fissure. So you can choose how you want to be taking the fights, prolonging them. Great against Phoenix Egg, great against Clockwork and his cogs as well. So it feels really good. That gives you a team fight. I think the one pairing that we've seen in the previous game, Snapfire plus Mars, now you can do the same thing with the Earthshaker.
Yeah. The only issue with that is it does make the support duo a little bit weird between like Snapfire and Warlock, like who's actually running
the lane with the off-lane Earthshaker also might not be so ideal, you know. So if they are going for a Snapfire, maybe I would lean more towards the Shaker being like a mid hero.
I think they could, I mean, they could also go like Snap Puck, something that's like really active on the mid lane that solves the issue with the supports running around and doing stuff together.
Yeah, and the Puck also definitely exploits, right, the fact that you have a Phoenix Clockwork support duo. They don't really have the best lockdown against the Puck here. So there you go, the Puck for Snapfire. And this is just going to mean that this game is going to be all about the team fight again.
Punishable by the Sniper again. I mean,
yeah, Sniper.
I think they have a couple of good options. The Sniper definitely. Not sure if Sumail wants to bang it out. I think Void Spirit could be really good, very elusive.
Yeah, but if you do, okay, actually maybe.
Either that, if it was the different teams that did have these drafts, I would say that XXS would probably pick up Slardar against this matchup. It's very good. Like the two supports, you can easily 3-shot these two supports. They don't have much armor.
Oh, Ghost Medusa.
Right away.
Yesterday they did pick it 2 times on 18.
Okay.
And it did work out really well for them.
It's fair, yeah. I mean, they have this, you know, pick where they get the 2 bans, so they want to pick the higher priority thing. This means, I think they agree with us that there are like 3 or more options that are good for mid lane to pick against Puck.
Yeah, so yesterday they banned what, Anti-Mage and Darkseer, right, when they picked the Medusa here. So that's going to leave what other carries against Medusa.
Yeah, they also did Anti-Mage and Juggernaut in the second game when they picked up the Medusa.
Oh, Ame Jug. I mean, if he can find any excuse to play it, he will. It kills the egg as well, and it's good against Beast and lane. We actually saw Warlock Jug lane as well.
Okay, so you think it's not out of the realm of the question for us to get to see an Ame Jug on the main stage?
I definitely think.
I think Ursa could also be decent here, like Ursa with the lane with the Warlock against the Beast. You can also kill the egg. I think those are decent options here. They have a couple of very good heroes here to pick here for XG side. It's all about like thinking what are your priorities. Like, do you want more of a better lane or do you want more of a better late game against this Medusa?
I have a wacky one to throw out there for Sumail. Ricky Maru counters the Puck in lane. You can't cookie when Ricky gets the Aghanim Shard. Good at killing the supports.
Game and Gladiators did try that against Team Liquid, game number 1 in the Grand Finals last year, and it looked really good for the first 15 minutes, and then they just crumbled. It's good. A lot of these that we are mentioning can work out, but...
Is it where the Ricky could potentially fall off, the Beast comes online, and then you're going to have your Medusa online? Is there enough power spikes throughout
the thing is,
rest?
the Ricky with the Beast and the Medusa doesn't feel like they have the best synergy. It's very good against their opponent's heroes, but it doesn't really work with their own lineup, which I feel like that's going to be my primary concern with the Ricky.
Yeah, NGX definitely does need some sort of spirit type hero that's running around and doing things with the supports right now. Or they, once again, can all in and go for Sniper and just say, okay, we're going to dominate you in lanes, go late game, and then win the game that way. Which they have done. I mean, they did the Medusa Muerta duo. This is not a super common, scaling cores in your 2 and 1.
But I just feel like more likely you're going to see like something like a Void Spirit. Void Spirit just with the Axe is going to counter basically the entire lineup.
Yeah.
The current 4 heroes.
Yeah. That is definitely the best
on
Spirit.
Nigma Galaxy. I think Troll could also be a good pickup. You did mention Ursa. All of these heroes are very good. Like Ursa is not as strong of a laner. Warlock fixes that easily because you need that extra bit of a healing coming out in the first couple of levels. But also Troll, I think this is the hero that can build into either MKB. He's fine with that. He can also build into a slightly later Disperser after he gets a couple of good items as well. He can kill the egg. He lanes against the Beastmaster. Doesn't care too much about his boar.
Another option, I know that Beast is traditionally considered quite good against it in lane, but Void has been getting, like Faceless Void has been getting banned a decent amount. And I wonder, like with the Helm Dom build...
That is probably like the greediest option, right?
It's just that they have a lot of stuff to throw into the Chronosphere right now, and it's traditionally considered a decent counter to Medusa, and the supports on the side of NGX don't do anything to a Faceless Void. How do you kill a Void here? Yeah, you have to roar him. And I don't think XG has had many options to get it as their last pick. It's almost always banned in this phase.
Well, that would make sense why Nigma Galaxy are taking a little bit of extra time here. It feels like there are so many potential options, and they've got to go straight into this ban, into that pick here, revealing everything before Xtreme Gaming get that.
Yeah, because the ban also is really dependent on what they want to pick, right? So what if the last pick they have already countered certain things, so it means that they don't have to ban that hero right here, you know? So that's why they're taking quite some time here to decide what they want. So they ban the Jug in the land.
The dream is gone. It's over. Now they have even less time for this. I thought that using so much reserve time, they would have been a little bit more confident in what they wanted that last pick to be.
I mean, it's still good to use all your time, you know, just make sure that you cover everything, you make sure you don't miss anything.
There's a lot of options. I mean, we've mentioned pretty much everything.
Yeah, Void Spirit, I think Ember Spirit can also work if he builds into Mage Slayer against...
Wow, that is a fancy one.
Okay, I was not expecting SF, to be honest.
And they know immediately what they want to pick.
Yeah. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like this Shadow Fiend might be a little bit too risky here. Like, it means that their lineup is going to be very reliant on the Beastmaster, and I think that with the Ursa being picked up, if Beast does not have a good lane, I feel like the momentum for Nigma is going to be really hard to play. You know, they won't have much to go around, and Xtreme Gaming, as long as they get to their team fights, their lineup is just going to destroy you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the argument is Clockwork makes up for a lot of what SF lacks in terms of, you know, like being a spirit. SF does a lot of damage. He can't really kill heroes on his own until he gets some items. But Clockwork, he will keep people in a circle for you to deal, you know, hit your raises, hit the ulti.
Yeah, maybe the other reason why they went for the Shadow Fiend is they're looking at the Warlock plus Snapfire duo, right? So they are feeling like, wait, they can't really gank the mid lane. Yeah, they can't really kill the mid hero, right? Because you when you're playing SF, you don't want to run into some Taz, some Spirit Breaker ganking you early, and they don't have those heroes, you know. So maybe they feel like they could get away with this greedy SF pick.
Now that you say that, I think that's absolutely it. Sumail has had like some of the best solo lanes mid. If he can just get a 1v1, I think he's really confident. Like, yeah, guys, I'll get to the point that I'll have the items and I'll be able to carry the fights.
Sure, hoping for less resources offered from the side lanes, make them a little bit stronger to cost. Is that then going to be profitable for Nigma Galaxy? A potential for that game 3?
I think they want a slower game. I don't think they want to rush things. They're having Shadow Fiend and Medusa. You have Phoenix. Beastmaster needs a little bit more time to come online. So, again, same as yesterday when they were playing against Tidebound, I think Omar will need to do a lot of work, and he did a lot of work yesterday.
I definitely hear a lot of people cheering for Xtreme Gaming, so I feel like we should quickly talk about their draft as well and what we see, how that's playing out.
Very well-rounded, incredible team fighters, tons of damage. I think if they can get to the late game, Ursa can full to 0 pretty much all of these heroes, maybe barring Medusa.
Yeah, I think the main issue for them is the SF. If they can deal with the SF, they are going to be having a good time.
Yeah.
All right, all that cheering was because the coach of Xtreme Gaming was coming out of that booth, so we're going to head on down to the stage and get some words from him.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. An incredible series so far. Am I right, everybody? Oh, yes. This is one of the loudest crowds I've heard in a while. So for both teams, actually. But let's get to the questions, my friend. So, a lot of confidence coming into the series. 2 heroes that we have not seen picked up yet at this event, and this draft as well. Full team fight, full let's run at them, in my opinion. Where did this confidence come from after the performances that we've been seeing yesterday?
今天打这场比赛超自信，选了2个从未上场的英雄。我们想知道一下这个自信从哪里来？
专门为Nigma准备的。
We prepared it especially for Nigma.
Oh, okay. So any surprises then? I mean, the Medusa, a bit of a surprising pick in my opinion. Were you ready for that?
对面选了美杜莎，对主持人来说有一点点小惊喜，对你来说呢？
预料到他们不是选美杜莎就选德鲁伊吧。
With them, if it's not Medusa, then it's Lone Druid.
Fair enough. All right. Well, I did want to give you an opportunity. As I said, an incredibly loud crowd, especially over here from the fans of your team. I want to give you an opportunity to say something to them cheering you on.
现场那么多粉丝在支持，为你们呐喊，想有个机会让你们就是跟粉丝说一些。
谢谢大家支持，我们会冲上去的。
Thanks everyone for your support. We will go all the way up.
All right, well, let's see if they can do it again in this game as we get into game number 2.
And as we get into the action, first blood, it's going to be going the way of Sumail as he's ready to step up to the mid this game on his Shadow Fiend, of course, coming through as that final pick from Nigma Galaxy this game, folks.
And it feels like he does have to do quite a bit, right? Especially with Omar making that quick early little swing around, finding XXS. They've got their early game prepared. Look at the double ward block as well, looking to get themselves to an advantage at the start here, giving Sumail a good time versus XM in particular. So let's see how he's going to be able to do with a pretty much free bottle right at the start of things. So Sumail is going to be going toe-to-toe with XM here. Let's see how these side lanes go, because it does feel like XG is very prepared for them, having this Earthshaker, having this Snapfire, as we've seen them do very well with in the past, and having this Ursa snap-picked, no hesitation whatsoever.
Oh, yeah, they were ready for that. They did not care what was coming out from that last pick in the mid from Nigma Galaxy. They were absolutely ready to get our mate back on the bear. Xingqiu
finds the kill.
Indeed, able to catch out GH there on that top lane, so settling the score for now. And just sort of overall, what do both of these drafts sort of tell you about what these two teams want to accomplish here in this game too?
For XG, feels like similar to last time, just team fight, right? They have so much that's going to be coming together. For Nigma, a little bit more of a slowdown, but pick and choose your battles around that egg in particular, and if Omar can find the catches. But I do have worries, I gotta be honest, just because their only real team fight early is gonna be coming from the Phoenix, and there's a Snapfire. So that egg is going to be addressed in almost every single situation, and looking back to what happened in that last game, control became a bit of a problem too. And again, the stuns are lacking for the side of Team Nigma.
I mean, that
XG has a lot of stuns, and Nigma does not have that many.
Yeah, I mean, so when you look at the lineups, would you sort of see this being another game where there will be that period early to mid where the 5-on-5s,
Omar,
they're just going to have more to press on XG, and Arme
caught.
Able to chase down the clock, finish off the kill for himself.
Yeah, I would say, look, ease of execution, as we like to talk about it, definitely feels like it's there for XG. If they just get out of lanes, even or ahead, they're just going to have those natural ultis coming in that do a ton of damage, as we've seen. The Shaker with even the Snapfire from the support. And yeah, we have to mention it too, right? XM, Sumail is looking to dominate the lane, because if you look at the game overall for the puck, as we said, there's like no stuns. It's Clockwork Hook Shot and a Roar in particular to try to lock down XM.
It's going to be super difficult to catch him.
Yeah.
And we saw how well of a performance XM had last game on the Sniper. And his puck, also one, as you can see from that Dota Plus level, one that he is incredibly proficient on. So yeah, if you give him sort of the setup to have an easy puck lane, he is going to be an absolute nightmare to deal with.
And let's see how this bottom lane goes, because they, like you said, they snap pick the Ursa. With this Warlock, they know it's going to have a free lane completely, and it's versus double melee. So Ame is set up for absolute success, and Noob, he's going to have to just rely on stacks completely. I see he's already sending the boar. He's got a triple stack hard camp already prepared for himself, but he's got 6 last hits. He's getting next to nothing down here in terms of CS.
Yeah, very good control there from XG so far. And overall, do you sort of see why they were as confident as they were with picking up this Ursa? Do you sort of like how this hero matches up against a Medusa lineup in time?
Yep.
In terms of sort of timings and strong points?
Yeah, no, for sure. It gives you Roche, it gives you Tormentor, it gives you itemization that you can do later on if you want to get a Disperser or anything, but also just straight hard damage, right? The longer that fight goes versus Medusa, you will be able to bring him down. And yeah, so much control. That's just the big thing I'm looking at. An unbelievable amount of stuns for them to stick on targets.
We'll see how the mid lane so far is going here between Sumail and XM. 27-5 on the SF against the 20-1 on XM. I mean, how does this sort of play out as they level up? Is Sumail going to be able to maintain a good lead with denies, or as a puck, are you normally able to set up the wave so you can nuke it every time?
He can still get a fair bit, but Sumail having this, level 1 bottle, getting that first blood, definitely will have him a bit of an advantage. The problem is, I've seen so many games for Nigma, when they have Sumail with an advantage, Omar can swing over and get kills pretty easily with him. Omar can't do that this game.
A lot of damage coming in there.
Xingqiu wants him, can't quite get him. The level 2 Shredder is very devastating in the laning phase. As we see there for GH, very low armor. Gets brought down incredibly low.
Especially if there's ever a situation where XXS is able to get him with a right click from the enchant totem.
Oh yeah, that almost shouldn't happen though. Right?
Sure, yeah, you got to keep that distance.
In the lane, later on, of course, that's going to happen, but...
GH still very, very low. And Xingqiu is just going to be able to shoot him down.
That's twice that he's been able to pretty much do this, almost on his own.
Yeah, rough couple of deaths there. GH getting caught out.
Xingqiu last game played it pretty flawlessly. This one too. He gets the kill, blocks the camp as well while he's retreating. So a pretty perfect play coming out from him there in this top lane.
Yeah, it's just going to continue to maintain the lane in a position where XXS is very freely able to farm and get a good amount of denies in against Ghost's farm. So far, slightly favorable early signs here from Xtreme in the way that they're maintaining the lanes. It's going to be a lot of eyes on what Sumail can do from the mid on his SF.
Sumail and Omar to set that tempo in particular, to have that game for Ghost so that he can sit back and farm. Constant fissures.
Yeah, proving difficult now for really GH to have a sort of say in this top lane. Each time Xingqiu pushing him away.
So I mentioned this last time, the way that they had their lane setups. This time they, of course, it's GH still playing that 5 position, but not having that matchup where they have like a ranged hero with the melee hero, the Clockwork with the Dusa, which is a pretty strong hero, versus Earthshaker too. So interesting that they decided to do this and just keep it very standard rather than adapting in any way. As we see, XM has the haste rune. Can't look to toy with Sumail a bit here.
Yeah, knows that he's at no threat at all.
Yeah, Raindrop's going to be blocking a lot of that damage. Sumail down to his last Raindrop charge. XM still has the 3. Could see a rotation at some point. Xingqiu will finally deward the sentries that were placed from the start that we mentioned from Omar, although they were about to expire. Not the same move happening from Xnova. He is a Warlock versus a Clockwork, so it's very difficult for him to get over there and actually place this sentry to block the camp. So Noob, he will have those camps to go back and farm to, or maybe he gives them to Sumail. We'll see. Maybe they are all just about buffing up Sumail as much as possible in this early game. Yeah. Since he doesn't have access on Noob, so he actually can't clear that neutral. And XM is... they cannot let this happen.
This is a huge stack.
They cannot let XM take this stack.
I mean,
I mean, if they allow this to happen, it's devastating.
Sumail's got to get over it.
He's got a haste rune, though, so XM can toy with them a bit here.
He got a couple of the creeps, but Sumail should be able to maintain the rest of the stack. And indeed comes in just in time, because losing that would have been quite painful for Nigma Galaxy's early game.
Yeah, that would have been devastating. Now we do see Sumail, 1,200 gold advantage over that puck at the moment here.
Now it's Sumail so far, getting the stack, getting the first blood, top lane, GH dead again.
He's just getting caught off guard with the damage. Just this little Shredder plus a Fissure, it's just too much for him to deal with so far here.
This is going to set XXS up for a very quick Blink Dagger timing. Even with the fact that they did block those camps, it kind of doesn't matter because of how much he's getting from the lane.
Oh, and he's going to have... This is the off-lane Shaker, and he might actually have a pre-10-minute Blink Dagger. That is devastating.
Ame
in the mid lane.
Ame's ready to head over. They get the silence onto the two of them. Ame getting the swipe stacked up onto Sumail. Sumail's able to get the Requiem off. Phase shift there from XM. See if he can jump out in time with the orb. He can't. He can't escape them. They'll get bonded here, the 3 of them, and Ame's ready to step back in, cookie forward. Sumail will get taken out. Xingqiu shoots down Omar. As XG bringing in the numbers there to contest this rune. Short, they lose their puck, but it's Ame, the carry, turning up and getting involved positively.
A very cool move. I feel like that reminds you of Spirit that used to do that one, right? The 8-minute, they bring the carry to the mid lane at times. Ame, knowing that he can get involved into the fray. They do lose the puck, but they shut down the SF here. 1 time down.
Noob in position to try and make the return to the bottom lane a bit more difficult for Ame, but he should still be able to safely make his way down here.
Ghost is getting absolute free farm up here too. That is being said though, XXS is, as you said, gonna have that Blink Dagger at one of the earliest off-lane timings.
Omar maybe continuing to get in under the tower if Noob's able to get this creep wave pushed in.
Xnova has the book at the ready. He can pop 6.
We're gonna try and set things up here. Ame turns towards Omar. We'll have to hold back in the cogs for now. Nigma Galaxy stepping up the pressure.
So eyes on the Warlock. He's a little low on mana now, but he can consume the Grimoire to drop that Golem if there is an aggressive play. They won't push forward on the side of Nigma.
They're still very difficult to push the Ursa out entirely. Smoke play now to be coming in, so they want to continue to just bring more numbers down to this bottom lane to try and take this tower off the map as early as possible and potentially find kills on top of it. But Xtreme,
he's consumed it.
They're going to turn up for the defense. There's the setup. Straight away they go for Noob. They'll get the roar up, but the enrage is there. Noob continues to run, but the kisses are coming in. The final hit connects. Noob's gone. Xingqiu landing the shots perfectly to bring down the Beastmaster.
I mean, Xingqiu also kills the Dominator. He also cookie saves Xnova. What more can this man do?
He's doing so much in this early game on the Snap. 4-0-2 already.
Insane.
A flawless opening here from him on the Snap Fire.
And I think perhaps Nigma was maybe saying, hey, Warlock's not quite 6 yet. Maybe we can make a little aggressive move. He eats that Grimoire, has the Golem, drops it, and as you said, the last kiss touches on top of the Beastmaster.
It lands every single one of them there, Xingqiu.
In the meanwhile, Echo was used on those neutrals. XXS, Blink is done. Also 900 gold up on him. Top of the net worth for this Shaker. Oh, nice touch there, GH.
Easy 100 gold.
No. Very nice.
Has got the 6 now. So Supernova to rely on, but as you mentioned, it's not an easy game to get that egg off successfully.
No, Xingqiu, especially with the start he's having, right? He's going to have good positioning in most of those fights to go for that egg. Mid tower, getting whittled down.
I mean, they're trying to hold it, but it's a lot of damage already being done here by Xtreme.
Kisses in 40. XM, he knows he can push the limits because he's playing versus no stuns. And GQ will claim that tower last hit. It was a very rich Snapfire.
At the same time, the pressure will continue from Nigma Galaxy on the bottom lane. They will take the tower there.
Sumail has to make that trade. Since he did end up, he can't go back to that mid lane because very likely could get set up on. Does go bottom, gets the tower at the least here.
We'll see where XM wants to go next. Starting to shift his attention up towards the top.
Kisses in 20. Ghost does show himself. He has a big wand, so it does feel safe to show himself up there.
Should be ready with numerous TPs though, Nigma Galaxy, if they do want to try and turn up and defend if the dive comes in.
Omar needs that 6 very badly for the team. He needs that hook shot available for them to have an initiating force at the moment, because for them to actually walk into fights at the moment, very difficult. They literally would just have to walk into them, while XG, as we see, now have 3 different ways to start fights, especially with that Blink Dagger being done.
Both carries, though, continue to be in pretty perfect form, right, for the opening of this game. Ghost and Arme getting the entrance into the action.
Oh, nicely done there from Omar.
As they would hope for in terms of the timings. We've got the Battle Fury pretty much done here on Arme. So 12-minute Battle Fury for the Bear. And as you can see on Ghost net worth, he's in a perfectly fine position as well at the moment. A few hundred gold ahead of that of the Bear. So both carries should be pretty happy.
Both having the dream, essentially. And they look for a setup. It looks like they're making a move bottom. It's right on Noob.
They get the setup, and Xingqiu straight away ready to bring in the damage.
They just drop the Echo as well. No hesitation. He wants that extra money. Xingqiu gets the last hit again. Mega kill for the Snapfire.
I mean, the way this top lane's gone, sure, we talk about the fact that Ghost has still managed to find the farm out of this lane. But the amount that the duo of Xtreme got between the two of them is set up for XXS and Xingqiu to just really get the ball rolling between the two of them.
The supports are very rich on the side of XG. And Xingqiu, we saw what he was able to do that last game with early timings, early shard plays. So far, having a very flawless performance. The support's definitely struggling on the side of Nigma.
XM still falling behind a little bit on the mid lane.
Absolutely.
Despite also just being able to take out that tower rather early on in the mid. Hasn't quite found as many opportunities as you would hope for himself to get involved with the Dream Coil. Whereas on the other side, Sumail on the SF, that step ahead and ready to look for opportunities himself as they're coming in with the smoke again.
They want to try to set up perhaps for a tower push here, but it is into a lot of ultis. Kisses are still cooldown 50, same thing for Echo, but the Golem and the Coil is at the ready.
Here's the smoke. Ghost to Noma in position. XXS is going to step up, but easily able to back off as soon as he's aware of what's going on. They turn towards Arme instead. They'll get the enrage off. Starts to stand his ground against Omar. In fact, they're just able to kill Omar off. So Nigma Galaxy seeing if they could sort of trip Xtreme up, but Xtreme were pretty ready for them to turn up in that position.
They got the tower at the least, right? So showing up for that, but do end up losing Omar again here after that first hook shot reveal. Ame will take that. Almost a Blink Dagger finished. Starting to get these scary tools versus something like that Shadow Fiend, who is very vulnerable to heroes jumping him. Double Blink's going to be finished. Double Blinks and a Puck who can just appear on top of you very early.
They're just going to drop the Golem here onto Ghost. TP's immediately coming in from Nigma Galaxy, though, so the Golem Won't be able to do much offensively.
A bit wasted, but they're looking to go back in.
They're still going with the kisses. Arme's closing in. They'll force out the stone gaze, but the damage in for these kisses from Xingqiu Brian goes so low. They'll fuel him up. They're about to sub XM. He's there ready and waiting for them. Shots off the escape. Comes in with the coil. Oh, they were so ready for that.
He doesn't get the wand off. Ghost got stunned.
Now GH will see XM look to chase him down as well. He's not going to go completely in for the dive play. He's already got what he came for there. I mean, that was just so smooth from Xtreme.
They had no idea he was coming from that angle.
Really starting to build up the early lead now. Xtreme 11-2, 4K lead, taking out these towers.
And that blink is done now for the Ursa. Sumail's game just feels so difficult, Owen. Unless he can do some type of crazy position plays, but versus double blinks and a puck does feel incredibly complicated.
Especially with these timings Arme's hitting, because
so
once that bash is on Limelight, it's going to be so difficult for Sumail to turn up and get the combo off.
I mean, even if he does, right, he can always get the enrage, right? Like, you can never, it's very difficult to ever Requiem an Ursa, Requiem at the puck, perhaps on the Shaker in some situations, but there's stuns, right? It does feel very hard in this early game for Nigma with the way that XG has prepared, with the way these lanes went down in particular, too. As we keep saying, the supports almost level 10 on the two of them. A slow start for the side of Nigma.
I'm ready to go again. Echo slams at the ready. Kisses still going to be off for 30 seconds, but with just sort of the jump burst alone between the two of them, most of the heroes on Nigma Galaxy will suffer.
Omar, Ame does find him.
If they find Sumail, it's going to be quite a huge one.
He's just a free kill. They're on top of him, it feels like.
They've got enough control and burst. Here comes the silence from XM. Nothing to be done there by Sumail.
Uh-oh. This is looking really tough for the Shadow Fiend. They wanted him to get a snowball going, but he's now bottom of the course after that death.
Noob. He's going to start running down in this direction. I feel like he's got to be careful. XG's still got a lot around. He's going to open up with the roar onto XXS. See if he can make this play happen, but the kisses are up. XXS will die, but it's going to cost Noob his life.
They get a trade. Xingqiu claims another.
With these sort of kill involvements that he's going to have, he's level 11. He's very soon having this level 2 kisses. And he's doing already so much with level 1.
He's got Pavis, I believe, finished up too to block out the damage from that Medusa, mostly from the Medusa. I think they're starting to just realize that it's going to be the Medusa versus the world very quickly in this game.
Straight into the pit here.
Addressing everything else.
Is there a chance they go for a steal? They do have kind of hook shot and stone gaze at the ready. They could try for a risky sort of move here.
It is under vision though. Look at the ward they placed down. X-Nova, he sees them smoke.
They've got Supernova ready at the waiting as well, so they have got the tools.
Can Omar get the angle?
They've got to try for this Nigma Galaxy, but are they going to be able to do it in time? It's the hook shot, they're in. Can they get the steal if they can't? Ame gets the kill, gets the Aegis, as Nigma Galaxy have to run, but a Fisher from XXS will stop Omar having any chances of retreat. They tried, and they were so close to getting the timing, but Ame stands strong and claims the Aegis.
It's one of the cleanest early games I've seen from XG. Just pretty much no mistakes coming out from any of them. Quick moves, super early Roshan, pre-Tormentor as well. And Ame, as you said, that Basher, it's pretty much
so
done.
early.
Dusa, SF, like these heroes, if you can get on top of them early, very difficult, but if you have Bash as well, they can't even turn and stand their ground. Ghost starting to also fall behind. A 2K difference almost between him and Ame now. Sumail just yet to be able to get really involved. He, of course, has that one kill from earlier, but besides that, just difficult for him. So much magic damage. He's going for the blink next. It feels like he has to go all in, but maybe does have to change the build a little also. We'll have to see what he wants to do.
And it really is just, as you mentioned earlier, so much pressure on either Noob or Omar to find some sort of hook shot or raw setup. Because without that,
there's just no stun.
You can't make the plays. You can't have a chance of trying to take down a puck. Another freebie.
It's a beatdown so far. Hook shot trying to catch somebody here, but off the mark. 60 seconds cooldown.
How on earth do you catch this puck?
I mean, he has Blink Dagger now. Max phase shift. He almost has to make a mistake for you to get any type of catch. And Noob, he will lose the Overlord. Xingqiu will claim that 250 gold. That's the Solar Crest done as well. Shard plus Solar Crest done. 706 on the Snapfire. Trying to play around Noob with his Overlord timing, but they just, I mean, as soon as the creep showed, they killed it, so first one is gone. 30 seconds, that Tormentor play. XG already starting to prepare themselves for it. And for Nigma, I mean, they cannot fight there. Right? The egg is going to get addressed. Sumail very likely to just get exploded from all the spell combos that they have, the crazy team fight. So might just have to give this one up and hope that Ghost can just farm as much as possible out of it.
It's going to become one of those games, right, where it's
just
for
pray
Nigma
that
Galaxy,
Ghost can do it.
indeed, just hope that the Deucer can carry them. And of course, it has been able to many times before.
Hook
They
shot.
get the hook shot.
They get
into
the roar.
That's the 2 bits of lockdown
And the stun.
and the Centaur and the Cogs. They
There we
do
go.
it. It takes it all in terms of lockdown, but they get the job done.
High execution kill. They find XM. XM will be rewarded with a shard for his death.
Mate, ready to continue to push on. 2 minutes on the Aegis. Not a lot that he fears right now.
At least Nigma's able to find something there. Sumail also has the Blink Dagger done with the Arcane Rune. Oh, look at the items that come in, though. This is the issue, right? Because they're having such good times on the offlaner, too. XXS now has a BKB. So if he does try to go for that setup with a Requiem, it might just get countered.
Noob might be in trouble here.
Oh, yeah.
There we go, straight away.
Very dead.
As soon as they see him.
Another one for Jin Q. He even gets the Overlord creep. He's just getting so much money.
He is having a ridiculously good timing on the Snapfire. This is crazy numbers already.
I mean, best Snapfire first pre-20 minutes
8-0-6.
I think ever that I've seen.
And yeah, going for the blink. I mean, once that's there, it's pretty much going to be impossible that you ever get the egg off.
Yeah.
He's always going to be able to blink in, Little Shredder in from a safe spot.
And potentially just the saves too, like Blink Cookie and Ally. But yeah, absolutely,
so hard.
just positioning being crucial there. Omar, Sumail, they're looking for the wraparound. Trying to catch them off guard here.
They get the opening on to X over, but it's kind of awkward. And in fact, he's going to get the chance to live. He's away now. They get the jump in onto Sumail. The bash comes through. They have the Invis to protect him for now, but the Dream Coil Snap holds him in position. Sumail will be able to get away, but GH is dead. Nigma Galaxy have to retreat.
They can't even kill the Warlock with their combo.
Nah, mate, diving in under the tower, on towards Ghost. That's the carry dead.
A true disaster for Nigma. XG, a masterclass. Literally 0 mistakes, it feel like.
And tier 2.
And a tier 2 probably to fall here too.
Starting to fall indeed. I mean, getting so much done with this Aegis on Arme. Nigma Galaxy, they tried their chances there.
Yeah.
But it just didn't work out. They couldn't lock down and kill this Warlock.
And even if they do, very likely they all just die immediately afterwards too. So an attempt there from Nigma, but quickly answered from XG. BKB is about to be done after all the rest of his pickups that he already has.
He is massive on this Ursa.
I mean, Sumail's game just feels actually impossible.
Coming on towards the top lane, Sumail and Noob, they got to get out of here.
Power Ranger TP is coming forward. Immediately killing that Overlord. The kiss is to Scout.
And they're going to be able to find him. The Fisher comes in. You can't escape Xingqiu. He's always ready to spot you out and just do the damage. It's like, what do you do against this Snapfire?
Don't give him it. This is actually insane what he's able to do so far this game. Nigma can literally get nothing going their way, it feels like, right? Even when they got like one of the kills, it wasn't a free kill by any means. The trade ended up happening on bottom. I believe that was the last one that they were able to find. The moves from XG just too fast, and yeah, the BKB done for the Ursa. Sumail hasn't been able to find this Requiem combo, and he may not be able to at all in this game with the items that they've been able to pick up already. XG.
They've got to be careful down in Nigma Galaxy. XG are coming in from multiple angles.
XXS, he's got the BKB.
They're going to try and burst him. They get him with a hook shot, but BKB's there, straight into the Echo Fishers. He locks down the two of them. XM ready to come over as well as the Dream Coil's there, catching out Sumail on the retreat. As Sumail nowhere to run once again. XG take him down. Arme deals with GH off to the side.
It's level 1 hook shot, super low duration, right? I mean, sure, it only goes up 0.2, but even 0.2 makes a difference in these type of situations. Doesn't get the Requiem before that BKB. And these items, they got them too fast, Owen. The fact that the Shaker was able to get it this early.
I mean, just these item timings in general, right? Parasma online, 24 minutes in on XM.
And they're making it look pretty easy right now. 21-4. As you said, it's Ghost versus the world, but they have the answers for this Dusa. Even though he has Butterfly, The Parasma's done
Yeah.
already. The Ursa can start to make the build toward that MKB if he feels like he wants to.
Oh, he can, and he's going to be well on the way, Arme. 2,500 gold ready to start spending up into that
40
MKB.
I mean, almost 5,000 gold ahead of the Dusa. And space now starting to be pretty limited for Ghost, and he's actually under vision the whole time. They know exactly where he is.
I know, just needs to get so many items online to be able to have a chance in this one.
I don't know how many he's going to need.
A much rougher game too, and game 1 was not a fun one either for Nigma Galaxy. And at the moment down 16k gold at 25 minutes in.
I mean, all the timings that they wanted to go for, as we said, like just aren't working. They aren't going to work because of the itemization that XG's gone for, but the timing that they got them to, as you said, Sumail, the Blink Yashikai is out when all the BKBs and shards and Rage is available for the Ursa. Setting up top. Guess they're scouting if there is going to be anybody in the area here. XXS is going luxury build. It's actually going to be going for the Octarine next. So more and more stuns going to be coming out from this shaker.
They find Ghost down here.
Oh,
they're going to find Omar, which is good news for Ghost, as that should give him the info to get out.
You say that, but Ame's on him.
Indeed, Ame coming in for this angle.
He gets the bash.
Ghost.
Oh,
he's going to try for the TP, but the coil's there, the Fissure, the kisses, everything coming in on towards Ghost. He can't escape.
They're just reading every single one of the moves. Even though Omar tries to catch the gank, Ame comes from a different angle and instantly through the portal again. No hesitation.
It's an incredible play so far here from Xtreme.
And we hear the crowd already loving it from Ame.
They can feel it.
Noob being stalked again.
Oh.
No?
That was the Golem.
Okay, maybe they thought he was on the other side of that there. But
really despise these Helm of the Dom creeps.
Yep, whatever.
I'll get rid of it.
Yep. Next Nova's like, I don't need it anyway. GH.
There we go, as you say, Octarine, 26 minutes in.
One of the fastest ones I think we've seen.
Has to be, I think, around these off-lane shakers.
Because usually they build, Kaya in between. Usually it's a mid-shaker as well, too, so...
Yeah, there we go, no surprises there. 2 minutes faster than you've seen it before here.
Crazy timings. Again, now Roche back up so quickly.
They're getting everything.
MKB's done, too, so... Approaching this fight, impossible.
XG, they've got many options on how they want to continue this.
Yep.
They can keep farming it up. They can try and run it down the lanes. They're that strong right now that whatever they do, for Nigma Galaxy to find something to do in response, it's just going to be so difficult.
It feels like this is one of those games where Ame is unlikely to die. 7-0 so far, set up for absolute success. 6K over the next core.
And we saw a fair few of those games earlier on the road to TI from Ame, and he's bringing them out now on the main stage.
Yeah, road to TI, he had 3 deaths total. Of course, the next day, didn't end up having 3 deaths in one game, but showing what he can do when he's been given a free game.
Yeah, just showing as well why they so quickly picked that Ursa. They knew that Ame was ready to pop off on this one.
Showade said it. They came very prepared, and we're absolutely seeing that. A Lincoln's now picked up for XM, so the only spell that he had to worry about, as we said, was the Roar. Now has the protection versus that.
Ooh, he's out.
We'll get a sneaky grab there.
A little bit of something there.
They need every little bit of something they can get.
Now let's see. Can Nigma Galaxy turn this one around?
I mean, Noob is just not getting much growth, Owen. It's the issue. He got the butterfly, I believe it feels like 6 minutes ago or more. He's only gotten 2,500 extra gold afterwards. Just no real space for him to farm. XG, they're sweeping the map, not giving that opportunity for him to get any type of items. Sumail does have BKB, but...
Okay.
He'll be able to get the Requiem off, but there is...
These bashes, though, still right.
Yeah, he is just very likely to die.
If Ame gets in and kind of... probably needs to get the bash on the first or second hit. He'll be able to put a stop to that.
True, and there's a Golem, actually, so they're probably still can interrupt that as well, too, but... We'll give him at least a little more protection versus the crazy amount of magic damage that's also in the draft of XG. But one of the more uphill battles, it feels like, for Nigma, as Ghost just now getting surpassed by the offlaner of XG as well.
They still just have to do their best to avoid Xtreme Gaming completely. Try and build things together so that they can scramble together some sort of semblance of a team fight and defense on the high ground, despite this huge lead that Xtreme have against them.
That feels like it has to be at the high ground. Anywhere else, I mean, even at the high ground, feels almost impossible at this point, but that just has to be where they look to pick that fight. Ame, he's in. The banner's down.
Ready to get damage done. Still 2.5 minutes on this Aegis, so a lot of time for Xtreme to amp up the pressure.
Stopping that Sunray.
Nigma Galaxy, yeah, what have they got?
It's 2 minutes still on this Aegis. The Ursa's fully buffed up.
Trying to hold on here in the competition. And at the moment, just having to watch Ame tear apart their barracks. Can they even make a move to stop this set going down?
Ooh, hook off the mark. Tried to go for the back line, and now
he's going to pay with his life, Omar.
Instant death.
And that's a BKB as well from Samael Press to attempt to make that move work. So Ame, he can get back to business onto the racks. Full Abyssal Blade out as well. That's the fortification coming out from Nigma Galaxy.
They're catching both waves as well. XM clears top wave, Ame clears bottom wave. Momentum on all three. Backdoor will kick in, but the top wave coming in shortly. The jump.
And he's ready to dive!
Instant kill. They're truly making it look easy, Owen.
They really are. They definitely seem set to make quite a run potentially in this lower bracket, XG, if they keep up this level of performance.
And how do you stop? There's still a minute left on the Aegis. You have no BKB for Sumail for 40 seconds still. Ghost steps up. At any moment, it feels like XG is just ready to close this.
Yeah, they know how to push their advantage very, very well here. XG not getting slipped up at all.
Kisses.
And they get the catch in on the tree line. They look towards Noob. The Ghost Scepter will buy him enough time to back off. So he'll survive the jump this time round.
Ghost.
Another tier 3 gone. Ame moving in onto the Medusa. Ghost has to be careful. Mana's falling low.
Buildings are dropping. Ame, Aegis, 20 seconds.
Trying to slow him down here with the Fire Spirits. The range tracks is gone.
Got what they came for.
Looks like they are going to respect the fact that Nigma Galaxy are all up and the Ame's Aegis shortly about to leave his hands.
Just playing it as safe as possible. They just got a ton of money pretty much on everybody. Almost a full Aghanims on the puck. Ame, soon the Swift Blink.
How close is Ghost to sort of the next item?
He's still not close, Owen. He's not farming. He can't.
800 gold or so until he has the Skadi complete. Just even then, he really needs that Daedalus on top of it to have the chance of doing enough damage to scare or threaten any of Xtreme's lineup.
And speaking of Xtreme, the fake back.
Oh, they're ready to go again.
They're looking to close this game out.
Samael might just be caught here. Stepping up straight away. Abyssal Blade into the damage. Samael's out for a hot minute. No buyback.
Godlike for Ame.
It's Xtreme. Claim the final, well, sorry, the second set back. They've still got the bottom lane to deal with, but they're ready to sweep around and go for that straight away.
Just clinical.
And no need to head back right now as Xtreme coming up to 30k gold lead, coming up to 1,000 gold a minute in this game. One of the bigger and earlier advantages that we've seen grow on this main stage.
At 30 minutes in particular, right? Having that
So
almost
early.
1k per lead is crazy. Ame.
GH won't find him this time. The tower's gone, the final set of barracks exposed. They jump into the tree line again. XM catch the silence in on towards Omar. Not enough damage to kill him off. Ghost starting to push forward. Attempting to hold them back. We'll get them off the racks momentarily. 10 seconds until Samael's back in.
Ghost was able to at least finish his item. His damage still not quite there, but at least something to give him a bit more protection.
And Xtreme continuing to play it careful. They know how close they are to moving on here. They don't want to let this slip away from them, regardless of how far ahead they are.
I mean, they can still look to just play the constrict game, right? Look at the ward coverage that they've got. They see absolutely everything. So if Nigma does want to step outside, they will know instantly. And Ame, yeah, look at this, 9,000 ahead of Ghost in that net worth. The Swift Blink is finished up. Immediately goes to the Tormentor. Maximum efficiency coming out from XG.
And all Nigma Galaxy can do is sort of wait.
He did step outside. They are very well aware that he's done this, so he will have to get back soon. Ame rejoins XG.
Oh, this smoke could be the killing blow.
Ready for the move. XM has the Aghanims.
Is there any way Nigma Galaxy can outplay?
Oh, they're sneaking in. Kisses.
See Noob. Ame tries to make the jump on a GH. He'll get the dive off, so they'll avoid the initial jump from XG.
The final racks.
TP coming in here from Noob.
XXS. He's got A on disc at the ready.
Just say you're ready to put that together if necessary. The call comes in, they make the jump, that's GH gone. And Ame, he's in onto Ghost. The slap comes through, the hook shot's attempted, but Ghost, he's gone. Samel, he'll go for the Requiem, but the bash comes in. He's dead. Noob will get the roar up, but he's the last one left alive on Nigma Galaxy as XG deal with him as well. It's game over. Xtreme knock Nigma Galaxy out of the International, and incredible fashion as well in this game too. A complete just mismatch of skill and performance in this one, folks. This was one of the biggest stomps we've seen here on the main stage.
A total beatdown. I mean, everybody, right? Everyone on XG did so well. Their draft as well. Xiaowei coming in, mastermind. I mean, Xingqiu, it's hard to give the MVP to anybody, right? But this Snapfire performance, absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
Just covering all their bases and not letting Nigma get any of their timings they wanted. I think that's pretty much what happened, right? Sumail, he gets the early first blood, gets his bottles, having a pretty good lane, but can't actually get anything off of the floor afterwards. Just, yeah, clinical performance from XG.
Yeah, as I said, the Xtreme's going to be terrifying in this lower bracket for whoever ends up facing them in their upcoming series. And yeah, this game too, we heard it, as you said from Xiao at the start, right? They were prepared for Nigma Galaxy. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, what they wanted to draft against them, and how they wanted to play. And we really saw them bring that out to a T. It was perfect in this game too.
So much stun, so much control. They make it look kind of easy, right? When they have these type of stuns, just so that Ame can just kill anybody he wants. Unbelievable performance from Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, a tough, rough series here today for Nigma Galaxy. They did well to get it this far, but they won't be making any further steps here at the Internationals. Xtreme Gaming take the series 2-0 and are ready to move on.
I'm here with XXS from Xtreme Gaming, and my first question is, how fun is it to play Earthshaker in front of a TI crowd?
首先，恭喜获得本场比赛的胜利。我们想问一下，在主舞台上，在 TI 的观众面前玩汉地者小牛有多爽？
我觉得现场的氛围太好了。当牛头选出来的时候，大家都很兴奋。我很喜欢这种氛围。
I think the atmosphere in the stadium is awesome. I love the atmosphere when we picked Earthshaker. Everyone's clapping. I love it.
Brilliant. I mean, you guys came so well prepared for this series. Why did this aggression just work so well versus specifically Nigma Galaxy?
能看出来本场比赛之前做了很足的功课。你觉得这种非常暴力的打法为什么针对 Nigma 特别有效呢？
我觉得我们只是拿到自己比较擅长的阵容，发挥的比较好，所以赢了他们，就这样。
I think it's more of us picking our comfort heroes and making our strategies work. It's more of that.
Worked extremely well for you guys. And I want to ask as well, what did you learn yesterday from your series versus Pvision that you're able to take into this one and just take it so dominantly?
我们还是想问一下，从昨天的比赛，在 Pvision 上面有没有学到任何东西带入了这场比赛当中呢？
昨天我觉得 PV 的带线，然后把我们搞得有点晕吧。然后我们今天比较注重一下带线和就是一些处理。
I think we were a bit knocked off by Pvision's lane pushing yesterday. So today we learned from that and we took care of it.
Excellent stuff. XXS, you played so well in this series. Hamburg, China, they may be down, but they are not out as they stay in the International. Make some noise for XXS and Xtreme Gaming!
The arena having a lot of fun seeing Xtreme Gaming continue here in the lower bracket. A lot of chanting, and I mean in that interview there we heard about it. It wasn't so much what they prepared for NGX, but very much having those comfort heroes Lacoste. And I mean the sniper coming out, can you get any more comfort than that? And then in that game number 2 as well, we saw them just feel flawless.
Yeah, Ame Ursa also another classic. These are the heroes that they love to play. Jinkyu on the Snapfire, on fire pretty much throughout the whole game, being paired up with either. You see this Earthshaker with Ursa just to have +1 so that he can be grabbing the kills, and it was pretty much flawless. We said that Nigma Galaxy, they need to take it slow, and they took it slow, but you know what? Xtreme Gaming, they wanted to end this one quickly.
That was a nice little tidbit about the lane pushing. Like, that was very honest from him, because I do think Pvision, we saw it yesterday, the way that they're using the Dom creep is very oppressive. So, I mean, this was not a close series, legitimately. So whatever they learned, like that worked out.
Yeah, Xtreme Gaming getting to bounce back like that. We get to see them progress, but unfortunately, it does also mean that we have to say goodbye to Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, thanks, Nat. I am here with GH, legend of the game. That's for you, bud. I realize you've just lost this series, bitterly disappointed and to go out, but have you guys had fun at TI? You've been incredibly entertaining to watch.
It's always super fun to play in front of such an amazing crowd, to be honest. Having everyone who supports us here. So I would like to shout out all the crowd, all the supporters, all the fans. We truly love performing for you guys.
They love watching you as well. So other than that, what has been the highlight of this TI for you and the team?
I mean, for me, honestly, I'm just extremely grateful to be here in the first place. It's such an honor, such a great experience, surrounded by so many good, great players. It's just the overwhelming feeling.
The standard this year does seem very high. How far do you think XG can go? Because that was a hell of a performance from them.
I believe top 6 teams are all contenders for the top 1. So they could go all the way, they could do anything they want.
Fair enough. I'm going to let you get back to your team in a second, but I just want to say, can we get a huge round of applause and a cheer for GH and Nigma Galaxy for entertaining us at this wonderful TI? Thank you, GH. Back to you guys.
A pleasure to see these players come out onto the stage, to just get the arena going. There is so much energy around it. Everyone has loved supporting them. Months ago, they put in that effort. They came through the qualifiers. We saw them last week put in a lot more effort to make it to the top 8. And here, they get to be happy still with a top 6 performance. It is, nothing to be ashamed of to be knocked out by Xtreme Gaming, someone who came into this undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, in TI, like, this is where you want to see NGX perform. And I totally agree with Ted, and I think the audience feels the same. This has been one of the most fun teams to watch. They didn't just get top 6 playing, like, normal, boring stuff. They did it with style. Like, they completely reinvented the meta, and I think it caught a lot of teams off guard. And we will definitely see in the coming day teams using stuff that NGX came up with.
Yeah, I mean, that mid-Muerta was such an issue. It had to get banned out. And then we see SF coming out, right? This is a hero that isn't surprising at all to be picked up, Lacoste, but it is surprising to see how the mid lane went for him with the side of Xtreme Gaming stepping it up.
Yeah, they were ready for some of these early movements. Even though he did have the first blood, things were not going his way. I think SF needs a bit of a different setup. This is a really nice move from Ame. This is why he's one of the GOATs when it comes down to being super aggressive, understanding that they can try to kill him with the coil. This should be an easy kill, but the Clockwork is here, and they're still going to be ready. Like, even they mess up this gank a little bit. XM he doesn't go to the up ground and uphill, and he dies, but guess who's here? It's Jinkyu, it's Ame. Cookie lands on 1, he goes for the bigger target, Jinkyu gets the double kill. These type of moves, you don't expect them to happen. We've seen Yuma from Heroic going for these twin gates rotation 5-6 minutes into the game multiple times, but these type of rotations where Carry leaves the lane 8 minutes into the game, goes to the river to secure the rune for his mid laner and try to grab a kill, it's very rare.
I mean, it kind of also solves the problem, right? We mentioned that the SF was going to be a problem, and I mentioned after the draft ended, it's going to be interesting to see how they tackle it, and that was like a really important move, right? SF, he was top net worth at 8 minutes during the game, and that kill actually meant that it slowed down their momentum so much.
Yeah, that's something that Spirit was really good at during both of their TI runs, was figuring out if one hero is a problem and they can't just bring the supports to a lane to solve it, they would bring Collapse or Yatoro would go. So it's really cool to see XG pulling out that here in the top 6, because once again, going back, like this is the sort of championship plays you need to win the whole thing.
Always the 1% when you're able to just min-max it a little bit more. Also, though, when we went further into this sort of game winter, the team fights that were coming out, having the numbers again, Xtreme Gaming has always been so good at balling up together early and taking over so much of the map.
I mean, their draft literally screams team fight, in both games. And I also wanted to highlight that the way they involve everyone, because it's not just about starting the team fights, right? How are you going to involve all of your team? And right here you can see the Ursa once again comes in, Ame rotating in with his team. They have all the ultis up. They try to take a fight. They try to take the tower here. And Nigma, they just couldn't really respond with 5 heroes because the Beast didn't have a good start. And usually Beastmaster, you don't really want to TP into a fight. You want to be in a position and your team goes to you, right? So they took full advantage of that, and Nigma just couldn't bring 5 heroes and they had to run and they lost their carry.
With so many early rotations from Ame, we kind of see him take that extra leap. There's a much bigger gap between the 2 carry players in this game there, Jenkins.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Ame classic, the Ursa, and I feel like this is what Xtreme has been playing really well around since day 1 of this tournament, which is having some really bursty carry, and then heroes that can kite the fight, do things from far. They've Snapfire, they've Earthshaker, or Warlock. All of these heroes just they poke. This basically lets XG play as a unit, and then Ame can pick and choose his jumps and just not die. He went 9-0-4 this game, but honestly, this is how most of his Ursa games go because they pick around it.
Yeah, a big difference between having an active early game carry compared to a late game scaling carry in the Medusa Lacoste.
Yeah, I think Ursa did a lot more Medusa, also a bit of a slower hero on the side. She needs 2 items to come online, and we can definitely see the difference. Even though Ghost was farming really well, but also you have Shadowfin. I think the problem was between Shadowfin and Medusa, because both of them are kind of needing other heroes to go in, and the hero damage at this time, all of that is from the laning stage as well. He did join in one of these earlier fights, but Ame, he's ready to take the fight. This is the best hero in the game to take objectives. They took the first Roshan, they did take the first Tormentor as well, and this time around they're trying to go for a kill. Again, this is not the target you want to initiate on. This is your Warlock. He still gets the rock, even though Shadowfin's not going to die because they're going to be losing the vision of him, off of that Glimmer Cape, but still Ame, he's ready to join in. They have so many stuns, so many ways to disengage a teamfight. Pre-BKBs, you have this Earthshaker with the Fissure, with the Enchant Totem, and you can see the big difference between carry-to-carry matchup once they left alone, where Medusa's still not ready to take the fights with her 3-4 items that she wants to have.
It wasn't easy, though, to find the right target to initiate on. That Warlock, we saw it there at that 20-odd minute mark, how they struggled to kill him off. That's a position 5. Later on in the game, though, we also see them try and have a gank on the Earthshaker too, right? Caught just slightly out of position. You have the numbers advantage, and that one still doesn't work out for them, Jenkins.
Yeah, you can kind of see the struggle that they were facing in the draft as the game progressed, where the only combo that they really had was Clockwork Hook into SF Requiem, and even though they basically did it perfectly here, they still have enough in the tank for XXS to get the BKB off because the Chain Stun is just not long enough. So I guess you also need the Beastmaster in position, but then you have 2 cores in the same place. It's one of those situations where one team drafted a lot of heroes that had many fight conditions, ways that they can take the fight, and the other team drafted something which requires a lot more outplay and maybe a higher cap.
I think if you look at the score, it tells you the story of the game, where both of the supports are trying to make something happen because all 3 cores are really not having a fun time. They did die 8 times on both of the supports. Noob didn't have a good time at all. Every single time Snapfire with the Earthshaker paired up with the Coil. Very easy to execute combos once they go on him. He doesn't have much of a defense. And they managed to shut him down. He was the playmaker who was supposed to take care of the map. You did talk about the Clockwork and the Shadow Fiend, the combos that we've seen that they executed the 2 times as well, but Ame standout player for a good reason.
Yeah, the 2 moves that he made just now in the highlights, the gank in the mid and the top rotation, those are the 2 moves that kind of just cemented the lead, for Xtreme Gaming there. And especially the Ursa, I think same can be said for the other side, on Nigma Galaxy side, when they had the Beastmaster. I felt he lacked that carry gate rotation, right? And not to say it's Ghost's fault, but as Medusa, you generally do not want to
You can't do that, yeah.
And so maybe you have to go back to the draft. Maybe it's probably better for them to enable the Beastmaster, because like I said, with the SF being in the pool at the end, it means that a lot of the responsibilities of the momentum of the game falls on the Beastmaster. And if your Beastmaster doesn't have a good game, you don't enable him. It's very difficult for your team to move around the map. And because he wasn't really the overall last pick, they picked the Ursa to kind of win the lane. So and you don't help him, so how is he ever going to get into the game?
Right, I mean, he's overall first pick, and they didn't flex him out of offlane. Like, it was very clear throughout the entire draft that Xtreme expected the Beast to go offlane. They picked an entire lineup that countered Beast offlane, and then NGX felt like they still had to run it offlane, but then they have this whole game that they need to play through him, and it just results in this problem.
It probably, I think, went differently because they saw the two supports, right? They were caught between two minds. So either we go with the original plan to enable the Beast, or right now we try to abuse the fact that they had these two supports, which doesn't really offer a lot in the early game, and we pick a greedier mid, right? So in the end, they went for that, and it clearly showed why it didn't really work out.
Yeah, a lot of symptoms that came from what could have been a very simple fix, but that's all in hindsight. Nigma Galaxy now out of the international here. We're going to take a look at our bracket because Xtreme Gaming's day is not over. Whilst they have won this elimination best of 2, they are going to have, best of 3, they are going to have to play later today as well. And that is going to be the winner of either BB Team or Heroic. So it's a long day for them, a lot of time between, and maybe time to reset. Lacoste, it's a really fine line of resetting but preparing too.
Oh, for sure. They did manage to reset after the road to TI playoffs, where they were kind of undefeated. Everybody was starting to copy, try to figure out what Xtreme Gaming is doing. They did lose to Pvision yesterday, which was one of the game was competitive. The second one, they couldn't figure out what Pvision's doing on the map. Very annoying team to deal with. And now they have a couple of series left to figure out who they're going to be playing, either BB Team or Heroic. But Xtreme Gaming, they're definitely resetting, and you can see them powering up. This is pretty much Xtreme Gaming from road to TI.
All right, we would be talking about these teams, what's to come, what their time is going to be filled with, and we have a little bit of time to fill with you guys. And so over the last few days at this international, we got to catch up with everyone and ask them about who they think is the best mid laner.
Hello and welcome to the International Hall of Fame. This year we asked every single one of the 80 players competing at our event to rate the very best TI winners in history by position. So we've got your carry, got your mid, got your off laner, we've got the hard support, and we've got the support. Gentlemen, let's turn our attention to the mid laners. I want you to cast your minds back to TIs of yore and perhaps of yesteryear and choose who you think has been the most impactful and bestest mid ever. The best TI winning mid player as selected by the players, the Hall of Fame.
Oh. This is a really tough one, I think.
Oh, really?
It's Miracle, end of the show.
You're saying Done. Miracle, end of show?
I know it's Miracle. I know Miracle's #1 on that list. I think there's a case out there for Dendi.
Okay.
I think if people want...
Okay, this is a bold one.
Look, I love Dendi. You know I love Dendi, but come on, brother. You're saying Miracle? What are you saying?
It's not what you think. Let's be clear. What do you think the players said?
It's Dendi.
It's not Dendi.
Who is choosing?
In terms of multiple TI victories,
oh yeah,
it's Thompson.
Oh, that is a good, but
right? Because they're swapping out the mids on Spirit. You know,
that's true.
They're throwing them around.
It's Miracle.
It's a joint first.
Oh,
really?
Yes.
Joint first. Miracle and Sumail.
You're saying Miracle Sumail?
Is I would guess that Sumail is the other one.
You are incorrect.
Really?
It is Miracle and Thompson.
They're just Redlers. We're all the same. The pro players are just us.
Yeah. When you think about Miracle and Thompson as joint firsts, they're worthy joint Hall of Famers, I would say. Well, what is it about these two guys that elevates them above everyone else?
I think they're just the most iconic mid laners we've had. Both of them were a step ahead of their competition. Sumail, probably the largest skill gap there's ever been in like roll-to-roll matchups at a TI. I think that Thompson was also ahead of people, but in a more creative aspect. He wasn't necessarily mechanically that much further ahead of the rest of them, though he was a god in that regard.
I think it was his brain was that further ahead.
He had the galaxy brain, yeah.
It's funny because they're all so different too. Like those three mid players, despite all being there, are quite different cases. Like for me, Thompson is not only because he won TI twice, but it's this idea of just like all the different ideas he brought to the game.
And he seemed crazy sometimes.
Yeah,
like you'd be watching and be like, what is Thompson doing? It's like, oh, he's destroying.
And it's not just heroes. It's not just like the items. I feel like that's what we talk about a lot. But like the way he played, like they were just psychotic. Like he would dive behind that tower and the buds are there and they're rolling in deep. And it just kept on working.
It was mad.
And it was very, very impressive. And I think that's why we remember it so well.
Thompson, he's the man that's going into the fountain once again. Bathe in the glory of the Radiant. Thompson, he just does not give a crap.
Do you have anything to add to this?
Style.
Style. One word. Style.
I think it
That's all
speaks
it
for
takes,
itself.
baby.
That's
Okay.
what mid lane's about. Mid lane's about style. That's why every mid laner who plays it, they play it because they want to style on some dude, and they got style.
The one thing that's weird about it is that Miracle has a couple more of those like standout moments where he had the enemy team in the palm of his hand.
Literally outplayed 5 guys.
Yes.
I think that's what it is, yeah.
The reaction time was all about Miracle. The bar start from Kaka. It'll connect, follow up Pvision, but KP, he'll get the sun up the map side, goes to the middle of the field, does see it. Corded off, Miracle, the Echo is left there from GH on the Omni side. And damage outpost Turbin with the side. SCC is gone for 2 minutes.
That's what gives him the most credit.
Yes.
Is that he was like the individual. And the Buds were there like helping him out. But Thompson was more of like a gelled into the team thing, I think. Like
Yeah, I
they played a
think
lot
you're right.
around him and you saw the success together as a unit. But when we think of Miracle, you think of just like some giant like, 25-0-7.
Can you think of a play or a moment each for say either Miracle or Thompson where you would thought, holy crap, that's
The
like,
Thompson Invoker, that iconic moment where he's casting a billion spells and outplaying everybody in that team fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank God that wasn't against me.
Yeah.
Seb, can he keep this man alive though? He doesn't have the Black Hole back up yet, but Anna with a big gust sending him back. Tornado, Thompson, he's in with the back of the beat. Somebody was coming down. Thompson with the save, gets both of them. Thompson Invoker.
As far as Miracle goes, there are too many highlights to think of just one.
Okay.
That's the entire half of YouTube's video list is just
True.
Miracle highlights.
Even now, it's all just Miracle
true.
highlights. Yeah.
That's
Well,
what
yeah.
half the Dota audience is still watching.
Miracle
TI
highlights.
ended, and they started loading up the Miracle 2016 highlight reel.
Miracle highlights and Thompson builds. That's what people want. All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen. That was mid.
Well, don't go uploading, and searching for those highlight reels just yet. TI is still going. There's still space for some new mid laners to carve their name in that Aegis, and of course some moments for themselves as well. But that was our casters talking about who the pro players had voted as the best or most memorable mid laners. Do we have any differing opinions on the panel about it?
I mean, Miracle has been such an iconic mid player. It's kind of hard to go against him.
Yeah, those are pretty good ones.
Yeah, I mean,
I have a
Miracle
biased one.
Okay.
Of course, I want to say SCA mid.
You can still do it, Winter.
Nah, but they're totally spot on. Both of them, like Thompson and Miracle, they definitely change a lot of players' mindset in the mid lane. How you're supposed to play, how you're supposed to lane, what items are you going to go, how are you rotating. They definitely started a totally different trend.
Yeah, and now we see, mid lane, just exactly how it is played out, how much more support is given around it, what the teams like to do. It's very indicative of their playstyle as well, and two teams that have extremely unique playstyles or hero pools are the two that we're going to see next. We have BB Team up against Heroic, and I mean Heroic coming out with these Pudges. Obviously, they also love their clockwork. We've seen them with the off-lane Phoenix too. It just feels like you can never put this team in a box. They always go above and beyond expectations in any regard.
Yeah, to me, this is the most fun team to watch of the tournament, and it's not just because they pick Pudge. It's because they create so much chaos in a game that they make their opponents, no matter how skilled, they will make their opponents make mistakes. And Dota, where there are no mistakes, is boring. You just see objective to objective, and the game ends. This is why TI is so great. You have the pressure, you have mistakes, you have a team that's willing to create these mistakes, and then you get these long games, opportunities for really cool plays to happen, and it just seems to happen every game with Heroic.
Yeah, every single time. Game that they played yesterday against Tundra, if you gave their draft this Pudge, Shadow Demon, Broodmother, Tusk, and Phoenix to I think any other team, I don't think they would be able to win that game because this is not like a super strong draft. It's just that it suits Heroic's playstyle. They know how to utilize these heroes. This is pretty much their classic heroes as well. We're talking about Tusk. We're talking about Shadow Demon on KJ as well. Support duo has been really the shining stars of the team, but I also got to talk about Yuma. This guy has been amazing throughout the whole tournament. I don't think he had a single bad game.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say. We're seeing him step up in every regard when it comes to it. Is he going to be able to step up when it comes to the side of BB Team? They're drafting a lot more stable in what we see for their supports. I mean, that Hoodwink getting picked up 10 times. And it just feels like there is the big difference in what they want to do for stability in finding success.
Yeah, the dynamic is definitely going to be interesting between the two teams, where one team is just trying to make everything chaotic, whereas BB Team, I think they have to try their best to ignore that the other side, what they're doing. They have to focus on what they are doing and just make sure that, oh no, we see a random Schofield walking around, should we kill him? You know, those thoughts should be blocked out and just focus on our objective. Are we getting the Tormentors? Are we going for Roshan? Are we getting a tower? Don't just go after Schofield every time you see him doing something silly in the game.
I will say for BB Team though, the one word I would use to describe this team, even if they have just lost the series, is confident.
Okay.
And I think that that is what could potentially break the chaos of Heroic. As much as I love the chaos, I think the BB Team could be so confident that they're just not swayed by the Schofields running around. They find the answer to the Broodmother coming out mid, or they just ignore it and let it exist.
I didn't think I was going to say this ever, but you know who's the stabilizing factor in BB Team?
Is it Pure?
No, it is GPK. Like, this guy has had tremendous years. Like, maybe before a couple of years back, you know, he would be on the flip coin side, but I don't remember last time this guy did something that was like game throwing or anything. Like, in most of their games that they played, he's the most stable. He's the one leading the charge in a game where they're losing 5,000-10,000 gold behind. He is ready to pull it back with his puck performances. This guy has a massive hero pool, plays those heroes to extreme, and always fun to see. Like, this guy has some really nice moves. One of the most talented mid laners we still have.
I feel like he changed a lot after the break where they were trying out Kiyotaka. And then
it was that swap.
He was doing that swap, and then when he came
he
back,
got angry. He came back and he's like...
a vengeance.
Yeah.
He had something to prove, and I know that they've still got a lot to prove when it comes to being on this TI stage. So let's bring him out.
And we're back. BB Team!
Game number 3 seems to be where this team loves to go, making their series so far on the TI main stage go the distance. They have been one of the most entertaining teams that we've gotten to see when it comes to gameplay and execution. But someone else that loves to bring some chaos and some energy is, of course, their opponents.
Wisely and crush those responsible. Heroic! Choose wisely.
These 5 players are striving for their best result at an international, not just personally, but for the South American region as well. Top 6 is where they currently sit after this best of 3. If they can get a win, a top 4, that is the best we've ever seen from these players and from that region. A lot is on the line for them, a lower bracket run. It's definitely possible. They showed up yesterday. They can definitely show up again today, Lacoste.
Oh, they definitely can. This is a team that is super explosive, and when we talk about South America, Thunder Awaken, they did reach that 5th, 6th place at the TI11, infamous 7th, 8th place Beast Coast, Heroic TI13, and Beast Coast and infamous during TI9 and TI11. So for the region, this is pretty massive. Having a team that is doing so good at the TI main stage, it's just pretty impressive, and doesn't seem like they want to stop. I also think that this matchup might be a bit of a different one for BB Team, because I mean, they did meet a couple of times throughout this year. BB Team did win every single time, but I think Heroic powered up. This is a team that learns a lot from their mistakes after the loss that they did have earlier, and all I'm seeing is a completely different mentality and a completely different playstyle than any other team that we still have left at TI.
Yeah, so for these players, you know, their best results at previous TIs as well, but also how many they've been to. So quite a lot of them playing at 4 TIs, including this one, Miro. This is his 3rd one. So there has been so much growth already in previous placements for them, but Pure, he's the standout one there in terms of having achieved so much already. I feel like he's one of those players that just would not be happy going out here now. This elimination, I think, means more than anything to he wants to make it to that final day is essentially what I'm saying.
Yeah, he did reach that with Tundra, but also I don't think Pure has reached his full potential yet at TI here, because in the previous performances, this guy is the dominating factor. He's the one controlling the tempo of the game with his Monkey Kings, with his CKs. He plays Lone Druid as well, but I don't think he's playing to 100% yet.
It really feels like BB as a team, they live or die off of the back of Pure. This is what we saw in the series yesterday, where he was rotating on anti-mage, level 2, level 3.
Oh yeah, that mid rotation.
It was really interesting. Like, he has very creative ideas when it comes to the game. He has a lot of confidence, but as a result of that, you can have these games where it's very volatile. Like, either he's 18-0 or he's 0-18, which makes for very interesting Dota.
I mean, on top of that, I think it's very rare nowadays to see a carry player leading the team as the captain.
Yeah.
Like, usually you see it come from the supports, or maybe sometimes from the mid player, because a lot of the plays come from the mid, or maybe sometimes in Tundra's case, the 33, the offlaner is the captain, but you rarely see nowadays players from the carry role actually captaining the team, because on the carry side, there's a lot of responsibilities on your own, right? You have to really focus on your game, your itemization, your laning, what you have to do in the game. So having to hold that extra responsibility with the draft and taking care of the team aspect is something that is really, really big.
He does have a lot of interesting ideas as well. This is the guy that during one of the Malakias, he was pretty much the only one who was playing Lifestealer, so if he sees something is good, he's definitely going to try to push it. I believe he had 90% win rate on the hero, 9 out of 10 games.
He played Hoodwink Carry too.
He did play Hoodwink Carry. You did mention that they are playing a lot of Hoodwinks from position 4. Got to be careful about that one. When you're playing against Heroic, Meepo can always come out. Guess what? Guess who also plays Meepo? Not so far at TI, but he loves to run it.
See, this is the thing you have to be worried about if you're Heroic, is that the way that BB is making their way through this tournament, the way that they're changing every game, the way that Pure is trying things, and yes, he has some games where he doesn't look so good. Guess what? This is exactly what they did in Wallachia Season 5, and they won. They won the entire thing by doing this.
Yeah, I think you also had a great point yesterday about BB Team, Jenkins, where you were talking about how they are under people's radar. Like, they're sliding right underneath. Nobody's talking about BB Team too much. We're talking about Heroics, Xtreme, Pvision and Falcons. But BB Team, I haven't seen people talk too much about them in terms of like being the hot contenders to potentially lift that Aegis.
That's the thing, is they're always expected to, it's like, oh yeah, they'll get top 6, they'll do fine, but they won't win. This is what everybody thought in Milwaukee. And guess what? Yeah, and guess what?
Something will happen.
They didn't throw. Something happened. Pure goes 0-17, and still the next game he comes back. The next series he comes back. But GPK, like you mentioned, he has been so stable for this roster, where it even feels like in games where his team is not doing well, he is like 16-0, and sometimes they win games off of the back of that, and usually it's his Puck. I remember after Wallachia Season 5, the entire community was gaslit that there were no bad matchups for Puck, and Puck was getting brutalized mid because of this in every other game for every other team, and it was just GPK was so good at the hero that's what it looked like, but it wasn't right.
I mean, it's not just the hero. I think he's also one of the best laners, right? I think in this specific matchup between BB Team and Heroic, the lanings are going to matter a lot. Because if you can actually take control of the lane early on, you control the runes, you make sure you don't give it away. I think it's going to be very hard for Heroic to do their chaotic style of Dota if they don't actually get a decent start of that. So I think BB Team actually matches up really well against Heroic because of how they play the game in the initial stages.
So here's a question about the matchup then, because Analog, historically speaking, like literally when the guy came onto the scene years and years ago, he has always been I am going to cheese pick you mid. I will pick Broodmother. I will pick Bat Rider mid. This is what he's playing in the tournament. Monkey King, destroy you in a melee-to-melee matchup. Is this something that is actually going to matter against GPK?
I would say no, because GPK has been so stable. He's basically the rock of BB Team, but Analog, this guy has been also powering up. He has a very interesting hero pool that he loves to bang out. Like yesterday, we've seen that Broodmother that you talked about after seeing Invoker. This is the hero that GPK loves to run, so gotta be careful, especially at these, I would say, early picks, something that we've seen Nigma in the previous one kind of did a bit of a mistake opening up with that one hero getting countered immediately because they couldn't really flex it.
I want to see their past encounters because we've talked about how it's always been slightly favoring BB Team, how in tournaments when they're sliding under that radar, they're able to go the distance, go on to even potentially win it there. But for Heroic, this is just something that doesn't feel normal in terms of a tournament for them. There we have it.
It's been hugely favoring BB Team.
Right.
So yeah, it's not been looking good for Heroic.
But this is months ago that you have to factor in. There has been a lot of significant growth for Heroic.
It may be months ago, but it really comes from, I think, the root of how both teams actually play. Because when I was watching their games, right, I feel like Heroic likes to play on the side lanes more. They prioritize Whisper's game a lot. So they tend to give a lot of rotations towards the side lanes, whereas I think against BBT, if you don't control the runes and if you don't pressure GBK, he's going to try to snowball the game from there. Then after that, if Miro gets pressured, he doesn't mind coming to the mid lane, or even Pure, for example, he's rotating to mid lane to help the mid laners get runes and make plays, And that doesn't really happen the other way around when Heroic, they are going for the mid runes. I don't really see Whisper come down as much because he prioritizes his own game a lot more. So I think the dynamic is what makes the difference there.
Yep, and in the draft he's also prioritized. So you might end up with Analog not having a extremely good matchup to 1v1 against GBK. So I do agree. However, this version of Heroic is not really the same, because I feel like for the oh, come on.
Take that phone away.
That's a good way to...
The arena was definitely vocal about what
Where's
they
the
thought
security? Escort him out of the arena.
Do either of these teams pick Tinker? I don't think we have... No Tinker
Wait, okay,
mids,
when
at
you
least.
say
No
that,
Tinker
I was going to say, they're not necessarily like Tinker experts, but I do feel like there is one person on almost every team.
They're not going to bang it out. Anyway, Heroic has powered up in this tournament, and I think every other tournament this year, barring the Parker PGL Wallachia, when they had him, they have pretty much played to their expectations. They don't beat the good teams, but they beat all the bottom tier teams, and then they just get knocked out by when they face their first good team.
I mean, usually that's like a sign of a team not being flexible enough, right? Because to a certain point, you might need to play out of your comfort zone to make certain adjustments to beat the stronger team.
Yeah.
And maybe right now, they, like you said, they've already powered up, and we'll have to see whether they are really willing to make that change, like the prioritization. Are they going to try to move that away from Whisper and try to help Analog more to make sure that they don't get run over by BB Team in this series?
I think the offlane duo for Heroic is pretty similar to way Pvision plays, where Schofield, I'm going to say, they put their offlaner in a really weird position, whether they're going to be dominating the lane completely like they did yesterday with this Marcy plus the Batrider, or he's going to be doing his own thing on the clock, would be very annoying, something that 9 class does really well, compared to the offlane duo of BB Team with Miero and Save, who's been so stable in the last, pretty much ever since he joined the scene. Miero, I also think that this meta does favor him, because we're talking about these Helm of the Dominators, these Zoo metas. These are all of his most successful and the best heroes. We're talking about the Lycans, Beastmasters, Visages as well. So he knows how to micro.
Look, those fans are getting passionate out there. They're seeing Heroic on the stage and in their booth, and all they want to do is just get on into this series.
BB Team versus Heroic, Game 1.
Yeah, we have another elimination on our hands here between BB Team and Heroic. We've talked about the chaos that could potentially ensure for these two, depending on what they get their hands on in the draft. The stability coming from that offlane, especially in the position 4 on the side of BB Team. However, on the side of Heroic, it's the chaos that is somehow stabilizing their lineup in a position 4.
I'm never going to get used to a first phase ban punch. That is so goofy and wacky. Actually, speaking of the 9 class comparison that you made, Lacoste, I think one of the best measures of goofiness in a position 4 and Chaos is courier kills, because you're just on the enemy side of the map. That's where you're going to snipe couriers. 9 class is number 1 in the record for this tournament. Schofield's number 2.
Why am I not surprised?
So the comparison is definitely very accurate.
I mean, the counter to that is to pick Marcy, so your couriers don't die easily.
That's true. Genius. And it might actually make it through here.
Yeah, I think
it does have
it's
first
something
pick.
that's not highlighted enough. Whenever you have Marcy, it actually helps the lane a lot because of that.
It does, yeah. More of a counter to Heroic, but they snag it. Such a strong hero. Literally the reason that the whole Dominator meta even happened. like the fact that you can run it as a core position, like it can play in every core role. I think even mid would be fine. You can run it in any core role with the Dominator, play for having a lot of damage. You can run it in either support position and use the double jump, jumping your ally in.
And the facet is also really strong, right? It's not just the helm, like the fleeting fury facet. I think those are the two things combined together make the hero so hard to deal with right now.
Yeah, the position 4 pick me up facet, getting people out of trouble. Or
didn't we see one game like previously, like someone did it on a core role? I think it was Omar.
Oh wow! Oh, support. Facet for the damage. Yeah. I think that's fine in some games. If you feel like if it's all like ranged cores that you have, you don't want to jump them in, and you don't feel like there's anything good to save from, or you think you can scale. It's definitely okay.
Yeah. So we are seeing a trade here between Marcy and Lycan.
Yeah, the crowd definitely is cheering for the Lycan. They love the howl that he's been doing. I don't know if you guys were tuning in last time he was playing. It's a lot of fun. I do wonder if Heroic are going to get their hands on the Shadow Demon though, because that was something that was a big factor in their series yesterday.
I mean, I want to see like how both teams deal with the helm, right? So both teams got the helm hero, and you have to kind of build the draft to deal with it. And I would always kind of favor the Radiant side a little bit more because of the fact that you get the earlier Roshan access and the Tormentor. So I feel like you have to like really plan your draft around that, whether you can actually stop it if you're on the dire side. Is there any way of having heroes that can actually stop it from happening early on? Like you want to have, I think, heroes that can sit in mid lane and defend a tower. Because the thing with the mid tower is, the Radiant side, once they kill your mid tower, it's very easy for them to kill the Roshan between 50 and 20.
Yeah.
So
that's a good point.
I would like to have heroes that can push the way out. Like we've seen Sniper, we've seen like Puck. All these type of heroes I think are really, really good at defending the tower.
And that's an interesting ban. Heroic removing Dragon Knight. Not many people wanted to play Dragon Knight.
It's a
but
GPK
BBT,
specialty.
Yeah, they did play it on Pure as well.
It takes
yesterday.
the tower, you know, so I feel like it has a lot of... it doesn't really defend the tower as well, but it takes your tower, so I think it can make it difficult for the Radiant side to get that early Roshan also. There's a lot of like thought behind this ban here.
And BB team taking out the Meepo. Not going to let Yuma get his specialty. Some teams will wait and ban it in the last phase, but they're not willing to risk it. Heroic does have the pick out of phase with the last pick.
Yeah, this one not really being too much of a surprise. The Hoodwink.
He should.
Yeah, I was going to say the crowd.
Yeah,
put it up for Thompson, you know? Who knows? There might be a return.
Hey, there's Divine Llama in the back. I saw Divine Llama there.
We're seeing everyone in the crowd.
Shout-outs to Divine Llama.
Yeah, awesome. We're going on to Heroic. And their pickup here with the Chen. So this is a different sort of take that KJ can go for.
It's a very fast-paced lineup with Marcy and Chen. They're just playing to run them over from the early game.
They're like,
Falcons.
you know what Falcons did yesterday? They removed Dragon Knight. They did beat Dragon Knight as well in one of the games, but they also did play Chen, which gives them quite a lot of momentum. Like Chen brings all these auras, very annoying for the offlaner to be laning.
Yeah, I think you might
your mana burn.
We might actually see a Wyvern actually popping out here for Katalmi.
Ooh,
I think Wyvern is very good against these two heroes. He's very good against Chen. He kind of blocks the Marcy's damage. So it'll be interesting to see whether they actually go down their route after this.
Oh. Okay, Queen of Pain. I would say this is quite punishable from her.
It's also really good with the Chen, right? Because Chen likes to go mid and pressure and take the tower. Co-op always keeps the enemy mid lane low on resources, so it gives you a lot of opportunities to kill the tower.
That's a cool point. That's a cool point. I feel like there are heroes that can counter Queen of Pain, and I don't know. She doesn't really like playing into Lycan that much. This is a very interesting one. I mean, Hoodwink is a really low HP hero and very hard to catch. So I do feel like Queen of Pain loves playing against Hoodwink. And the thing with Heroic is Schofield does play Quap. This could be a Quap 4.
Could be a Whisper Quap as well. So for now, they're just keeping the flex open to see the two heroes that BB team is going to pick. They need some kind of a control. I don't think having Hoodwink as your control is going to be enough, because this is not a reliable control. Maybe in Safe's hands it is, but also Lycan doesn't provide you with much. But again, if we talk about the Lycan, this hero gives you very strong timing. It gives you like 12, 13 minutes Helm of the Overlord as well. Then you're going to be pushing with your Wolves, you're going to be pushing with your Shard. A lot of ghost pushing that's going to be happening on the map, which means that the lanes are going to be in a good position, which opens up potentially you going for Tormentor, collecting all that information. One of the reasons why this hero is first pick.
Yeah, we love being able to open up the map for those objectives there. I just don't really know where they go for this. If there is this comfort that needs to be relied on, or if you're going to try and go for something that is going to be catching someone off guard.
I think BB kind of have to just like pick their heroes. They don't really know the lanes, right? It's very hard to tell what's the lane. But they have to pick their position 5 and their carry, right?
Because they're picking twice in a row. So I feel like they just pick a really strong lane. I'm trying to think, like, what can they pick that will hype.
Casual Disruptor, I think, is fine. Good for catching the Queen of Pain, because you're going to be having vision. And this is going to be the hero for GPK.
So they're deciding to pick the mid lane right away, which I mean, we already discussed. Maybe the Corp is not a mid laner, so it might not be the lane that the Void Spirit is expecting to go in here. So, but they're putting more stock on keeping the carry hero until last year, probably because he doesn't see the lane, so he doesn't know what he wants to play yet. This is a decent catch against the Corp here, and Lycan gets people to run away from him. So guess what? Disruptor brings them back.
Yeah, he loves an anchor, for sure.
I mean, this is like one of the best duos, right? I think I remember seeing these two together. I think earlier today, you mentioned.
Yep.
The combinations, Disruptor and Lycan.
It's a very strong trio too between the mid and the 2 supports. Like, they have a lot of kill threat, lots of magic bursts, lots of ways of locking people down. And even if the 2 supports go with Lycan, like, these are really good.
This is what Lycan likes to have with himself. Any kind of lockdown, any kind of a slow, something that can keep him in place just so that he can be the one dealing that damage. And I would say that this is relatively natural response to what they do have.
Because so I guess Shaker's going mid now?
Yeah, I assume so. I think this Queen of Pain will be shifted to off lane, I would say.
Yeah, it's very similar to like the Bat and the Phoenix that he plays, right? He plays all these like range heroes that deal a lot of damage, aiming to destroy you in the lane. I think that's probably the reason why BB team felt like they are more comfortable waiting for the carry pick to fully understand what is a lane matchup, because that's what Heroic like to do. They like to destroy the safe lane.
They do. They're always having that strong off lane. That's what we guys talked about coming into this one. And so it does make sense that they're looking to try and hold off, give Pure the best game, because he hasn't really been having the greatest showing. He has a lot more potential than what he's been bringing to the main stage so far. So we'll see what exactly gets taken out from the side of Heroic. What are you worried about? What is a Pure hero that could do so much damage to their lineup?
I feel like if you know you're playing into Queen of Pain in the off lane,
Lifestealer, Abaddon?
Abaddon would have been great. Lone Druid does very well against Queen of Pain.
Oh.
And I feel like that's something you should be afraid of, not necessarily because it's the best, but because it's very good and it's BB team.
But does it depend on who's your 4 as well, right? Maybe the right position 4 would enable the co-op against that specific matchup.
I don't know if there is a position 4 that enables co-op versus Lone.
I mean, some of these melee position 4s, if we're talking about Task potentially coming out, but for now it does seem like they are thinking that this... I mean, Marcy is kind of the same type of the hero if we're talking about melee position 4s, that they do have stuns. Queen of Pain, Marcy could be their offlane duo.
Yeah, just pick another carry, right, if they want to.
Yeah, that's true. That's what BB seems to think. They're banning out the carries. Yeah, Marcy Quap is definitely a very strong lane. Disruptor can feed in that relentlessly.
Yeah, so that Queen of Pain and that Earthshake still having some questions, but now I feel more confident that a Marcy is going to be a support. So yeah, just straight up banning out what carries are good here. So both of them trying to get the best lane matchups, the best possible last pick.
Yeah, but Pure gets to see his lane, and he gets to see the carry-to-carry matchup first too. So.
I mean, if you're picking a carry, I kind of feel like it has to be like a more general one, like something like Gyro.
For Heroic?
I mean, yeah, for Heroic.
Yeah, I like either that.
Because you don't really
like
know your carry-to-carry matchup. You want something that... Oh, TA. Yeah. You need something that can maybe fight a lot more early and just help your team, you know.
Gyro Chen would do very well against Lycan in lane.
Yeah, you have the flag for the creeps.
Yes.
You have the armor. And
Lycan
it's an excellent gate hero as well. I think Heroic loves to have a carry that can come through the gates to unleash their offlaner Whisper.
I was building up because they're still thinking about this ban that goes into that pick for themselves. What else has Pure just really been?
I think Lifestealer. I think Lifestealer is a really big one, but the one that you did mention as well could work out, especially if this is going to be Queen of Pain from the offlane, and it does look like it's going to be.
It's just too scary in the hands of a team that's willing to.
So they need to pick something that kind of covers the Lifestealer's bases here.
I agree.
Would that really be that gyro though, or do you lose a little bit of faith? That was the matchup.
Gyro in lifesteal is a bit complicated. I don't think you can beat the lifesteal later.
What about picking up the lifesteal for themselves? Wow, well that answers my question.
Yeah.
Maybe like, do you just hard push? You go Nature's Prophet? You just
Nature's
say,
Prophet looked so bad from
We're gonna play
Oral, I
tempo.
gotta say. I think TA Gyro are really good options if they want to speed things up. These are also heroes that allow your supports to be playing around you. So you are not going to be afraid of Lycan. Chen's going to give you protection. Chen's going to be giving you some armor as well. And if you're fighting close to them, these heroes are going to be strong. But they're going to take...
Oh, I like that.
this is
This is good. This is something that Xtreme Gaming did try yesterday as well, to go with the Bristleback, to have a little bit more extra pressure, something that comes online super early, and that did work out for them at the early stages of the game. They did ended up losing that game, but Bristle, I gotta say, it looked good from the carry role.
I mean, lifesteal looks pretty nasty here now. I mean, I like the Bristle too. Yeah, like you said, it's an answer to the Lycan. There is Void Spirit who can face you, force you to face in a certain direction, which is always rough for Bristle, but carry Bristle will get a BKB.
They do have break mechanic though.
And
this
they have
is
break
relatively early hoodwink pick that you're gonna be need to be careful about, and you have something to pull him back. You did mention Void Spirit as well, turning him around.
I mean, the thing about the Bristol is it kind of enables their whole lineup, right? Because if you don't have the overall last pick, I think the next best thing you could do is just try to make sure you have a draft that covers all your bases. You enable each other's timings, and hopefully you can, pull through. And this anti-mage means it's gonna go totally the other way for PI.
I see. Okay. I mean, this is a
co-op counter in the lane.
This is a lane dominator against Queen of Pain. Although I will say.
Wait, do you change your lane matchup right now? Put the co-op on carry and put the Bristol there.
I think that's what
they're doing.
Thinking
Yeah,
right
they're
now.
doing Schofield 4 on Queen of Pain, and Bristle versus AM.
Oh, that's actually a very nice switch up there.
Smart, very smart.
Because Bristol loves anti-mage.
Yeah, he's not worried.
Now,
about
is this anti-mage last pick really lost its value, or is there still a lot of value in having it?
I think the value is to win the lane. I feel like their lineup is slow with the anti-mage, but if you can actually win the lane, then it kind of compensates for that fact. But Heroic is noticing that how important is AM needs to win his lane, so they're swapping their heroes down to try to destabilize that. So I think I kind of like what Heroic is doing here, and I feel like this AM won't have time to pump.
Yesterday against Falcons, this anti-mage was level 2 in the mid lane, trying to go for the gank. I think this time around things are going to be slightly easier for him, but overall, when you think about how much control they do have against this anti-mage, there's Earthshaker. That's pretty much about it.
That's true. I like the switch up. I think Heroic has 3 winning lanes. Earthshaker should also do very well against Void Spirit mid. The question is, it is GPK. He seems to win matchups that he shouldn't. Does that factor in? But I love the switch up.
I mean, it's not just the lane, right? After the lanes, they're going to group up with this Shaker and Chen Creeps and the BB in front. How is the AM going to stop the push? They're going to lose their towers, they're going to lose Roshan. They're on the Radiant side, Tormentor is going to go down. And I feel like AM is going to need too long, and he's going to miss his timing in this game.
Well, is there a timing on the side of Heroic now that we're seeing? Is there a moment where you feel like they might lose some power and kind of fall a little bit short? Is there that time limit?
I think this is where Lycan comes in, because this hero comes online so quickly, so it's going to be a lot on Miro to be able to do a lot. If he's not shut down, it's going to be him and GPK buying just enough time so that Anti-Mage can be able to push back, because this is not an early game-oriented hero. Even with the Helm of the Dom, I just want to see how good of a start you're going to be having on this AM.
Alrighty, we're almost ready to get into our game. Before we do, we're going to head on down to the stage with Tsunami and the coach of Heroic.
Thank you very much. I am indeed joined by Caps of Heroic, where I've got some questions about what you made Schofield do this game. You picked up the Queen of Pain, decided to turn it into a support. What's the idea here?
Well, I think everyone that plays high-level ranked know that Schofield plays a lot as a core. And Queen of Pain is one of the go-tos. He's always playing co-op randomly, and I think he plays really well on the hero, and we needed that for the draft. We're doing that a lot this tournament, and I believe him. I think he's going to show he's good on the hero.
I'm more than happy to see that become a reality, and what you're doing for the draft is working consistently. You put Analog on Shaker. I'm biased, but that has been my favorite hero to see him on. I'm happy you're making it happen. What was the reason in this matchup?
They picked the Void Spirit. It is a flex for them, because Spirit already plays. And we figured that if we pick Shaker and we have Quap, we can have 2 good lanes against Void Spirit on both mid and off lane. So we could double flex and just play for that.
It kept him guessing. I need a one-word answer for this last one. Anti-Mage, 25th, 24th pick. Are you scared? Yes or no?
Nah.
He's not scared. Let's see if it happens as we get into game number 1.
And you cannot afford to be scared going this deep into the international. Elimination on the line, but no matter which way this series goes, history is about to be set. Avery, we either have BB Team outdoing their previous performance in 5th, 6th in 2023, or a South American team top 4 for the first time in the history of the international.
So many TIs have come and gone, and they have never gotten that far. It would be historic indeed. A lot on the line for these two teams, and one series to prove they are worthy to advance farther here. This is quite a Game 1 draft we have in terms of how much skirmishing, how much teamfight has been prioritized, and already the action commences. First blood to KJ on that bottom lane. Exactly what you want to see if you're a Heroic fan. This is a team that plays better when the action is fast, chaotic, in your face. You don't know what's going on. Classic South American style Dota.
And Pure, he's going to fall as well. Heroic taking this laning phase by storm just as they intended from their draft.
This lane swap is really going to hurt the AM pick. And we saw how much damage this AM suffered yesterday on the hands of Pure. I mean, he had one of the worst lane stages I think he's ever had in his career on this hero in that last pick situation. He got lane swapped into another rough situation, again, already suffering. You do not want a repeat of that game if you are BB Team here.
Yeah, the upside being that it really can't get much worse than the last Anti-Mage performance, but the downside is, this time around, elimination is on the line. You can't afford to drop the series.
This is a very different team, too. Heroic will play fast. They will push the pace. They will kill you around the map. They will hunt you. They are extremely good at it, and they have a Chen Bristle lineup where if you give them a lead, we could see something similar to what Falcons did yesterday. You just push 25, 35 minutes, first, second Roshan. If you can get it down quickly, high ground is absolutely on the menu for this lineup. You do not want to give them that 9, 10K gold lead. They will just end the game out of nowhere. This AM, he's on a clock. He needs to find his items fast enough to contribute in the team fights as Heroic try and push the pace, and the howls are already coming out.
Collective 10 denies already from the Heroic side. You see not just the kills, but the denies that they're getting out of things, and it's only escalating from here. You're going to expect that, particularly with the Earthshaker matchup. And the fact that the Bristleback is able to get as many denies as he has as well. BB Team are going to be walking into this early game behind in gold, but certainly behind in experience.
Heroic got the lanes they wanted. They should be confident pulling ahead in this laning phase, particularly with that Shaker matchup mid. You have Shaker against a melee hero. You should absolutely free farm. You should get the denies. Fight for the Lotus will go BB Team's way here.
KJ, he's going to try and hold on. It seems like Pure, he'll take some damage, but in the end, gets that Lotus. And how did that fight with the Chen? I have to imagine KJ, actually, he was able to sit there. He was able to force BB Team back, so he got the Lotus on the safe lane.
Big win for them. Putting mana into these two side laners for Heroic, really important here between the Bristle
especially
and the
with a jump. Yuma, he's going to make expert use of that mana. Pushes Miro out of position. A healthy amount of damage. The Bushwhack, the only thing that saves his life there.
Putting the pressure on these Helm heroes always feels good. You just delay it a little bit, it counts for a lot down the stretch. If you can pick up a kill on this lane, it would be amazing for Heroic. Extra experience going into this Chen would go a huge way for KJ in this game. Get those auras up, your team fight's a lot stronger. Another jump, another rebound, another toss
beautiful
in.
Double hit the Lotus. Bit a heal going the way of the Lycan.
Will survive to the Helm though, flying out now. Feels like Miro got through at least a tough early portion of this lane. Analog feeling heat of his own. This glimpse is coming for you, just out of range.
Almost got him. Has to hit him with the Ren. It does manage to do so. Now the glimpse is in range, but it's not even required to get the kill.
Nice little rotation from Katsuyomi. I mean, that top lane not going well at all. Try and make something else happen on the map. And this will skew that mid matchup that was going Analog's way. Now it's going to swing back to GPK. We saw how much of a rock GPK has been for this team. If you're going to put resources into one lane in this game as BB team, it's got to go mid. Enable this man, let him carry you, let him carry those early mid-game fights. He's your one playmaker. He's got to create space for this Lycan and this AM.
Look at this body blocking. KJ, true to his name, king of the jungle, but apparently not good enough as Kataomi continues his roaming experience.
As a glimpse.
The Disruptor with the glimpse ready to go. 1 kill, looks to turn to 2. It's an immediate bushwhack after the glimpse, guarantees a double for Miro.
This double Disruptor rotation completely broke that stranglehold Heroic had on the early laning phase. They're topping the CS chart, but the net worth is starting to swing. And more importantly, there's just not the equivalent pressure going into the AM. The helm is flying out for him. He's getting some decent net worth on that top lane. Top CS. Way better start for Pure than we saw that other time around.
Yeah, the fact that BB team is actually up in gold now, is that how concerning is that for Heroic, considering the fact they put in so much effort to win the laning phase, and it seems like the latter part of this has not worked out for them?
Still fine. I mean, you can still snowball this game. You can still put pressure on the lanes with Chen rotations. You can look for the Shaker Blink. You can look for the stacking on the triangle too, right? Schofield trying to just deward these sentries to free up the camps. It's been a nuisance for them. So no stacks created at the 6-minute mark. Could hamper Analog's momentum here. If you can't find kills, you got to go back to that jungle. And if there's nothing waiting for you in the jungle, then where are you going on the map?
I was expecting to see teams put more resources into blocking out these camps, just because it has been one of the reasons that Earthshaker has been so highly valued, right? You just pick this hero up. Even if you lose the lane, you have this guaranteed fallback. And if you win the lane and you get it a bunch of ancient stacks, you're just so far ahead of anybody else, it's hard to fight.
If I see Shaker or Saiyan King mid, I'm going in there and I'm blocking those camps as much as I can. That's your biggest accelerant going into that mid game. Analog definitely getting slowed down here. Whisper trying to make up for it, doing some creep cutting. Very hard target to all in and bring down.
They might be able to get him here.
They're going to try.
Yeah, a decent amount of mana, so Pure can do some damage, and with a Void Spirit, it's guaranteed. They pull him back in off of the glimpse. And GPK nets another one. Analog will cut what waves he can just to try and deny some golden experience away from BB team, but the damage has been done. Pure, despite Kataomi's roaming around the map, is 33-7 in CS. This is... I mean, he had this similar CS score in like 15 minutes last time around.
Oh, he's cruising here. Way stronger and more fluid early game for BB team than we saw yesterday. They're picking it up here, and this is the right time to do it, and against the right team. Again, you do not want to fall behind in this game. You get those helms up, your laning is really solid at that point. You can start to push heroes off of the lanes. You can threaten the towers. Those gank rotations are going to turn into objectives if Heroic can't battle back.
And they need Analog in order to battle back. The faster he gets his Blink Dagger, the better. A good glimpse. Make sure the Kataomi stays alive. Schofield is getting a little behind here in experience.
I was just looking at it. This Queen did not want to take a lot of the experience off the lane from the Bristleback and has done some stacking, so Schofield's going to be the one super far behind in this game. I mean, he can absolutely make up for it in the fights, get that experience back. But he is a big playmaker for this squad. It hurts to see him on this super sacrificial role. Maybe he'll leech a bit off the stacks here. I mean, you got to pay him back somehow, right?
Kataomi certainly knows this is going on. He secures a power rune for GPK. Question is, will GPK go into the triangle at the right time here? The Earthshaker has been missing for such amount of time. He's got to be careful not to get too close, though. Analog is going to hold on to the Echo Slam for as long as possible. BB team will manage to soak some of that experience. Now GPK, now that the stacks are cleared, he goes in for a kill. He'll chase after Schofield, misses the Remnant this time around, still got the glimpse on him. 2 seconds till the blink is back up. The bushwhack lands before the blink can get him away to safety.
They did get some of that experience leash. Kataomi getting to level 5 off that stack being cleared. They sapped it across both heroes, I believe. Pretty decent win for BB team. It's really tough to get in there and contest the actual creeps, but if you can get the experience, it's a huge boon. Schofield will recover his game a little bit, also pushing up to level 5. Very even across the board. Just be a matter of Analog finishing up this blink, and then you can look for some aggressive plays onto this Void Spear, potentially. Quick smoke here from Save. He wants to get GPK's momentum built even more here.
Dynamic duo of Save and GPK. They have been the ones on BB team who have secured them or brought back many a mid-game. Just these two running around, finding kills. And they're looking for one on Yuma here.
He's tanky.
He is. If Yuma had some sort of creep to jump to, he might have been able to get away. But even after the rebound, there was still the glimpse. BB Team brought in Katomi, 4 heroes in the bottom lane. And why not? If they get a kill like this, if they clear out this bottom lane, the tower is free for the taking. It's a Lycan, it's a Helmet Dom, it's kind of guaranteed.
It's just dying. Double troll summoner down here. All this skeleton rally on top of wolves, on top of each other. So much tower damage. This tier 1 just got shredded.
Tried to secure power runes here. Instead, going for the kill on Katomi. A Fissure will help out here, slowed down by the Hellbear. They certainly got it, but the trade-off. GPK tried to do some damage. Sonic Wave just got picked up. Big damage on save in the back lines. They focus on GPK, though, and they've got the sentry in place. Despite the Invis Rune pickup, they still hit the kill. Necessary for Heroic, as it felt like things were slipping away a little bit.
Really nice connection from Schofield. He hits 3 screams plus the Sonic Wave on 2. Max damage coming out from that fight. Your Queen of Pain right there. Hits his mark. That's exactly what you want from this support. It'll get him to an early fighting item here. And a really nice connection with the cores.
I will say this combination of mids that are able to go hit jungle, the Earthshaker, Beastmaster, the 2 that come to mind, clear out stacks, giving an opportunity for supports that fall behind like Schofield did in this game, and just give them the mid lane for a while. Right? It has done wonders for a lot of these 4 positions that have found themselves a little bit starved in experience trying to give solo to their off lane.
I agree. They did a nice job recovering Schofield here, prioritizing and do not want that Sonic Wave on off the bat for too long.
Straight up Echo is the burst damage. There it is. They got him with the trio of Whisper, Analog, and Schofield. They pick up that kill, but the pressure from BB Team is still on. They may be finding kills around the map for Heroic, but BB Team are taking towers.
The rally continues here. Glyph already popped this tower. It's gonna fall really fast, and you use that Echo top, so they're very confident to push. In fact, they want more. They want mid and a kill top, looking for the glimpse plus the sharp shot.
Managed to get the shot on him. He's going to be broken into the Static Storm for the guarantee. Not messing about whatsoever. As Heroic back away after taking the tower of their own, they lose a core.
This is a really fast-paced game right now. Everybody's just looking for more off of the initial play, and those are generally the games where Disruptor thrives, because you always get that +1. You always get that secondary kill off the little tower of the fight. Kataomi having himself a very strong early game here. Sonic Wave back up for him.
Got him, but they used the glimpse, so unfortunately a bit of overlap there. It doesn't matter. GPK, thanks to the amp damage, had more than enough to bring down Schofield and another outer tower pressure. The kill combo of GPK and Save, combined with Miro and his efficiency in taking towers, is taking map control away from Heroic at a blistering pace.
This is where this anti-mage looks so much different than past iterations of the hero. I mean, Pure has contributed with this helm to a lot of pushes. He's been stable on that top lane. He's farming incredibly fast. You picked him off twice, but he has not slowed his game down at all.
And you simply can't say the same about Yuma's Marcy.
Nope.
Another break onto the Bristleback. Underneath the tier 2. This just cannot happen. Sonic Wave goes out. Already got the Dissimilate. Nice hit from Yuma, though. Lands on top of the Void Spirit. Toss him back into Kataomi. They'll finish off the support, but can they get the core? This is a crucial kill. GPK trying to hide away. Goes to the desperate teleport out, but there's a Fissure. That'll stop him in his tracks. Heroic, they do strike back. Just about to point out the fact that Yuma, despite having top net worth, has not really been an active force in this game, but he shows up at the perfect time.
The points he has chosen, though, have been very good. That mid-fight where he helped them get extra kills, and now this top lane, you help pick up the Void Spirit again. He has shut down the Void Spirit's momentum off of the carry roll. Can't really ask for more. He's had himself probably his best tournament ever. I think that is easy to say. He's continuing to put the pressure on here. Quick smoke from Heroic. The pace just does not stop. They want to free up some space to finish the Marcy BKB. No Sonic Wave for this play, but you do have that Echo Slam Blink Dagger available for Analog. Looking to find his mark. Would love to find a big core target off this smoke, especially if you're bringing multiple cores. This could be Whisper just farming that Ags. Instead, he's looking for the aggressive potential. Scan hits.
All right, as he's on top of the Ancients. Perfect opportunity for a big Echo Slam. A ton of damage. Miro, he's going to go for the shapeshift, and they don't have enough stuns. In fact, they're going to turn back around. The Earthshaker's in trouble. A static storm on 2. The Quap runs out of it, but the cores are stuck inside. Schofield makes his blink away. A glimpse to pull him back to his doom. They thought the opportunity. Miro was farming up Ancients, but the damage, they underestimated just how tanky this Lycan truly is.
A total disaster of a play for Heroic. They just didn't have the Ags on the Bristle. You're missing a lot of damage. There's not that many creeps around for this Echo Slam, and that Wolf, he's got over 2,000 HP. That is not an easy target to go in, especially without that Sonic Wave. Again, you made that play without the Queen of Pain ulti. If you have it, it's a guaranteed kill.
With the Lycan coming online, this Helm of the Overlord, with the Void Spirit picking up a shard soon. We've seen the way that this is just kind of clears out waves or neutral camps wherever he lays this Aether Remnant. And all these outer towers gone. It feels like Heroic is just going to be shoved into, you know, theory is completed for Pure, right? He's just going to be hoovering up the entire map.
And their catch is really limited. This is a great catch team, but you only have so many spells to try and find this AM with. And as you said, there's a lot of units that are going to be on this map from both teams. A lot of Doms in this game. You have Chen Creeps, you have Lycan Wolves, a lot of scouting potential to help you rat if you really want to. And that is part of BB Team's game plan here. They want to free up the space for the Lycan and the AM to just get these side lanes in. They're going to be ghosts on the map. You're not going to be able to catch them. This next 10 minutes could be really difficult for Heroic to find the type of team fight they're looking for.
If they can find that fight, though, the BKB on Marcy
it's good
should
right now.
ensure they win it. Like, I feel like they do win on 5-on-5. It's just unlikely they get the initiation for it as BB Team continues to pick them off around the map. Schofield shot down right in front of his mid-tier 2. Not even the middle of the map is safe.
And this is the issue. This kill team can play around that mid lane. You're going to have issues shoving it back out unless you commit multiple cores here. And the whole time you're worrying about this situation, AM's farming out top, Lycan's farming out bottom. Side lanes are getting pushed back in from units. This map is not fun to play right now.
Analog will be able to match the Void Spirit's ghost shove that he's able to do with his own Fissure spam.
Yeah, but look at how clumped they are. Afraid to go on GPK. I mean, especially with the shield rune, he's just unkillable right now.
Yeah.
But you're getting corralled. A lot of heroes by this bottom tier 2. You have to regain some map control here. Either smoke out, get some wards, look for the pick-off, or back each other up to get these lanes out. You have more information to play off of right now. This is turning into a lane shove game where the AM has free reign, and that is not the style of game you want with this Heroic lineup.
No, not at all.
Here's that smoke. They have everything available. Sonic Wave gives you the extra damage right now. And that BKB timing on Yuma, really powerful if he can just lay into some cores.
It feels like if this smoke doesn't land...
I mean, how do you land this smoke, though? This is the issue.
You just got to go blind. But if it doesn't land, I feel like they are almost going to be forced into late game scenarios, right? It just doesn't feel like they're going to ever get enough map control to take over the mid game the way they want to.
This might land. Smoke from BB going straight into them, unaware of the positioning.
And it's 2 supports, but they threw it inside the Fissure pit. They do not hit the 2 supports that are on the side, but thanks to the Bristleback cutting in from the side, they should be able to still get them. Schofield makes his blink away, but he's still going to take out in the end. Pretty clumped. Miro's going to chase after him here. Echo Slam attempted, but GPK's already jumped away with it to simulate. He's got a haste rune here. Oh, they're trying to blow him up with the Marcy, though. The Fissure goes out. They've got the damage. 2 swings from Yuma. 2 rounds of that ultimate. And the Void Spirit, he may be tanky, but not enough there. Winning a fight right outside the Roshan pit. You couldn't ask for a better situation for Heroic.
Very awkward start. They thought the smoke broke because they were doing Roche, so you had to kind of blink in blind. But it gets the job done. This Shaker's just such a menace in these early team fights. And both the supports going down for BB Team early means you lose all your control. Your cores are not that useful if you don't have stuns to back them up. The Lycan's a threat here. It does force a buyback out of Schofield, but Schofield's happy to commit this buyback to get a fight into that Roshan. It's just such a big win in this game when you were getting ratted onto these side lanes. And Pure not confident enough to go in here with limited resources. Not great mana void targets this game. He doesn't want to be dragged into these fights right now. He'd rather have the game just be split up across the map. He was having a great time. Now all of a sudden, Heroic pick up some steam. They're going to get another aura on the Chen as KJ will finish Mech on top of the drum. A lot more sustain coming into this already pretty tanky lineup with the 2 brawlers on the front line, plus the Marcy, who now is an Aegis.
Momentum shifting back over to Heroic side after that team fight. The smoke, it worked out beautifully. Now it's time to see if they can actually be a little bit more on the offensive, if they can actually get some of that map control back. Some of the ways they're trying to address this, they've got Schofield going more lockdown in the Rod of Atos. Pure, he got hit by the stun, push back in. So much burst damage.
Beautiful connection there. That's a very limited window to hit that. They hit it absolutely on point. Yuma making his presence felt again. And that was Pure getting a little greedy, trying to kill some Chen creeps and Dom creeps. He actually man-avoided them too. It just shows you how much it takes to get some of these off the map sometimes.
Oh yeah, he's been man-avoiding neutral creeps probably every 2 minutes or so.
Yep.
He hasn't done it off cooldown, but he has been done it a number of times this game. Probably feeling like if he can just get to the late game, he'll be able to win it for his team. But farming that area in particular, I think, is dangerous because you know that Heroic, considering they have the Aegis, they're going to go for the Tormentor at some point. They're going to play to that side of the map soon.
Straight into the Queen of Pain, rewarded for the buyback earlier, and a nice shard to pick up. Silence could be really influential in this game, especially against the AM, against the Void Spirit. This is a super nice game for the Queen of Pain shard, especially when you're on support. Like, you can just aggressively blink in, go for the silence. If you trade your life for a core, that's a win. You're not a core Queen of Pain, who cares?
Found the Disruptor. BB team maybe trying too hard to get control of the map. The Disruptor very far forward there.
Oh, their momentum has been killed in this game. Heroic starting to take a lot more control than I expected.
Save spots KJ, trying to take some Lotuses, and he's got no allies in the area. He's definitely going to die. And BB team know it too, thanks to this lane ward they have at bottom.
Awkward area to end up as the Chen.
Yeah.
He's getting farmed though. You gotta remember this Chen lineup, that like 30-35 minute mark, you get that third aura item on him, you have Hand of God to back it up. That's a lot of HP for this BB team to get through. They have pretty good single target focus, but their AoE team fight is really lackluster. So they have to pick their mark very well. They have to all in that first core that they see. Potentially even reset the fight after that. Getting one kill is not going to get them a team fight victory here.
Save, getting a bit of information. Spotting some heroes, maybe trying to block any potential smokes. Running off this ward.
I would be surprised if BB want to fight right now. It just doesn't look possible.
I mean, the way that Katomi is playing into Heroic, I don't know. It's a little different. You know, 5, 6, 7 minutes ago, yeah, BB team had full control of the game. They may be able to pick off Analog here. As, yeah, he is shot down, just too much damage.
Playing around that one ward they have down there, super nice find. Felt confident with the shield rune plus Hand of God, but the Vessel off of GPK will negate a lot of that potential healing to come through. It gives you confidence to go for these pickoffs, and that's where this lineup will thrive. Just keep finding solo kill pickoffs. Don't let Heroic group up and take objectives or force the team fight. You're going to be a lot happier around the map. We see what the anti-mage is doing top. He'll instantly get pinged. I mean, you can ping him, but to go and kill this man takes a lot of time, takes resources.
Yeah, if you don't kill him right now, he's going to have a Manta, making it even harder to pick him off when you get that jump, like that silence from the Quap, for example.
Interesting smoke from BB. Going through the gate. Almost like they're reading some sort of play that was going to go on the AM and they were trying to back him up. Instead, they just run into Whisper.
Yeah, it's just a Whisper. Now he has a BKB. He pops it now. He's got his team joining him. They've got some Suns on Pure. Pure is the one who has to blink away. And what they get out of it, still 250 gold off of that Helm of the Overlord creep. Something to work with.
BB team just out. Continue to farm the map. No reason to take that fight head on. That'll waste the Aegis period here for Yuma. Time's out. So that next Roshan potentially in 3 minutes, you're looking at that. And you really want it if you are Heroic. You gotta gear up for that fight. Could be a fight that BB easily contests if they have some nice item timings for it.
I don't know. I mean, you're going to get Aghanim Scepter on the Void Spirit, but is that going to matter if you're matched up against triple BKBs?
The BKB timing is going to be tough for BB to fight into, but they potentially have Nullifier on Lycan, that Ags on the Void. If you can get to another item on the AM, I think that team fight is absolutely doable. Again, you're looking to go in, get a target, or pop BKBs, reset, kite that fight out, re-engage. It's not just an all-in slam.
Sure.
For Heroic, it's a lot more straightforward. You can just go in and slam.
Yeah, see hero, stun hero, all in.
Especially Yuma. If stuns connect on a target and he can get in there with the rebound, he's just going to shred anybody in this game. This Marcy AM matchup is not fun for AM until, 4th, 5th item. You can start to kite the fight out and maybe survive.
Even then, I don't think it's
still
ever
good for Marcy. Yeah, I don't think it's ever good, but at least then you have a route to take the fight. Right?
Sure.
You can try and dodge and play away from the Marcy, kill other heroes, kite him out. But Yuma's going to be really confident in this matchup, and if he can finish this data list, which is coming out very soon, it's going to take 2-3 seconds of stun duration. This AM's gone. And there it is.
There's the data list and the damage buff up of the Vlads from the Chen.
Could also potentially find an Alpha Wolf in this game. You could buff his damage considerably here.
Yeah, and Bristleback won't say no to that either, right? We have two big physical damage hitters. And because we see this Bristleback scale up, we've unfortunately seen a battle for Bristleback even, but the seeing red facet is no joke going into the late game. And even the Earthshake, a lot more magic damage out of him, but that Enchant Totem still hits pretty hard. This AM is not going to be protected in this game.
So I think you have to almost go 4 or 5 items on Pure before you take the head-on fight. I just don't think he can enter it. Maybe you get a really nice Mana Void target after BKBs are out.
They know he's here, but the Fissure just a little shy. GPK able to get a jump away, and now Schofield is an easy pickings for BBT.
Well, their long-range poke and kill is so nice with this trio.
Yeah.
Just so low committal. You can't turn that play. There's nothing to turn on.
Yeah. What much harder for, I think, particularly for Marcy, who is kind of the shortest range core of these initiators. Like, you really need... You can't really contest this, 1,500 range that BB Team is working with.
No shot. The fight for Heroic has to be within Yuma's range and has to be centered around that Marcy damage. And every time you overreach or that fight gets stretched out, way harder to connect with your biggest damage source. So more time for BB to split this map. Game continues to be dead even.
Yeah, well, look at that. I mean, Whisper, he's thinking the same thing. Yeah, I need to get on top of these heroes. He buys up a Blink Dagger. Yuma buys up a Blink Dagger. Double blinks for Heroic, trying to solve the gap close issue.
I like it. More mobility in the fight to find your core target. More instant damage follow-up on the stuns from the Shaker. That could be a big problem for you in this game. The blinks should fix that. And Analog, he's going to find a gift down here.
Yeah, what is this? Pure, once again, farming just a little bit too aggro.
See ya.
They are more than willing to drop double ultimates to get a big kill like this, particularly when Roshan is in that spawn tier.
That's a huge find. Absolutely huge. Just gifted. I mean, I think that was a look of surprise from Analog. He's like, wait, this is real AM just sitting here farming.
Yeah. And that Roche will be in 30 seconds time. So Heroic are going to set up for it, hoping it'll spawn sooner rather than later.
That's a really long spawn for them. A little unfortunate here.
But it also means they can just keep trying to take fights. They'll run into some wards, clear out the area. Thanks to a gem on Yuma, not even the Wolves are safe to scout out Heroic.
Max spawn. You try and force it now. 15 seconds on the AM. There's a window here. I mean, they have a lot of physical burst to put into this.
I also feel like it's easy for them to do it with just 1 or 2 heroes. Not a ton of risk in that regard.
Yeah, you just man up here. I mean, again, BB's pit fighting is pretty lackluster. Even if you're clumped in that pit, what's to punish you? Static storm drop on a mass BKB lineup? Who cares?
And even the Wolves, if they're not killed by the Marcy, they're converted by the Chen. Schofield, I mean, he's been punished a number of times for these aggressive blinks. Apparently, he just does not care. The smoke wraparound, though, is coming from DBT. Moving up through the river, and Heroic have a lot of heroes inside of this pit right now. This is pretty dangerous. They're just all inning for it. trying to finish up this Roshan now, and they will be able to do so before BB Team strike. Now, a Bushwhack grabs a couple, Sonic Wave goes out, and with Whisper blinking up to the high ground, it's hard for BB Team to get through. Nevertheless, they get on top of the Static Storm and take away the 2 supports. But do they want to fight this Marcy? After all, he's got BKB, he's got the Aegis, but it looks like Yuma has called it quits. He wants to back away. Whisper doesn't want to do the same. Nullifier placed onto Yuma as he's being hounded by the Wolf, but they go after the Bristleback now, who's just barreling forward still, refusing to back away. Now he pops his BKB, but it's a bit too late. The physical damage, it's stacked up, and he's dead.
Gem on the ground. Beautifully played fight from BB Team. They got the angle. They take the Chen down first. That's your biggest target. Take the sustain, the auras out of the fight. You get the other support on top of that, and then you're able to kite it out. And there's just no ult for Yuma halfway through. He's got to bail in that situation.
Yeah, I don't mind Yuma making the call to bail, but why are they not on the same page? Why is Whisper pushing after kills and Yuma backing out?
It got very disconnected very early. The start wasn't terrible, but they could not protect their supports, and this Lycan is doing some work in these fights. And he's just chasing people down. There's no real control for him. Nobody wants to commit on that target. Big team fight when, even though the Aegis will go to Yuma, he does keep it here. It's something Heroic can play around, but not the team fight win they were looking for.
I mean, I think the bigger loss, I think the Bristleback dying, you know, that sucks. But I think the loss of the gem,
it hurts.
It hurts so badly when you're the ones wanting to take team fights. We already saw the last Aegis expire without a big team fight forced, right? Oh, they're coming through the gate. Miro, you see this, right? You see what's coming your way. You just took the Tormentor, but you might just die for it to get the grab on him. Hit him with a stun, lock him down with a Rod of 8 Toes, and once again, the Unleash combined with the Sonic Wave, they've got him. A Bushwhack, grab on a 2 though. Save's gonna burst down KJ, and he makes a break for it. He's out of here.
Nice little pickup from Save. That is a 7x streak on that Lycan.
Okay, Analog's not messing about. He could have waited for that Ghost Scepter to fade away and just enchant Totem hit him, but he didn't want to take any chances.
That's a very hard exchange to evaluate. I feel like it's kind of worth it for the Lycan. The Shard went to the Hoodwink. That's the one you wanted here.
Sure.
It's to use that Boomerang to pick up another support kill. Like, that exchange is okay, but that was a big streak on the Lycan. A lot of gold going into the Queen of Pain there. Still, it's time for Pure,
who does have a Butterfly. So he has an answer, kind of, to the Marcy for a little while.
But he has to pick his blink target perfectly in the fight. Like, if he blinks in and he just ends up in the middle of the bristle of the Marcy, his fight's over.
Yeah.
Nothing to bail him out of that situation. So he really has to let other heroes go in first. He needs to see the fight develop and come in later. It cannot be the first point of contact for BB Team. And Heroic will take that every time. I mean, if they see Pure, they're jumping him. They're all in him. Marcy is just going to slay him.
2 minutes left on the Aegis, and the lanes are actually kind of in Heroic's favor. They're getting them all over that mid line of the river.
They have some map
See what they
control
can
to
do
play
with it.
Right, it's likely they will try and smoke during this Aegis period. I don't think they are confident enough to push mid tier 2 straight up. That feels a little brazen, given how these fights are going.
Whisper trying to catch Analog. He gets him with a blink for it, hits one stun. They need detection. They really want to get this gem back into their favor and should be able to do so. There's just no outrunning this situation. So the gem is back on Heroic's side. That means that they can make these movements without wards or wolves scouting them out as often.
That was the easiest gem recovery of their life.
Kind of was.
Surprised Save was out that far carrying it. Could have given it to GPK or something. I mean, this gem is just so valuable for the wolf scouting. Having confidence about the vision going into the team fight, and you give up pickoffs like this, it's going to lead to objectives for Heroic. They're going to feel a lot more comfortable grouping. This will be a free tier 2 top, as Pure gets a free tier 2 bottom. Santimage picking up the rat action.
And I think he asked a rat because I still don't believe that BB Team are going to be able to take the 5-on-5. You've got, even with the Aegis expiring, you've got this Shen who's going to pick up a shard, right? He gets one of those golems. That aura makes this squad, this triple strength core, so tanky. I just kind of don't believe that Pure has the damage to deal with that.
He doesn't want to take the fight straight up, but if you can rat, you can put Heroic in an awkward position. Maybe you get a numbers advantage somewhere. Maybe the single hardcore pickoff that we've seen BB do a bunch of times with the damage from this Hoodwink comes through and gets a hero really low, forces out early BKBs. This kind of chaotic situation can create openings for the anti-mage to come into that fight later. Again, you're not looking to go in here and man-fight the Marcy, but he can do a lot of damage. He is incredibly farmed in this game. Helmet Dominator, Battle Fury Anti-Mage is doing what it does best, pushing towards that level 25, getting incredibly farmed. There's a full Abyssal Blade. That is something that lets you fight this Marcy. In fact, you probably have the advantage right now with full Abyssal plus Butterfly before the MKB comes out on Yuma. In fact, well, he just finished it, actually. He's also very farmed, so...
Yeah, I
didn't get a fight out this exact timing. That's kind of what they're looking for, right? You get this Abyssal, you're, okay, I can go in. I can Abyssal stun this Marcy. I can give us a little bit of a bigger window.
Whisper, he's going to be one to break this smoke. They do not want to go after this bristleback, but maybe they have to. Oh, go! They actually can go for it. Still, though, the Echo Slam hits on Miro. He gets off his BKB, and Yuma does not get a bash. He couldn't get the lockdown. A glimpse back with the BKB lasts just long enough for Analog. A Fissure as they try and retreat backwards here. Yuma does not see the opportunity. They may have to leave behind KJ, whether it's the Void Spirit or a glimpse. Maybe they can protect him still with a Fissure as he gets up to the high ground. Pure with the Helmet Dom spots him, but Disruptor too far away for now. So in the end, it's Whisper to die. Not much else out of that fight. I guess Schofield did buy back once again. He is certainly not making a whole lot of progress in that network chart.
Just huge burst damage coming out on that first target they run into. No bristleback back interaction. They just go heads up, chain stun him off the Bushwhack Remnant Abyssal. Overwhelming damage. Trying to pick up Save again.
Yeah, Save once again not expected. Ooh, at the Sonic Wave. He tried to push him back into his team. That's okay. All is forgiven as long as the outcome is still income for Heroic.
The crazy thing is they took that Bristle down, they have Heroic on the run, and you're still hesitant to straight up chase with the AM. Because you don't want to blink into this Marcy just yet. Will be 25 for Pure. And that'll be Mana Void cooldown. Nice little talent for him. Thinking about BKB here, that would give him a lot more confidence to go in early in the fight. Not afraid of the Shaker chain stun potential.
Now he can Mana Void even more neutral.
It's efficient. Brought the Shaker down bottom, plus the Marcy, maybe looking for a quick pickoff on one of these waves. They will only find illusions. This feels like the point in the game where BB wanted to get to with this lineup, right? You stalled off the early momentum, you fought through those first two Roshans. Now you're getting to the late game with the Anti-Mage, with the Lycan split push. You have a lot of scaling to fall back on. You have a Disruptor Ags you can get into. You have 3 more items on GPK that he can eventually build into here. A lot of room to scale.
I feel that way for both sides. I mean, the Void Spirit, known to be quite the menace in the late game, and they've got some very solid supports behind it, but Heroic also have like this tri-core lineup. It's not just all in on the Marcy. I think their biggest problem is going to be, yeah, that man right there, Schofield, and how well he's able to progress. Having to buy back 2 different times, and the sacrifices he took in the laning phase means that he is not scaling the best. But even he is working towards a Scythe of Ice, and as long as he's got levels, he'll have damage.
Smoke coming through, BKB done for Pure. He buys out for this moment.
A fresh blood right for Analog. This Octarine opting for that over the Refresher. They're going to spawn Whisper, try and burst him down again. Whisper wants to make sure he gets off the BKB first. But it does mean that the commitment from BB Team, they can just go in and out. Oh, the Echo Slam whip there. Analog takes a bit of damage from somewhere, stopping his blink forward.
He got clipped.
Covers them with the Fissures. Miro. Okay, they managed to get the glimpse back. All in for the Earthshaker. The Mana Void is ready to go. Pure will use it, puts it to use, brings down the mid laner Heroic. Now Schofield in some trouble, looking for his blink back inside the base. Heroic again losing the fight, but also still limiting their losses to 1 or 2 heroes. These fights, they just are not clean one way or the other.
Can see what BB Team are trying to do though, right? Go in, get that target, kite the fight out. They threaten the Chen, you have to BKB Lycan, he gets out of there. There's just no clear jumper target for Heroic. If that Echo Slam lands, it could be a very different story. But Analog is really struggling to find the window here. It's just units constantly on him. There's random damage sources. It's not clean. GPK continuing, just trying to get something out of Heroic right now.
Yuma is not a threat without a Basher.
Nope.
Like this Void Spirit and this Lycan just keep on going into the fight, and there's nothing to control them during their BKBs. You have to get that BKB piercing disable for Yuma. I think there's no other way.
You have Hex on the Queen now. I mean, most of the control that Heroic have, especially with the Hex online now, is them initiating. Them finding the first target and letting the Marcy go in on top of that. I don't think we've seen that for probably 20 minutes.
I think it's always difficult to do, right? That is one of the advantages that Lycan gives you.
100%.
All these Helmet Dom creeps plus the Wolves, they just always seem to have vision over you. Combine that with the Disruptor.
You have to just smoke and jump off the smoke. That's your best chance in this game.
And this may be the perfect opportunity. BB team very brazen in their attempts. It is going to be interrupted by GPK here, but if they get the jump on the GPK, got him with the angle slam. A response from Conte on me. It's not good enough. He got a good static storm, but the BKBs are already out. Pure, he's going to go for Whisper once again. Hits a big mana point. Whisper, not dead yet. Gets a little bit of heals out of the Gen, and he's staying alive for now. Pure, he has to back away. Miro's right in the middle. They all jump in, but Echo Slam, no, it doesn't do much. Pure, he finishes off Analog with the lock-in. Rod of Atos, and BKB is gone for Miro, and so is his life. 2 cores down on the side of BB team for the one of Heroic. Heroic have the advantage for Roshan, but now it's switching over to the other side. Oh, God, the shield rune. Right in front for Heroic. The Scythe of Ice doesn't stop the rune grab here, but they do have an Nullifier. Oh, what a beautiful bushwhack on a 2! They try and blow up Yuma. Not quite. He flanks after him, hits him with another bash, and finishes him off. Now Whisper. He's up next. Rod of Atos holding back for now, but he's got to blink up. He'll chase after Whisper. And save once again with the bushwhack. A glimpse back, pulling him back to his demise. Here working him through. A Scythe of Ice and a buyback. This has to work for Yuma, and he gets it. A monster kill on the enemy. Stops Katomi as well. And that means Heroic. It was a risk, but it pays off. They have control of the pit.
Sick bushwhacks from Save, but BB end up overextending into the Marcy buyback. Not ready for Yuma round 2. And Whisper dealt so much damage to that anti-mage. She bursted him down with the Quills 11 stacks, 2,000 going into Pure. He just could not survive the physical onslaught.
The buyback, I think this is coming too late.
Oh,
GPK try jumps inside the pit. Can he grab it? He's got it! GPK, he rips it away from Heroic. And now, it came at a cost. It cost them the buyback. If Yuma dies here, he's in trouble. He got BKB unleashed. Now it's Pure. He's in trouble. Gets off the man to hit by his stun. And Invisible Blade goes off. A Fisher to try and stop him, but he's away. And now, danger time. BKB not up for Yuma. He's a dead. A dieback. 2 minutes. Heroic kept the fight on without him. With just 1 core to do it. And being hounded by the Wolf. Miro chases after them all the way back to their fountain. All the way back if necessary. They will find that 3rd core. And Heroic now on the brink of death. They've been cleaned up all over, and BB team have full control to push as many buildings as they want.
What is there to say? One time and time again, this team goes to GPK to make the plays. Absolutely salvaging that team fight, steals the 2nd life away from Yuma, destroys his presence off of the buyback.
Will it be enough?
The chase down. They pass Cheese over to Pure. It was a beautiful itemization usage. Gives him the strength to keep pushing on, and they just want the game here.
As always, Pure has called to end the game. And it's going to be an Earthshaker buyback to try and hold it.
Without the Marcy, though, it just feels impossible. No Bristleback buyback available.
They simply just do not have the damage. Nothing will stop BB team at this point. Try as he might. He tries to go in with his BKB. They pop the cliff. But it is delaying the inevitable. BB team, they have routed you, they have outfarmed you, and they will take game number 1.
What a game 1 it was. These teams are just here to brawl. There's a lot of creep action going around in the map. I'm sure it's very uncomfortable for Heroic to play, considering how they would prefer to play this game, but that is what you're up against. And this BB team is just... they're weird, man. Like, they have these games where it looks like a struggle, and then at some point, the switch gets flipped, and they are just in zone. They are hitting every spell. They are routing you in the fights. The game just ends instantly within 2 minutes. We saw this yesterday in that game 1 they played. I don't really know what's causing it. I don't know if the early game is just so awkward it slows all their pace down, but once that switch gets flipped, this team is on, and they are terrifying.
35 minutes of farming. The Animage has come out of the jungle. He says, I'm done farming. It's time to end the game. And Pure does just that.
The acceleration from BB Team closing out this game. I mean, an Aegis snatch is really what turns the tides here, Lacoste, because there's all these fights around mid, a back and forth between the two teams, but it all comes down to that Roche.
One thing I always loved about BB Team is that they're ready to use their buybacks, come into the fight, and make sure that they're going to be ready to... Like, they are a team that's, I would say, out of the other teams that are still left at the International, that are willing to risk it the most when it comes down to the buybacks. We saw, like, 2 buybacks in Nigma series, but they are on point. They use those buybacks, and they're going to be winning the fights off of that.
Yeah, that game was awesome. That was like a UFC fight where they just like brawl right at the end and then one guy gets knocked out. That was S-tier cinema. Like, I love the buybacks from Heroic. I really liked that they were trying to like risk it all there. That is well within their character. But on the flip side, BB Team is, like Cap said, this is the team for just, we're going down mid, boys. Yeah. We're throning right now. Even if it's like really risky, they're going to go for it. Like, you cannot give them that opening. They will take it.
Yeah, I mean, they know exactly when to take it, when it's offered to them. We're going to go towards that earlier part of the game here, though, Lacoste, because there was so much done by this Disruptor to really help out the lanes, to really help Miro, which you said that Lycan was going to be a big question mark in biding the time for this anti-mage lineup.
Yeah, and he was throughout the whole game. I think Hataomi understood that top lane wasn't really playable in terms of who he's laning against. He was laning against Bristleback, which is not the lane that they want to play to. They got one early kill relatively early on, but he is ready. This is level 3 Disruptor, 4 minutes in. Kind of leaves Anti-Mage alone in the top lane, gets a really good pick-off, and then moves to the bottom lane 20 seconds after, which is going to be resulting in another good kill. Hataomi was pretty much involved in most of the kills at the early stages of the game. That's why this Disruptor pick, when we talked about it gives them so much value. Like, you're trying to get out to Yuma's going to try to go with the rebound, but Disruptor's going to be able to catch him anyway. And the Miero, they needed a good start on him. I think Miero had an insanely good game. And in this type of a matchup, we know that Whisper, he's not the biggest enjoyer of the Lycan. He only has 18 games so far in his professional career on Lycan. The trade that they got, getting this Marcy for Lycan and giving it to Miero, who's one of the better Lycan players in the world, I would say was a big mistake.
I mean, the Lycan just made so much space for the AM, right? He could just single-handedly pressure. I think the lanes was like a huge problem. The waves are always pushed out. Lycan's pressuring on a tower. It just makes it very, very difficult for even the Chen to move forward on the map, right? There's this battle going on in the mid lane. The Lycan creeps is in the mid lane. The Chen creeps is in the mid lane. They're both trying to shove up the wave, but it just gave AM so much time to farm after that.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a really interesting thing about the Dom meta in terms of how it's progressed is support's understanding that if they have a safe lane core that is building into Dom, you have these items that give you regen and like health and stats in the lane, so you can actually leave the lane. Like, you can get active. It's the Dom is not just affecting the meta for the cores, it's also very affecting the supports as well.
I mean, do you think the matchup actually should go that well for the anti-mage? Because I felt like part of why the early game went so well for the Disruptor is because he didn't need to babysit the AM. You know, the AM had a really good start. He could be left alone, and then he could just run around and setting up kills.
I guess I'll respond to a question with another question, which is like, your understanding of the matchup, isn't that based on a meta where anti-mages weren't going Dominator? Because I feel like that changes things a lot in the calculations.
Yeah, it just changes so much of the viability of anti-mage. That's been one of the biggest questions about us seeing so many more heroes being picked up in that carry role. What really makes it viable? Something, though, that we weren't really too sure going into this one was if Yuma was going to be showing up today, right? He's been having an amazing series, an amazing performance on the main stage, but for this one on the Marcy, there was a lot of great fights for him, but it was rough to come up against the Lycan in lane, and it required him having to do so much more for the team earlier on.
Yeah, he was doing a pretty good amount of work, honestly. Like, we talked about the Yuma rotation through the portal, but even going into the early to mid game, he rotates quite a lot. And on Marcy here, like, he needed to be the hero that's going to deal the damage. Earthshaker has some burst. They're waiting on a Blink Dagger for a while. You know, he's got to get in there and do things. And he was active. Like, this was pretty much the only reason that Heroic was able to stabilize this game past the laning stage.
A big key factor for them. And then we go into more of team fights, something where people are bringing more of the numbers, because that's something around that Wisdom Rune, right? The 7 and 14 minute, it feels like not everyone's committing the numbers, Lacoste, but when it comes for a big objective like a Roche, that is where you're going to see the first big clash of a 5v5.
Yeah, the team fights in general, like Anti-Mage, he doesn't provide you with much. He's never going to be ready. Pretty much he first joined 35 minutes in and making sure that he has his 6 items. The hero pretty much is never ready. One more. Do you need more time? Yeah, just one more big item. And these are very expensive items that he's buying. You know, he's buying the Butterfly, he's buying Abyssal, BKB. He's never going to be ready. And this is the fight where they're going to pretty much get the perfect initiation. Look at what the GPK is doing. He goes in, gets out, and turns him around with the Remnant, and then they're ready to join. You can see that Pure, at this point of the game, he has enough of farming. He's going to be blinking in. And there was also a couple of later fights as well where they were unable to get the Echo Slam. I don't think Heroic, they were on the same page. And at this point, you see that Anti-Mage, he's ready to take the fights. He's ready to jump the target with the Abyssal Blade and blow him up instantly.
I mean, the reason why he's going to really find really good Echo Slams is you think about their heroes like Anti-Mage, Void, Spirit Lycan. They're not going to be next to each other. They're always playing different sides of the map. They're trying to break your formation. So it makes it very, very hard for the Earthshaker to find a good Echo, in the team fights.
Yeah. There was a moment that we saw how impactful the Echo was, right? When it didn't actually end up connecting.
We have to look at this. I'm curious. I want to look at this very closely because I wasn't sure exactly what clipped Analog here because he had a really great, big Echo opportunity. Look at BB all stacking together in the top right of the screen. What was it that clipped him? Oh,
it was Disruptor.
The Disruptor Q. Okay. Extremely heads-up play from Katomi then. I mean, we talked about how he performed in the early game, making the rotations for his team. But we can see from this clip that his impact in the fights was more significant than we were even noticing on camera.
Yeah, the Disruptor from the early and now what feels like into that later part of the fights is massive for Disruptor. Yeah. But that Earthshaker not connecting with his Echo was so impactful. They were actually kind of lucky that BB Team didn't take more off of that they had a second chance where we saw a significantly better Echo Slam take place, and that's what led into that next Roche fight and ultimately the Aegis Snatch and then into the BB Team victory.
Yeah, we have to take a look at the Aegis Snatch. I mean, that's a given. It's so funny. We talked about GPK as being the stable one on the team. He always seems to do something clutch to keep his team in the game, even when things are not going so well. This was such an important moment because Heroic was committing all of these buybacks for the fight. This was their Hail Mary. Yeah. And BB is like, well, okay, we also need to take a Hail Mary. And GPK in these moments, I don't know what it is, but it seems like he always seems to be able to pull it off.
I mean, this was like the game ender right here. Once they killed the Marcy again, I think the game was practically over already for Heroic. There's nothing much left they could do in the game. The Anti-Mage is unkillable. You don't have the Aegis, and yeah, I mean, this is just you're just thinking about the next game at this point.
I do wonder, as amazing as seeing an Aegis Snatch is, and we obviously see the outcome of that, how much would this have differed if we had have seen the Aegis go to the side of Heroic and have all of those buybacks come out from BB?
I still feel like the BB side are going to be happy with the situation, even though if they don't get the Aegis, but they felt like they could have just ended the game there. That's why they are a very special team to watch, right? I think most teams would maybe just prefer to, okay, we have AM, we have the better late game, let's just not use the buyback and
slow
risk
it down.
Right? Play slowly. We're still going to be able to win it, but Pure says, no, I want to end the game now, GPK, please go and get the Aegis.
That's because he finally had his items. He's like, guys, I can finally fight. Let's just do it. And of course, GPK going to be our standout player for this game one. You just can't look past it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that Aegis steal and also the itemization that he did go for. He understood that they need to be able to punch back at the early stages of the game, so didn't go for Aghanim Scepter. Instead, opted to go for Spirit Vessel. That gives him a little bit more tankability. Yeah. Gives him extra bit of a damage. Once you finish off your Spirit Vessel, once you get to tier 2 neutral items with the Strength Treads, you basically have 2,000 HP. If he didn't steal that Aegis, I would say that Miero, he's kind of my MVP because of how well he moves across the map. And this guy, it's pretty much his meta. I think I said it pre-series that this guy enjoys playing these heroes, and they got a very good pick for him. And also understanding how far he can push the limits of his hero with that wolf pack, getting extra 5 seconds when he gets the kills, and also itemization. This time around, he didn't go for a relatively early shard that we usually see, opted to go for different items, picking up that AC relatively early on, understanding you're playing against Bristleback, you're playing against Marcy, there's going to be a lot of physical damage coming out, so making sure that the whole team is tanky enough.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at this game from a different point of view. We're going to head on over to Purge, who's going to give us some more details.
Hi, everybody. I know what you're here for. It's about Chen, right? That's why you're here? Yeah, he's one of my favorite heroes sometimes. But something that was really interesting about what King Jungles did this game, he got a completely different facet. Every single Chen player that I've seen grabs the Sagers because it helps them control the early game. But there's little things that are interesting about this early Hellbear. It gives an aura for everybody's attack speed in the early game. And if it dies, it gives your team 120 attack speed. So this means you can actually fight your opponents in the laning stage. And Heroic drafted this knowing that draining the Lycan's mana is not that big of a deal. And instead, they can use this Hellbear to fight. If you kill the Hellbear, your heroes attack fast. And so you have to go for hero kills instead. And this allowed them to get a really early first blood here. That big chunk of damage, by the way, was the bodyguard linking these two guys together and save attacking him once. So he got attacked a couple extra times. So early first blood gave them a really nice advantage. Look how strong this facet can be when he fights. He contests the Lotus by himself with his summon. And he uses his third skill on him, which is going to give him and his creep 5 bonus armor. So 2 different heroes actually get zoned by him by himself with that facet. And he offsets the minus armor from Lycan just by casting that third skill. So look at the pressure that they're able to put on Miero in the laning stage. It's actually kind of a miracle that he was able to recover and have such a good game, because this lane pressure that came from this different facet on Chen was huge. And when the Wolves come in, you steal one of them, the one you have has 300 more HP. So they basically just took away his first skill and all of his skill points. Great lane pressure there by Heroic. And then how this transition was really interesting here. They used this Ogre to stack. Basically, King Jungles focused a lot on farming because he wanted to buy aura items, like plus armor items, that made them more resistant against the physical damage that was being done. And something really cool about this, about the Chen that got buffed recently, look at this damage for Clap here. He's level 5 and this thing's doing 250 damage. This is his special one that he summons here. So he's basically using this facet to not only win the lane, but also increase his farm speed and counteract his opponent's minus armor. And then he's using his creeps basically just to push out the lane while they go get ready to do stuff, because now he can do this much faster than the Helm of the Dominator can. And by pushing these lanes, what it does is set them up for a perfect Roshan. So they basically just stop every single creep from getting in Roshan while they prep to do this, partially using the lane push, because all of those lanes got pushed in really effectively. So everything they send in there to try to kill it gets destroyed, and that's why they were able to take this Aegis before BB Team was able to respond in time. Great use of map control, the summons and all that. It was a shame it didn't work out good enough, but it was some cool new tech that we got to see.
I love to see when a hero has so many viable facets, the way that you can play the lanes so differently. Of course, we see that Disruptor really helping Miero the Lycan get back into this one, but it's crazy how different of a game it would have been just based off that one Chen facet.
Yeah, he's right. I've never seen that one before. I had no idea that the Ursa Creep did 350 damage when you have it maxed out. That's kind of crazy. I mean, obviously it falls off. But for the early game, if you want to farm, you are going to get your auras faster.
Yeah, maybe something that people who like to spam Chen might be starting to pick up for themselves. This arena, by the way, is very full. There's a lot of cheers for both the side of BB Team and Heroic. And someone who's down there right now with our fans is, of course, Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. The house is packed here tonight. But as I had mentioned at the very beginning of the day, it is a bit solemn. We have to have eliminations. Such is the nature of competition. And for every single iconic moment we've had in Dota, there's always been a team on the receiving end of it. So I'm sure Eastern European fans, do you remember the $1 million Dream Coil? S4, Puck. I know, it's tough memories for the Na'Vi fans, but the Alliance fans remember it fondly. Meanwhile, Chinese fans are still haunted by the voice of Seb!
And South American fans, South American fans, we have a lot of these. I mean, there's no TI for South America yet, right? But there's one play that is still in our hearts. Allow me to set the stage, Tsunami. All right. TI11. There's the Howlet. TI11, Singapore. The smell of chili crab in the air. And, more importantly, hope. For Thunder Awaken has made us the farthest they've ever done at a TI. That's it. Liquid, one of the best teams in the world, fighting in the lower bracket, literally for their life. Last game of the best of 3. Income Sacred gets the black hole, Pango inside of it, 1 HP. 1 HP, and every single South American fan skipped a beat as they saw the Pangolier roll away infested by the life stealer of Meke. all hearts broken, many Liquid fans would cheer, but Thunder awaken, and all of Peru will forever remember this day. But that's what they are, resilient. We are the 1 HP warriors. We're the ones that survive. We're the ones that make it through. 1 game loss means nothing. Heroic can do it this time. Let's go!
If there's one team that's going to benefit from a crowd mob, it's Heroic. These guys have looked fantastic when they've been on that verge of elimination. They've got to be more comfortable, right? And I think hearing all those cheers out there from their fans, that's what's going to bring them that energy. I'm hoping they've had the time to really put their heads in the right space here, Lucas. Think about it and come back and be more chaotic than ever. Make sure that we're seeing what South America is really made of.
Oh, for sure. I think this team comes in very well prepared. They have like double coaches that are working quite a lot. Like it's always nice to see from and hear from them because they always give good insights. They're not afraid to show it to the rest of us. But I think a lot of teams that are still in the tournament have hidden strategies, and I want to see something else that is going to come out from Heroic because this one I really didn't feel that much coming out from this Queen of Pain. Yeah. I feel like there's been a good flex that they kept until the end. Even like the damage numbers, if you look at it, I believe he dealt 17,000 damage on Quad, pretty similar to Earthshaker, but something was just not clicking. I want to see Schofield on a bit of a different hero, something that can be more annoying. Even Queen of Pain, she does have a Blink Dagger, but some of these melee position 4s that he really excels playing at, Clockworker, Tuska, I want to see them on heroes like that, something that can buy time, something that can relieve pressure off his mid lane, something that can have a greater impact.
To me, yeah, it's not chaotic enough. It doesn't create enough space on the map. And honestly, I thought Queen of Pain was completely imba about like 2-3 weeks ago, but the meta has changed so much since the road to TI. There's people building all of these DOMs. You know, Lycan is very popular, like tons of summon heroes. I don't think Queen of Pain is that good anymore.
Is that because of those items you're saying that Queen of Pain has kind of fallen off?
But you also have to look at the reason, right? Why did they want the Queen of Pain there? Because they wanted a hero that could be moved around, flex, and confuse their opponents. But I think they didn't really count for the anti-mage at the end. Or maybe they did, and they figured that, oh, we could just do the co-op support, but it didn't work out. Because for their lineup to work, they really need to get away with like some sort of early game advantage so they can snowball.
Yeah.
But they just didn't do it in the game.
It felt like it was leading up to that for the support Queen of Pain, but we see double buybacks throughout the duration of this game, and I think that's going to slow. It doesn't matter what hero you play, that's going to be
Schofield's going to do that regardless, no matter what hero he's playing.
Okay, all right. You know, maybe I'm a little bit misguided on that one.
Yeah, I feel like it just came down to like the strategy that they chose, right? I think in the first game of the series, it's fine if you have some idea that you think it might work. You know, you try to use a flex pick that maybe your opponents are not aware of, and you try to lead them astray with the draft. Okay, fine, didn't work. Next game, you have to just keep your heads up, held high, and go for something else.
Our teams are waiting in the wings, eager to come back down onto the stage here, get back into their boots, and focus up. This is elimination. Heroic, if they can make it back in this series, they will have the best placement that a South American team players have ever gotten. On the side of BB Team, their expectations are high. Coming into this one, especially for Pure, who achieved so much at last year's TI, it would feel like a disappointment to get top 6, and it's a feat in itself to even get this far.
Yeah, and I think BB Team are also a team that having one game advantage in a series is pretty scary. Like, they're willing to pull out some crazy stuff. I think that they also play better with confidence. Pure in particular is not going to have one of these like 1-in-17 anti-mage games after just winning a game, especially with the anti-mage. You know, like he's gonna pop off in the next game. So.
I mean, also for Heroic, right? Every time they lose the first game, they kind of lose the series, right? They haven't really played any 3-game series so far, you know. So this is definitely going to be like a huge challenge. How are they going to overcome this BB Team here?
Yeah, well, that's funny because BB Team right now on the main stage, all they've had is 3-game series. So it feels like what exactly is going to win out here in these two teams? Because BB Team, there is the confidence that carries over. I 100% agree with you there, Jenkins. But sometimes it's a little bit of overconfidence. Maybe they try and think a little too far ahead.
Yeah, it's possible it's a blunder against Heroic because Heroic does like to play chaotic. If you play overconfident into that and you give them some openings, they will definitely take it.
One scary thing about BB team is whenever we talk about them, this is the one scary team that has an extremely good early stages of the game. We haven't really seen that so far at the TI. I would say that this is something that they've been lacking, but if they can start doing that as well, that they've been doing ever since they've been formed pretty much as a squad, this is going to be a very, very scary team. They already are, but imagine if they can really push the limits, win the laning stage, have that 5k gold advantage 15 minutes into the game.
Yeah, you're right.
This is the team that is extremely aggressive and knows how to close out the games early.
Historically, they've dominated lanes and then snowballed that into a dominating game, but that's just not how it's been so far.
I felt like they've been a lot more patient than compared to a couple of months before, right? I feel like whenever they were having this sort of lead before a couple of months ago, they would try to push it maybe a little bit too far, hence the throwy nature of the team. And in this event, I feel like they have sort of addressed that. They played more defensive when they could just sit back and farm. And
they muted Pure's mic.
Yeah, and when they needed to go aggressive, they would have tried to use their buybacks and do something aggressive. So I feel like I like that balance. I like that change, and it certainly paid off. So far.
Anything else though? When you guys see this, it could potentially be Heroic's last game on a TI main stage. There's going to be some staples that you guys are eager and itching to see.
I mean, you're dangling it in front of me. I want to see the Pudge if that can come out. I would love to see an early phase Meepo. It wouldn't even surprise me if BB is expecting this and that they first phase ban these cheesy specialty heroes. I feel like Heroic backs against the wall. They're going to take risks that we have not seen before, because this is them right about to be eliminated.
Yeah, if they have to play a normal game, I think it's going to be difficult for them. They have to throw things off the balance and try to surprise them.
Just first pick the Meepo. Just whip it out.
I actually wouldn't mind seeing KJ going back on that Shadow Demon as well. I know he still had a really good early game for the Chen, but there was so much when it came to team fights on the way of trying to pick up that hero. But we don't want to discuss Theorycraft anymore. Our elimination series continues between these two teams.
BB Team versus Heroic Game 2.
With BB Team up one game, they're feeling confident, they're in a good position. Our draft has already begun, and the bans and first picks coming out already, where we're going to see a Nature's Prophet for the side of BB. And of course, here we have an Earth Shake-up for the side of Heroic. They're going back for it. They feel like they've not lost confidence in it, and maybe it's more open to be flexed now.
It still does a lot in most of these games. So, you could see that BB team wanted to invade enemy triangle. They saw him going into the triangle, but they were keeping the distance, not allowing them to get instantly killed on one or two heroes potentially, but wanted to get something out, knowing that Earthshaker is still going to be very low HP after clearing those Ancients, because you need to drag them close together. But again, you get very good timing on a Blink Dagger after taking the Ancients, and Analog, he did have a very good time in terms of killing the enemy carry hero. Pure got killed 3 or 4 times by Earthshaker because he got that early Blink Dagger.
Nature's Prophet to me is such a classic Game 2 hero, because especially if you win Game 1, because I feel like BB thinks that they are just simply the stronger team, and if they can win the lanes, win the early game, they can absolutely up the tempo with this hero. Nature's Prophet is a lane dominator almost against anything, and very few carries can TP around and get kills and take the towers like he can.
I mean, you sort of see a heavy emphasis on carries that can be around the map to push out waves, right? I think that's why we see it in a resurgence in anti-mage, because he's probably one of the best, right, outside Nature's Prophet to push out those lanes, and we saw how much he could influence the state of the game by just chopping out lanes and making it difficult for your opponents, and you give your team time to get objectives.
This is very interesting, the bans
Spectre,
that just happened, seeing that they are banning out Spectre, which means that this Nature's Prophet is definitely going to be a core. So far, BB team didn't have much success with it. They only played it once, they lost that game, and Nature's Prophet at main stage TI also didn't win a single game. He's been played 5 times, didn't find much success. I think the nerfs that did happen also are not in his favor. And now you're going to be playing into Earthshaker, into Clockwork. These are two very difficult matchups for you, allowing you to get on top of him, having multiple stuns. So he needs to do a lot. Even though he builds into Hurricane Pike, he builds into a BKB, still not an easy matchup by any means.
Yeah.
If it is going on Pure, I am also wondering about how susceptible it is in that early laning phase, because that has been the biggest weakness so far for Pure, is how punishable is this Nature's Prophet in that first 10 minutes.
It will depend on the core that he's playing against, because Clockwork needs a core that will like actually jump on top with him and kill the Nature's Prophet. Although, great Timber pick, excellent against Clockwork, high strength hero, excellent against Earthshaker, high strength hero. 0% win rate though in the main stage.
Yeah, but why are they showing here right now? That's like the question, right? Like, if they wanted a hero like Timber, wouldn't he be better at 18? Unless there's something that's going on here, you know, like maybe one of the heroes.
I think this is a statement from BB Team. They are picking a hero that has 0% win rate on main stage and 0% win rate, 0 out of 8 games, road to TI playoffs and main stage combined.
The reason I'm confused is because they chose to ban the Puck, right? So they seem to think that the Earthshaker is not going to be mid. And now they're picking Timber, I presume, against the Earthshaker, which he wants to go mid against the Shaker. That's what I find a little bit confusing here.
I mean, one argument is Miro is level 30 Timber. It's easy to talk about, you know, the Amars of the world and forget that Miro is, like, he came onto the scene playing Timbersaw every single game. So maybe it's just a confidence thing. I also think it blocks Meepo a little bit. You don't feel as good playing Meepo into this, and I think Heroic could maybe bang it out here. We'll see. I mean, they have last pick, so they could look to get it there, but it's not going to make it through the second phase ban, or the third phase bans.
No, I don't think so at all. That's something that everyone's very cautious of about letting them get their hands on. A Bane here as well for BB Team. Kataomi's done wonders when it's been picked up. That's something that gave them success so far on this main stage as well, is when he's on that hero.
Yeah, Bane plus MP is absolute pleasure to have. You know, as a teammate, you're playing Bane. You want someone that can just come to you instantly when you catch a hero with your sleep or your Fiend's Grip. Even though it might seem like counterintuitive to pick Bane into Clockwork, because Clock is one of the worst matchups in the game for Bane. But I do feel like they put a lot of emphasis in enabling this MP. That might explain the Timber, you know. Maybe they are feeling that we need some offlaner to keep shuffling the wave and pressure. So you draw the attention to you, and then the Bane goes to you, sets out with the MP TPing in. Maybe that is the idea of their first 3 picks here.
Yeah, BB is definitely prepping to be really active, because Timber also is a hero that loves being left alone in lane. So that means they can pick a support that can run to the mid lane, play around GPK, have Pure on Nature's Prophet TP in, and Miro's just chilling, farming.
Yeah, Hero seems to agree that the Timber is going to be on the off lane, picking the TA right away. TA is like one of the better heroes against Timber in the lane. So let's see if like maybe BB Team try to, you know, adjust, try to move the Timber away, or they have to try to figure out what type of support they pick to enable the lane. You know, TA is just going to be, I think, a very strong lane matchup into the Timber.
Yeah, I like this pick a lot, allowing them to have a super strong laner, and this is not gonna be an easy game for Bane by any means. He might need to shift priority. He might need to play as a position 5 in this one, because you're playing against Earthshaker, Clockwork, One Fisher, Clockwork with the hook shot, the trap silence from Templar Assassin, just the global silence in general is gonna make things a lot more difficult for Bane than maybe he expected.
Yeah, that's a nasty silencer pick. Like, even Timber, Arcane Curse, he hates playing against this. The lane too, like just the silencer versus the Timber in lane, I think is a winning lane almost no matter what carry you have.
If you're forcing Timber to deviate from his build, okay, that's why I felt like the Timber is there's gonna be something interesting with the Timber. So they're moving the Timber mid, they're picking a Darkseer, changing the lane matchup. So they are trying to outfox Heroic in the lane. So Darkseer against TA, that's a pretty good matchup here in the lane. They need probably strong position 4 to make sure that the silencer can't really bully the Darkseer too much.
They could still get a very good matchup for them if they want to get something like a Lifestealer maybe for themselves and use this Nature's Prophet as a support plus the Bane. I know that the Darkseer loves to have, you know, something that he can run in, some Tusk potentially, but overall they don't have the last pick. But after seeing this Templar Assassin, I think they use Nature's Prophet as a bit of a bait to see where the heroes are going to go and try to counter-react it, because I'm seeing Enigma as well. This is one of the few matchups that Lifestealer doesn't like to play into, and also another hero that I think overall, Whisper plays really, really well, and it would give them the momentum. I think having Templar Assassin building into Deso, having Earthshaker from the mid lane, 2 supports who can easily rotate, and they want to rotate to get that +1 for Silencer. Clockwork wants to be active. Could be that they just want to shut down the tempo that Heroic is building up.
I love the Hoodwink ban because that could be either
be a
the carry or the 4. You have to ban it for both. Because, I agree with what you're saying. Maybe not lifesteal. Like there are also other options. Faceless Void is an option there as well. Like, I mean, any hero that builds a Manta style you want against Silencer, and something to win the core-to-core matchup against TA. I guess TA is kind of solved by the Darkseer.
Do you split your band then, or are we still looking at a potential strong position forward to come out? Because you've given a lot of good carry potential for the side of BB Team. Is it that easy to take it out? Is that easy to all in that's the last pick that is required?
It could just still be a 4 for save. That's also possible. We're just thinking of like interesting flexes because they don't have the last pick.
I mean, he usually likes to play like range heroes on save. We've seen him on usually Grimstroke, Rubik, Tower Hill, Muerta.
I mean, Batrider is banned. Okay, well, that would have been great. I'm just trying to think, what are the ranged heroes that play well with Darkseer? Willow?
Yeah, Willow is okay.
It's like Bat and Willow are the 2 good ones that you can actually Ion Shell.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like they want more than one initiator. Right now, that's only Bane, right? If your core is going to be MP, Timber, and Darkseer, you kind of want more stuns and catch for your lineup.
And Save Lion is a classic. He lanes well with the Darkseer.
Yeah, Lion's actually really nice for their overall composition here. You have the vacuum into stun combination. So it's going to be the Dark Widow. So you have instead of the stun, you have the vacuum into multiple brambles, which can be really nice in the laning phase.
Yeah, peels through the TA refraction eventually as well between the brambles and the Willow ult.
Not a very conventional hero right now.
No.
Yeah.
It was prior to the international happening. Pro level pubs, people were spamming this.
That was before the nerfs, I think. She did take some nerfs to the Shadow Realm.
The regen in the Shadow Realm, yeah. Doesn't feel as broken as it did before.
So what is she offering in the lane? Because you guys said that needed to be something that was really going to help the Dark
She's a pretty strong laner at level 1. One of the best level 1 heroes.
I was wondering where this hero's made. The mid Leshrac, it deals so much damage. The Link Dagger, you just jump in, suicide. It's like, I'm going to kill you or you're going to kill me, or maybe both.
Oh, they definitely upgraded the draft from the previous game. This draft kind of plays itself out. You're never going to be lacking damage. You have enough stuns. You have a global presence. You have very good scaling. You have heroes that come online super fast. Lashrak going for the Blink Dagger. You have Templar Assassin with your Dragonlance Deso. So it does feel like they're going to be ready relatively early on to be able to punch back against what BB Team is bringing in this one.
What I love is that they have 3 extremely high burst cores with a silencer. Like, if they cover a jump with the silence, they will kill, like, 2 or 3 heroes, potentially. This is very strong. I think the pipe timing for Miro on Darkseer will be very important. Like, the pipe in Crimson Aura timing.
Yeah, they have to make sure whenever the silencer global comes out and with the Earthshaker jumping, they need to survive that initial burst. If they can actually do that and make the fights drag out, then it will be really good for the Timber and Darkseer. But overall, I feel like execution-wise, it's a lot easier for Heroic here. Yeah. I feel like their team fights are just pretty straightforward. Laning phase also pretty straightforward. They're very, very solid lanes. So I think we are actually going to see a game 3 here.
Winter, I feel like you've changed your viewpoint. You went from not sure if Heroic were going to be able to bounce back in the series to loving exactly what they're bringing in game number 2.
Yeah, you gotta love if someone gives you something you like to see. You know?
What do you love so much about this one, Lacoste?
I like that they are shutting down the cores as well. I feel like with the picks that they do have, it gives them a lot of momentum as well. And BB Team, they are picking heroes with very low win rate. These heroes are low win rate or have no win rate whatsoever for a good reason. Nature's Prophet didn't win on the main stage. Neversaw didn't win a single game. And they're really trying to push the limits. This is also a bit of a test. If they are going to be managing to win this one, it's also a bit of a statement for the rest of the teams that are still left in the tournament.
Yeah, I like that you're bringing up those statistics. It hasn't been working for other teams on at least 2 of their cores on the side of BB Team. And so I feel like we need some answers exactly what that coach and how this draft is going to play out.
And I can make that happen. And that, yes, I am joined by Bulk of BB Team, where I do have some questions about your draft. Timbersaw gets picked up. I don't know if you know this, 0% win rate in this tournament. It has been picked 8 times so far. Why do you like it?
Тимберсон на этом турнире выбрали уже 8 раз, но у него винрейт 0%. Почему вы продолжаете его выбирать?
Мы захотели исправить эту ситуацию и поправить этот винрейт.
We wanted to fix that win rate.
No more 0% win rate after this game. Makes sense to me. Last game, I asked Caps if he was afraid of your last pick anti-mage. He said no. Are you afraid of the analog last pick Leshrac?
В интервью тренера после прошлого пика он сказал, что он не боится вашего антимага. Боитесь ли вы их Лешрака?
Нет.
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. What was it again?
Нет. No.
No.
Oh, no, that's what it was. I see. Well, then, let's see if it happens in this game number 2. Good luck, Bulk.
And luck may be needed here. It seemed like the panel liked the changes that Heroic made to their draft. I personally like to see that Whisper is going to be taking over the Earthshaker, and they got Analog a Leshrac pickup. That felt like a nasty last pick here, Avery.
There's a reason Timbersaw has been struggling this tournament. Now he's going to have to go up against another hero that can just absolutely burst and chunk him down. I'm looking to Analog to step up his game in this game too. I think he struggled the most in that game 1. It wasn't all on him. It was just a really tough game to find the angles for those Echo Slams against so many summons, so much scouting, a long-range poke lineup. You're against the anti-mage. Not the easiest Shaker game here. He gets the priority in that last pick. They put him on a super high damage dealer that can just get in the fight, play against a lot of heroes that he can just take down instantly. Looks like a great game for the Leshrac, and he has the silencer to cover him. I mean, what a silencer game. You're against Timbersaw, Darkseer, Dark Willow, Bane. This curse is going to hurt in the team fights. The global silence can bail out the grip. Looking at those 2 heroes for Heroic to have big games here in game 2 and force this into a game 3. And if you're BB Team, as the panel mentioned, you are trying to play some heroes that have not been too successful so far. Doesn't mean they can't work here, but they have been struggling.
Save in some trouble. Already used the Shadow Realm. Unless he could juke through the trees, he is gone. That's going to be first blood to Yuma. And that is quite the boon because the off lanes on both sides are suffering. Schofield will end up going down. Both supports will die, but it's Heroic who walk away with the extra bounty in first blood.
And there's some money tree action going on.
Wait,
Nature's
what?
Prophet looking for the gold bags. Not a facet we see a lot, if at all. But if you start snowballing with it, it's definitely a little extra income. I did not have this on my TI bingo card.
No, I didn't either. I do remember that it was so bad they had to buff it up. But it seemed like the numbers still weren't quite right. I guess in this matchup, it does kind of look like a free lane for them. So if you don't need the extra lane sustain out of the heal, why not, right? It's a double range matchup against a double melee matchup. Like, surely you should win this scot-free. Oh, vacuum pull back in, trying to go for KJ Fairy Fire. Oh, he walks back into the Ion Shell and will be run down and saved. He's already healed up enough. Refraction from Yuma is quickly burned through. And he'll have to back away. No rebuttal here. Schofield, meanwhile, Fairy Fire of his own is going to be popped to stay alive.
This double melee offlane's really suffering against the double range, plus the presence from this Furion. Look towards Pure to have a big game for BB Team. He can set the pace, he can drive tempo around the map, he can TP into all these plays, give you the extra gold off the money tree sprouts. Those can go either way too, you know, anybody can pick up those bags, so you really want to snowball off this facet if you can. True. Just have some bigger presence in the earlier team fighting. Particularly if the other lanes are going to be a struggle. This Darkseer lane is not going the best for BB Team. And Yuma has had an incredible start on this TA. Despite some of the early skirmishing going both ways, he's absolutely free farming down there. And they picked up the early kill. So it's going to be another strong laning phase for Heroic. The Leshrac's going to free farm, the TA is pretty much going to free farm down there. And if they can get something out of this double melee off lane, it's another really good start to a game where they can pick up the pace. Be very interesting to see who rotates supports into mid lane first in this game as well, because you are really eyeing these 6 and 8 minute power runes, and this is an explosive matchup. start taking some of these later points in Edict, just so much damage on isolated targets fighting for those runes, or if you get an early haste or arcane, Leshrac can be devastating with it.
And frankly, if your Shaker is already kind of struggling, and he can maybe do some Fisher shenanigans to pull the lane back, why not move the Clockwork, say, into this mid lane and try and help the Lesh win that matchup?
I think Schofield has the most freedom here to decide what he wants to do. Trying to deny the water rune.
Miro chased down. The teleport will be canceled. A little bit surprising there. They were a bit low. Schofield brought low by the Nightmare. Katomi continues to menace this opposing support. He just cannot seem to use his cogs effectively at all. Every single time he tries to go for the cog hit, he just gets nightmared and hit a whole bunch.
Getting outplayed in this early game. Will at least deny the water rune out from GPK. It's a little minor win on that mid lane. That was his goal here, but another slow start for Schofield. Once more have to make it up, and this is not a game where you're going to get a huge amount of stacks up with this Clockwork.
No,
be able to fall back on that. You have to find some action around the map. Action continuing in this lane.
KJ not respecting the Shadow Realm Ion Shell combination. Maybe Yuma can, if he gets the kill on the core, it will all be worth it. But it's taking a lot of time off of lane. He still hasn't got to put the treads pick up. That'll help give him some extra movement speed to get the kill, and he does not get caught in the brambles. Perfectly manages his way through. Whisper, alone in lane, does not die. He still had some stick charges and a Lotus to burn through.
Third kill on this lane for Heroic, and a lot of solo experience going into the TA. Honestly, I think KJ, he's more than happy with that exchange. His TA is going to be ginormous. Already almost level 5. Level 6 on the Leshrac mid as well. I mean, it's Whisper being sacrificed up here a little bit, but this lane was going to be the toughest lane no matter what. You pick these heroes for the mid game, not their laning prowess. You just have to survive through it here.
Considering how well Yuma is doing, I halfway expected the Silencer, KJ, to go through the gate, maybe help out this top lane, but he's opted against it, instead playing for power runes.
They're just too weak up top. Too many resources got burned out there. That play is not available. You can look for the mid clash, however. Again, these power runes are super valuable for the Leshrac if you can secure them.
I love that, though. They already have the ward in place. They will run down KJ first, go back for the power rune, which spawns top. Works out well for them. Analog would have gotten it otherwise, but instead Katomi gets an amp damage, and he's going to pull the Leshrac underneath the tower. Now it's going to be the Clockwork who wakes up that Leshrac. Leshrac going back in with a dive-ball key, doing massive damage onto Katomi. One kill and trying to get out. No stuns left. Save has already blown everything there, so Analog will be able to get away. Support for support trade-off.
Money bags collected for Pure. He's happy about that. Analog, did he overstep into the river?
He certainly did. Not having dive ball key, he's in trouble. Sounds goes out though, and now GPK is the one who has overextended himself. Analog, he'll tick out. Analog didn't have to run forward. KJ will collect that kill. GPK offering a respectful tip to KJ for the rotation.
It's just such a good Silencer game. They got it really late in this draft. He has great core matchups, great heroes to punish with the curse, and a great target for that global silence later. I expect a big game from King Jungles here. Pure feeling the heat of a Yuma rotation. Rocket Flare gives a little assist.
Yeah, a bit too late. If it had caught him as Pure ducked away into the trees, maybe they could have killed it, but now Whisper has been baited to go for that Pure kill. Templar Assassin can't jump into this, not with GPK. Timbersaw is showing. Analog still going to show up, though. He is so strong right now. He's going straight to Pure. That's a guaranteed kill. What else can you get out of this one? GPK tries to pick up a Yuma real quick. The refraction, blocking the damage, and missed the Timber Chain. Meanwhile, Analog, he cuts him down with that long-range chakram. The Facet comes through in the clutch for GPK, and he still has plenty of mana to work with. No more diabolic heating, so GPK has free reign of things. A triple kill for him.
That's the kind of fight you wish you had that Silencer involved in a little bit more. 3 points in Curse. He could do some serious damage to GPK in these skirmishes.
He thought he was going to get involved there. Instead, Nightmare pulled into the chakram. Analog, he goes for the Pure kill again, but around these ancient stacks and 2 heroes behind him, Analog can't go for another kill on this Nature's Prophet. Pure trying to get nice and aggressive. They know the ward's up there on the high ground, thanks to the Nightmare from earlier.
And Whisper comes to defend these stacks. Does not want to lose anything. Does not want to split the experience. He needs this Echo Slam to recover. He will get it here, uncontested.
Yeah, Schofield's going to block out Katomi. No way that he ever gets close enough. In fact, if he tries, he'll just add more experience to Whisper's coffers. Slowed down by lightning a bit.
The hasted Timber.
Oh, yeah, that's a little scary. Oh, that hit for the Shadow Realm. Not good enough. GPK.
He wants
Are you going to try for it? Timber chained up, and he runs him down.
GPK, boss, gets that steal in game 1, and he is off to a 7-1 start here at the 8.5-minute mark. Just pure destruction coming out from this mid laner right now, who is on a warpath in this tournament, man.
Yeah, is there any doubt? He has to be the team, the player that is carrying his team the most in this tournament.
He is MVP in my mind right now. BB Team are not here without his plays on the main stage. He'll have to go back to heal, but man, what a start for him. Playing into some tough heroes too. These are not easy heroes for the Timber to skirmish early. He really just played the fights well. You end up inside the cogs, you end up against the silencer spells, you end up against chain stun from the Shaker or the burst damage from the Lesh. Not the easiest Timbersaw game in my mind, and he's had an incredible start here. It's going to go a long way.
He is the only reason that Heroic hasn't really broken away in this early laning phase. I mean, they're still up by a K, but it could have been so much worse, right? He gets that kill on Yuma, and that top lane rotation, that could have been just pure dying again. He's kept Analog down a bit, but he will be the center of attention for Heroic. Hook shot does land, and really no way out of this one. Nope. The cogs lock him in a cage, and the silence prevents any spells. Analog, he knows that he's going to have to stay one step ahead of this Timbersaw if they want to push this to a game 3.
And these smoke plays are so strong. They're not going to have a lack of damage like we saw in that game 1 where
Fisher
that play
block
got
off.
turned around.
Not needed. Whisper already has his blink dagger. He gets in front of Katomi, and they chain the stuns for another kill into Analog. Now second in net worth, and Yuma is topping out the charts.
This is a perfect pace for Heroic. They love this style of gameplay, and this draft is built for it.
You just showed so many heroes, though. Yuma, he's left alone in this bottom lane and run down by a simple 1-2 punch of a Miro wall and save with the Bedlam. That is going to cost Heroic a decent amount.
Gotta respect this Helm creep with the Darkseer Ion Shell and the potential back stomp that could come out. It's been a while since we've seen this combination, but it'll be live in this game. And all that space that the Timbersaw created allowed Miro to catch back up. He was doing farming. He was doing big stacks in the jungle. So this Darkseer's absolutely back in this game. They're trying to pick up the pace themselves.
Quell Blade pick up, but the creep is on top of him with the Ion Shell. Echo Santos go out. If they can trade this out to get the kill on Pure, it'd be massive. Whisper doesn't have enough damage by it. Oh, what a Cox hit! A Sprout over to the other side. Enchant Totem to stop him, though. And Pure, he's dead. As aggressive he's tried to be. Multiple of these rotations have resulted in his death, and Whisper is taunting him all the way to the grave.
You got to have some respect for BB Team. They went in this game, and they're trying to play Heroic style of Dota. They are just taking the clash, just getting aggressive, but this is a terrifying team to play this fast against because they'll take it to you every single time. I mean, just some of the best skirmishers in the world. Schofield in his element right now.
Smoke breaking, Schofield. He'll just wait it out. GPK runs right into that brick wall.
I'll try and smoke the supports around. Tower goes down. Scan still hits on that hill. They're looking for a bigger core target in the jungle. They want Yuma right now with this grip.
Is this two-man squad good enough, though?
They land the grip. They're going to try it all in.
They got him. And long-range hook shot. The grip is stopped, but the burst damage is still there. Now Schofield, big whirling death hit underneath the tier 2 tower. Cogs on cooldown, but BB Team, they'll respect what Heroic have to offer. Backing away from the cliff and the multi-shot of the tower, not worth the risk for a simple support.
First part of that smoke did not succeed up the high ground, but they get the nice flank. Yuma just not expecting 2 supports to be taking him down, but Wrath of Nature gives you that extra damage on all these plays. There, however, is the Blink Dagger for the Leshrac, and this is when this hero becomes the scariest hero on the map. You pop the Edict, you blink on anybody, they're just gone. It's way too much damage for an isolated target. Expect a quick smoke out from Heroic. Still have that global silence to back him up too, so if you go in super aggressive as Analog, you can take that kind of fight. You can rely on KJ to bail you out of a really tough situation or some grip deep in the formation.
Did he have that global for the Fiend's grip on Yuma earlier? I have to imagine if he did have it, right? He would have popped it, right?
It's true. We have not seen it used.
Maybe Yuma expected he was going to get some sort of bailout here, but let's hope that global silence is put to better use here.
This is the same smoke path. They scanned it, and they have this ward still on the high ground. Their sentry in range never killed it.
Yeah, this is insane that this is still up. BB Team unaware and caught out by it once again. Global silence just in case.
I think that was a little wasted global there, but...
Yeah, that did not feel necessary at all. They had that kill guaranteed. One courier. And a second
couriers?
Pure trying to juke it through the trees. Analog and Schofield, they tried their best, but distracted by the courier, they still got it. But it is Whisper dying on the other side of the map. As the aggression from BB Team, they see all these heroes on the other side of the map. They're going to go for the Wisdom Shrine, expecting that Schofield will do the same on the Clockwork. But they're going to fight. Analog, he's going to jump right into the Bane. Opts not to go for the Wisdom Shrine, gets the quick kill on the support. Can he get to the Wisdom Shrine in time? He opts for the stun. He does not want to go into melee range of this GPK Timbersaw that has been menacing the map the entire time. He takes the experience and makes a run for it.
Hook shot in 7 seconds here.
Sade, he knows I think he's given up his life to block the pass. Miro, he's run down by the dodgeball. He thinks that TP is not going to work for him. And it's GPK, the only man perhaps who can make it out. Schofield spots him. Oh, that hook shot just barely off the mark.
That is still a fight Heroic will gladly take in exchange for that shrine. They got so much of that. Some extra in for the silencer. It's up to 7 brain drain. And that Darkseer, he was the most farmed hero going into that fight. Miro quietly just having himself a game here, farming up at a very fast pace. Big kill to give away. It's your best team fighter on the side of BB. He just got locked in the cogs from Schofield, who chose to go to that fight over stealing the shrine. Absolutely the correct call. Arcane Rune in the river. Huge rune for both mids. Analog snags it. GPK not getting all the power runes he's used to. This is almost the downside for him having the best start out of everybody. Yeah, this Timbersaw went 7-1, but you can't push your advantage into this lineup. There's too many spells that counteract you. You need defensive items. You need either super fast Lotus or super fast BKB, and I think it has to be the BKB he's eyeing up because there's just way too many disables for you to play into.
He also couldn't really use that momentum, not just because of the counters, but because his own supports don't start the fights. They can't really guarantee that heroes will stay inside the Timbersaw AoE, whether it's because of the global silence. Frankly, Heroic's heroes are just better for that, right? The Clockwork and the Earthshaker, they're going to be much more active at starting fights for their mid than BB Team could be.
Control is just more reliable here. It's also longer range. Fissure plus Hookshot, you can start the fight from anywhere. This Dark Willow Bane has to get in pretty close, and that's super risky against this lineup. There's a lot of interrupt. That grip is 0% guaranteed against the global especially, but even if the global gets thrown out, there's still a lot that can stop you.
Adesso online for Yuma, puts it to use, does not get the last hit on the mid tower. So missing a bit of bounty there. Analog, meanwhile, working his way through the jungle with this Invis rune, spotted out by a sentry. Did BB Team with the night vision of Katomi. They certainly know this is coming, and he's going to be so far forward. He's going to be caught out the global silence. It hit, but the hook shot did not. Baited in by BB Team. Analog will overstep himself, and his team might be punished for it. Schofield, the Force Staff, gets him away from Pure. They will not lose anybody else for that blunder.
All 5 heroes were there to punish him. Even the Furion coming in, landing a little helping hand, and the damage is just overwhelming. Even though you get global to bail you out, you're stuck in the brambles. You're stuck in the chalk room. Just can't get out of there. If you have BKB, I mean, that looks way different, right? But that is a ways away right now.
Slowing this down is crucial. Any pickoff because the Deso could lead to Roshan, right? But the faster you get this early Roshan and Templar Assassin, the happier you'll be, especially if you could do it during this night cycle where it is on the Radiant side. You can continue that cycle throughout the rest of the game. You'll always have that outpost advantage.
You just want to find any sort of pickoff right now. Keep hunting, keep abusing the fact that Lesh is super strong around the map and you have good initiation. Any sort of big skirmisher fight will lead you into that objective. They'll find a little Katayomi. Nice little pickoff there. I don't think this is enough to instantly force the Roshan, especially where you are on the map, but you can chain this into something else as well. And you look at the vision right now, you would love to get some deep vision on Dire's side of the map if you are Heroic. The more information you can get of where BB Team are sending their heroes, the faster you can set these plays up.
Pipe complete for the Darkseer. BB Team's...
Pure almost just TP'd into Analog up top, but they actually had a Dire ward on that camp, so they saw him.
Oh, so he was teleporting to the Ancient camp?
And was then about to go in there and farm. It would have been instant death. Nice defensive ops. Saves Pure's life.
It does. Now that's the sort of pickoff that could have led to a Roshan scenario, but as it stands, Heroic with the team fight item complete of the pipe. You can't just force this. The game is beginning to slow down.
Yeah, very strong pipe game. The TA is your one solution to that pipe, but the TA is also not the hero that wants to go in and just be in the middle of all the ion shells, the brambles, the dark willow, cockrum damage. Like, it's a little overwhelming for Yuma right now.
Until you have BKB, that refraction isn't going to last long.
Just going to say, there's a lot of heroes who are going to want an early BKB in this game just so you can take the fights with confidence and ignore a lot of the damage coming out from both lineups, because both lineups are going to struggle against early BKBs here. You're negating a lot of control and a lot of spell damage. Huge amount of survivability to come out. Both teams playing a little scared right now. Clumped on the map. Again, there's just a lack of deep vision on either side of the map. You see how many sentries were spammed through these jungles. Yeah, it's ridiculous right now.
It is.
It's just both teams are kind of playing blind, looking for the next objective, which will be this Tormentor up top. BB camping it. They're a little early to the party, but...
I mean, better to be early than late. That's what it feels like Heroic's going to be. Are they not... Do you feel like they're at a disadvantage for contesting BB team? I don't think so either. I'm surprised they're playing so passive right now, but as we say that, both teams are going to go for their own smokes. Not going to be met, not going to be surprised on a Tormentor. Instead, they will clash inside the dire jungle where BB team do have the ward advantage with the initiation. It's going to be jumped onto the dark here with the golden sounds over the top. Two are wiped off the face of the earth, and now Heroic want more. Can they get that? Whisper, he's going to chase after him here. The silence wearing out. GPK, he gets the Timber Chain out of there, and Heroic call it quits. Good enough for them, I think, to do the Tormentor.
Gotta take it away right now. This area is entirely Dire's vision control. So you win fights here, it's super nice. Get a chance to D-Ward, get a chance to take that objective, save. Wants to get something going.
Good Force Staff. I mean, this early Force Staff picker has done wonders for GPK, though. He was pulled in by this, and there's too many stuns.
Overreaching, trying to find a little opening and stall this objective up. You end up paying even more of a price. The damage is overwhelming from this lineup right now. It's just no way to take an easy fight if Heroic are the ones jumping you. And that was a very fast hookshot Cogs, very fast blinking from Yuma. They have so much confidence to go in with their cores before all these BKBs are out because they have the global silence to back them up, whereas BB team do not.
And this jetpack could actually do a lot of work for Schofield. Helps him get out of Sprout, will help him find some of these supports, and maybe even the Nature's Prophet as he's been ratting around the map. BB team going to play to try and take this Wisdom Shrine. This is a crazy play. Schofield, he'll be Fiend's Grip right off the start.
Still gets it.
He still gets the Shrine. He will die. That's going to be triple ultimates used to kill this Clockwork. I think Heroic's perfectly fine with that.
If they can dodge fights when Global's on cooldown, that's the MO. And that's why BB team were getting aggressive. They want to fight when the Global's on cooldown. Massive opening for them, but we're just seeing, just dodge them on this cooldown, then you can regroup when you have it up. You should have BKBs by then too. Though I say that, and Yuma opting for Daedalus instead, just wants more damage. Feels like the Global will cover him enough, especially with his other cores going in besides him.
There is a trade-off. I can see both sides of this, but do you believe this is the right item choice for him?
Honestly, yeah, the way these fights are going, I think if you get the BKB on the Lesh, he can go in, the Shaker can go in, you have the clock to create space. The grip should automatically be canceled every fight. You're not too worried about that. I think just ramping the damage faster here is going to be amazing, especially if you get an Aegis on this TA. That's when it will pay off, right? If you get 2 lives on Yuma and he went this Daedalus over the BKB, he is going to be an absolute beast in the fight. It's a very scary item for BB to play against because they just don't have the physical mitigation right now. You don't have like a Shiva's on Timber. You don't have an AC on this Furion. You can dice these heroes up.
GPK backs out right as Heroic.
No,
the Echo Slam starts things off and he's gone.
Too easy.
If they have your Shaker and the Leshrac on one target, it doesn't matter who it is. Schofield finds the extra. He's going to jetpack, keep the vision on save, and eventually his Blink Dagger should catch up to him. There's the Fissure. And a Shadow Realm trying to dodge. They're actually maybe thinking about fighting this one. Miro's going to try and TP in. This is a little crazy, though. They still have the global silence.
Yeah, what is he doing?
And now Miro's in the middle of no man's land with nobody to help him. He tries to go for his own wall. Dead again. BB team, what is going on? They're bleeding out hero after hero in fights that should just be simple pickoffs.
That is a massive blunder. You're going to feed some heroes away while Roche is on this side of the map. That is an instant draw for Heroic. They will claim this objective, and that is why this Daedalus build is going to pay off. Yuma, he knows they're stronger right now. He knows they can win the fights into the Roshan, pick the Aegis up, scale the damage. Way too fast for BB Team's lineup right now. They are now in a position where they have to find a way to stabilize this map, slow this game down, get the split push going, get some pickoffs going. That's 8 Deso charges on a minted Daedalus Templar Assassin at the 24-minute mark. That is not a hero you want to run into right now. It's just baiting the rune. This Lesh pick has been nasty this game. 9-2 for Analog. He's absolutely struck back, and there's just no clear answers to it in the short term. Now, you could maybe outscale it with Furion in the ultra late, but with Global to protect him against the limited control you have, I don't see anybody taking down Analog early in these fights now that he has BKB. And if he gets more items here, he just becomes an absolute god. I mean, you're looking at that Sanjin Yasha, you're looking at Shiva's guard, you're going to prevent a lot of the physical coming out from Pure. This Disco Pony dancing it up here.
He's getting strong, and BB Team are forced to concede parts of the map. Something you never want to hear if you've got a Nature's Prophet carry on your team.
You have your aura timing right now. That was Greaves done on Miro. He has Greaves plus the pipe.
I just don't think Pure, he's willing to fight against an Aegis, especially without his BKB.
Oh, no
Still
way
needs another 750 for that.
But even then, you're still not winning this man fight.
Yeah.
So you still have to find a solution to Heroic's team fight. Or just continue to rat the game out. And if you're Heroic, you would now have options because of that team fight dominance. You can leave Yuma alone with this Aegis. He's not going to be a target they go for. You can let him push. You can look for the smoke gank across the map. You can try and hunt the Furion. You can also just force the high ground and make BB come back. Doesn't mean you have to commit to that high ground, but you can get a lot of information off this and then go for that same smoke play. You have so much catch between the clock and the shaker. These kind of moves are easy. Yeah, you still have this tier 1 mid.
Every time you cross the river, you run the risk. There's just so many blink daggers, so much initiation, so many stuns. Heroic is bound to catch some of these heroes that cross over into their side of the map, catching a courier on the way too. BB Team, they're doing what they can to rat the map and try and prevent the loss of some of these objectives. Their tier 2 towers, though, will start falling with 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Is there any world that Heroic would ever hit the high ground to see how BB Team respond, or are we just going to systematically work our way tier 2 to tier 2?
Rather get the tier 2s off the map right now, but you can absolutely hit that high ground and try and force some heroes back. The thing is, Pure is always going to be farming. So you have to weigh this economic advantage you're gaining versus what he's going to take off the map. If you can catch him, I mean, that's the dream. Catching any core out on the map right now. Schofield, does he have a read?
It just slips right past Miro.
That's insane. Still, Yuma taking matters into his own hands. Kills.
The Terrorite goes out. Timbersaw will try and take advantage of this. The first life of Yuma, they're burning through this refraction. BKB goes out from Analog, and a quick echo slam for Whisper. Knock it down 2. Miro, he gets a force tap to save his life. Analog's fighting up against the physical damage. Pure pops going BKB. Down. He makes the commitment to Leshrac, and he gets it. Meanwhile, Yuma, on his second life, almost dies here. Goes back against Pure. Knows that BKB is going to wear out. Knows that the stuns are coming in with the cogs pushing him around. They do have this nightmare in the back line, so Yuma just can't get down to this cliff. Schofield and Whisper, the 2-man tag team of stuns. They can't get the kill on Miro right away, but they'll get it on Pure, and Yuma cleans up both.
The control tag team from Heroic getting the job done where the damage falls. This shaker was massive. Double echo slam coming out from Whisper off the minted refresher. Absolutely feeling himself right here. Just decimates that fight that was once looking good for BB. Gets turned around with overwhelming damage from this offlaner. That's a buyback on the Bane for no result. And there's a little high ground poke. That was a scary fight for Heroic, though. They got caught on that ramp choke point into some wall illusions off the TA. The Darkseer Ion Shell was doing a lot of work there. Pure had a pretty good early start to that fight, bringing the Leshrac down with some decent damage out of this Furion. That got a little dicey.
They were able to kite around this Templar Assassin a lot, but this was your one shot. This was where Yuma was maybe a bit out of position and doesn't have that BKB. You won't have another opportunity like this. The BKB is going to be done by the next time you go for a team fight like this.
And a lot of that echo damage did go into the Darkster who had that pipe, so Miro was able to tank it. At this point, kind of, if you can get out, it's an okay-ish outcome, but man, the control from Heroic is just overwhelming, and they will always catch you. Power of the clockwork here. Schofield's just in the middle of you, causing chaos. Not a target you want to focus. Sets up the return from Yuma. Collects some more Deso charges here, up to 16 off that fight.
Oh yeah, he's huge. Analog. Oh, he runs into him and Yules. Save. He's faster than Analog. The BKB will be forced. You got to get out of here. Save. He does manage to get a helpful force staff to get away here. GPK is going to go for it. Now that Analog's BKB is on cooldown, but the global sounds over the top of that BKB. GPK, he is left with no offense, no bite.
Whisper has an Echo Slam here.
I can't believe they're right next to each other. Jesus, what is happening? A Fissure goes out, and Whisper is getting some stuns and Echo Slam on the two of them. GPK is in trouble. He got baited into a fight he was not prepared for. Not with Yuma. 1,000 damage crits raining in on BB Team. Another stun. That'll stop the Bane. There goes the Dark Willow. And BB Team on the ropes now. They managed to hold on with their barracks left alive because of the glyph before. Now there's nothing left to protect their base.
This is a lane for sure. Yuma's going to clean house here. Another great Echo Slam from Whisper. Probably not the way he wanted to get it, but he'll take it. An immense amount of damage going into the Timber. Yuma cleans it up. No BKB on GPK because he used it earlier, and the Global Silence canceled the grip that was on the Clockwork on the back of that fight. So you don't have grip to throw into those cores later on. I mean, this Silencer is just ruining the Bane's day.
Oh, Fury's walking into a ward.
Oh, they see him.
He's got a BKB, but they've got the stuns. They've got the instant hits.
Yeah, that is some overwhelming damage.
Double wards in this jungle area. Heroic knew exactly what Pure's playbook was going to be when he's behind like this on the Furion. He's going to play to your side of the map, and Heroic were more than prepared for enough for that.
Just look to the camps on the sides, right? There's only a few places he's going to go, and you know he wants to go to some of those ancient camps. They've been setting up for multiple times in this game, especially with the vision from the clock and the TA traps. Put wards on top of that, and you have a lot to play with. This game is firmly in Heroic's grasp right now.
All that's left is to get another Roshan, and then you can start to think about ending things. BB Team, I mean, if you're on their side of the equation, what are you looking at? What is the opening that could possibly bring them back into this game?
Baiting out early usage of BKBs or Global Silence will create an opening in that team fight. That is very difficult to do without getting punished, though, because of the range on the catch, right? The other opening is Massive Vacuum.
Yeah?
It sounds a little difficult to get here, but in theory, if you can vacuum 3 or 4 heroes, you have some spells to combo with it. You have to terrorize off the Dark Willow, you have Brambles, you have potential Centaur Stomp off a Dom Creep, you have Chakrams that can go through and dice everybody up. A Massive Vacuum into a wall, create a bunch of illusions, make that fight chaotic for Heroic can be another pathway to victory here, but I think it has to be one of those two options.
I mean, that timing is tight. Vacuum into Terrorize?
Yeah, it's not easy against the BKBs that are now available for Heroic.
And Heroic will lay claim to that Roshan and that Aegis. That'll allow them to go high ground once again, take the outpost as well. Every little thing you could ask for is going the way of Heroic for this next high ground push at 33 minutes.
Yeah.
All that's left is another pickoff to make it that much easier for them.
I've been watching Pure TP, and his TP decision making is not easy. You look at how much Radiant Vision is on some of these camps. It's like pick your poison. You have to pick the one camp that is not spotted, and then try and get out. That is not the one you want to pick.
That's not the one. That's not the one. Whisper. Oh, this could be the death blow. Back-to-back side of the map pickoffs on Pure.
Read him like a book. There's just nowhere to go. He's just playing Minesweeper out here. Too much vision control on Radiant side of the map, and you don't want to keep farming your own because your team also has to get something right now. Nowhere safe to go for this Furion. Nowhere safe for GBK either. He's going to be forced to pop BKB. No teleport available. Is already canceled.
GBK knows his life is forfeit. Does a little dance. Whisper, he's going to be chased. You do manage to catch him before the Blink Dagger comes back up. He turns around the Echo Slam, does what damage he can. His team is making their way here. KJ's now here. He slows him down. Thanks to the 4-step, Whisper can turn back around. The BKB will last long enough, but save. Big hit there, and a Fissure to finish him off. They couldn't get the Earthshaker. They'll catch both Save and Katomi. Worse comes to worse. They're losing their tier 3. They're losing their second lane of barracks, while Pure is still dead for another 30 seconds.
And there's a refresher on the silencer. Why not? If one global silence caused you problems, how about two? This game has completely spiraled out of control for BB Team. They had some brief windows in that early game, but since Analog has been playing decisive, it has all been heroic. No hope in these team fights. No chance in the skirmishes. No ability to contest Roshan, and this game is just going to end before the 35-minute mark. You went into the Coliseum with heroic. Next time, you better come prepared, because this is not the team you want to come with less team fight against.
Heroic say you want to play that early game brawl. We'll match you every step of the way and beat you with experience. They have pummeled BB Team to a pulp on this one. And BB Team are not equipped to be able to stop this one. A Fiend's Grip, a 3-man Pogs. Why not? Schofield, let things in style. We are going to game 3.
This has been a really fun series to watch, and game 3 is going to have it all on the line. When the pressure is at its greatest, who will step up to lead their team to a historic finish between these two squads? You have to remember how much is at stake here. None of these players have made it to a top 4, and you are one game away from making history, potentially for your entire region. It all comes down to this.
They've been here before. Game 3 on the line for top 4. What is going to happen when we go to game 3? Well, let's first break down game 2.
It is a game 2 SA fans around the world are going to remember. They were one game away from elimination. Now they're one game away from making it to the top 4, the highest placement for these players. And what fashion they do this game 2 in. It felt like there was just nothing stopping them from all of their heroes doing exactly what they needed to do.
I agree. Completely incredible showing. They went from playing against a team that made them look like they were getting pub stomped to pub stomping BB Team. Analog ran around on Leshrac owning noobs like he was smurfing. But it's easy to forget that this is one of his like staple heroes. He's played this time and time again. You can see the comfort. And what's really impressive to me is that, like Winter said, it's been 2-0 all the way for Heroic. This is the first time in a long time that we've seen that they win a game 2 when they haven't won game 1. So this bodes very well for them as a team.
What an execution of the strategy. After seeing their draft, we were all like, okay, this looks so much better than what they did have in game number 1. Whisper on the Earthshaker, he had Pure's number throughout the whole game. Every single time he shows up in the side lane, you have 2 supports who can actually hunt him down. That's why when we saw it, this Nature's Prophet opener and seeing Earthshaker and Blocker, we said he's not going to be having a good time. And there's also a reason why Nature's Prophet is not winning, why Timbersaw is not winning. He got that ultra kill, but guess what? Heroic, this is the team that's every single time they're going to be bringing in numbers. How many times so far at TI we've seen them use early buybacks, make sure that they have the numbers. They're bringing numbers into every single fight.
I mean, the Timber was kind of the only hero that was keeping BB Team in the early game. You know, he had like a 7-0 start. He was like having a pretty good time. But then it just came to a point where when the team fights, the actual real 5v5 started to happen, you could see that it's so difficult for them to fight into the Shaker, the Global Silence. And when you look at BB Team's lineup, the Darkseid and Timber, they don't really have a lot of synergy between their heroes, right? It's very hard for them to start the fight. They can only maybe rely on the Bane if he gets a good sleep, or a grip after the Silencer uses his ulti.
Yeah.
It's basically a lot of things need to be going in their favor for them to be able to start the fight, you know.
Yeah, when you're in these positions, the easiest execution is what you want. Comfort is definitely what you want to be feeling in this one. And looking at these replays, just seeing how quick Heroic are to react on everything that BB Team is trying to do. It felt like immediate rotations all the time coming out for them. But Jenkins, leading into this, when the Lesh came out, you absolutely loved it. We see Analog pop up on it. Where did this hero go? Why is it finally now making its face at the stage?
I think it was a perfect draft for it. The pure damage that he does, not speaking of pure, speaking of Analog, goes through all of the barriers that would come out from the Darkseer. It bursts through the Timbersaw's reactive armor. It's very good at jumping and killing Nature's Prophet. There's not much he can really do when you get on top of him. And the global silence coming out, it is risky. I think that's why Leshrac has fallen off. It's that, like, if you don't get a good early game, he jumps in and he tries to kill you and he feeds, right? You just have less HP, you have less stats to work with than they do, and they just kill you before you kill them. So you need to snowball, and he did. It requires a lot of comfort, especially in this situation where you're lower bracket. You're about to get kicked out of International right now, and you're potentially breaking a record for South American Dota. Like, there's a lot of pressure there. So the fact that he's able to do this under that pressure is very impressive.
Yeah, especially when they have never, came back from losing the first game. This is like
Not
do or
once.
die for them. And so being able to actually turn this around takes a lot of mental strength.
Yeah, Jenkins, you mentioned how good of an early game Leshrac needed to have to make impact. Let's go have a look at that, right? Because the lane went so well for him. He actually ended up helping out everyone else on his team, or at least shutting down what BB Team were trying to do.
Yeah, this early game was kind of like the battle of the mids. I think GPK's rotation here was very good because Analog was also making the rotation. Of course, Timber versus Lesh is not so easy, so Timber was level 6, Lesh level 7. That's max Edict with the pure damage. It is quite significant. So this was a very chaotic fight. Going back and forth, I think GPK ends up with a triple kill here. Analog gets some kills as well. But I totally agree with Avery when he said that you are playing Heroic's game. To run around in the early game and engage in this chaos, like, you are entering into a chaos pit with a team that they were born there.
Yeah, probably that's why we saw in the first game how slow they were taking it. They did not want to risk it too much. They were trying to mimic some of the rotations as well. Again, GPK on the Void Spirit in that game number 1. And coming into the third game, I think they're going to need to address this issue, not fall into a trap to try to play the game that Heroic has been playing. And also for this second game, they really didn't have a way to initiate a fight, especially if you're playing it from behind. Who's going to start a fight? Timbersaw jumping in and be like, yo guys, I'm here, try to, maybe use some spells on it, but they do have the overwhelming damage that we talked about, having this Leshrac with the pure damage, having Temporal Assassin. Yuma had an insanely good amount of farm, and we talk about the team fights, but you now have global silence to counter any kind of team fight, even if it happens, but there is none on the side of BB Team, so they will definitely need to fix the draft coming into the third game.
Agreed.
Yeah, struggling to initiate, but it also felt like they were struggling to disengage. Heroic thriving in that chaos, and they kind of just got to chase whenever there was an attempt from BBT. They get to keep getting more out of a team fight, out of a pickoff.
Yeah, there were a lot of Benny Hill type situations in this game, which I think favors Heroic a lot, and you could tell that when they smelled blood in the water, they continued to strike and strike and strike. They did not only take this kill on GPK in the mid lane, they figured that the rest of BB, well, they had to be positioned somewhere here on the map. And also, they know that if GPK is going down as the most important hero, that the rest of BB is probably going to retreat. So they get kill after kill after kill. BB might stand for bleed bleed because they're bleeding out in this situation. That was kind of the entire game. Like, it was just BB Team bleeding kills. It looked like a pub. I think the elephant in the room is that their draft was almost disrespectful with the picks. You heard Bulk at the start. He's like, nah, we're going to up the win rate.
Yeah, I think the data leans very heavily one way for a reason. We also look towards people who are specialists in certain heroes. Are they picking it up? Are they also just as confident? It doesn't matter where in the draft you pick it up. It's still going to have that question mark. Is it good? And for both the Nature's Prophet and the Timbersaw that has bad win rates on main stage here, you open your draft with both of them, and there's no actual real flex potential despite seeing everything else that comes out from Heroic.
Yeah, and also the bans, right? Because they banned the puck, which is really confusing, right? So they thought that the Shaker was definitely not going to go mid or some reason. But then why would they actually show the Timber? Because I would only show the Timber if I'm absolutely certain I'm getting that specific matchup. So everything itself needs to be looked at, and maybe a little bit of overconfidence after winning the first game, so they felt like they could, do whatever they want in the second game, and they got humbled.
Yeah, they really did. Nature's Prophet on stage doesn't have a good win rate. I know a lot of other people, though, putting high priority on it because it's a hero that once you shut it down, it's still able to find farm anywhere in the map. And I think something Heroic did so fantastic was having defensive wards, being aware that the Nature's Prophet will want to still be looking for that farm somewhere that he possibly can.
Yeah, they knew exactly where he's going to be farming. Like, these are, I would say, anti-Nature's Prophet wards.
Yeah.
There were a couple of them in the bottom part of the map as well, as you can see on the minimap, that they are ready. Because this is where Nature's Prophet, he wants to farm. Like, he knows that he can just show up in the lane playing against Clockwork, playing against Earthshaker. They can easily initiate it on him, so he needs to find the farm somewhere, and they caught him every single time.
My thought process with this, and maybe this is a reach, was that like Heroic is so dominant in their region that they play a lot of these qualifiers where they have a huge lead. But there's a lot of these pub players, right? Like, people are really high skilled from pubs that they're still playing against, and they know where to farm. So Heroic is very good at stopping a team from farming when they're behind, because from their qualifiers, they're always ahead to this degree. Because this was not just like a win by Heroic. This was a stomp. And Heroic, because of their regional dominance, is actually very good at stomping teams if they're ahead. Like, BB's not going to come back.
There's a lot of competition going on here at TI. It's not just our players vying for the Aegis. It's also, of course, all the creative people at home that are doing some submissions for our short film contest. So we're going to take a look at one of our finalists.
Sunstrike.
I love the creativity that comes out there. I mean, I had the arena when it showed up that there could have been Pudge being removed from the game.
It's never going to happen. This is the most iconic Dota 2 hero.
Yeah, I loved it. The dual use of the Lincolns and the Lotus Orb there as well. He was making sure there was no way he was getting removed from that game. But in our series, he's not showing face at all. The only time we're seeing him is in that band.
Yeah, he's kind of removed from the game.
True, in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we get to see him. Hopefully.
Yeah, I know Jenkins would love to. I'm sure Heroic, if it got let through, they would love to play it. We've seen it on two different positions for them as well, whether it's in that carry, if it's in that offlane as well. But we talked about the overconfidence of BB Team. That's something they haven't gotten overconfident in. They're still very strong and standing by, taking out these niche and unique heroes from Heroic.
Yeah, I don't think you let it through. I mean, especially game 3. I think BB is gonna straighten up. You know, this is what they tend to do. We've seen this time and time again in their tournaments. They're still an incredibly strong team, and I also don't think that Heroic, they're of course going to play with confidence. They're a momentum-based, emotional team, so the win is very good for them. But you gotta still keep respecting BB because they have. This has happened so many times before, and they just end up winning the series. Like you said at the start, all of their series have pretty much been 2-1s. So.
Yeah. I think there's going to be a switch in the draft when it comes down because they gave him Earthshaker twice, and I don't think they're going to want to give them Earthshaker one more time. If they have first pick on BB Team, they're definitely going to take it because they do play it from two different roles as well. This is the team that really excels at playing that hero, even though the last 3 games that they did play with the Earthshaker, they did lose them. 2 against Pvision, 1 against Nigma Galaxy as well, but this is the hero that allows you to have such a good game. In previous game, Whisper, he didn't have BKB. he went for Refresher. Yasha Kaya into Refresher, making sure that he has just unlimited amount of stuns, making sure that those stuns are coming in instantly so that they cannot react to it.
I mean, also their own drafts, right? I feel like that's on the enemy's draft, right? But for BB's draft, I think they need to maybe prioritize Pure more, give him the later picks. Don't show his hero out, because I think in most of the games that went long, he has a really good carry-to-carry matchup. He has the strongest hero in the game. That's why they tend to play a little bit more slower, They're like, okay, we don't have to rush. We can just take this late. We only go when we reach our timing, so it doesn't feel like they're going to be forced to make a lot of moves in a game.
Yeah, is that something that's also dependent on if they get first pick or second pick?
Yeah, of course. I think with the second pick, maybe they feel like they could do it more. And on the first pick side, I still think you can do it, but maybe just don't open the draft with his hero.
Well, I mean, a few weeks ago, you could just open the draft with Nature's Prophet, and it would still feel like the strongest hero in the game. That's just how overpowered it was. But, nerfs come into play, and the meta changing comes into play. Like, the Dom meta has really changed everything because everyone is reacting to that, and because of that reaction, Nature's Prophet maybe isn't as strong.
Yeah, but it also depends on how they're diagnosing the problem, right? Do they think that Nature's Prophet is the problem, or the other pieces that were picked after
I think the whole
Nature's
composition of that team was the problem, but also picking that hero so early, and also with the bans that they did have, removing that Spectre that one-time Heroic did use with the Helm of the Dominator to have that global presence, which again is a really bad matchup for Nature's Prophet. But then again, we had a lot of those heroes being countered in the previous game. You do have Bane, who doesn't like to play into Clockwork, doesn't like to play into Global Silence. Then you have Dark Willow playing into Leshrac. I feel like every single hero on side of BB team got countered by what Heroic did have.
Yeah, I mean, if you have to first pick a hero and then you have to use some of your bans later for that hero, then it probably means that hero is not suitable for first picking. Because ideally, you first pick a hero and then you don't really care what the enemies are going to pick.
Yeah, that's definitely where the flex could come in too. You just run it as a support, like 4 or 5 position. And maybe that's part of why Nature's Prophet has not looked so great as a first pick in this week compared to like the couple weeks before it, because people were flexing to 4 and 5 position if it was a bad game for it, but the core Nature's Prophet is what is better at killing the Dom creep, so people started playing it more as a carry. I can say as a support, yes, you can sprout the Dom, but it's a lot harder to kill it. So maybe that's the thought process, that like in this meta, it's just not as good as a support as it was previously.
And I also think that there are supports that are way more impactful. We're seeing them do so much more if it's team fight securing lanes than what the Nature's Prophet could potentially add. You're relying a lot more on your second support to offer more in the way of team fight or setup.
Yeah, and also to go back to your point about Held with the Dom and Nature's Prophet, you're playing against Heroic. This team is an honest team. They will only buy Dominator on ADCs.
Heroic is an honest team?
They are. What do you mean?
When it comes to Helm of the Dominator,
they want to win it by picking the heroes, team fighting. They want the constant brawl. They want the chaos. This is what people want to see as well.
I can't believe you're calling a Meepo team honest.
They did not get a single Helm Dom that game though. That is quite impressive.
It's nice to see teams doing well, though, not picking it up, because one of the narratives coming here was how broken is it going to be? How many people are going to be picking it up? Will we see every role be able to play with it? And while some teams are still favoring it and having impact with them, it's great to see that this lineup is going to run over it, right? Heroic still know a way to play around it and without it, too.
Yeah, they have their own style. And, it's exciting to see that their style matches up so well against a team like BB, who has, for this whole year, been incredibly dominant. And as we saw, they've been incredibly dominant against Heroic this week. So it's like Heroic kind of stuck to their guns, and they improved it, they refined it to the point where now we have a very interesting and fun team to watch.
We do this series as well, going to a Game 3. This is actually the first time in TI and Road to TI that we're seeing Heroic go to a Game 3. Every other series they've played has been either that 2-0 or that 0-2, 2-0 win or 2-0 loss for them. So it's like, now how are they going to be managing the energies, the expectations, the pressure of an elimination Game 3?
Do they have the stamina for it? I mean, they've only played for a couple hours here or there. Now we're getting to that 3-hour limit, especially if this game goes long. Who knows?
I mean, it's Dota players, they can play 10 games a day. I'm sure they'll be fine in this series, And on the other hand, BB team, they are quite used to playing 3-game series so far. They've been playing a couple of those. They've come out on top of those. I'm sure they know what they need to do to just calm down, make sure that they can play a clean game in the last game of the series. And for Heroic, they are going to be in totally new territory. So how
This
are they
has
going to play?
also been their arch nemesis, I would say, when they start to feel that they need to fix things and they're unable to fix them, when they start losing on the brink of elimination, one game away from it, it could definitely affect a team like BB Team, even though they definitely got better over the last half a year or a year because they started to win the tournaments as well. They kind of got into that territory of being able to breach the barrier and win, but still on a big stage of TI, you could definitely feel that they are also feeling the pressure.
Yeah, the main stage series, when it has gone this way, if they won game one, they ended up losing the series. If they lost game one, they ended up winning it. And I wonder if that trend continues or if there is going to be that reverse. How are they going to be able to bring it back from here? Is it as easy as being like, way too over?
Sometimes it's not just like about fixing, right? Sometimes you just have to remember in the games that you win, what did you actually do correctly in those times, right? And you just go back to those games and just do it again. There's nothing to fix sometimes.
So what was it that they did right in game one that you want to see them go back to?
I feel like the draft, the hero matchup, they left Pure's hero till last. He got a good anti-mage game, and they were able to play calmly, and they knew that they were going to outscale them.
So it was more that rather than the execution aspect?
Yeah, I think it definitely affects. I mean, the execution is definitely something. They didn't really play a perfect game, but you can't expect your players to play perfect.
I mean, GPK tried in that game. They had a 0% win rate hero. Timber's just, it's bad after the nerfs. Like, this is an easy excuse that Bolt can say, my bad, guys. Pick Timber, G next. Let's go.
Yeah, expectations, you just have to throw them out the window right now, because no matter what you think you're going to get, one thing you can know for certain is it's a game 3.
BB Team versus Heroic Game 3.
Is it going to be the same from BB Team? Confidence coming in and sticking to their guns about what happened in Game 2? Do they just straight up open for something that is not a conventional opener? The answer is yes. A Queen of Pain is going to be the first pick.
I think this Queen of Pain is just a statement. We want you to pick Earthshaker, and our Queen of Pain most likely is just going to be following wherever your Earthshaker is going, make his life miserable, use that Shadow Strike, try to push him out of the laning stage, maybe try to invade the enemy triangle in terms of not getting killed by Echo Slam, but try to block them, try to be annoying, stop those stacks from going off. Maybe position 5 can go into the triangle, try to battle it out with a position 4 on the enemy team. But yeah, Queen of Pain, like even on that position 4, Schofield did look good in the first game, but his damage was pretty much on par with the Earthshaker. But we'll see where it's gonna end up going.
I do believe that is the best role for Queen of Pain right now, is to follow a hero and just dominate it in lane. There's a reason I think that she's fallen off since the Dom meta has sprung into Dota. I honestly don't mind Queen of Pain against Templar Assassin. As long as you win the sentry battle in lane, a lot comes down to those supports, because otherwise she can meld dodge the Queen of Pain dagger. If you're winning the sentry battle, then TA gets destroyed in this matchup. If you're winning the sentry battle for TA, then Queen of Pain gets destroyed in this matchup. So a lot of pressure on the supports here between these picks.
Yeah, the support heroes are going to play a really, really pivotal role. Like in the first game, I felt like the BB side were able to kind of rotate around. Remember the first game where Disruptor was like running around 4 minutes, he ganked bottom. It's all because of the hero lane matchup that allowed him to do that. So if I'm BB team, I'm going to try to replicate that. I try to have maybe the corp, keep them guessing where my corp is going, and then try to figure out a way how do I get a favorable lane matchup so that my supports can move around. I mean, this TA is definitely a very good answer to it. Like Andrew already said, you have a lane matchup where you're not worried that the corp can pressure you, and you're like daring them to put the corp in your lane.
They are removing Silencer. He did one hell of a job, even though they didn't have too much of a team fight to break the team fight. Not even a waste to start a fight in the previous game, but they're going to give it more respect in this one. Disruptor is still available. You did mention it. I think this could be very good against Queen of Pain in general. It makes your life so much more difficult to play. One bad blink into Static Storm, then you can get pulled back again. Unless you have some kind of a save, it could be very difficult.
Are you surprised that they still banned the Earthshaker? Because I was with you with the way you rationalize why they first picked the corp, right? To kind of block the Earthshaker, but right now they're still banning the Earthshaker.
Probably thinking about it and maybe deciding it's better to remove it.
Don't give a whole second phase of picks to also protect the Earthshaker. because I do agree. I think it's worth being worried about it in the first phase. You get some bans out, but BB Team, they are one of the first teams that was using Queen of Pain off lane. So I feel like if this as a pick, it doesn't just have to counter Shaker. Like, yes, you can use it as a tool to not have the first pick Shaker come out, then ban the Shaker because it was too good in both games, and then later on you just have Queen of Pain and Mira plays it. It's one of his best heroes.
And do you think it tells you that Quap might be a support? That's why they're banning the Shaker, because they don't want her to go mid?
I don't think for BB Team. I feel like it's almost guaranteed going to be Mira playing it, unless somehow GPK in the end of this draft still has a good matchup for Quap. Then he'll take it. BB will make these plays in the draft.
Well, now with these teams picking up their supports, we thought the Disruptor could have been good for Heroic against the Queen of Pain. We saw its impact. However, BB Team going to go back for that Hoodwink, picking up Save's hero a lot earlier in this second phase, along with the Disruptor. So double support showing here.
Do you like the lane though, if Quap's going off lane with the Hoodwink, with the double range?
I was thinking about that. I think it's fine. I don't think double range is that bad. Like, Quap as an off laner honestly acts as a tank anyway. You get the strength talent, you blink in with Blade Mail, you tank.
It's a lot of damage, a lot of cheap damage on low cooldown inside of BB Team, so they can keep fighting. If they want to be matching the aggression that Heroic did bring in the previous game, that's also doable, because we have seen them kind of lacking that in the previous one. When there was no Diversaw, they couldn't really help out when the Heroic was running at them. And this is also relatively cheap, long distance, low cooldown abilities that can stop Bane's ulti from going off. Like Disruptor with the Glimpse, Hoodwink with the Bushwhack as well could easily stop it. Queen of Pain later on with the Shard. There's a lot of things that the Pain doesn't like to play into.
I do think BB needs a mid that is more like an offlaner. Some DK, Void Spear, Hangolier type hero.
Turns out it doesn't matter what you guys like. The audience is enjoying this Enigma pick.
Everybody loves Enigma pick, you know. It's an explosive hero, very strong team fight.
One of Whisper's best heroes too. Oh, where did this hero go the whole time?
Is that a position for Dawn?
I think Dawn in any position is good against Enigma. So maybe and Silencer is out of the pool, so maybe they pick it to block the Dawnbreaker coming out as a response to the Enigma.
And it's also a pretty good lane here. Dawn plus Enigma. You're gonna have a very, very strong lane setup here. I think even if the enemy has a gyro, the lane is gonna be tough.
I like what Jenkins is saying a lot, because you're asking where this hero went. In the road to the international playoffs, Dawn had an abysmal win rate. It was something closer to 30%. It was below 40, and it was struggling so much. And that's because people were leaving that silencer in the pool.
I think the counters to Dawn are such hard counters. Like the two big ones are Silencer and Nyx Assassin. Anything that can stop her from ulting in.
The next one is not even that easy when you get the X, because it's so quick. Sometimes you just don't get it in position in time to stop it.
Yeah, it's true. And you can get a BKB on Dawn. So it's not like impossible to play.
Silencer,
that's a hard one.
Yeah, that's very difficult. But we do see the gyro here, so like standard hero against Enigma. But Heroic definitely had some plans towards dealing with the gyro. They probably feel like with the Dawn, the lane is strong enough to handle the gyro and Disruptor.
It's a super strong lane. Enigma plus Dawnbreaker, you have the slows for your Eidolons, you have multiple stuns plus the Blood Grenade. If someone's getting caught in that lane, either Disruptor or Gyrocopter, they could be definitely getting the kills. And with Enigma, the lane is going to be closer to your tower, so you can kind of always play aggressive.
Yeah, BB does have one problem, which is they lack a melee hero. They
frontline.
They do not have a guy to just run in and be tanky. Queen of Pain is not terrible at it, but it's also, you're still an inch core. Like, her stat gains are really good, you build a lot of stat items, but it's not like a Brewmaster, for example, or a Bristle, which have both been banned out.
Yeah, they need like some sort of aura frontline hero. Underlord kind of hero, someone to stand in front.
Tidehunter, something like that.
Centaur maybe, you know, someone that can actually be a frontline for the gyro, buy some auras. Gyro loves heroes that buy auras and can be the mid shield for you. So I think those are the heroes probably we would maybe see from BB Team here.
I think they need a Blink Initiator. I think they need somebody to go in and just stun people, because starting a fight is going to be a bit hard, something that they did struggle with in the second game. Sure, you have Queen of Pain, you have Disruptor, Gyrocopter. He wants people to be kept inside of a certain area to be able to go in and just to, you know, keep them in a place, so that Gyrocopter with the Flak Cannon, Queen of Pain, Centaur is getting removed. This is, I would say, one of Miro's better heroes. I would say that potentially Mars is okay, but you have Enigma, you have Dawnbreaker, Sanking. There he comes. Sanking is the hero that could give them that just blink initiation on lower cooldown.
It kind of does both. It gives
Yes.
you a hero to run in and be tanky and start things off, and then also be a blink initiator and a team fighter later on in the game. I like this a lot.
I
It's a
also
hero-
like the lane setup a lot more here.
Yes,
with
it's
the Hoodwink.
It's a hero that plays much better with the Hoodwink, and honestly, any like try pairing of the heroes on BB has a lot of damage, a lot of stun, a lot of catch. This is a very solid draft, very magic dependent.
Gotta start them young. You gotta get all the information you possibly can. Give them all the lore. Know that they've been to all the TIs.
Have you heard this one before? I didn't know Arteezy was in the audience. That's
gonna enjoy that one.
That's a classic. That's a classic right there.
I mean, do you guys like a Dragon Knight here? Dragon Knight against Port, and then you have Dawn with Dragon Knight.
Good call.
An amazing prediction from Winter. What are some of the key reasons that you wanted to see it being picked up?
Lane matchup against the Queen of Pain, and it's also really good with the Dawnbreaker ulti. It's a good setup. I think it allows them to play together as a unit.
I also think if he's going to be going for a Blink Dagger, potentially Mage Slayer, you have Mage Slayer plus Pipe coming out from the off lane, and
so good.
You might be having a lot of issues in terms of dealing with damage. This is something that Sanking really hates to play against. There's also going to be Queen of Pain. Sure, she does have some pure damage, but most of the damage that they do have is going to be magical early on.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much all magic damage. Even Gyro doesn't like playing into a Mage Slayer plus Pipe combo.
I'm looking at where these heroes are going for Heroic. And it's the Enigma position 5, which I feel like has not been seen as a support in so long for competitive.
It doesn't work most of the time when you see it. It doesn't work.
It's like a Chen, right? In a way, it's a
Is
weaker
it?
version of Chen.
Yeah, if someone's going to pull it out, it's either Insania or King Jungle.
I mean, so basically they're doing this to avoid the Enigma against Gyro matchup, right? They're trying to improve their odds of winning the lane, which I can understand why, but it means that their whole draft is slower, a lot slower, I think, with the Enigma position 5, because you don't really offer much to your team early game.
So then how are the lanes going to be looking if we feel like this Enigma might be good in lane, but not towards the later part? How important are we going to see BB Team focus on having those lane wins?
I think this is solely because they have this DK plus Dawnbreaker ulti combo in the game. They want to accelerate the game, give Dawn a core role, so they can keep doing this when they get the X early and just keep finding pickoffs on the map and play around that. I think they're hoping that would actually carry them through the game.
They have very good counter initiation as well. You have this Dawnbreaker, Aghanim Scepter is pretty much your core item. You have Dragon Knight who can blink in, Enigma. Eventually you're going to be getting the items as well on this position 5 Enigma, because you can always go to jungle, try to get some farm. Maybe stay in the lane a little bit longer depending how that lane's going to go, but we always talk about Sanking not being the strongest laner. I want to see how much he's going to be able to get out of that lane.
And some final thoughts from you, Jenkins?
I think in that lane he can get a lot. Against TA, you peel the refraction charges off, you got a Hoodwink in lane with you too. You're against Enigma 5. It's pretty easy.
All right, with our game number 3, we've already talked about how important this game is. It's elimination for Heroic. If we see them advance, it could be the best placement South America has had. Before we get into the game, of course, we're going to hear from their coach, Caps.
Thank you very much. It is time for game number 3 of this elimination series. Caps, you seem pretty pleased with the heroes you got on the board. Tell me about what you got. Or we can just soak this in. Guys, are you ready for this game number 3? All right, let's get to the Dota. 5 heroes on the board. Tell me what you got.
We've been practicing this for some time. I love the draft setup. KJ is a fucking beast on Enigma. I hope you can deliver.
I think he just might. And since it is indeed elimination, and we heard it from Nat, if you win this game, this will be the best a South American team has ever done in South American and TI history. And you are no stranger to being a champion. I know in October of last year, you brought South America to their first ever LAN victory in Wallachia. Are you ready to get these guys hyped up? Tell me what you're going to say to this Brazilian crowd, to all the South American Dota fans out there.
Can I get a mic?
It would be my honor.
I want to try something. Who is cheering for Heroic? Stand up. Who is cheering for Heroic? Stand up. I think we got more than 50%.
I think you did, Cass. Now let's get into game number 3.
A top 4 on the line for a South American team. A game 3 that is sure to be a banger because the last time we were in this position, Avery, we got the 1 HP miracle or curse, depending on how you look at it.
That is a fabled game to bring up right now. A game of dreams, a game of nightmares. That is what TI always seems to deliver. And these guys have delivered some insane games so far on their run in this international. It all comes down to this, a final game to try and set history. And it's going to be an absolute barn burner because this is just skirmish city, man. Team fight on skirmish on more team fight.
Oh, already snacks the first blood. BB Team, I had a fear for Heroic going into this, that they might just be overwhelmed by the pace that BB Team have picked up. It is a lot of run at you Dota they're going to be bringing to the table, but if they can secure a laning phase win, that would do a lot to bolster their mid game.
You got the first blood on this gyro pick. This pick to me says, I want to be able to fight. I want to be able to have a strong lane. I'm going to skirmish. Everything about this game points to fast-paced fighting Dota. That is Heroic's wheelhouse. Once more, BB have decided to meet them on their ground, on their turf.
Schofield does everything he can to teleport away. They got the damage.
Very
BB
close.
Team will return the favor. Kill for a kill in the top lane.
I don't think Pure wants to...
Ooh, almost falls as well. Turns Malphite back around on the Sand King. Does end up going down to save in the end.
There's going to be a lot of kills this game. It's already pretty fast. These teams are just going to go at it. And I love it. I mean, we might not even see some Helmet Dominators here. Dare I say it? Everybody just wants to fight. They want to take the team fights. Very low cooldowns in this game. I would love to see some of the early magic resist items for Heroic. The panel talked about the pipe, the potential Mage Slayer on the Dragon Knight could be super influential against BB. And if you're BB, you want to get this gyro online so he can contribute to the team fighting, and you want to make sure that GPK has a big game because, man, this guy has delivered and time again. Last game, I think he was way too stifled from the draft. This time around, he has a very strong hero in that Queen of Pain that can always scale, can always find teamfight impact. Can he deliver one more time?
He does feel like, though, he is still a bit addressed, right? We've got some single target stuns that are rough for the Quap to be blinking in aggressively into. We've got the backline Fiend's Grip, we've got the Dragon Tail, and he also is going to be walking into some serious team fight between the Dawnbreaker and potentially the Enigma. Now, this Gyrocopter is pulled out of position a bit. Whisper conserving his mana for now. I mean, this is a offlaner that wants to get kills, but you've got to be very careful in how you use your mana.
Still has that Lotus victory, though. That'll go a long way for this Dawnbreaker in the offlane. A lot of resources at Whisper's disposal. Schofield tanking a lot.
If they don't go soon, Schofield's just going to die without anything in return for Heroic. The momentum now beginning to shift into Pure's favor in this safe lane.
And I love seeing BB get aggressive on their safe lane for once. It's felt like they've just been trying to survive in this lane for almost 2 series now. Yeah, pick a hero like Gyro that has Barrage. Run at your opponents, deal the DPS. You're going to take some back. I mean, that's a guarantee, but at least you're getting something out of this lane. Pure having a much better time in this game 3, at least at the start. Whisper trying to get some
wants one more hammer on him.
Out of range.
Katomi doesn't have the mana for the glimpse back. They were going to try and sandwich him here in the trees.
Oh,
they got the hammer on him and he got him! A teleport away denied! Pure, the walk of shame for him.
You almost should have just taken the death and been able to TP back with full resources, right? It's not as if this lane was going terribly for you. Now it is going terribly. That is going to be a lot of time off the lane for the Gyro. Big moves from Whisper. Getting a lot of experience off these kills as well. There is that walk of shame.
Oh, God. With
it's
no
a slow
boots,
one.
So slow.
No boots, no smoke. It's just playing Dota the hard way right now for Pure. I felt like this game was going to be a little better, but it seems this man is destined to struggle this event.
It really is. Mid lane matchup, let's talk about that. 18-11 compared to the 22-3. So the Quap walking away with a lot more denies, so should have the experience advantage. But
Dragon Knight still getting some good gold out of the lane.
I don't think he's just lane for the Queen. GPK just winning that CS battle early, putting him in a really good position. You will have to get value out of these Sonic Waves, though. That's the biggest thing. If you're BB team, you want to be playing a fast-paced game with the glimpses and the bushwhacks, but Queen of Pain's your biggest early game damage dealer, particularly when that ult is up. Got to get GPK involved. That means focusing on those power rooms, making sure his lane is good, and making sure Analog can't just push into that tower and force the Queen to sit here on low resources. Some situation like that is not going to feel great.
Save already marking his territory here. He's just going to camp out for 30 seconds if need be.
There's a triple stack potential for these Eidolons right now. KJ eyeing it up. Can he get them all?
Oh, yeah.
A little tricky.
As Cav said, they've been practicing this, and maybe this is exactly how a triple stack for KJ.
Absolutely beautiful. This is the stuff you have to practice in lobby. Nail that timing exactly, especially with all these camp timings changing every patch.
Still, at the same time, GPK did pick up the shield rune, and he has the level 6 advantage. So let's talk about, you said you have to get value out of this Sonic Wave, particularly if he's going to rotate out of lane, because that means the Dragon Knight will hit this mid tower. What's the plan for GPK? Where is he looking to make this use of this ultimate?
I mean, you're either just trying to kill the Dragon Knight with rotations into you if you think you have the damage. Might be a little iffy with the lack of really strong newts from the supports. Otherwise, you wait out this Dragon form, and then you can maybe TP turn around one of these aggressive plays from the Dawnbreaker. That's kind of what I'm looking at. Like, punish Whisper if he tries to go on Pure again.
AJ, what are you up to? Sneaking his way in. Is he going to go for the Wisdom? No, he's not. He's already got the scan on them, so he knows not to contest that. Instead, just plays to make sure that they can invade the triangle when the time comes to contest this gyrocopter.
Blocks the camp, gets vision up, trade out the shrines. This will pay off later, especially if these get stacked up for that Sand King. You can go in there and contest it with full vision. It'll be really influential down the stretch here. Still, Yuma coming out on top of this laning phase. Top net worth hero, getting solo XP now. Potentially can also have some ancient stacks built up for him and waiting, and there are. I mean, there's all those stacks in the jungle as well. KJ just playing an economy game. He's not really playing the lane. He hasn't been pressured to sit on there too much. He's not using the Eidolons into the Sand King. He's just using them to stack. Could potentially get another triple stack up in this Radiant jungle. They're sitting there, they're waiting. This would be a huge boon for that TA when he moves in there early. And not something I think BB expect. This is not something you're looking for right now.
No, certainly not. And this is, I love that you're doing this in a game 3-2 because BB team, all right, he missed one of them. But a double stack this time around. Nightmare pushing him up the cliff. Katomi in a bad spot now with Whisper cutting across too. They ensure they get that kill, but now with Miro with the epicenter, the Dawnbreaker ultimate, the Sonic Wave has to be used to finish off that tanky Dragon Knight, and now Whisper, victim of both the ultimates, will fall as well. Miro cutting across the map to make this happen. A big win for BBT.
That's a beautiful move from him. Not something Heroic expected at all, but BB are bringing the heat in this game 3. They are not going to get outnumbered. They are not going to get out-fought. And you have to respect the Dawnbreaker's capability to join these fights. There he's just in the river, but that can easily be a Solar Guardian to protect that DK on mid. So you need the numbers. You need the ults to go in, and a beautiful Sonic Wave connection. You caught Whisper going into it after the ult. That's just pure juice.
And then Pure being able to go into their triangle takes the hard camp stacks. We'll see if they're prepared to deal with the other stacks that Heroic have managed to build up themselves, but that combination of plays was huge.
This will still be a really nice accelerant for Yuma, because he doesn't want to go to that other ancient camp this early, but now this jungle is just pre-stacked, super efficient for him. You can give the bottom lane to the Enigma if KJ can stand down here without dying.
Yeah.
If he can just leech some XP, use Eidolons for some CS, he'll be happy. BB do not want to let that happen.
Yeah, they will punish KJ. He steps a bit too far forward, caught by the bushwhack, and gives Miro another kill.
Yeah, he had to be very disciplined down there, just hide in the trees type scenario. There's no way Save is going to let you leech experience on this dead lane.
They're going to give the Ancients to Whisper, so they're not just going to funnel it all to the Templar Assassin, which I do kind of like.
Yeah, he's already doing stacks himself. Like, it's just an insane amount of stacks coming out. Downside of all the stacking, though, is that Enigma didn't get to play the lane as much, which gave a very good game to the Sand King. And Miro has already put that to use, and his game is going to be a little slower. So there is a trade-off to this economy right now for Heroic.
No! Whisper, not now! Not on the main stage of TI!
Not his finest moment. I'm sure we've all been there, but not on this stage.
Meanwhile, on the other side, the opposing offlaner, he's clearing out stacks and has his Blink Dagger. So BB Team are about to pick up the tempo more than they already have.
So farmed, man. This TA has 112 CS, and this Sand King is above him in net worth right now.
That's crazy.
That is a ridiculous start for the playmaker here on the side of BB. Maybe they insta-smoke with this and try and look for the play, because he has Epicenter available as well. Max Sandstorm is strong. You would love to fight around one of these tier 1s to transition into an objective. If you combine the Queen of Pain plus the Sand King right now, you can win any fight. It's an overwhelming amount of damage.
What a move from BB Team, abandoning the off lane here. They baited out KJ. King Jungles sat in that safe lane, expecting BB Team to go on him again, but
there's so
two-man smoke is going to be spoiled, and instead they'll try and take the off lane tower.
There's that smoke.
Here comes that Blink Dagger. KJ going to try and stop it as best he can, using the Eidolons to tank the tower. The Siege Wagon chips away at it, and BB Team will reveal some of their heroes. But the full extent not known by King Jungles, not hit by the Burrow Strike, but the Bushwhack will certainly land, and they'll still have a glimpse back when necessary. Pull them back in a little bit. BB Team are very scared to go in on this. They just don't know what's behind King Jungles. They had the right idea. The Heroic was behind him. They finally commit. A bit of an overcommitment with GPK dropping the Sonic Wave.
I mean, maybe he just wanted to kill, but he didn't even get it. That was a lot overcommittal. I mean, this is a super important spell in this early game. If you don't even get the tower out of it, you're going to feel a little bad with that usage. Nonetheless, you did save the Epicenter, so you can continue to move Miro around this map. Turn him into a massive threat, and another double stack on this triangle. Just gotten out of control. There was the early ward placed there. Still up, by the way. He's never got dewarded on the cliff.
Is Heroic capable of contesting, though?
It's tough. I mean, you have Bane and Nigma. How do you get your supports in here and let them do anything, right? And your cores are not really contested. They're going to smoke for it. They're late to the party.
Schofield, he shows himself first, trying to get Katomi. Instead, the Static Storm for him. But the smoke wrapping up the side, that's going to be the bigger move. Nero committed its Epicenter to kill this Bane. Dawnbreaker ultimate still coming in. Schofield somehow is still not dead, while the Heroic backstab does not land yet. They're still searching for these heroes. Okay, they managed to find save up here in the jungle, but at the same time, oh, the Black Hole is going to whip on GPK, and here comes Pure. A host of magic damage that should bring the Dragon Knight to his knees, and KJ soon to fall.
Such strong cores for BB to skirmish around a defensive choke point like that with their tower and support coming in. Pure can easily clean these fights up with overwhelming spell damage. And you just glimpse the Dawnbreaker out. It's such a big factor. Whisper, he joins that fight. Looks like maybe you can turn off of his strength. Glimpse straight back to top lane. You're just missing numbers. Yuma's not in the middle of that, giving you overwhelming physical damage. The Deso's not done yet. Felt like that was just a bit of a forced engagement. Yeah, you see them taking the stacks. Yeah, you want to contest this, but your heroes are just not built for it at this point in the game. And you got to respect the damage this Gyrocopter can output. This is a fighting carry.
Particularly since you had another option that was very clear, right? You've got a Dragon Knight. If they're going to back off and take off, their jungle, their stacks, then you've got a Dragon Knight to pressure these towers. But instead, the tier 1 mid and the tier 1 safe lane are still up for BB Team.
You're also just close to big items. Like that Blink just arrived for the DK. That's a clean initiation when he runs up the hill in the Queen of Pain. You can maybe make a play off that. Instead, it arrives now after that play. You were closing on the Deso. It just felt like the wrong time to try and strike BB. Gain a little momentum off that team fight and save, looking for more.
Yeah, Katomi, he tried to go for the Wisdom Shrine, see if he could sneak a Nightmare play. But he will be caught and killed on that.
Amp damage rune top as well, GPK. Pick it up for free right here, closing in on that level 12. Such a powerful rune at this point in the game for this hero.
Not only is BB Team getting the kills, obviously, with a score of 11-4 to their favor, but it feels like they're actually catching up in stacks.
They definitely recovered the stack game. Early, it went Heroic's way. Now, mid-game, it went their way. And they're just continuing to play off of Miro's strengths. Absolute beast in these smoke ganks. A lot of early smokes committed. That might be something that comes back to haunt you when the Roche is a contestable objective later. But for now, they are working, and it's giving you a lot of map control, especially if you get this tier 1 off this play.
And Pure's going to make sure they do get it. With Miro behind them, ready to go with the Epicenter, it's not possible for Heroic to stop this.
taking advantage of the fact that the Enigma's just not that strong on the map compared to the outrange of the Disruptor. Hoodwink Pure. Listen, man, your games have been a struggle a little bit. Not make it any more difficult than we need to.
Yeah, there's no need to draw even more enemies on the field than you already have.
There's the Blink Dragon Knight move with the form already committed. They need to get something out of this.
Just using the blink, they know they can catch him. Dragon Tail, Fiend's Grip if necessary, and they feel like it is.
Big kill. That's a 4x streak, almost 1,000 gold to the team after that kill. And some early Deso charges for Yuma, almost level 13. Really nice clean pick off there, abusing the fact that Tier 1 went down early in this game.
Speeding these cores along to BKB seems a necessity for Heroic, though Analog's not going to go for that.
Mage Slayer.
Mage Slayer instead for him. You actually think that's the better choice?
It's just so good against BB's line. Like, I don't know how you can turn it down. Maybe it's a little slow, but...
I mean, by that same argument, isn't BKB really good against BB's team?
Yeah, it is. It is for sure. This item's a little cheaper, a little better of a farming item. You can kind of build some momentum with it.
He was just about to get his Aghanim Scepter. He buys it out, but in trouble. Tries to pull himself away from the epicenter. Turns back in with the Starbreaker and the ultimate. He's going to drop it on Miro, and Miro might be the one to be bursting here. Instead, though, the glimpse on the Templar Assassin stops the damage. Miro survives because of that. They claim Whisper's life. Take the tower once again. BB team, every single time it feels like there's a full plan out here where they are getting a kill into an important objective.
And everything is going through the Sand King right now. Like, all these fights and plays start with him going in. It's just not a hero that Heroic want to commit into, especially when you're getting heroes glimpsed out of the fight. If you bring the whole team together, you take that fight head on, you can take him down. You can win that 5-on-5, but not when you're trickling in one by one and Katayomi just gets the punish. You have to be a bit more disciplined around this glimpse in these team fights.
The smoke is going to bypass the ward, but Yuma, he drew on the map. He knew that this play was coming, and despite the ward offering some false security, he will not be caught in this trap, and instead, they'll place their own little play here, a high ground ward, and wait to see if BB team walk into them.
His map reads have been immaculate this event. Absolutely one of the hardest carries to kill this international, and BB trying to accomplish the near impossible will not find him. Have to just gate top, but who are you going to find up here? Just Eidolon's pushing the wave.
It does at least ensure that the Tier 1 goes down, but they've left Pure alone here. Heroic, they catch him on this Ancient stack. It's hard to do, though. There's a defensive ward around that Ancient stack. The Watcher is up. Instead, they're going to spot save. A much easier kill. Dragon Tail stays pretty tanky, but they get the Nightmare to pull him back in. Whoa, got canceled there. Fiend's Grip. He'll finally go down.
Nice little pick off this ward in their own jungle. It's designed to do.
And slowing down the vessel is going to be huge for Analog's game.
Definitely helps. I mean, they have a lot of defensive vision right now. Heroic just trying to play on their side of the map, play around these wards that are giving him a little extra info, let BB run into them. It's kind of been the MO of this game so far. They have one ward across the river, and it's that Radiant ward bottom, which sees literally nothing, by the way, because it got replanted on by trees. So not the most useful in terms of information. And there's the Ags for the Sand King. Incredible timing here. 5-1 and 4 start. He is going to do some serious damage in the team fights if he goes unchecked.
And I don't really know how you stop him unless you get the initiation, which Heroic hasn't really managed to do in this game.
Yeah, it's really dangerous to try and counterplay this team against the glimpse, against the AoE damage. There's just so much waiting for you when you drop in. Maybe the one upside for Heroic here is if the game slows down, like, their team is the one that can kill Roshan very quickly off the TA, whereas it's a lot slower for BB.
Yeah.
They're a lot more magic damage AoE oriented. That Rosh is not so easy to bring down, so it's a little difficult to force objectives right now, even though they feel like they have the team fight advantage. They will likely take Tormentor here. That's the one they can do. There's BKB for the Templar Assassin. This is contestable.
I really thought they were just going to accept that they would give up Tormentor in exchange for,
I mean, look at
playing for farm, but
the item timing, right? You got BKB on the TA, you got the Mage Slayer on the Dragon Knight, and you have Blink Dagger on King Jungles. This could be a super pivotal item. the first fight where that Enigma has blink, sometimes you clump a little too much, he gets that big black hole.
BB Team are not doing the Tormentor. They're waiting and waiting. Patience may just pay off here. Schofield, he's going to be the one to break. They got the vision on him. Trying to get a ward up there. Does manage to spot out at least the same team. Analog blinks over the initiation. He got the Dragon Tail stun into a little bit more of the Stormbreaker on JPK, but it goes away. And JPK, not dead yet, gets off the Sonic Wave and stays standing.
These glimpses have destroyed them in the fight.
How do you stop them if you don't have BKBs on all your cores?
Still a black hole here.
He's still got here. Black hole goes out, but immediate glimpse. Still the Whisper. He hits the Starbreaker. Oh, he's pure. One more melt hit, and they've got him. Whisper, he runs headlong into BB Team, accepting that this life is forfeit. He'll help get Yuma out of here. Will Yuma complete the escape? KJ, he'll make sure that Yuma backs away. Yuma, you gotta get out of here. Oh, he's turning and fighting. This is insane. He's got Schofield trying to help out. Tries to blow up the save. Meanwhile, the Fiend's grip on JPK. JPK does end up going down. Yuma fighting for his life underneath the sandstorm and winning with the buyback coming out from the heroic support. They'll find another. Two down. And a third. What the hell was that? Yuma and Schofield make the call. A 2 versus 4 to turn the whole damn game.
You have to play with confidence at TI. You have to go for the big plays. Yuma says, I don't care if we lost the fight. I'm going to make my own. I'm going to win my own. What a turn and what a call from the heroic carry. They're going to get this tournament.
That could have been the game just being over for Heroic. Instead, they've given themselves the lead in a game 3.
Such a difficult call to make, and they played it perfectly. And this black hole, that's as much as you can get there, right? It goes off just long enough that you're able to secure that gyrocopter kill. That's what you want. You're going to have to pay some price to bring him down. But man, I was like, why is Yuma lingering here? There is nothing left to be done, but the Bane coming in with grip is just enough to give you confidence to go for this play, and nobody could cancel it.
Yeah, what happens if Miro was able to, if he had Burrow strike up to stop that Fiend's grip in the first place? It could have been such a different fight, but instead, Heroic, now they've got quite the lead. 2,000 net worth up. Schofield, he'll be picked off by BB Team, who were threatening the Roshan. Schofield got some information on that. Get it?
Looking for the glimpse?
Not quite.
I mean, they were threatening Roche, but this is a very slow Roche.
Yeah.
Again, they can't force the issue when they feel strong. That is the good news for Heroic. And man, Yuma is massive now. Level 18 on this Templar Assassin, 12 Deso charges. He gets this Daedalus, he is going to cook them in the fight. This lineup has a big weakness in it, which is the man fight potential, the ability to stand there and fight a BKB carry. The Gyro cannot deliver in that department for some time, which is why he desperately wants this Aegis right now.
It's slow, but BB Team confident that they can still win the fight. Oh no! What a fast reaction from King Jungles! Pulled back in, but he's completely whipped out on that Static Storm. Still though, wait, JPK's in trouble once again. We've seen this one before, but the Bushwhack saves him this time, and an epicenter demolishing Heroic right in the middle. Still though, Yuma had a chance, couldn't kill Miro. BKB TP out, Whisper dies as he gets run down, same as Schofield. BB Team, they hit right back.
Saves Hoodwink is so goddamn good. It is ridiculous. He has delivered time and time again on this hero. He always finds the Bushwhack at the exact moment BBT needed in the fight. They get a swift Roshan into a team fight victory. The momentum swings back their way up 2K, and now this Gyro can take the fight to the Templar Assassin because he has 2 lives to do it. Ags online, Manta online, and then Ags delivered for the Queen of Pain. That will be GPK's item of choice to try and scale into this one. Could be pretty nasty against this lineup that's already a little clunky and doesn't have that much mobility along all 3 of their cores. You get hit by these daggers, it's just going to kite you out. It's going to make your life miserable. You're going to be stuck in the sandstorm. This team fight is not getting easier for you right now. You have a black hole available. Go for a quick solo pickoff.
I mean, the Sand King is everything to BB Team. So when he's dead for this 45 seconds, it does give Heroic free reign.
Nice find. Absolutely drop this Enigma ultimate to take a core off the map. That's a lot of time to recover, get the farm back up. But I will say Analog's road ahead of him looks difficult. I mean, this Dragon Knight 1-4 start. He went the Mage Slayer, didn't get the teamfight victories out of it. Yeah. Now this item feels like he should have gone for something that's going to scale a bit harder. Very tough position for him to be in. He's just going to have to play on the front line, use his strength and tankiness to deliver a teamfight victory for Heroic while Yuma cleans him up with the damage.
Do you think that that the Dragon Knight's lack of scale right now is why the game favors BB Team so much? I mean, they've given it a 70-30 matchup. Well, why do you think that is?
Their cores are out ahead, and they're going to be able to kite the Dragon Knight out. The Dragon Knight's not delivering enough damage. This Dawnbreaker's not delivering enough damage. They have some decent sustain, but BB can push through that, as we've seen, especially Queen of Pain with an Axe build. She delivers a lot of sustained damage over the course of a long fight.
That's why Heroic have put so much effort into killing this Quav at the start of every fight. But that last bushwhack
was
saved
so nasty.
GPK's game, though caught out by the Fiend's Grip here.
Beautiful catch. Heroic finding some openings on this map right now. This Aegis period has not been clean for BB. In fact, I think they're losing net worth lead. The solo ultimate pickoff game between these two supports is amazing if you can just continue to do it. There's nothing global to bail you out. There is no Dawnbreaker ult. There is no global silence. Found some big ones here. And Yuma's been involved every time, which is the one here that's continuing to scale and power up for Heroic. Level 20 now in this Templar Assassin. It's about to finish Daedalus. Continuing to find the Deso charges. It'll be a fast butterfly for Pure. Try and bring some evasion to the field against this TA, who's not going to have MKB for a while. Would be a really nice timing to get it online. You combine that with a Satanic later, you're going to be very tanky. But Heroic definitely recovered this period. I thought this was going to be a lot worse for them. Instead, they just took the lead. They found two big pickoffs. You're almost to an Enigma BKB here.
That's crazy. They have nothing to stop that.
Nope, it is a free Enigma BKB black hole game, and that is the terrifying part of this pick. I think KJ has itemized absolutely correctly. You could have gone for some auras. You could have, tried to build a pipe or something. No, just go BKB Blake, get in there and deal the damage. If you're in a situation where you can black hole the Queen of Pain or the Gyrocopter, that can just be the team fight over. Yeah. You're taking so much damage out of BB's lineup, which is another reason why they have to continue to scale 3 cores here. You are up against some very strong debuff piercing ultimates between the Bane and the Enigma. You cannot rely on one hero to be the say-all, be-it-all. You need to get in there with everybody and deal damage across the board.
BB Team, with less than a minute left on this Aegis, want to take the tier 2 top, completed a butterfly. A lot of timings coming together here. And Pure likely to just brute force it. Level 20 as well.
You have to get something out of this Aegis. You have lost around 4 or 5k net worth lead.
It will also be the Wisdom Shrine.
Another big win.
See, Whisper, he's going to try and stop Miro on the other side, but Miro gets there
other
first.
one.
And that means they're going to chase after the Gyrocopter.
Unable to find the stun. Could have Solar Guardianed into that. That was a dangerous play for Pure.
That was.
KJ playing with fire on the back line here, just taking camps away, getting wards out.
Yeah, look at all the vision he's gotten down. He placed that lane ward up top. Like, they know what the game plan is. KJ know what the game plan is. KJ, he wants to just rat the map as much as possible. He's doing a good job of it with his Eidolons.
Yeah,
the wards enable that.
I mean, this is an impactful 0-8 Enigma. It does not feel like he's 0-8.
No, it doesn't.
You can also just potentially find a solo hero with Black Hole into Solar Guardian. Like, that is enough damage to bring some of the heroes down in this game.
He commits for the Courier.
That's the Gyro Courier.
Got off the shield. That means Pure will still have a TP scroll if that Courier can get to him. Who are currently smoke wrapping through triangle, getting deep into Heroic side of the map,
Yuma.
and wrapping into Yuma. Yuma, see him? Right past him. He blinks away. Instead, they get the Bane. Even getting the BKB out of the Templar Assassin would have been a small win, but smaller still is the life of Schofield.
Maybe they try and kick Analog out up here, but there's Radiant Vision up here. He can play it to the limit. And that was an amp damage Queen of Pain for GPK. That was something they wanted to turn into a team fight. Won't get it. We'll have to probably wait for this next Roshan if Heroic continue to dodge. Though there's the BKB for KJ. Their team fight's online. It looks scary, man. This black hole is going to be a big problem if you clump.
I think it's always scary when you have the rat combined with the clump punish, because you're so busy running around the map that sometimes, maybe discipline, it wavers a little bit and you don't maintain that positional, distance between each other to make sure you don't get black hole. You're so busy chasing after the Enigma or the Dragon Knight who are ratting you out that you may find yourself in a turnaround situation.
Or you Heroic may not expect the move to come into you because you've been on the chase for so long. Now you are the chase.
And it's Katomi. 2-shot casually by Yuma. The rest of the smoke not revealed yet. Now it shows on a save. Save shoots himself down to the low ground, but revealed. The trees are taken away from him. All cover gone. And Yuma, a godlike spree for him and his Templar Assassin as they regain control.
Just feels like Heroic have a better read on this map right now. Yuma just playing out of his mind. A perfect game from him so far, 9-0. TA has an insane amount of Deso charges, an insane amount of damage, and if you give him an Aegis in this game, that was an important reason why BB took it away. You do not want to put Aegises on this Templar Assassin. That fight becomes impossible. Heroic just outmaneuvering him right now. They have found more pickoffs, they've gotten the lanes in better, they've got deeper vision, more information to play off of, and it kind of feels like they're outscaling him. Like, they have this Enigma backup, they have this Bane grip that can come out. I don't know what this Gyro is supposed to do in these late game fights against all these debuff Pure Scene ultimates. You can recover this Dragon Knight's game. It's not impossible. He already has that BKB done. He can build into some damage. You can get a Bloodthorn here. You can eventually get to Black Dragon if you want it. You can get a Mjolnir. Whatever your choice is, this DK is going to do some serious damage. There's a lot of pressure on BB to try and find something here in the next 5 or so minutes leading into this next Roshan. You have to execute, have to find a jump, have to make Heroic clump so your AoE can go to work. That's the best thing about your lineup.
Are they ever going to have anything that stops BKB TP out? At this rate, it feels like Heroic could do this indefinitely as long as they have the right vision to see the initiation coming. It feels like they could just keep splitting the map until they're finally ready to fight again.
Austin, this is Heroic. Heroic doesn't dodge you. Heroic fights you. Okay, if they're stronger, they're going to force the issue.
I guess the question remains, do they think they're stronger?
Oh,
they're trying to play for Roche right now. They know the exact timing of it thanks to the Templar Assassin innate.
Max respawn.
A double meld hit.
It's fast.
It's going to be so fast that BB Team, even if they were to move right now, they wouldn't get there in time.
Such a big win. I mean, it's not just a win because you get an Aegis on a TA. It's a win because there was never a team fight around this point for BB. That is one of the places they could have gotten a clump out of Heroic, just naturally doing the Roshan. Their lineup could have punished that. That fight never happens. You missed that opportunity. Now that team fight's going to happen in terrain that is far better for Heroic to fight around.
I will say this, without a doubt, BB Team just looked more scared. Right? They've clumped
you could feel
all the way. They're just 5-manning across the map non-stop. Heroic, they're playing with some risk, right? Their heroes are split up around the map, and as a result, the net worth that they pulled back into their favor has swung this win probability to almost an even game.
I will say Pure is hitting his power point, right? That Satanic's done. He has the butterfly. There is no evasion Pierce on this TA yet. You get some good evasion procs in that fight. You get a good Satanic off. You can live for a very long time here. You can maybe even survive some of those big ults coming out from the supports. But you're right, they're playing a little scared. I mean, there's a Tormentor sitting there right behind him. They're expecting the fight, but how long can you wait for this? Everybody waiting for the fight to come to them right now. This is what happens in a TI elimination game. You do not want to be the first to pull the trigger.
BB Team, how long are you willing to sit here?
You got to just do this Tormentor, right? They're trying to bait it a little bit.
But what if Heroic never want to contest? What if they just want to farm?
This is where patience can be rewarded. They just walked over that Observer Ward, BB. They got information. That's what they wanted. They saw 2 cores up here. Can you get the jump?
A little bit out of sight. They spot Yuma. Yuma's right underneath the ward. Can Miro get this initiation? They've got to chain the stuns. Yuma's walking into them. Oh, wait! They make a little bit of a jump there, but this gives Yuma. They don't want to go after this Aegis hero.
but
they want Analog.
That was your option. They go for Analog. You miss Burrow! And the BKB goes off from Analog. BB Team, can they recover this? Instead, they find Schofield, but Dragonite, he jumps into the back line, and that gives the opening. Whisper hits three, a massive ultimate, and now a black hole! Sonic Wave over the top of Solar Guardian. That will be the nail in the coffin for BB Team.
You plug against a lineup that punishes you so damn hard every time. The confident jump from Analog, knowing his team will back him up even with the BKB expiring. You have Aegis to play with. It let Yuma frontline. BB saw no good targets. They got pushed into a corner, and they had no answer for the team fight supremacy that was double Solar Guardian Black Hole. That ult from Whisper stunned everybody just on the edge. Heroic break this game open. They are going high ground. 11k gold lead, 2 minutes on the Aegis. No buyback available for this gyro for 40. This should be one lane, maybe two, guaranteed. And a potential top 4 for the first time in Dota history for a South American squad.
The spirit of an entire region behind Heroic, and they're playing like it. They're playing with that aggression, with that fearlessness. And now they've got full, firm control over this game. 13,000 net worth lead, and an Aegis still for a minute and a half. A banner still for another push if they want to try for it. BB Team, they push outside of the base. They find Schofield, something small to work with. Heroic, say you can have him.
It's dieback on the Bane. At least you get some time to regroup here. But how is the team fight getting better for you? That's the big question BB have yet to address. You can put your gyro on the front line. You can maybe just say, okay, we messed up that Burrow strike. We lost a lot of the Sand King's damage, but there are BKBs on the side of Heroic. There's double Solar Guardian to help you sustain through it. And the Black Hole threat is just immense right now. You don't have a clear answer to it. You can sense the frustration. You can sense the dire situation BB are in right now. This is just a nasty fight. If the TA isn't there with Aegis, that's a very different story, right? That ward was extremely good. You had the angle, but you didn't want to jump him, and you can't blame him.
And then Analog gives the opening for Whisper, and both Pure and Kantomi. Pure stuck in the Lotus pool and didn't have a way out.
Just land a Black Hole on 3. Throw the other Guardian on top. That Lotus pool did him no favors. They just got stuck in it.
Whisper, over 5,000 damage being done. And he knows he might have just won the series for them.
So clutch.
Level 25 for Templar Assassin. Level 25 for the Dawnbreaker right around the corner.
Big talents. Absolutely massive talents. They're even going to have the level 18 on KJ for the level 3 Black Hole. That's a significant damage upgrade. And you have the Bloodthorn on the Dragon Knight. All the late game scaling coming in for Heroic ahead of BB. You still need BKB on the Queen of Pain here. You need Refresher on the Sand King. These are the biggest items that BB need right now. Just getting to him a little slower. If that fight breaks out before you have double Epicenter, it looks near impossible. I mean, this could be a game where you might just have to go Divine Rapier on the Gyro. Like, it doesn't feel great, but you are going to need some overwhelming punch in the fight. There's nowhere else it can come from.
BB Team, they've had some crazy comebacks before in this international. Their backs are against the wall on this one, and it's beginning to show. Miro's failed jump on that Burrow strike. The nerves are clearly playing a hand here in this game for BB Team. The pressure cooker that is TI. You will not experience more intense situation as a Dota player than this.
You can't practice for it. You just have to hope that decades of experience go the distance when it matters most.
It's what it means to be clutch. You either got it or you don't.
There's
another Tormentor for Heroic.
They're just getting so much right now. Analog's game completely recovered. Level 25 available for the Dawnbreaker and the TA.
Yuma runs right into Pure. Hello.
Not afraid at all. Some damage off that sharpshooter.
Yeah, he did get pretty low. And they will Solar Guardian just to make sure he does not get jumped in this instant. Miro trying to go for it, but a double BKBs, and he's met with a Dragon Tail, a Fate's Grip over the top, and
thing was bizarre. They just let him sleep there forever. I don't know if that was a bait or just it was so janky. BB fell for it. They ended up losing their Sand King, who was on his way to that refresher. They might have to take this fight without him. Need to find something here. He has no buyback.
A quick pick off on Schofield. Would do one for them. They do have a static storm. There's no BKB, so Solar Guardian goes out. They found the black hole. It's catching the gyrocopter. Sonic Wave trying to push him away. Here with the Satanic. It's keeping himself up. 1 versus 4 for them all. Trying to take down one of these cores. He's fighting up against Analog, and he's getting the life steal to keep himself up. BB Team on the edge, but they will hold off that fall just a little longer.
Dude, what a fight from Pure. He just gets in the middle of everybody with this Satanic Butterfly, gets a couple evasion procs. The Dragon got us isolated, couldn't put the damage into him. He survives, gets a massive Satanic off, and finally able to deliver a killing blow to Heroic in this team fight. That was a very bold fight to take. 4 on 5 without your biggest team fighter. Beautiful execution here. Sonic Wave like all 3 cores.
Look at Yuma
up.
Oh man, pushed up to that high ground. What can you do?
And the daggers are just flying from GPK the entire time. They took such good advantage of that Dragon Knight being isolated in the kinetic field static storm, pulling a team fight win out of nowhere. BB do it again, and they're going to get Roche off this. This is going to be another Aegis for Pure to play with. Refresher shard in the pit, banner in the pit to take all of that away from Heroic. That would have been a game ender.
The game has slipped through Heroic's grasp.
They were in control. They were marching their way to victory. And now this is absolutely anybody's game.
They've got to claw it back.
I mean, is
but
this...
BB Team, they've got the momentum now.
Is this divine territory for Pure? I ask it again. You have Aegis. You're getting close to that gold. You're running out of slots. This man has done it before at TI. It's not uncomfortable for him. And it might be what you need to win this game. Just think it's Swift Blink.
A refresher for Miro. So if they can find that initiation, Pure will be able to jump right into it, as will the Disruptor potentially. Now that Burrow Strike, it's a lot more deadly if it's an Ag Static Storm over the top of it.
These are the opportunities BB need to win these fights. Didn't exist 4 or 5 minutes ago. They exist now. You have an opening. You can go in with this Burrow Strike and threaten any of these cores because that Ag Static Storm will be dropped on top. And there is no way to bail that hero out other than committing more with the Solar Guardians on top, with a black hole in the middle of everybody. It could work out for you. It could be an absolute disaster.
Yeah, the more you throw it at, the higher the risk is, right? Maybe that Solar Guardian doesn't save you. Maybe you're just running into that Static Storm, and BB Team on the hunt. 3.5 minutes left on this Aegis. Sweeping across the map, keeping that same 5-man formation. They say, if we're going to go down, we're going to go down together.
And Pure, he disassembled that Butterfly for Swift Blink. Felt like the MKB was incoming for Yuma, which would have been his next item, but he doesn't have it yet. Kind of interesting to give up that evasion. You do have 2 lives off the Aegis and that Satanic.
Especially since that evasion was entirely what saved him in that last engagement.
Absolutely did work. Look at the Space Ward right here. This is incredibly nasty if you get caught on it.
Something interesting to work with. They get a little information on the Dawnbreaker.
And keep in mind, 25 hit for GPK. That's a Sonic Wave damage upgrade. This thing's hitting for 900, and he's the one who got the Refresher Shard off the Roche. So it's going to be double 900 damage, pure damage Sonic Waves going into the fight, amped up even more. This is over 2,000 damage of Pure going into somebody. Somebody just has to take it.
Heroic have to get the jump. It's the only option, and Pure is going to put them in a very uncomfortable position. With the banner drop and a Swift linking into the base.
You do not want to dive too deep, though. This is still a lineup that can
look at the
punish
cut. This is big. If they can manage to take away the mid creep wave as well, though, that should be protected by BB Team.
Kills that banner, though. That hurts a little bit if you're going to commit to the high ground push here. It's such a terrifying push. You don't know who has buyback available. And guess what? It's all 5 for Heroic. They all saved it up. This push is almost doomed to fail unless you execute out of your minds right now. Fortune favors the bold.
Will it favor him here?
A bold move to go into the base, but they found the bushwhack into the epicenter initiation of Sonic Wave 1, and that's one down. Now they still have the Solar Guardian though, so it does trade off core for core with the buyback being used on the Dragonite. Heroic, they want to make the most of this situation. They got the control on the GPK, another Solar Guardian to finish him off. The bushwhack comes the Templar Assassin FA, and GPK, he's away. Another Sonic Wave, and back in. A killer instinct for GPK, but it might just go awry here as a black hole. It catches Pure.
Safe Whisper.
Wait a minute, a Satanic. He stays alive, doesn't lose the Aegis just yet, but Analog, that's going to be a dieback for him. A Nightmare on the high ground. No, he's not going to make it. Stuck on the low ground and nothing on a bushwhack.
Save.
Give him an opportunity. BB Team still working with this Aegis. Do they go in? Do they go for the throat? 2 heroes dead, one of them with no buyback.
You use GPKs though, you all in here and you die. It's game. It's up to Pure. It's his call. It's his shot to take right now. 30 seconds on the Aegis. Another buyback from Heroic. They're down to 2. Whisper on that Dawnbreaker. Yuma on that TA. They somehow got Whisper out of that
Another
fight.
refresher. They may not see this coming. There's another black hole available. As he said, they got the Static Storm on a Pure.
But you can't go.
They can't. No. GPK, he does go. He does get that kill. He does force that buyback.
Where is it? Yuma, you have to pull the trigger. There it is.
KJ, this is an opportunity, a moment for greatness. Can he hit the black hole? That sets up everything for Heroic. God damn, it's not enough. Pure hits the Satanic, and everything is wasted for Heroic.
How is he alive? He's just tanking
Sideblade after sideblade, not enough to kill Miro and Pure. He can play it slow. He's got another Satanic coming up.
There's no way you back here, right? I mean, you have pushed this to the limit so far. You have another Satanic. You've gotten everything out of Heroic from 5 buybacks to none available. Black hole dropped. Refresher black hole dropped. There's nothing left in the tank. Pure makes the call. Divine Rapier, Swift Blink in. He's going for the throat. Going for the throne. He wants to deny a South American top 4.
And claim his own top 4. He made it to the final day of TI before. He's led a team to this victory before. He apologized to his team. He said, I'm sorry, but next time, I will carry you. And he does it. He takes his team all the way to top 4 at a TI.
What a redemption game for that man right there. That thing was completely out of reach, and somehow that one team fight bottom tier 2. Belief in the squad, belief in your carry, go in, let him do the work. The Satanic timing was beautiful, and Pure just turns this game on its head. Crazy bushwhacks from Save, crazy survivability from GPK. This team was pushed to the brink, but they just did not give up. And they will find themselves victorious in a Game 3 that seemed out of reach, denying South America that top 4 that has always eluded them. It was so close. If you execute one more team fight in that game, it is yours.
It was all it took, just one more fight. And South America, hearts bleeding right now. They've been here before. They've watched a team come so close to setting history. And Heroic regrets and redemption. The two sides of the coin in these matches. Overwhelming happiness for the win and unforgettable grief in the loss.
Man, what a series for these two teams. It's one of the most memorable BO3s I think we have seen at TI in a long time. So much on the line, so many clutch plays, so many insane teamfight victories off the spellcasting alone. In that last fight, that base defense, you land the black hole of your dreams. You cannot ask for more, and it is not enough.
Let's talk to the man of the hour. He did it. He did it for BB Team. Let's talk to Pure.
Pure, I mean, what on earth was going through your head at the end of that game? You were locked in, making no mistakes. How do you stay focused in a moment like that?
I mean, I think I made quite a lot of mistakes, but we won in the end, guys. So happy about that.
You mentioned before in an interview for a different language yesterday that you feel like you haven't been playing your best this TI, but I think that game earned you a lot of redemption. That was some incredible moments. Do you feel like you've redeemed yourself?
Of course, guys, I think we disappoint you a lot, guys, with games against Falcons in the upper bracket, guys, but we gonna came back stronger, and we already show you, we have already shown you that we can win, and we're gonna try our best, and we're gonna be even stronger in the finals days and in the finals, guys.
All the way to the finals, that is a promise right there. I also want to ask you about your teammates as well, of course, because GPK, he has been pulling in some incredible moments. What's it been like playing with him as a teammate throughout this tournament?
I mean, he's crazy good. He's always been like that, like this last year, and I think he's performing as his best as always. So just pleased to play with him. You know, like it's good to have him in my team.
He has been fantastic. Last question from me then. Of course, we do say goodbye to the South Americans here, but as an incredible carry player yourself, how do you feel about how Yuma and the rest of Heroic played in that series?
He played good. I think he made a lot of progress like since last year, and he's playing really nice. I think he's a proper carry. He can win some tournaments maybe someday.
Maybe, but not today. Today is your day as you go through to top 4. Guys, give it up for Pure and BB Team!
What a series that we have been treated to here. It was elimination for BB Team or Heroic, and the way that this Game 3 played out, there was desperation from both sides. Everyone trying to do what they possibly can, and whilst Heroic might not go down in the history books for the highest placement of a South American team, they will definitely go down in histories with the play that they made, the series they gave for us, and of course that black hole towards the end there.
Oh my God.
Arena was on their feet for it.
That was genius, and the fact that it didn't work out. I just want to thank both of these teams for giving us the best series of the tournament so far in a tournament that has already been one of the hypest TIs ever. This was an incredible game of Dota and an incredible series. Just thank you. I feel like you can feel the energy in the arena right now.
Yeah, the person who delivered for that was, of course, KJ, and unfortunately with that loss, we do have to say goodbye to him and the team of Heroic.
Yeah, thanks. I am here with KJ. KJ, you can hear the crowd's reaction. You guys played, in my opinion, and the crowd's opinion, and the panel's, the best Dota that we've seen in this tournament, the most exciting games. Did you guys have fun while you were here? It looked like you were having the time of your lives.
Yeah, it was pretty damn fun. Didn't explode the throne, but I was happy to play here and to show you guys that we are a world-class team. We are Brazilians, Peruvians, Nicaragua, but we are a world-class team. So if there was any doubt of that, we showed it, and we put up a fight.
You put up a hell of a fight, and I know you can hear the fans here, but there's a section of South American fans who've been going absolutely mad for you guys the whole time. Do you have anything you'd like to say to them specifically?
Thanks for cheering, everyone. Valeu pela torcida. Galera da Heroic aí muito animada, dá pra ouvir todo mundo lá de dentro. Muito feliz. It's you that's watching that makes this special. If it weren't for you, this would be very boring. It's just a game. But with you, it's a dream. It's everything. I love this shit. Let's go. Next year, you're gonna see me here. And I'm gonna win. You're gonna see me here. I'm coming back.
Holy shit! Thank you, KJ. That was perfect. Back to you guys.
Oh my goodness, I'm telling you, no one does it like Heroic, no one does it like KJ. While this man has been eliminated from TI, his dreams, they're still there. He's saying next year, it's his year.
I mean, this has to be the most positive exit interview that I've seen. You know, him being hyped up, like being excited to be in the crowd, and also a big promise that he needs to fulfill. And I believe that they can do it because this team showed some extremely good performances. The crowd is definitely cheering for them, but also the way that they've been playing, it's just a chef's kiss. Every single time time. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye, but I think they won a lot of hearts in the arena and whoever is watching on the broadcast.
100%.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe they didn't win this championship, but in every future tournament, I can guarantee you, this is going to be a fan favorite team now. Like, these guys, they clearly love the game so much. They're so fun to watch, and they're so likable.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah, you can't help but feel yourself cheering for that team. Unfortunately, no longer here, but we are going to be looking at this game number 3 a little bit more, trying to break down what happened in that earlier part and why we had such a close fight, why we had such an amazing comeback from BB Team. And it all started with that first blood, Winter.
I mean, the first build was kind of like a really, really good outplay, a little bit of outplay here by Whisper. You can see he's almost going to hit level 2 soon, and he's going to use his slow to get to level 2 here, and Pure totally caught unexpected here, and he just dies, because Dawn level 2 is like one of the biggest spike here. And once again, because of that earlier kill, this happens, right? They get the dive, Pure doesn't have any more resources, and it was a really, really good read here by Whisper, catching him, knowing that the only way he escapes here is TPing in the corner.
It was such a high skill game of Dota. Like, there's no world where you have to be playing against a very skilled opponent that is paying close attention to your levels that you can make that play and find that opening. Like, a single creep and then using the resources to get that. Like, this was world-class Dota.
Yeah, I mean, this is why like you always hear like take the range creep, take the range creep. You're listening to the comms like in the lanes, the range creep matters a lot just because of situations like this, and that one kill actually snowballed the lane so much.
Yeah, it really did. Something, though, that we weren't really sure about is how Position 5 Enigma is going to fit into this meta. It's been out of the limelight for so long when it comes to competitive, but KJ put on an absolute beautiful shot.
Oh, yeah, he has a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Look at this, Position 5 Enigma, 5 minutes in, 6 about to spawn, so he's stacking 3 camps at the same time.
That is so hard to do, by the way.
It really is, and they're also trying to win this economy more, and look at what Save is doing a couple of minutes later, because a couple of minutes earlier, there was Enigma in the enemy triangle, putting down Center Ward, putting down Observer Ward on the hill, making sure that they are winning that economy war, making sure that there's going to be a lot of... And also another one, I just have to stop talking, because what he does here is he uses Midnight Pulse immediately, predicting that their save is going to be using Bushwhack, making sure that Yuma is not going to get stunned there and killed, and lands another good black hole. We saw multiple man black holes coming out from KJ, and I just became even a bigger fan after this one, and this guy is just amazing.
I think after watching this, I don't have any plans of going and playing Enigma in my pubs. Position 5, like the amount of stuff that you have to do to make it work, you have to be such a savant at the hero.
I mean, this is why the coach was so confident. Right? He said King Jungle's Enigma is really, really good. Like, he knows every little bit of the hero, every inch, like in the early game, what he can do. Because this hero is so greedy, right? If you don't do enough in the early game, it's very difficult to have space for your hero to farm in the mid-late game.
Yeah, and then you start to wonder, when is he going to be able to have an impact in the team fights? When is he going to be able to start joining? But these teams started fighting early on, significantly earlier than what we've seen other teams start to do. It was around this 12-odd minute mark where it's like, yeah, everyone's coming together, and let's try and make some initiations that still stacks.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, I think the second Dawnbreaker ulti, which I feel like BB Team, they were able to force the Dawnbreaker ulti on a very defensive way where they are trying to use it to save a teammate. I think in most cases, you want to use it offensively with the DK stun to kill someone. But here they were using it to save Schofield, but he died, and the fight didn't really turn out so well for them. So props to BB Team for able to force the Dawnbreaker ulti to be used in a very defensive way.
I think this is part of why we've seen Dawnbreaker falling off a little bit, is that the higher skilled teams are good at like baiting out the ulti and essentially playing around the hero. Whisper still made it extremely hard to deal with, especially when he got the Dazun Blood right, as well as the talent that increases the AoE of it. It was very hard to not be like counter-initiated on, but there were a few times that BB Team did a really good job.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game definitely showcased why the hero, I think, is still a very, very strong pick at the right time, especially when Silencer is banned, right? I think you mentioned that a couple of times. When there's no Silencer in the game, the other counters doesn't really seem like it will bother the Dawn too much.
Yeah, there were still moments where we're like, okay, this Dawn, why isn't she getting picked more? And then you see some of the solutions there. We were also seeing a lot of fighting around this Tormentor. 20 minutes, that's when we see teams clash a lot.
This is not the goofy one. The goofy one where they stood around for like 5 minutes happened a lot later. It was such a tense game. And I think this was a really high skill play by BB, like knowing that with the TA, of course you want to go to that Tormentor. This hero can like legitimately solo the Tormentor, so you do not want to give this objective up. So they bank on the fact that Heroic is like, okay, well, BB's going to try to take it from us then. So there's just multiple levels to the gameplay here. And the team fight, the Black Hole, it was very nice on Pure. Unfortunately gets interrupted. You saw the Hoodwink could not connect the stun earlier, like Lacoste mentioned. In this fight, it dragged on and dragged on and dragged on. And eventually, BB being patient on that Tormentor high ground did pay off.
Yeah, we're going to see the rest of what happens here, though, because whilst they're patient on that high ground, they overextend, and you're able to get better positioning on the side of Heroic, and it actually leads to them getting the...
Yeah, this is something that only happens at TI, to be honest. Like, the pressure is there. You feel the nerves. You feel like, we can do this. We can end, like, we can get a bunch of kills here, eventually end the game, get a big lead.
I also think
you can overchase.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these top-tier teams that are still left in the tournament utilizing these buybacks, making sure that they're going to be winning the fights. We saw earlier in Nigma series as well, 20-minute buyback coming out from under or just to kill Sniper on XM, buying back one more time. So understanding that certain heroes are much stronger, especially those that have global presence, potentially like a Dawnbreaker in this series as well. Whisper, he had a great game. The Refresher, the Aghanim Scepter build, he also did build into a bit of a later pipe combined with the Mage Slayer. We did reduce tons of damage, but most of the damage in the late game was physical, and the way they did it on Pure with this Blink, Divine Rapier, Butterfly, disassembling with the Chop Shop.
Yeah.
I think Pure is the one who's like ready to go in multiple times, risking everything. We saw it in game number 1 with the buybacks as well on their side. I think buybacks is a very crucial thing that we also need to mention a lot.
Whisper even ended the game with the Blade Mail. When they were in the 2 or 3v5 situation, he not only goes for this late game pipe, which I think is really interesting, you kind of have to do against all of this magic damage, but he goes for the Blade Mail to try to...
This was the game-defining fight here, where the Gyro kind of solo carried. I don't want to say solo, but he kind of didn't die and carried the game. It looked like it was going to be really bad because it was a 4v5 fight. I don't think Hyori expected BB team to actually take the fight, but somehow Pure doesn't die, and he survives and he kills everyone and totally turns the game around.
Yeah, having that Satanic for him, being able to get it off, him unfortunately not dying in that black hole. This is when things started to unravel a little bit for Heroic, and massive props to BB team, and exactly what you were just describing, Lacoste. Pure is not afraid to be that person that sits in the front line despite being the carry. He's okay if the black hole is used in him, knowing how much he can rely on his supports, how impactful GPK has been as well.
Yeah, he definitely knew how much he can tank there, and also being very patient with his Satanic. He knew that he was going to get black hole. Sonic Wave did connect for a couple of seconds, making sure that extra bit of a damage from Templar Assassin is not getting through, and also life-stealing with that Satanic still with the Aghanim Scepter, with the side gunner, and very nice read there coming out from Pure, really pushing the limits of the hero.
He had to absolutely do that, because I think if that same damage is pumped into his teammates instead of him, they lose that fight. It's legitimately...
They lose the game there.
They lose the game right there. So if he does not wait until the last second to use the Satanic, let's say he uses it during the black hole, it doesn't work out. He knew that he had to push the limit there. This is the only way they're going to come back in the game, and good lord, what a comeback it was.
Yeah, what a game, yeah. That has to be by far one of the best games I've seen this week.
It wasn't just that game, it was this whole series, right? From our game 1 where we had an Aegis snatched from GPK, it feels like it was so long ago, but that was literally the same elimination series. These teams pushed each other as far as you possibly could with all of it. And so, yeah, Pure going to be our standout player for that game number 3. But BB team are going to have to play later today. You got to find some more energy in the back pocket here.
I don't know. I think they got to go to the sauna or something and relax, because it would be very hard to cool down after something like that.
Yeah, you have to reset. You have to forget everything that happened. Sure, it was a hype series, but you need to conserve your energy. You can't really celebrate. You need to keep your mind on the next game. You have to focus, and your job is not done.
Well, we're talking about conserving energy, but someone who has energy in buckets is, of course, our stage host. We're going to head on down to Slacks and Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are cooling down from a very intense series, and I thought we'd play a little game of our own. Now, if there's one thing I've learned with my time in Germany, it's that things are very orderly and things are very coordinated. So I thought I'd do a test of coordination with 10 fans from the crowd, and we're going to play a little game. It's very simple. You're keeping a line going of one of two actions. Slacks, you're going to hold out the mic to one of them, and they're going to start out by either doing GG with GG, knees have to hit the arms, or you do well played, hands up. We already got some people who know it. Let's get a little practice run. If I say GG, or we do well played. And we'll keep the chain going, but if you mess up, you're out. All right, Slacks, you get it?
What? Okay, we got it. It's fine. Oh, we'll figure it out. All right, gentlemen, do you understand the rules? GG's, well played. All right, audience, you guys ready? All right. Practice round.
Let's do a
no
practice
one is
round.
eliminated.
Make sure we all know the rules.
We're gonna go quick. Are you ready? 3, 2.
GG.
Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG.
Careful.
Okay.
Careful, young man.
GG. Well played.
GG. Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG. Well played.
I'm seeing a lot of half-hearted hand hold-ups
I
for
gotta
well
get those
played
hands.
here. We may have to be a little bit more strict, but gentlemen, are you ready to start the competition? Crowd, are you ready to see these people be tested? All right, Slacks, take it away.
All right, let's go.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played.
No hands.
Oh,
Did
no
not
hands.
lift up the hands.
No hands.
You're out, my friend.
I'm
You're
sorry,
out.
my friend. It's a brutal series. What can you do? All right, you ready to start again?
GG. Well played. 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 GG. GG.
Oh, no. Can't have two GGs now. You gotta say well played. It's kind manners.
Right. All right, we'll start from here.
GG.
Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG.
Well played.
GG.
Well played.
Ooh, clown.
Thought about that one.
GG. Well played.
GG. Well played.
GG.
Well played. GG.
Well played.
GG. GG.
No. What do you think?
Crowd, one more chance.
Did this man do it correctly? Cheer if you think he should stay in.
All right. Lucky.
GG.
Well played.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played.
No.
Oh no!
They're dropping
All
like
right,
flies.
here we
We're
go. This is
eliminating all of
good.
them.
Here we go.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG.
No.
He said well played.
We had a knee well played.
Oh no, they're dropping. All right, here we go. We'll start from here.
GG.
Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG.
Well played.
No. We had a double tap knee well played.
Sorry.
Oh, we're getting down to the wire.
We're getting down the wire. All right, here we go.
GG. Well played. Well played.
No.
Bring it in. Here we go.
GG.
Well played. GG.
Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played.
Oh!
GG. Well played. GG.
No.
Does he stay, audience? Cheer if you want him. You're in. Last chance for you. And here we go.
GG. Well played. GG.
Well played.
GG.
Well played. GG.
Well played.
GG.
No.
I'll take it.
Well played.
Yeah?
GG.
Yeah?
Well played. GG.
Whoa! So close! I'll take last one. Last hit I'll give it, all right? Here we go.
GG. Well played. GG.
No, not this time. I'm going to count that out. Sorry, my
The
friend.
final four remain.
All right, here we go.
GG. Well played. GG.
No.
Okay, top three. We need some names. What's your name?
Introduce yourself.
Daniel.
Weiren.
Hasset.
Okay, here we go. Our top
Let's take a calm moment and go.
GG. Well played.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG.
Well played. GG.
Well played.
GG.
Well played. GG.
Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG.
GG.
Well played.
What? GG.
I didn't say. All right. Are we keeping him?
GG.
All right. The crowd saved you. That's the last save, guys. All right, here we go.
All right, zero tolerance from here on
Zero
out.
tolerance. All right.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played.
GG. Well played.
GG. Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG.
Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG.
Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG. Well played.
Ah! I saw the crouch. I'm sorry, my friend. It's zero tolerance, but you are still a bronze medalist. Congratulations. The final two remain.
Final two. Any words out there to the crowd, my friends?
Let's go wild!
All right. Any words out to the crowd?
Apex, represent!
Okay, here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
GG. Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG. Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG. Well played.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG. Well played. GG.
What do we do?
I think we've
Well
reached a
played.
deadlock here. I think we have two winners.
Ah, you both win. Congratulations. We'll get you guys some prizes. Thank you to all of our players. And thank you guys for watching.
Thank you all very much. And now let's get on with the show.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That seemed like quite the workout on the stage as we're getting ready to start our second half of the day. We have got 4 teams remaining. And before the day is done, we will send one other team home and we'll know one of our first grand finalists as well. So a lot of exciting times ahead, and I hope we can match the excitement from the series we just watched T-Golf, because I think we just witnessed the most exciting series yet here on the main stage.
No, you could just feel the passion in the series from both teams, right? You know, Heroic really wanted to get top 4, make it there for South America, and also we'd have had 4 different teams from 4 different regions in the top 4. It would have been just so beautiful. But BB, they had the the resilience to make sure that against a threat of the KJ, Nigma, and all the stuff they had, they could find that comeback and win that game 3.
Yeah, they're really in their comeback arc on BB. I mean, I don't know what's going on with them, but it's been a joy to watch. That game really set the tone for today. If the next series isn't as hype, I'm going to be disappointed.
Yeah, it's like for the next series, we have later like the lower bracket one at the end of the day. Like both these teams in BB Team and you have Xtreme Gaming as well, they looked incredible today. Like Mira is saying, you have the comeback from BB Team, still the early game, a little scrappy, but later on, the way they played, the way they're able to come back, it's going to be something to watch out for later.
Yeah, but sometimes I will say, sometimes the scrappy type of Dota is a type of Dota that makes it more exciting. And I do feel like the teams where we're going to watch T-Golf, maybe they play a little bit of a different style, more clean Dota here.
Yeah, it's very polished up here in the upper bracket, right? You got the map player Pvision, you got the kind of the teamwork of Falcons. It really is, obviously they're in the upper bracket. It's the 2 of the strongest teams going against each other.
Yeah, I do think though. I mean, the entire Barclays Arena, they had a good warm-up on their voices. I mean, because you guys were pretty loud during the last one, and I'm expecting the world here for our upcoming series as well. And of course, with that, expecting the world for our upcoming teams. So let's welcome them in. This team has 3 first-time TI players on their roster, but you would not know it. This team levels up in front of a crowd, and that goes for every single one of their players. It's a joy to watch, and I'm sure we're gonna see a hell of a show be put up by this squad of Pvision, and I'm also sure that their opponents will do everything they can to stop their advantage. Let's take a look at Falcons. wishes for this squad. Yes, 2025 was not as clean as the year prior, but they end strong. They always do within a tournament, and perhaps this year is their year. Ending strong is what they do, and we'll see how far they can take it at this international in 2025. They are on the right track to go all the way. I would say for a lot of people, it was Falcons that was one of the favorites coming in, but I don't know if that's still the case. When we see these two teams, Effie, do we have a favorite?
It's so hard to pick a favorite between these two because they are so polished. Their style of Dota is so strong right now, and they both have kind of peaked throughout this TI. So I can't tell you what's going to happen, but what I will tell you is it will be very nerdy. You've got Astini on one side, AUI on the other.
Yeah.
We're in for a treat. If you love Dota strategy, this is a series to watch.
And especially if it's like map play, both these teams, masters of it, absolutely. Like you were saying there, they have Astini, they have AY. Both these coaches, they value the wave shelf, the ghost push, how you play the map. If you're going to go in 1+1 groups, if you're going to go in 2+2, how do you play the map? So I'm expecting a very close series because yesterday, Pvision, they won off of map play alone, and I believe that Falcons, they have a very good shot against MT.
Well, let's focus our attention a little bit on the man on our screen and no one, because for a lot of people, this will be one of the most familiar faces on the side of Pvision.
Yeah, we need to take a look at this guy because it's not very common. You have a player who, so we see here, 2015 career start in Vegas Squadron. He does win a LAN event, but then look at Virtus Pro. This is where this guy had so many amazing placements and finishes. He peaked like at this time in his career. Then you move forward, it dropped down a little bit, but then kind of, you know, this middle ground. He's in Virtus Pro, Gambit, Navi, nothing really there. TI10, TI11, he doesn't go. He goes to SMG, he places like ultra last at TI, not where you want to be. And then the slow comeback with Entity, Cloud9, and this season in Pvision. He's really found his spot, and he's back. Like this guy, he deserves these type of placements because doing this to come back in Dota, this is one of the hardest things you can do.
Especially doing it on the mid lane, because normally you start out on the mid lane, and then maybe when you're older, you get relegated to one of the side lanes. That is the normal trajectory. And speaking of being young and being on the mid lane, I feel like we got a good dynamic going on in this mid lane with no one on one side and Melreen at the start of his career on the other.
Yeah, Melreen filled with youth. You know, he's starting his career with Creepwave. He actually was a stand-in, kind of like on and off the roster for 3 tournaments, and that's where he was playing with ATF, right? And then when you moved to 2022, 2023, he was playing with Namiga. In both the Pinnacle Cups, they actually beat BB roster. That was when GPK Toronto Tokyo, they formed that new roster. So on a random kind of tier 2, tier 3 Eastern European team, he was able to dominate and break the likes of, you know, big household names of the region. He stood in for Tundra and Entity. It didn't go so well, but then 2023, Falcons pick him up. He's won pretty much every tier 1 tournament you could ask for, both online and at LANs. Yet to get the Aegis, though.
Yeah, his stand-in stint at those Dream Leagues with Tundra and Entity is what really put him on the map as a player, because in the pubs, he was known as one of the scary mids to go against, but a lot of people perceived him as a pub star, maybe one of the Creepwave members who didn't shine as much. After his stand-in stint, Falcons, when they're forming their roster, they took a look at him and they said, this guy is good. We need this guy on our team. He's way better than a lot of the potential mids. And they took a shot on the best possible choice. He has fit their team so perfectly.
Oh yeah, and they have like this really nice mixture too, right? We talk about it a lot, the veterans with the young guys, you have the experienced coaches. Because to me, I didn't really have Marino on my map maybe like 2-3 years ago. Yeah, you see even pubs. To me, he was like one of the annoying guys. You know, the alt chat, the tipping guy.
He still is.
Yeah, exactly. Like he hasn't changed. He's like Amar 2.0, but he didn't have like, you know, I would say the experience and like the placements to back it up. But now, like we're saying, he fits in so well. He plays amazingly. Yeah, just tip top.
But what is any core without their support, Effie?
Yeah, it supports. These are the heart and soul of teams, especially in modern Dota when they become a lot stronger. But we want to take a look particularly in the support duo of Falcons versus the ones on Pvision. They're both an incredibly strong support duo, but with a different style. For Falcons, take a look at the average GPM. It's going to be a lot higher than both on the side of Pvision. The supports on Falcons prioritize their net worth. They prioritize their items, especially Snake King. 443 average GPM on a 5 compared to the 343 of Ducalis. He is a greedy player. This guy will play for the late game. Like, both of these support duos, incredible, very different though. Pvision on the other side, they're going to be playing for the map, they're going to be playing for the D wards, the vision, and you do have 9 class who does tend to scale as the games get longer, but that's not his primary style of play.
I do really like that you could see, right, with like the GPM that we saw just now, like snaking, he's really high up there. It's more about like the map, putting the map in the right state, pushing out the dead lane. Whereas you have Crit, who's lower on the GPM because his spot, like T also talked about a lot of other games, they're about this 1+1 kill duo on the map. So he's more about the cores, going with him, making sure you've got the damage.
And it's scary that Snaking's doing it on heroes that also provide healing and buff ups, right? Like on Chens and Pugners and Chantresses, like you give these heroes economy, they are going to break the game. So it is very scary. I think Snaking from that graphic is the player to look out for if he can get the scaling in this one.
Yeah, and speaking of heroes, there are a couple of heroes, Kezu, that we should be keeping an eye out for in this upcoming upper bracket finals.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm just going to mention the ones that I know of, because when you get to this stage, they're going to be cooking up stuff. But from the ones we've seen, you've got the Sand King, the Beastmaster, Fall Marine, can be flexed to Amar as well, and the Amar Mars, like absolutely like hero of the tournament for him. Hoodwink from the support role. We've also got the Pugs, you know, that kind of come in and out, I would say, for both the mid players, and then Pvision. A lot about this map play, being annoying, being toxic on the map. You've got the Carry Tinker, you've got the No One Invoker, he absolutely stomped in some of his other games, and then the Slark, the Monkey King from 9 class is just the absolute bread and butter from these two teams.
It is the bread and butter, and there is a lot of pressure, and I'm sure that both teams have done their prep to, you know, maybe alleviate the pressure a little bit as we see Skeeter getting in the zone for the upcoming series. We'll see if that proves to be correct. On the right track, that is absolutely for sure. But can Falcons deal with the heroes that Pvision is bringing? Because it's definitely a different style.
Yeah, when Kezu and I were talking about the heroes that they were playing, I was like, you know what, let's double check what Falcons actually play from the Pvision hero pool. And it's only 3 of them, right? When you look at the contestables, Naga, Beastmaster, Monkey King, all Falcons have played on 7.39. But they haven't touched at all Enigma, Lycan, Tinker, Invoker, a critical hero for no one. So in this upcoming draft, we're either going to see Falcons play heroes they have not touched at all in the patch to take them away from Pvision, or they're just going to be unable to play them and have to use them in the bans. But it is quite interesting that a lot of the staples of Pvision, Falcons just have not tried playing so far.
Yeah, Falcons are a very particular team, and they have their hero pools that they like. They have their idea of the game, and they're not too keen on changing it. If you give them away their Sand King, for example, they'll take it. Give them away their Chen, they'll take it. I don't think they're the type of team to get too concerned about, oh, could the Broodmother come out here? Could the Invoker potentially come out here? If that does come, they will address it, but their style of Dota is so strong that they should just stick to their fundamentals.
One thing to note, Amar did play the Slug previously in a different patch, but on the offlane role. So if you want to go absolutely crazy, then Amar would be doing that. But, you know, upper bracket TI finals.
If the right game calls for it. I mean,
really,
yesterday he busted out a 24 Huskar. You cannot say he's not going to pick something else.
Exactly, but he's done it in the past. But of course, Crit, he's an honest man. He's not playing the support slot.
Yeah, can we talk for a second about the road that both of these teams have taken to get to this point? Obviously, both from the upper bracket, so nothing but victories. That's good. Pvision has 2-0'd both their opponents, where Falcons, we saw yesterday, drop a game against BB Team. Anything in particular that we can learn from that loss that they suffered, Kezu?
Maybe something about the mid game, because if I remember correctly, they were also doing very well in that game too, and then they kind of let it slip away. And that's not the first time I've seen that. That did happen to them in the road to TI as well. So maybe Pvision overall feel like a little nicer. Maybe that's something they want to exploit, like this potential mid game pressure and threat, try to force them into a mistake. But like we've talked about, and also the coaches, they're so experienced, they're going to have looked at this, you know, AY and Destiny, they're going to talk to their boys, guys, remember this, let's do this, and yeah, they're going to be ready for this.
It is kind of fun to see only one hero that both of these two teams have in coming. That's kind of unusual, isn't that right, Effie?
It is unusual, but like I said, these are very stylistic teams. They have their own way of playing, and ATF in particular, like, he was the hero specialist. His hero pool has expanded quite a bit, but every few patches he'll fixate on a handful of them, and for this patch it just seems to be the Mars and the Bristleback. Those will be the most contested. I think we still may have potential for the Timbersaw to come out, something like the Huskar we've seen yesterday, but for the most part that Mars has been his bread and butter.
Yeah, and definitely one of the heroes that will be contested in the upcoming game. And speaking of that game, guys, upper bracket finals, one of these two teams will be guaranteed a TI finalist of this year's international. A lot of pressure. Let's see how the teams deal with that in the draft.
Pvision versus Team Falcons, Game 1.
Here we go. We got Falcons on the Radiant side for this first game. Pvision on the Dire side. First pick also going the way of Pvision, and that does mean that Falcons as overall last pick in this draft. Definitely one to look out for. And the Mars we already touched upon a couple times, out of the picture. We're going to see a couple of regulars removed as well, with the Naga Siren as well as the Lycan. And other than that, it's all up in the air.
The two big questions for me when you draft against Falcons is, one, are you letting through the Sand King? Do you have a plan for it? Two, are you letting through the Chen? And do you have a plan for that? That's really what we have to think of today. Yesterday, we did see the Sand King be let through by BB Team. They did end up beating it with a Hoodwink plus DK combo. Maybe that's something that PV looked at today and thought that they could recreate.
That's also something interesting, because a few of the heroes like that we didn't see on the graphics. So Chen is very important for Falcons. Pvision, I believe they haven't touched this hero too much, but this is a hero that is on their radar. Lucales has played it a lot, so if you don't want to ban it, you could go for like a cheeky first pick yourself, maybe take it away from them, because like we said, you get to this stage of TI, you're going to be cooking up something. You know what your enemies want to do. Falcons as well, do they want to go for like more the snaking? He plays like this big body, you go for more of the 5-man. Do you want it to play more of the map hero to kind of like contest what Pvision want to do? We're just going to have to wait.
And going back to the Mars ban from Pvision, right? It's a lot of respect coming into this game one. I don't think any other teams banned Mars in the first phase against Falcons yet, but with the way that Mars playing it, in some games it's Blink, Lotus, Lincolns. In others it's the Blink, the BKB, the Refresher. He's not just going for one build like you used to see in 6 months ago on Mars. He's trying to read the game and make sure he has the right items. And against the Zoo aspect of Pvision, sorry, Throwdown Arena, happy days.
And speaking of respect, the 9-class Slark is respected in that opening ban phase by Falcons.
I'd also like to see, because usually when Falcons play, Monkey King is banned against them. Pvision, they have first pick, they play a lot of Monkey King. Their other like substitute guy with Slark is banned out, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they want to snag. But then we need to remember they will be trading Monkey King very likely for the Chen, or maybe even the Beastmaster that's also left in the pool.
And there's also Nature's Prophet left in the pool. Kind of hasn't been that successful on the main stage, but still a very popular hero for these teams.
Oh, here it is, the 9-class starter to the draft. You already know that unless you put some melee guy mid and then no one is like, okay, I'll snag it. This is your 9-class Monkey King +4. You're gonna combo it up with DM in the offlane like we saw with the heroes. It works so well. So, good start. It's what they want.
You have to respect the vision game very early on against support Monkey King, right? You're jumping around the trees, you're placing the deep wards. If you're reacting a lot on mid lane, then suddenly it just takes that one
off of that. You do need stun heroes on Falcons because that is how you enable crits hero off of that. You do need stun heroes on Falcons because that is how you enable crits hero pool, right? His Snapfires and his Hoodwinks. You need a mid hero that can start the fight and get the follow-up damage from his corpse.
And if you know Helmet Dominators are coming out from Pvision, then Shaker's already a correct step in fixing that. With the Kaya, with the Shard, you push wave so quickly, it doesn't matter if there's a Dominator creep standing next to it, there's no wave to utilize to push down. And I think Shaker, you now have one of the 3 lanes is already fixed against Pvision, a team that has bought Helmet Dominator, I believe, still in pretty much every game they've played so far at the International.
The only thing I'm wondering like a little bit, and most likely this 9-class should be on Monkey King, but I will say, at least when it comes to the laning stage, Monkey is one of the strongest heroes against Shaker to like shut him down, but maybe they're gonna be like, okay, even if that does happen, we have the Shaker with the Hoodwink, with the Snap. Sure, you only like the first 5, 6, 7 minutes, then what? I have a triple Wattstick Ancients you're gonna walk over, I'm gonna act you, see you later, and then later the game is hard for you, so maybe they just don't care.
And you have to respect the flex for sure, but if there is a player in this tournament that does not mind getting into bad matchups, it's Smellerine. He's perfected the art of not laning.
Yeah, he's like the king of whatever. He reminds me of like the offlane Zai of like years ago. It doesn't matter when you pick his hero, what you put him up against. Bro is somehow gonna find whatever he wants and just has a S-tier performance.
At this rate, though, I feel like Pvision is taking a very different route from what we have seen teams do against Team Falcons. Mainly that every single support that Falcons might have wanted is still in, so they get the freedom to ban out the Pugna themselves, pick up the Snapfire.
I think Pvision is respecting the fact that you can ban supports, but it's the front line that Falcons need to utilize to get themselves into a game, right? And I think a lot of the bans are the building blocks to the aggression of Falcons. I respect it, especially for a game one. You go with this style, if it doesn't work, going into the next game, then you start respecting the supports maybe. But go for this idea, try and implement it in the first game. And Falcons continue down the very kind of textbook approach of their draft. They enter the second phase, they pick Snapfire, there's Hoodwink, there's Snaps. You just pick one of them, nothing too crazy.
And something to note is that Pvision, DM, has still been playing his sacrificial style of offlane. He'll play his buff or utility offlaner, so if they need a pipe now that they've seen the Snapfire, you could just roll it back, have DM play a hero that builds the auras, buffs his team, let 9-class roam, and play off of a mid-game timing with that aura.
I mean, that will definitely already be quite good, right? You see the Shaker, you see the Snap, you know it's overwhelming magic damage that's coming out later. I will say I love this pick from Pvision. First, not only does Monkey play well with Pop, it's a lane that's playing aggressive, you can actually gank it early, you abuse like the map, you both push, you can kill with each other, but also it's one of the better heroes alongside Monkey King to pressure an Earthshaker in the lane.
They're trying to make sure this Earthshaker does not have a good time, right? During the combo, you've got Oracle, any of his defensive spells, you throw them out, that's going to combo break the Shaker. Like Kezu just mentioned, the laning aspect of the Queen of Pain, the rotation of the Monkey King, they really want to make sure Maureen cannot enter this game.
Yeah, Pvision have assembled a very strong middle lane here. They're going to get the rune prediction from the Oracle, the roaming Monkey King to play with this Queen of Pain. Like, they should have these runes on lock. If you're taking away the power runes from this Earthshaker, you're kind of relegating him to just farm for a while. He's not going to be able to rotate. You're going to have to deal with the pressure that is coming out of this no-1 Queen of Pain.
And I like this a lot too. Like, you can't just blindly, like, you, at least most teams, you can't just put a Monkey King first pick and be like, okay, see you later, bro. You do your vision thing. Like, you have to still play and pick for it. So with the swap, with the Oracle, they're absolutely doing that. So I want to see for Falcons, do they want to get like a secondary stun, like maybe some Centaur? Because Swap Oracle is currently kind of scary for you. You have a lot of backline yourself with the Snap and Chen, but what are you going to do against Pvision?
5-0. I mean, the battle's sustained, right? You've got the sustainability of Queen of Pain, the elusiveness of the Monkey King, Oracle, of course, as well. And now Falcons go, you know what? You've got all of this. We now have our Chen. Whoever you go on, we can push forward. And I think Falcons, they need to pick up another initiator so it isn't the Shaker having to go in first. I think if someone can develop the fight, provide information, and allow Maureen to then layer on top, that's when their draft will come online, be it from Skidder or from ATF.
It also gives them the ability, after they've hit a few of their key item timings, to just group up. If you look at Monkey King plus Queen of Pain, what they want to do is they want to have Monkey King scouting in the tree line, Queen of Pain instantly following up. They want to just look for pickoffs on these side lanes, take advantage of Falcons playing their tri-core and scaling. With the Chen, you just group up early. You're not even worried about this Monkey King and Queen of Pain picking you off.
And with the Snapfire pick, it is protecting Doom from that flexibility of the Monkey King that you guys mentioned, because if the Monkey goes into carry, you've got Snapfire the cookie, ways to displace and kind of keep the Doom alive. Sure, it's not going to be a great lane, but I think they respect the Monkey Flex, but they don't really care. They just want to get their items, get online, and play for that mid game.
Yeah, that wasn't a good Doom stat for Falcons, though, I will say, with the 0 and 2. How does it fit into this draft? Is it a good fit? Are we happy with this?
They don't have perfect lockdown, right? It's a Shaker combination or a cookie, not really relying on a Centaur stun for snaking. So find hero, Doom hero.
Find hero, black hole hero. That's what I like. This is normally banned against people.
Yeah, this is
because
the
DM
hero.
is a monster.
Like, they don't really get their hands on this hero, and it goes into like their script, right? You've got the Monkey King with the Enigma, the weaker guy with the stronger guy. I get you out of the lane. You do your thing. I will say Chen is considered one of the nicer heroes, at least in lane early on. You can like steal an Eidolon and like fight back. But yeah, both teams getting a lot of the things, honestly, that they were looking for before the game even started.
I think for Pvision, they're really leaning on the pacing of their lanes, right? If Quok, we know Quok's going to have a good time against Shaco. We know Monkey's going to open up the map. Enigma should be able to open up bottom, especially if he's not laning into a Gyrocopter or a Dawnbreaker carry. Yeah, Skidder, I believe he has been dabbling with Dawnbreaker carries, and that is a good counter to Enigma. I think if the Enigma lane can be shut down, there's life to Falcons. If you don't shut down the Enigma, I can see this map getting absolutely broken in the first 15 minutes.
We also have to respect the flex of this Doom. Like, you could easily, if the last pick from Pvision calls for it and Falcons see a better hero for the offlane, they could just throw this on Skeeter. With the Scorched Earth and the Chen, they could play into this Enigma lane comfortably, and then they could activate their Doom early on by just sending into the mid lane. The nice thing about carry Doom is it plays into enemy triangle. It will dive the enemy mid tower instead of just sitting in that offlane and trying to open a tower itself.
And that's definitely something very nice about Falcons, and specifically about Skeeter. He doesn't need to be the win condition. He'll be very open to flexing and doing doing something else, you know, let his Zoomer kids, you know, the Marine, the Almar, who have all the skill, like, let them take over the game. Doesn't matter. I play for you guys. You know, we're going to make it happen. The one thing I'm still looking for Pvision, there's like two things rather. If they could get a hero that, one, benefits from Aegis, would be super good. It's one of the biggest counters to Doom. Sure, you have some like map play and tower push with the Enigma, but if you can get an Aegis or secondary, even a hero that plays into the enemy triangle, that would be great. Because you have a Quap who beats Shaker in the mid lane, but you know where he's going to go. He's going to go to the triangle with Sex. Can you contest it? Will you push his mid tower? What's your answer?
The issue with that is I kind of feel like I'm leaning more towards Terrorblade. He's not going to be able to invade the triangle, but he provides more.
He does the rest.
So after you finish the triangle part, he does everything that you're asking for, right? And against the Doom with the Sunburst, more wave shove. Keep pushing the waves in. Find that opportunity to get that correct black hole.
It's definitely one of the heroes I was looking at too. Let's see, they're going to go for the Svendan. And I had something else in mind, but I am blanking. I mean, it is a... You have to consider that you're in the lane with Oracle. You would like to free up the hero, and it's also not the strongest in the lane itself.
How much pressure is on DM in this game, right? You've got a boundless strike and a black hole.
Okay, so, they had to do this because Medusa looked like such a good pick for Falcons, especially that they covered it with the Doom. They have to pre-pick the anti-mage in case the Medusa comes out. That was one of the perfect ranged carries to play into the Enigma lane.
But why not pick the Huskar again like they did yesterday?
If they want to, they definitely could.
They could do. I will say the other heroes around Pvision are a little bit better than whatever the surrounding of BB team was yesterday. You could do it. It will mean that your Doom has to play into the safe lane. I still feel this is kind of annoying because there aren't that many heroes that counter. I mean, sure, Enigma and AM both have counters, but they also protect each other kind of nicely. It feels a bit annoying to go for this pick here because Enigma already corners you a bit. There's like Alchemist if you want to play fast.
I mean, the thing with Falcons, their cores are static. Doom and Shaker kind of play in their lane. They might poke their head towards the jungle for the Shaker, but they're not really breaking open to the game. That's why I think Pvision are kind of running the gambit, like, can we get the anti-mage through to the draft? But once they all have items, sure, they're going to look great.
A troll.
Yep, Falcons go for the troll. It's a nice carry matchup for the anti-mage between the two. You ever lock onto the anti-mage, you can snare him up with your ultimate, get some procs, happy days.
Good versus Enigma on lane as well with the whirling axes. You know, you have like Chen to dominate one of them. You can just kill the rest of the idlers.
This is way more important than the draft.
Oh, we've got Yamba.
Live unboxing. Hold. Come on, man.
Come on, brother.
Come on, brother. You got this.
Stop teasing me.
Come on, open the packet.
Come on. You got the... Oh, no! Where did it go?
Wait.
Wait.
Anticipation is critical. Oh, well.
It's lost.
Yeah, he messed it.
Oh, no, you got it.
There we go. Back to the draft.
On the topic of the troll, it's a very reliable hero in the hands of Scooter. It's going to give them the scaling matchup that they need. It's only going to make their draft a little bit greedier, right? You're going to have your Doom farming, your troll farming for a while, and then they're just going to run into this mid-game stalemate of both Satanic's anti-mage and Scooter's troll farming. It's just going to be about who executes the team fights better later on.
Yeah, I think Pvision, they still have the tempo early on. When you put Quap, Monkey King, and Enigma in the early game, the pressure they apply is insane. If Falcons can just stabilize that, then we have a game on our hands. But there is a chance that Pvision just accelerate this game through these heroes, but I really hope to see this game go the full distance. Like, there's so many beautiful, back and forth that these two teams can provide.
Do we feel that Falcons has what it takes to draw out this game then? Because they are kind of known for these very long games.
Shaker is a very skilled hero, and you simply press Fissure and Totem on the wave, and it gets deleted. You can buy as much time as you want.
Yep, so does Snap, Chen also. I think both teams have incredible things. And when you get to the stage, sure, the draft matters, but to me, the gameplay is what truly is going to decide this game.
We'll see if we'll get to that late stage. I do know we're going to go on the stage right now because it is Astini that we're going to listen to with Slice.
Absolutely, everybody. I am here with the last hope of South America, Astini! All right. Astini, you ran out of that booth. I mean, you finished drafted and you were here. You beat me here by like a minute. What was going on? Well, what was the communication like? You just busted ass.
I want to see Duka smoke and see if I get Crimson First Blood. So I run like I know they know what items they need to do, what they need to do. Draft is done, so job is done.
Okay, all right. The boys know, and the man wanted to see if he got a Crimson. Good luck to you, my friend. All right, let's talk a little bit about this Monkey King. They let you have it. Unbreakable win rate here. Do you feel insulted when teams let you have this Monkey King? Maybe they just don't understand how good you guys are with it? Are you surprised you keep getting it?
What I say to my team is we're gonna have 5 heroes, they're gonna have 5 heroes. Don't matter, like they're gonna have comfort heroes, we're gonna have comfort heroes. You need to play the game.
Okay, interesting stuff. Anti-Mage's last pick, was that an answer for a potential Medusa pick, or did you have something else in mind?
I wanted to see they play that Clown Huskar, but they didn't, so it's kind of unlucky.
Okay, no Clown indeed. Do you think Anti-Mage versus the Troll is going to be an okay matchup? I mean, he's got, some nets. He's got some stuff going on for that.
Yeah, we want a lower Troll win rate in the tournament. I believe we can do.
All right. And a lot of people want to know here today, my friend. Thank you very much. Will you be going to the grand finals?
I hope yes. The work is done.
The work is done. Come on, I hope yes. Give it to me. Are you going to the grand finals, baby? Bora caralho! Vamos! That's what I'm talking about! Let's get into game 1.
Welcome to the upper bracket finals here at TI Sunset here with Center. We got Pvision versus Team Falcons. Quite the matchup. We've cast them feels like 100 times this year. And it feels like they're always very hype matchups overall.
Yeah, and this tournament has been generating a lot of long games. The main stage, maybe not so many, but perhaps this could be that series where everybody has so much tape on each other now that we have that potential to really get some of the longer games. And if it's going to be tough to top that previous series that we just witnessed, because that was crazy hype, but these two teams, they're here for a reason, and a top 3 finish is never the target for either of these. These are championship-winning teams through and through. They've had a lot of finals appearances, both of them within the last year, of course clinching some of them for themselves. They want to get the upper bracket route and have more time to study the ultimate opponent.
Yeah, despite the predictions for everybody this tournament being completely wrong, I think seeing these two teams as top 3 is not surprising, though, which is funny. It's just the road to this point has been very unexpected.
Absolutely.
As we have the bounty rune spawn. Yep, Satanic, he will grab the bounty and has to take the blink to get away.
A rare sight. 4 bounties for the same team. Pvision off to a great start here. This is effectively more or less a 1,000 gold lead. It's very close to. Means you're going to arrive with that lane with a little bit more attributes. You're going to get the earlier tangos potentially, and of course for the mid lane, a faster bottle will be very welcome for no one who's already playing a favorable matchup. But here's your best friend. The Satyr Mind Stealer is going to make things a little bit more fair.
Well, you say that. It's a 2 versus 1 then. How could he possibly match up against this? But yeah, this will be an interesting one nonetheless. We have seen the Earthshakers, I mean, literally yesterday we were talking about this. Earthshakers have gotten off to some rough starts, and it just feels like they never get back into the game, but still a very highly touted hero that we're continuing to see in basically every game.
Yeah, we've seen it moved around a little bit. We saw XXS play an offlane Shaker. I personally would love to see some position 4 Shaker. I think it is playable this patch, and a lot of the offlaners actually work quite well. You see a team like Pvision are able to run Monkey King, who is not a strong laner as a 4. So you would think it's also possible for Shaker to perhaps pull a wave or 2, fissure block, and get your offlaner what you need, but it's almost exclusively been in that core position now. A really nice head start mid from Malrine, 5 and 4 against the 1 and 2 and Queen. And for no one, this is a lane that you can't ignore the mental aspect of playing a favorite matchup and just losing to a Chen creep. It's really frustrating, but there's not really anything you can do about it.
Yeah. No doubt about it. Has the level in Shadow Strike right now. We'll see how many points he wants to put into in this matchup. But Malrine, I feel like of all the people that play the Earthshaker, he's been, maybe it's just confirmation bias, but he's been the most consistent, it feels
I would
like,
agree with that.
Tournament.
And it's not only this, I would also say his Sand King. We've seen some, to put it bluntly, some pretty underwhelming Sand King games on the main stage, like a lot of missed spells, perhaps some positioning errors, but Malrine to me has been the gold standard of this tournament on those 2 specific heroes. Therefore, I think it's really valuable for them to give this Chen creep to mid. If they didn't do it and he would be losing this lane, you're losing a lot of the momentum that this guy brings to the team. Many of the games and the tournaments they've won this year have been off of Malrine getting active early, as he is playing with one of the greedier offlane players in the tournament, in Amar, of course. And I think if there's one word to describe Falcons as a team for its entirety of its history, it is greedy, right?
Yeah.
They always farm. Snaking maybe the position 5 in the scene that gets the most last hits on average, I would think. just has some
It's
ridiculous
true.
farming
And I feel like a person that gets lost in the shuffle is actually Skeeter. He maybe doesn't take the most farm, even though he is position 1. He feels like he is the most consistent because Malrine and Amar, they take up a lot of space. They're very flashy, but the steadiest one on the team, I feel like, is actually Skeeter, which is not very common for like a position 1.
I think Falcons deserve credit for finding a way to somehow run out of farm on the map so that Skeeter can't get a position 1 farm every game, but that's just how efficient they are.
Boundless Strike, Malrine.
9 class.
Yeah, not much he can do here. Shadow Strike applied. First blood to no one and Pvision. So at first, getting some help with the creep was Malrine, but now the Monkey King on the other side will even things out.
Something I was curious to see in this series in particular going into today was how Falcons were going to approach the first phase, because in my opinion, Pvision are not holding their cards close to their chest with how they draft in phase 1. It's always this Monkey King or this Slark. You banned one but gave away the other. I was wondering if they were going to ban both and try to take some different trade, but so far 9 class on this Monkey King with a ridiculous win rate gets to play it again. And you're seeing why with that first blood mid.
Well, depending on how this game goes, maybe you'll get your wish in game 2. Obviously very early on, but when you think of 9 class, you think of easily the most annoying position 4 in Dota today. He just plays weird. I mean, not that Monkey King 4 is that weird, but the Slark he's brought into the fray as a support, much to everybody's chagrin in terms of pubs. That's always terrible, it feels like.
In a way, he actually reminds me, this is a pretty long throwback, but he reminds me of a developed Maybe Next Time. If you remember how he was playing like Ricky and Bounty Hunter and just roaming around the map, killing couriers just like this, ganking mid, you know, just all over the place. That style seems to work very well for him right now. And I was wondering, nobody seems to really be copying him either. We're seeing no teams in this tournament really try to run a Force Lark except him. In previous tournaments, some teams tried without as much success, so maybe it just is one of those true specialty heroes that require a lot of practice and or just, you know, instinct.
Yeah, it feels like to be a support Slark, you have to be a true degenerate, which most of us feel like we are, but maybe not on the same level as 9 class.
Yeah, there's always someone who's more degen than you, as the saying goes.
Yeah, that is definitely a saying. 9 class is gonna spot Snake. Snake spots him as well, but the Tango out.
You can tell Snaking running with the Quelling Blade Chen, just trying to cut away trees from the MK to work with. Not a common sight. On support, you more or less exclusively buy this item against Nature's Prophet because of the Sprout, but this is the one other hero that it does have some merit against. 9 class on another scouting mission. And, well, he might just get another courier kill here. Nope, he went the wrong way. I say wrong.
Well,
could be a dive potential here. We're getting 6 now on No One's Queen of Pain. This is a great moment of opportunity if you could find the connection.
Now, let's see how patient he wants to be. You're right. Sonic Wave at the ready as Malrine getting pretty close to having the Echo. We have to pay attention if they're going to start stacking these the triangle creeps. So far, the big camp is blocked, so that's not going to happen. As Crit will run into Dakalis, and here's the Monkey King from above. Looks like another kill going the way of Pvision. So 2-0 start. I'm going to make sure that there aren't any ancient stacks as 9 class just all over the place, which means that bottom lane kind of just left alone for DM, who we've talked about so many times before, one of the best Enigma players in the game.
It seems like a big part of the equation for this Pvision team when they're running the Monkey King is help bottom for a couple of waves and then make sure whatever hero DM is playing can be independent for a while. Enigma, a good one for that. You get level 3. If the lane is terrible, you can always jungle. You can maybe pull the waves with an Eidolon if you're clutch with it. Yeah, I think overall Pvision probably quite happy with the start here. But as we say that, you look across the chorus, everybody's got pretty good last hits on the side of Falcons. So I don't think they have any reason to be too concerned. Oh, a little bit of a misstep there. Might actually fail the stack. He stopped his attack animation.
Ooh,
yep,
yeah,
that's
unfortunate.
Narrowly failed, not blocked, but now he might come to the conclusion that it is blocked and waste a sentry too, perhaps, if he thought he was on time there. But yeah, a little bit of a mess up.
Well, Wisdom Shrines for both sides, so no stealing shenanigans this time around.
This looks like a kind of juicy Echo.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Actually, Monkey King gets a little bit of damage as applied to that as well, half HP.
He was next to the creeps and he just dies.
He's just an innocent bystander, you know, no big deal, just looking from above. Snake King will now be taking some experience in the mid lane while this is happening. He's going to take a Shadow Strike for his troubles, though, as no one Has the Sonic Wave, but doesn't want to use it. Not quite enough damage.
Yeah, there was a healing Lotus and snaking. I think otherwise no one might have gone for that one, but just enough healing in the tank. And I gotta say, relatively unsurprising, a quite slow start. These two teams are not generally all that explosive in the super early game, but they like to ramp it up when they get their first major items on all three of their cores. Gonna take a while for Amar. He's going for the phase boots double bracer, so it will be some time before he gets there. And in classic Amar fashion, has of course queued up the Hand of Midas.
At least on Doom, it's kind of normal.
Yeah.
Just sell that bad boy later. One of the more interesting facets in the game for sure. 9 class, shadowing. No one is there with the shield rune. Crit, nice cookie into the tier 2, will survive. Creates a little bit of space, but a lot of rotation from Pvision. Ducalis makes his way over as well. We want to talk a bit about him in just a bit as Amar completely out of mana. Now TP from said Ducalis comes into play. Just needs to get into range as no one joining the party as well, but Amar just simply walking away, although Satanic, is he going to continue? No.
That is very... Honestly, just a pretty poor rotation from Pvision there. They don't have anything to connect on the Doom with. They were obviously hoping to land a Fortune's End and then follow through. But Satanic could not stick on top of the Doom specifically because Amar has the ice armor creeps. This is counteracting. The slow of Anti-Mage does not slow him down enough comparatively, so he can still run away with phase boots. Of course, the Kobold Cup. So this will fail. Still, Pvision sporting a 1k lead, which effectively means, in the grand scheme of things, nothing has changed since the runes at the beginning of the game.
It's okay. Things will ramp up eventually. I mean, these teams late game are absolute beasts. 9 class runs right into snaking, but an entire army of zoo creeps greet him on the high ground. He will be able to walk away safely, though, because he is a monkey after all. That's also an animal, in case you were wondering, Cinderin. So talk to me about the Oracle as we see a massive Troll Summoner push. This is a lot of rally damage applied to this tier 1, but this Echo Slam could be insane if he gets close to DM, perhaps. Doesn't have the blink yet. He will use the Echo to clear out the creeps. That must have felt incredible.
Yeah, would you
back to farming.
would you have thought the first 2 Echoes go on creeps, and he still doesn't have blink?
That's true.
It's not quite there yet. But honestly, can you blame him? I think this is a good Echo. You just need to keep stalling out this push. You know you're going to eventually lose this tower.
Yeah.
Falcons are just playing the waiting game. They have a very greedy lineup to start, and they know that what's going to allow them to get across the finish line is to hold the towers as long as possible. Hand of God for Skitter.
Yeah, try to stay alive as that ult activated. Trying to apply all the pressure to DM right now. Balance strike from below the 9 class. There's the first Doom of the game. It's going to be applied to the Enigma, but Skeeter dies first, and now Amar has to run away with no mana whatsoever. Are they going to continue to chase, though? And Amar attempting to get out. Centaur Stomp does hit. Very nicely timed, Amar. Looks like he's going to end up dropping. So that ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of Pvision. Looks like DM did get picked off there.
Yeah,
This is a lot of pressure now to the tier 1, though. A lot of
first
space.
Black hole of the game goes on Troll. In the meantime, you're also split pushing top, and you're forcing that response from Falcons. Just immense pressure from these helms right now. Enigma helm, the Anti-Mage helm, and now Monkey King soon will also have a helm.
Seeing some stacks in the triangle for Mallory. Obviously no Echo for 40, but like I said, the Blink Dagger. We'll see if they opt for a smoke around that timing of the cooldown. While we have some time with more Zoo Creeps in the mid lane, we want to talk about Ducalis and the Oracle pick, because not the most common save type hero we've been seeing in this tournament.
They picked it as a response to, what did they see? They saw Snap Shaker, I think, at the time. So maybe just that overwhelming magic damage, just wanted the the Fate's Edict against it to cover. And of course, in response, Falcons did grab the Doom, which will counteract the healing. But yeah, you're right. It's cool to see. I've always liked this hero. I think it's very high skill and has a lot of cool skill expression. Maybe a little bit less so than the old version where 2 of the spells were more polarizing, like Fate's Edict was disarming your teammate while giving them immunity, etc. But still a lot of play, and one of the heroes at a pro level that requires the most precise formation. if you're caught out even slightly, your hero can go from a lot of high save impact to having absolutely none.
Yeah.
Very important that he does not get caught by, say, a Shaker this game or get doomed. I think dooming Oracle can absolutely be worth it.
Oh,
some cases.
Malrain finds one. He has the Echo if they need it, but there's so many stuns to work with. 9 class will be picked off without it. So that is second kill now for Falcons. That is the Blink reveal. Still Echo Slam, though, at the ready, of course.
Yep. While all of this is happening, Satanic just having a completely free game on that anti-mage. Picked it as a response to the Doom, one of the harder heroes to Doom, of course, with the Reflect, and you're going to naturally buy Manta. You could even buy additional protection later in the game if you need to. And with this early start for Satanic with the early Dom, he's now going for that Battle Fury. Imagine he will have in about 3 minutes. That will be a very respectable timing. Usually a 16-minute Battle Fury for AM is very slow, but you add a Helm in there and it's very good.
Well, Skeeter has a respectable time of 14 minutes. It's more respectable because he did not go Helm, because as AUI said yesterday, his team is very low skill and cannot control creeps.
Yeah. You too can make top 3 at TI if you feel low skill. Clearly Falcons are proof of that according to their coach.
Yeah, the only one to be able to micro is Snake King, but I think Helm of Dom generally won't make sense on his heroes. Maybe one day we can
Just
aspire
more
to
creeps
that.
for Chen, why not?
Yeah, true. Might is pretty close for Amar, as the Battle Fury, like we talked about, onto Skeeter is online, so we'll be looking for that second item to be able to start fighting in all likelihood. I mean, do you want to go BKB super fast this game, or does it feel a little bit underwhelming? You do have the Black Hole, Sonic Wave, a lot of ways to get through it.
He is queuing it up. I kind of like Sanjay Nyasha here. As you said, what are you really countering?
Oh, Satanic, he actually blinks right into this. Malrain has everything at the ready. Amar as well. Mortimer sketches, there's the Echo Slam. Down goes Satanic. Wrong place, wrong time. They continue to have Doom Ultimate at the ready as well.
The biggest kill of the game, and like you said, they don't have to expend Doom, so he can't even feel safe when he comes back that he can just free farm for a while. With Echo on cooldown, you're still not out of the woods if Amar finds you at an opportune moment from the high ground. They're going to try to turn this into some tower pressure up top, but Pvision are in pretty good position with some of their heroes. And now Amar on the receiving end, perhaps.
Yep, DM shows up to the party. They're going to get rooted now. Nice fissure. Going to block off DM, but they have so many stuns, so many slows to work with. Amar does die. 30 seconds in the base now. Looks like that's going to break things up overall.
Who do you think has more Doms, between 3 heroes with Dom or Chen? I think this is a philosophical question.
Yeah, that's a great question overall.
Chen has 4 creeps, but they're not as strong, but he has 1 more. And he is in control of all of them himself.
That's true. And he can get Shard to get Ancient, so they become even more powerful.
Midas. A rare sight these days, because everybody who usually buys Midas buys Helm.
It's true. 9 class, pounding crit. Wukong's command is there. No one with the blink. This will be an easy pickoff for Pvision. Trying to get control of this area for the eventual Tormentor, but that's in 4 minutes. Through the gate they go to maybe try to bait Satanic, although he goes into the triangle, so looking for a lowly Skeeter.
Yeah, he's going to be a tricky kill, though. They don't have much to kill him with except the Black Hole, which is part of the reason Troll is such a good pick this game. They're going to try to rotate on him. You may need to probably bring 3 or 4 heroes to make it happen, unless Black Hole is one of the abilities. And even then, there's still Hand of God.
Gonna see the tree. At half HP is the Monkey King. Ducalis in the area, though. That's going to force Malrain back. That's still a lot of information, though. And there's the Battle Fury that you talked about with the Helm for Satanic.
17 minutes. And that was after his death, so he would have maybe got it at like 15 and a half. Still looking very healthy.
He's going to get stuck with the Echo Slam and the Mortimer's Kisses. This isn't enough damage, though. Satanic getting stunned. It's going to be close. Blinks out to safety, just barely survives.
Zeus ult!
Well,
probably would have been enough
either.
Close call, but the 4 points in counterspell necessary there. If he had gone for a 4-4-2 build, he dies in that situation. That's probably what most players in his shoes would have done. But just recognizing how much of a magic damage threat there is on him.
Wow, this is quite the Roche attempt. Yeah, they lose Echo Slam. They're like, hey, let's rush. No big deal. Amar, no one in the area. DM as well. They're going to try to hound him. Prevent that platform coming, but Amar with the Doom upon the Quap. He's in a lot of trouble now, trying to walk it up. They're going to try to get the Roach first, as Skeeter continuing to pound into him. There's the first black hole of the game onto the Earthshaker, but they do get the Aegis onto Skeeter. Malrine falls for this. Sonic Wave and Pvision trying to take advantage of this timing. Boundless Strike on the Snake and gets slowed as well. Looks like this is going to be the second kill for Pvision. Does cost him the Aegis, although Snaking is super tanky. Finally, the Seder Hadouken takes him out. So in the end, 2 loss for Falcons, but a very surprised Roche.
Yeah, considering they had spent those abilities on AM without killing him, the confidence to go there, I kind of like it still, and it did somewhat work out. I don't really know who you want to say came out on top there, because the Shaker kill is big, and most of the time I would favor the team getting the Aegis for that 2-hero trade. It's just a matter of, can Falcons actually even use it this game? I think it's going to be difficult. You're playing against a lineup that is a really big part of why Pvision has done so well in this tournament. They're extremely good at constantly pushing out these waves, and it's not a surprise that they've run these triple helms this game. They're just going to keep the pressure up, making it that much harder to get that 5-man group up for that Aegis push with Chen. Probably going to just expire.
Yeah, we'll see. 3.5 minutes to make it worth their effort. I mean, at the same time, they are taking away from Pvision. Not that they really have the greatest Roche taking capabilities anyway.
Yeah, Pvision were not going there. That's for sure. They're not ready to take Roche at all. Now DM rocking a pipe, so even more magic protection, of course, for the AM, but this time for the entire team as well. Falcons lineup right now. It is heavily magic dependent until the troll really gets there. Oh, that's some nice cleanup from Crit. The shard plus... There's only 2-point scatter blast. When that gets to 4, he's going to clean up these waves, no problem.
Yep, Tier 1 being pressured now by Falcons. Will Pvision try to defend? It looks like they're going to back away and concede it with this Aegis advantage on the Falcons side. Of course, this will create more opportunity for Satanic to just continue to farm that close with that next item.
This is the bigger value of the Roach, is that you are in prime position to take this tournamenter. There's nothing Pvision can do about this. And that was the bigger reward, because I think looking to push more than this would have been tough. You can see on the map, right? You get the Tormentor, but look at mid and bottom. Like, you have to start putting out fires now. 9class spending this opportunity to get some good vision out. Mid is pushing in all the way to the Tier 2, and now bot is well underway. Ducalis even getting to work with pushing as Oracle.
Yeah, classic push hero.
Yep. But they have their sights set on another Tier 1 perhaps here. This could work. And maybe grab themselves an additional Wisdom Shrine. No skitter for this play, though.
Yep, no one's going to be spotted. Centaur does not stomp in time. Malrine, though, still in the cover of the smoke. Looks like Pvision have already backed away. This could be the 21-minute mark Wisdom Shrine play, though. As no one.
We got it.
Inside the circle. Malrine coming in with the Echo Slam. Late Mail reflects quite a bit of it. He does take the Shrine of Wisdom, but now his TP canceled, left all alone. Was it worth it? Malrine eventually will fall, and it'll be to 9class, of course, coming in for the last second steal.
It's a pretty rare sight, the Blink Echo TP. Didn't work that time.
And no one's super fast on the blade now, I have to say.
Skitter being pressured quite heavily here by DM, but nobody around to assist either hero.
Yeah, they'd love to be able to burn this Aegis before the timer, but like you were talking about, only about a minute left on it anyway. Not gonna, in all likelihood, find a good opportunity to use it, unless they force the issue pretty soon here.
I'm curious to see what Ancient Snaking is gonna find with this Tormentor Shard. Now that he doesn't have to buy it, he can get them even earlier as he's working on his Vlads into pipe. I guess the ideal ones here are the Granite Golem. You're playing with pretty high HP heroes in the Doom and the Troll and Shaker. Not exceptionally high, but Doom has a lot of HP. And then, what should the second one really be? A little bit unsure about that one. So far, he's running the Prowler Aura for the lifesteal and health regen. Definitely strong. And we do get to work on a Tier 2. So I wasn't sure if Falcons were going to be able to get here. It took them 3.5 minutes. The Aegis is actually about to expire, but they do make it in time.
and
Pvision let them have it.
Skeeter will take it as the Aegis about to expire, like you said. So likely will now regroup as Satanic's net worth lead just continuing to expand here. Has the Manta to go along with the Battle Fury, and we'll be working on the Butterfly next. And now smoke for Pvision, knowing that this Aegis has expired. Of course, DM's Black Hole is going to be front and center of any team fight for Pvision, and likely the biggest concern for Falcons overall.
Of course, don't think we mentioned it, but now that 9 class has reached level 9 or higher, the 5 points in Tree Dance is going to be hopping all over with the Simian Stride, reducing the cooldown to 0. This transforms this hero into an absolute nightmare to deal with. Yeah. Hopping around, trying to break smokes. He might be. If he were to jump right now, he would break the smoke on Skitter. He's staying on the ground for some reason, which is quite unusual for
Amar. He is spotted. The Vlad's now online for Snake King, as this battle is likely to start soon if they can run into each other. So far, like ships in the night. DM has that Force Staff. We've seen this a couple times now.
Doesn't really feel like Pvision have any incentive to fight for the next 10 minutes. The way they've constructed their lineup, they are happy to go super late against Falcons because there's no reliable counter to the BKB Black Hole Enigma later down the line. Anti-Mage wants to get 2 or 3 more items before he really feels comfortable fighting the Troll.
Malrain gonna open it up onto the Enigma with the Mortimer's Kiss is follow, but he has the pipe, and now they have the TPs. Falcons now on the run. Malrain looking for a good echo, but they're not giving him one. He's just getting stun locked on the sideline.
Oh,
but there's the Doom under Satanic, blinking it all by himself. The echo goes off as Satanic attempting to run away, but Amar's going to continue to handle. Now the right clicks from Skeeter are enough to take out DM in turn. The Doom, there's a false promise to save the Anti-Mage for now. And it looks like he will survive. In fact, close to full HP, so could rejoin the fight if they want. Amar forced the BKB, and now in full retreat mode as Satanic is leading the way. On the high ground, Satanic still has that Mana Void at the ready. Nice boundless strike onto 2 as Falcons just scrambling to get away. But there's the big Mana Void as Skeeter completely out of mana now. 2 dead in this fight. And 3 overall for Falcons. Make it 4 as crit tumbles. So Pvision, great response overall. And the fact that Satanic lived is kind of crazy.
It's just so clutch, right? He gets doomed, and that looks like a very promising setup for Falcons. They use the Troll ulti, but Skitter not quite close enough to fight him in melee form, so he starts fighting at range. And as they're about to get him in kill range, the Force Staff from DM, he just walks in and pushes AM to safety, gets protected by the Oracle. And as soon as that false promise goes out, the fight is lost for Falcons. You just have to try to cut your losses, but that's the thing about this Monkey King 4. How the hell do you get away?
Yeah. And another potential pickoff. Snake King shows himself in his own triangle. How dare he? No one there to clean up swiftly as the Amar coming. They are TPing to try to support, but no one able to blink out to safety. 9 class might be in a bit of trouble. As Amar going to get slowed. And the Boundless Strike comes up. That's not going to be enough. So it's still a support for support. But it does require many TPs for Falcons to try to get some sort of a response.
This is a major upgrade on the way now for no one. Full Ags just completed. He didn't have any of the components before this, so
yeah, wow.
A massive level up. Playing against multiple melee heroes, you know these Shadow Strikes are going to land. And on the side of Falcons, you don't really have any dispels. Troll doesn't go Ags this game, so he can't really get rid of it. That's going to be a problem. Pvision looking very comfortable, and you can start seeing the makings of Falcons getting a little bit cornered. The waves, once again, are going to be pushed more and more. And with this battlefield, or excuse me, Butterfly and AM, yeah, they have to bring 3 or 4 heroes to kill him. Even then, if Ducalis is in range behind him with the Blink Dagger, how do you kill AM this game? You have to have 5 items on Troll and have him be uncontested for a long time, getting into that AM.
I'll give them a drubbing they'll not soon forget.
Yeah, Satanic going for Basher next. Into a full Abyssal, so it'll be even harder to take down with the extra HP that comes with that. And Snaking, or Skeeter rather. Looks like it will be the SNY, so the extra status resist, but does feel like he needs a +1 item on top of that to really pose a threat. against Satanic, it really does feel like it's kind of up to the stun locks that the rest of the lineup have to offer, in addition to Amar's ult.
I was going to say, do you have any choice but MKB? And the answer is probably no. He is queuing it up for now. They need his damage to kill AM. It's just such a good pick this game. And when you looked at the options available to Falcons, this might have been the best last pick they had available in the Troll. Even then, still looking tough. They're going to stun no one.
Absolutely no damage taken by no one. He's going to be able to get away.
Fate's Edict on him.
Indeed. Oracle. Again, a hero we haven't been seeing too much of, but so far has worked out quite well for Pvision.
And it begs the question, do you buy Nullifier on someone on Falcons to get rid of Fate's Edict? It's like, maybe Doom could.
Yeah,
definitely not the ideal heroes for it.
None of the heroes feel good about purchasing that.
Yeah.
As there's now a pipe on the other side, so Snake King finally finds his. And as we already saw, Roche number 2 is up. Falcons were thinking about it, but after the last time, did cost them quite a bit, but they're going to try for it again. Will Pvision have an idea that this is occurring? Satanic on the other side of the map.
Now they will.
Yep, they will.
This is a pivotal moment for Falcons. There's no way they don't get contested here, and they have to play a
they scan out, they know.
Spectacular fight if they want to try to do this. And yeah, well, their Roshing isn't even that fast to begin with. And look at the wards on the map. Courtesy of 9 Class and Ducalis, they've got really good coverage all around. Look, they're basically cornering Falcons to like 25% of the map unwarded.
No one spots Malrain. Shadow Strike applied right now. There's a BKB for DM, by the way, and I mean, to stop it, you have Doom, and that's it.
Yep.
Unless you get a Basher onto Troll, which even with that is going to be kind of hard to cancel a Black Hole.
Doesn't sound very reliable.
This feels like such a good game for DM going forward now. Even without this lead, it's going to be hard to contest. Back into the pit, Falcons. They're going to continue to get spotted, though. They have so many Helm of the Dom crews, they can always just send in here for Vision. This will never be a freebie, as Roche will now start his way to the other side of the pit. Summer vacation time for him as DM comes in with the Black Hole only on the one. The big Echo Slam on the 3 heroes from Malrine. Everybody's still super healthy, though. Finally, Troll gets off the ult. Satanic gets doomed to the other side. He's been able to walk his way past the fissure, though. And now there's the big throw from Roche. The Nigma in a lot of trouble. Got to get away from that big bad boy as Malrine. Onto the high ground. He's going to be saved. The Satanic now no longer doomed. Wants to fight. Skeeter no longer with the ult, and we've seen this story before. They're going to have to try to run away. They get the stun lock onto no one, though. Stuck inside this area. He's in a lot of trouble, but there's the big mana bite from Satanic, taking out Malrine in turn, and now Falcon's likely trying to run away. Snake King gets bashed up, gets destroyed, and now next on the list is Skeeter. 3 dead for Falcons as Pvision honestly relatively easily take this fight, just long and drawn out.
They don't have the damage. They're getting on top of this AM with Doom, but the follow-through is not relevant enough. You find a good Echo, it immediately gets piped off. Ducalis didn't even have to ult. They were never in enough danger that they had to cast the False Promise on the Ansem Mage or the Queen of Pain. They're just they're leveraging their tankiness in these fights and exploiting the fact that Falcon's lineup is so heavily reliant on Troll attacking stuff for it to die, but he's just getting kited.
This is already going to be a lane. This is a crazy timing for Pvision. This will be completely free. They get the full lane, everybody remaining with their lives. 20 seconds left on the death timer for Skeeter. And Pvision can just chill because, I mean, it's not like anybody killed Roche.
Yep.
They can just go for that now.
Oh yeah, by the way, Enigma got tossed twice by Roche.
Oh, twice.
And they still won the fight and without having to use any.
I'm pretty sure Roche did more damage than Falcons that fight.
Might have.
And into the pit Satanic goes, and this is a free one for them.
This could just be the game-ending Aegis. I have a really hard time seeing Falcons kill Satanic twice. Considering the fight that we just saw, I don't think Pvision are going to hesitate to try to end this one out. Enigma now with a Blink Dagger on the way as well for DM, so he's going to have a guaranteed Blink Black Hole. He could probably just BKB Blink Black Hole the Doom, and they just kill him. It's a little bit of a consolation prize here for the side of Falcons. They're getting the Tormentor, which will be a shard for Amar. A little bit of healing for him to stay tankier in the fight, but
not a game changer.
Doesn't really seem to be the problem. If you could kill that shard and get permanent amplified damage on Troll, perhaps that would be a good shard this game.
Yeah, make sure that's in the next patch for sure. Sacrifice your own items so your position 1 can get stronger. Just like the good old Dota 1 days.
Back when you were able to buy items for your teammates.
You buy Rapier for Clinks. I remember those.
Back when you could buy Aegis and it had 3 charges.
Oh yeah, the classic times.
And then it always took a slot in your inventory, you couldn't destroy it. Yeah. We've come a long way since then. Since the good old days of Hans 2 Clinks. Wonder if he was German actually with that nickname.
Let's get a shout out for Clinks with Divine Rapier, everybody.
Very related to the game, of course.
Satanic, 4 minutes on this Aegis. What are they going to be able to accomplish with it? With already a lane of racks, which, I mean, it's not often you see an AM on your doorstep pushing and able to get a full racks.
Also not very often you see him with 500 CS minute 35, but that's where we're going.
True. We have 7 Gale Guards in the game. It does feel like both sides are super tanky.
Yeah.
And like you said, Falcon is just lacking damage.
Yeah, that's the primary difference here. One of these teams is not like the other. One of them has the damage.
Maybe they should get... How do they get the damage, Cinderin?
I mean, Troll needs the MKB, and then...
Okay, what else?
Shake a Refresher.
Okay.
I don't see any other solution, and I don't think you're able to take a fight before that, so... At the same time, Pvision aren't necessarily in a hurry. I think they could try to end the game. They don't have to, because of how good Enigma is this game. But I wouldn't mind seeing them at least trying to put the Aegis to good use here and poke and prod Falcons and see if they've got what it takes. There's no reason to give them that refresher on Shaker as well as that Troll MKB if you can finish the game before they get that potential play.
Yeah.
You've got to feel so confident after these multiple fights that Satanic is just seemingly unscathed after being doomed every single time. Now he's going to find himself a little bit of an illusion rune, so it's 5 a.m. now in Germany. When he uses his Manta, of course. Sure you didn't understand that. It's fine. It's for the more sophisticated
It was a
people.
combination of me not understanding and not listening to you, which is a common trait between the both of us. That's why we're so good together.
That's every sentence, basically. Thank you for paying attention. Here comes AM.
Panic.
Falcons have to pay attention immediately. This is a fast push with the banner.
Yep.
2 minutes left on Aegis.
The creeps are coming, looking like a juicy Echo Slam potentially, but Satanic has so much resist that he's going to be tough to take down not only once, but twice. DM, Malefice, there's the Abyssal Blade from Satanic. But the cookie on this Skeeter, going to be okay for now, but the tier 3 is not going to be okay. It's already dead. No one, creating some space for Satanic, who now gets healed up by Ducalis ever so slowly. And this will be round number 2 onto this mid-barracks. Minute and a half on this Aegis. Not sure if you can just give up this second set. You're going to be able to try to burn this first life of Satanic. DM gets the Midnight Pulse off. Mana Void actually applied to Skeeter. He's very low on mana. We'll have to use the cookie to get away. Nightclass still on the tree line. As his barracks are still falling ever so slowly. Fortification comes out. Wukong's command not so fearsome from this support, but this is the state of affairs now for Falcons as another melee racks will fall. Amar looking for the backstab potential. Full second lane for Satanic and company with little resistance from Falcons.
He's full HP. They can just keep healing him with the Oracle. Even when Fate's Edict is on cooldown, the damage from Purifying Flames on AM is so insignificant, so it's a much, much bigger heal on him than any other hero. Just spam him back up to nice and healthy, and round number 2.
40 seconds on the Aegis. Amar wants to get aggressive, running around extremely fast. Satanic wants to continue to try to get him. Boundless Strike's not going to hit Satanic. Looking for the Blink Abyssal potential, but no. We'll blink out safely. 30 seconds on Aegis. Falcons can try to wait. Maybe they can get this Wombo combo onto the AM.
20 seconds.
Big if. 20 seconds now. Onto the high ground. Attempt number 3 onto this base of Falcons. Boundless Strike can slow things down. Satanic will be able to get to tier 3. 10 seconds on Aegis. Will blink out. And it will likely soft reset, if not full. And it feels like Falcons almost have to try to smoke and go for something, but it would be kind of an obvious play as these creeps continue to just enter their base.
You've been struggling against Pvision pushing with 3 Doms all game and having heroes off the map nonstop with the AM split push, the Monkey King cutting waves, the Queen of Pain. Well, try with 2 lanes as well to make matters all that much worse. nothing really to write home about in this game for Falcons. It feels a little bit like, unless they pull off a miraculous comeback, this is one of those games that can be a little bit demoralizing. Like, you just never strung together anything.
Yeah.
Every time you tried to make a move, the enemy team was too tanky and outplayed you and outnavigated you. They had your number all game with vision.
Yeah,
this game has not been close.
They got the early kill on Satanic, and you thought there would be something there for the future, but his farm has just been out of control as Amar. He's going to be able to get the Doom off onto 9 class again. Support Monkey King and attempting to run away. And Satanic is going to force the entirety of Falcons back just on his lonesome. See the Monkey King getting very low, and the False Promise will help him survive.
Gonna heal him to full nice and easy, but that is of course now False Promise down. However,
have they needed it?
However, you don't have Doom, so that's a good trade for the side of Pvision. That's the only way you kill AM, it seems like.
Now a Lincoln's on DM, so even less chance to stop this eventual black hole. But we do have a refresher.
Amar fights to Mallory. Could be a start.
Absolutely, get the stun lock. DM is the bigger prize, but Mallory comes with the echo side, but the black hole comes to fruition. Boundless strike from above from 9 class, and a huge sonic wave onto 2. They take out Skeeter. Amar attempting to nightfall away. Will do so successfully, but still 2 dead for Falcons. Buyback available for Skeeter, but you can see Pvision gonna push the envelope and force it out of him. A very aggressive blink as Satanic's gonna work on the building, says Amar. Not able to provide too much resistance to no one. We'll be able to blink out with Oracle nearby. Satanic gets the range. Merrick's wants to go for the killing blow onto Mallory. Midnight Pulse applied from DM. There's the right clicks from Skeeter, not doing anything at this point. Abyssal Blade from Satanic, trying to get onto his ultimate from the Troll Warlord. Staying alive just for now, but the rest of Pvision in the air. They do kill Satanic. It's going to cost Skeeter his dieback though. Malrine dies right outside his fountain. Only 2 alive for Falcons as GG's come out. They do kill Satanic in the end, but it matters not. Pvision take game number 1.
That felt like a complete strategic victory, but not only that, Pvision also have the plays to back it up. Kezu was talking about this on the panel. He said, more so than the strategy, this is going to be about how the teams play today and who has what it takes when it goes down the stretch. Well, what if it doesn't? What if you just win? I mean, effectively, this game almost felt over minute 15.
It was a rough one for Falcons.
I know Falcons had 1 or 2 attempts, but it wasn't really that close in any of the instances that they tried to fight. They never managed to get a convincing win in any sort of fight. And you can see it on their faces here, looking a little bit stunned with just how one-sided that affair was. You got to get back to the drawing board in this short break and find the solutions.
Yeah, no one ends the game 12-0 and 10 on the Queen of Pain. Absolutely going ballistic in this game number 1. I mean, Falcons, they've been here before. They've been down 1 game, as has Pvision. These teams have played a lot against each other. What do you think they need to do in game number 2 to try to change how this went?
I think the main thing you try to have to solve is the problem with these waves just being non-stop pushed. So find a solution.
That's right, Shivar!
I didn't think you'd actually do that on TI main stage, Sunfan, please. But thank you. We're going to make this game down because this was a beautiful game of Dota 2, actually. And we saw a lot of cool little things come into play, a lot of fights where for a long time nobody died, all because of little tiny plays we're going to all highlight here with Kezu, Effie, and T-Gov. Kezu, this game was beautiful.
No, absolutely. Like, both teams doing so many small things that then allowed them to like get an advantage in the game. In the early game, you have Pvision. They blocked a lot of the camps from the triangle to slow down Malrine's game. But also Malrine, usually we see when he's able to get these early stacks, go into the offlane, make this first kill. But in this game, it looked like this DM Enigma. It's a hero that many teams don't give him. There was so much pressure. They just kept responding to the safe lane. And Pvision, they took full control of the game.
And this fight looked beautiful for Pvision as well, because they kind of baited Amar to use a Doom very early on, kited back from the pit. Once they knew no one was safe, then they re-engaged with the black hole. Like, the amount of layering in the team fight from Pvision, like offering up the correct heroes, getting saved by the Oracle, then following up with the damage in the farm of Satanic and DM, even no one. It's just a really good outplay in this first game.
Yeah, this may have not looked that action-packed, but it was an incredibly high-skill game of Dota, and I think Pvision played a very disciplined and patient game as well. A lot of the moments that looked like maybe they could have gone out, made a play for themselves, tried to play off of their Enigma, but they were content to just wait for Falcons to break formation, to come into their triangle, to overextend, to get the save off on whoever gets doomed and then re-engage. And that requires a lot of patience because I think a lot of teams may have fallen into the Falcons' trap during that mid-game, and we could have seen a different game had they just given up their position one time.
Yeah, Pvision just did a very good job at exploiting Falcons not being able to overlap their course in the early game, right? Like we mentioned it during the draft, Troll is quite static in his lane, Shaker static from the mid lane, Doom static from the off lane, but they're all very static farm-heavy heroes, and Pvision, when you got a Monkey running around, an Oracle buffing you up, Enigma pressuring your towers, it's not natural for Falcons to want to react to that, unlike other drafts that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I'm just really impressed with Pvision, like being able to keep your cool. This is main stage TI, this is semi-finals, sure. Like you have no one on the screen, DM, like these guys, they pop up, and I'm sure too, if we could like listen to them, what they're saying, I feel like they played very cool and calm in this game. Like the pressure, it didn't get to them because like we're talking about, Falcons in the mid game, they get to you. In the early game, they get to you, they get their stacks, they go to your safe lane, they kill you, they take your towers, they got the Aegis, but they got nothing from it.
Yeah, you could really feel the pressure that was on Falcons, where normally they're the ones applying pressure to the team's mid-game. They felt that they had to use their cooldowns, that they weren't using their Aegis. They ran into Pvision's triangle. Malrine missed his initiation on the side. He got killed, but Falcons took the fight anyway. They said, okay guys, we've doomed the anti-mage, maybe we can still win this fight, but in comes the Oracle. And on the topic of Oracle, that hero made this game way too difficult to play for Falcons. They could not find a specific fight to take because of the presence of Ducalis.
Yeah, you could definitely make the standout player be no one when we see a 12-0-10. But why was he 12-0-10 if not for the Oracle?
It's true. Like he can just go in, and he already mentioned, you know, it's not just that he has the guy behind him, he goes in for the Oracle. Like he baits the enemies. And at top level Dota, it's not all about the setup. It's about in this moment, what do you do and how does the enemy react? Sometimes they miss the vibe check. They did this time. No one, 100% kill participation. Just a beautiful game from them.
Beautiful game of Dota 2. I also think it's maybe a little bit extra sweet for especially DM and No One and Astini, because last year they were on the Cloud9 crew and they were also in the lower bracket. And guess who eliminated them? Falcons, correct. So this was definitely a very strong start to this upper bracket finals. And we did start talking about this finals, talking about the mid lane, because there's such a big difference in experience in terms of career experience. How do we feel like they did in the game, Kezu?
I would say that no one did really, really well. I mean, I'm not too surprised with like type of the hero matchup because you see it here already. He's like 1100 gold ahead at minute 12. And Malrine, his first moves, they always hit. In every game we've seen so far, it has hit. But no one in the mid lane, he gets the counter pick. They understand how to shut down Falcons. Like they strategize, of course, they have coaches. He's going to tell them, this is the plan. We're going to pick the Oracle against this. We're going to back up and have Monkey King come over because Nineclass early in the game, he came to this lane. He was a difference maker. And this is a big reason why Falcons kind of struggled in this game.
Yeah, and then, yeah, sorry, Effie, go.
I was just going to say that typically when Falcons win, it's off of Malrine's first 2 rotations. Like he'll farm an item timing with the Blink Dagger Ghost on a key hero, and they'll get a kill off of that. This time around, it just didn't happen. Like the first Echo was to defend that bottom tower from Enigma's push. The second initiation on Anti-Mage, he got away with 100 HP, and then another initiation near the 14-minute Wisdom didn't work out either. So the kills that they're used to getting from Malrine that lead them to Snowball just did not hit this time.
It did not hit, and we're talking about Echo Slam, big spell, of course, but I did tell you we were going to look at the little things during this game and during some of those fights, Kezu.
Oh, absolutely, because the little things is really what separates the pros from, you know, like the tier 1 level to the next. Look at Satanic in a moment. He's on edgy threads. Okay, before he gets jumped here, he will make sure, we don't even see it, but he goes into strength threads here. He has the correct skill build with 2-4-4, okay? Max spell shield because he understands this. Not only these two things, with the thread swap, the magic wand, and the correct skill build, he also has the Brawny enchantment on his neutral item. If any of these 3 things don't happen, he dies there and this entire game could change. But the small things, you do it properly, you don't slip up, you make it clean.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a small thing, T-Gov, but I think Oracle getting a blink, probably pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, Ducalis had a stellar game, right? And against a Troll Warlord, any type of disarm is incredible. So positioning is key. Getting off the Fate's Edict, getting off the False Promises. You want to be able to enable your team both kind of aggressively through disarms and defensively. And yeah, I think getting that Blink Dagger Rush, other support players might be, you know, talking about additional healing or Solar Crest or maybe even like drums and stuff. But for Oracle players, the good ones, they know when to buy Blink Dagger. And Ducalis already was popping off in the first 22 minutes without the Blink Dagger. Once he got it, it felt like he was on another level in this game.
Yeah, he only died the one time, which was already after he used his ulti to save MK, who got doomed, and his death made it so that they saw Falcons, they revealed who their heroes were, he tanked a few spells, instantly buyback, and Pvision won the fight. He did so many things well, and he played with that troll. Like T mentioned, there was no Manta on troll versus Oracle, which is quite unusual as well.
I mean, he did so much in this game, like even in the early game, like he's dewarding the enemy triangle, blocking the side. He's laning with an anti-mage. This is not a notoriously like very strong lane, but they make it happen. They know what they're playing for. They do it in the game, and overall, just it's beautiful.
Yeah, it was a beautiful game. Both teams really danced around each other, and you really saw that they really only wanted to get the fights that they exactly wanted. And if it wasn't right, they would just back off and go again another time, prodding and poking here and there. And until at least a big fight happened.
Yeah, I wanted to show you the sadness of this fight here. Malrine gets a beautiful echo in this backline, but unfortunately, all of Falcons were zoned by DM's black hole there. They couldn't move past it. There was no follow-up damage. And the theme of this game was every time Malrine missed the initiation or they couldn't get anything off of the instant initiation into kills, they would just lose the fight. Anti-Mage, who got doomed here, didn't even need to be false promised. He was just force-stopped out. They kited it a little bit, and then on the side, you have Satanic cleaning up. You have no one playing on the limits, and Ducalis in the back getting disarms off on the Troll Warlord. Everyone played that fight so beautifully on Pvision.
Including Rosha.
Yeah, he was a real big boy. He slammed DM like twice to the side, being like 6th player.
It doesn't happen very much. I mean, that was a very cool fight for a multitude of reasons. There was one other fight that happened a little bit before that, but we got our expert on the case to tell you exactly what happened at that time. It's Purge.
Thanks, Cheever. There's a lot that led to that moment, and most of it had to do with creeps pushing towers. So we saw this throughout this entire game, just a super abundance of creeps. The Dark Troll Warlord push on the tier 1 was very scary looking because you're pairing it with Eidolons. Every single one of these guys is getting like 27 bonus damage due to all the skeletons that they have. So this Echo Slam, the first of the game, ended up looking really beautiful. It got him a huge amount of net worth, but it does stop the push, which is ultimately a good thing. But this kind of kept happening the entire game. DM's pressuring the mid lane with his Eidolons, with his Helm of the Dominator. Snaking's trying to offset that as much as he can, but the Eidolons do have a lot of single target damage, so they can actually really go toe-to-toe with these opposing creeps, which ends up just being both teams trying to delay their tier 1 towers dying, because if the towers die, it makes it much easier for their teams to go get ganks. And Pvision really has to worry about the Doom ganks and the Earthshaker ganks getting some crucial kills. So they tried to slow this down as well with the tower getting backdoored here. No one tries to deny it. He's not successful. And then basically once the mid tier 1s are dead, they're doing the same thing. They're just jamming creeps down one lane to make sure that their opponents can't end up pushing or looking for kills. And on the other side, Falcons is doing the same thing with some of their creep cutting here, using these satyrs once again to push out creep waves. But what's really important about this is that by pushing the lanes down like this, it makes it very difficult for Falcons to go look for their kills as the game continues. In fact, here's a great example of that. Pvision's farming the bottom half of the map. Satanic sends his little pine cone creep towards the mid lane because he's trying to cut this wave. And they barely saw Amar. They basically expected Falcons to do a smoke in this position. And now you have all these Falcon players kind of sitting in the middle of the map. So let's take a look at what this looks like. They have to play near Amar, because if they run away from him, they're going to have a bad time if a team fight starts. So they basically can't actually get aggressive down here. They would prefer to be like circling this tier 2 tower, but because he cuts this wave and denies the shield rune, they now have to go deeper into enemy territory to look for a fight. And look where DM is farming on the right side. He's really close to his tier 2 tower. That means that if he does get gone on in this situation, he's going to get back up really quickly. And Falcons decide they need to get something done on the map here, so they do actually go for this here. The Echo Slam is, or at least the initial disable is going to be okay, but there's like 4 TPs going on. All of these heroes are Power Rangering in to react to this because they know that this is a crucial moment and their opponents had to do this crazy dive. Because they had to go farther, they didn't have as much damage follow-up. They do manage to get the Doom on the Anti-Mage, but the Oracle save that comes through is fantastic, of course. Last second here, that's going to come after the Doom ends, so he ends up staying alive. Just a perfect response to Pvision, but most of this was set up by the incessant pushing in the mid lane that gave them this good place to start the fight.
Thank you very much, Purge. That also reminds me of what was said at the very start. Kezu, you talked about how good the map play is for Pvision. I feel like the clip and the fight that Purge showed us, that was exactly that.
No, absolutely, and they do it like from start to finish. And it's not just that they do this, but they also have the Monkey King. So the map is already hard, and then there's a monkey around on the trees. It's like breaking your smoke. So The one thing I do like is that Falcons are their opponent because they're very good at this themselves. They know the answer. AUI is one of the ways he won TI and what they did. So I expect them to find the answer for the next game and show us something better.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of talk going on behind the scenes right now to see what they can do different and what they can do to push out to a third game in this series. And while they're talking, we're going to watch a new submission for the short film contest. It's time for Grudges. I see nothing wrong there, totally. Sometimes you just want to make sure that justice is served. And I'm sure that Falcons wants to do the same with this upcoming game number 2. Only one team will be slotted directly into the grand finals. Tigaf, what do we think? What adaptations will be made? What will be the vibes going into the second one?
I want Falcons to have a bit more pacing, a bit more ability to fight together, and also just don't sack Maureen, right? When you have this first pick Shaker, you see the net worth in those clips where he's like, what, 6th, 7th net worth? Like, that's not going to be good for him. So protect Maureen from the mid lane and have at least 2 cores in the Falcons lineup that won't feel bad running around the map together, finding the kills.
The one thing I see is I think they did have pacing, but they had like a hard time executing. But like at least you have the Chen troll, but then like you say, you have Maureen in mid, he does get shut down. Your Doom in the off lane, not the fastest hero. To me, maybe it's a bit more about setting up the map first, or is it like only about having more pace? I'm honestly not sure, but I hope that they can find the answer.
I think Falcons as a team don't struggle with pacing. I think they got cooked by the Oracle pick. The Oracle pick threw them off entirely. It made it so that the Falcons that we're used to seeing taking these team fights mid-game, pushing their advantage, taking over the enemy side of the map, they couldn't do the same thing with the knowledge that their jumps will most likely fail. They did not have enough backline jump. We saw Maureen go in time and time again in that mid-game, not get any follow-up damage because he's the only hero who goes in. You're not getting enough out of the Mortimer's Kisses because of the pipe coming out of Enigma. Like, where is that mid-game damage? Who's killing this Oracle? Just ban the hero next game. Think about it.
Like the other cool thing that I feel like we've talked about a lot too with Falcons is that they want to go for the 1+1 kill combo, which means they have a limited amount of damage. So when you have heroes that rush a pipe and a 4-step on the side and you have an anti-mage, like all these heroes, you already need like 2, maybe sometimes 3. Now you don't know where the Oracle is. There's some guy there with a Lotus, and they keep very nice distance, like on the range where they play with the map. So yeah, like in my opinion, DM2, like he played an incredible game, and it's also a statement. They gave away the Enigma, they gave away the Monkey King, you lost to it. You gave away the Chen to Falcons and you beat it. So going into the next game, there absolutely is some pressure on Falcons here.
Yeah, luckily, they've been in this position before, right? Like when they were against the BB in the other round, they lost the first game. They had a lead, they lost it. They bounced back, they understood what they had to do, and then they were able to close it out. So I am expecting Falcons, unlike some other teams that we've seen so far in the playoffs, to be able to actually show that adaptation and have a more competitive game too.
Yeah, I will also say that the history between these two teams is quite even. They've played 7 series against each other, and it went to 4-3 in favor of Pvision. But overall, you can tell that both of these teams are, well, they have what it takes to make a comeback. We'll see how that translates into the draft, of course, soon heading into game number 2. But I do want to touch upon some of the heroes we saw. The Queen of Pain came out very early in this game, Effie. I mean, you say I'm branding out the Oracle. Obviously, that is step 1. But surely there is, especially from this first game, there's more they have to consider.
Yeah, the Queen of Pain looked especially good though because of the way that Pvision drafted to play around the mid lane. They had the Oracle with the rune predictions. They had the Monkey King who ganked mid minute 3. They got that kill on Earthshaker. The support duo was ready. They got every single power rune. I mean, I think Queen of Pain is a hero that all melee heroes will struggle against mid, but they can still play against her with the help of their supports if they get runes. It's just that Falcons did not have the punch to fight against this Oracle plus Monkey King support duo.
Like Dota is a lot about like there's levels to it. It's like there's step 1, I beat you in lane. Then it's like step 2, what's like your recovery? Oh, I'm gonna steal all of your runes too. I'm gonna play into your triangle. My supports are gonna ward half your hard camps all the time in the triangle. So, and when you do just one step, okay, you slow them down. But you do step 1, step 2, and step 3, suddenly you will even see pros struggling against the best players in the world.
Now let's find out which pros we're gonna see struggling in that second game, and it's coming our way right now.
Pvision versus Team Falcons, Game 2.
This second game, we got the side swapped, where Pvision is now Radiant and Falcons is Dire, but T-Gov, the pick order remains the same in the sense that we will still have Pvision with first pick.
Yeah, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on Falcons. Again, I didn't really see who had priority to understand this part, but in regards to Falcons being second pick, maybe not reacting with the Shaker, protecting a little bit more might be a better approach, but we'll see if they want to change up their bans. As often getting 2 second pick games in a row, so far in the playoffs, it's always been like one gets second pick, next time it goes to the other team.
Yeah, we haven't seen it like this before. For Falcons though, they do have a lot of last pick heroes. We didn't see that come into play in that last game. We might see it happen this time. Maybe they do need to bring out some cheese. But a lot of the cheese that comes from Falcons does come from Ahmad on that offlane, and they target banned all of his heroes. There was barely anything left for him. He ended up just playing a Doom at the end.
No, that was definitely like a very nice setup strategically going into the game. You have the setup with the bans against Omar. You have the counterplay against Team Falcon's highest tempo in the mid lane, and I like these bans. You try to take out 9 class.
Finding these bans that I was expecting to see against Pvision, right? When you have 4 bans available, just put the Monkey and the Slug in the ban pool. They are the best 4 positions for 9 class to play that break open the map, that enable the vision game, right? So get rid of both of them, and then it just slows down the game just by a bit.
And also some respect still for Malrine Sand King. The Beastmaster that was banned out in the previous game gets picked up in that first phase, and a lot of love here, of course. Shout out to Heroic, eliminated now, watching from the sidelines to see which one of these 2 teams move forward. Another hero left in the pool, by the way, is the Invoker. It was first phase banned last time. I don't know if we were expecting to see it come out in the early stages of the draft.
It's most likely a second phase hero, I would say, for Pvision. Very likely something they can consider. So let's see, Falcons, they did step away from Chen. I believe this is the first game in this entire tournament where they have the chance to pick this hero and they don't go for it. So they did just lose with it. I like that Pvision. They had a lot of pressure in this offlane, and it's what we talk about a lot. Not just the map, but also early on. Malrine's first moves usually go into the enemy safe lane, not into their own safe lane on Falcons. So when you have these Lycans, these Beastmasters, they just kind of drag you to these lanes where you don't really want to go to.
It just gives me more pacing, right? I've been calling for overlapping cores, the ability to fight, no matter what, Pangolier to mid to offlane, it doesn't matter at all. It is going to have the same type of game. You want to play for any timing, any Wisdom Shrine, any active rune, any Twin Gate move, you're going to be doing it from either of the core roles.
It's a more dynamic hero as well, not as slow to move around the map as some of the heroes that Falcons had last game. There is always the issue though of Pango versus Beastmaster, where later on in the game he just gets roared during his Rolling Thunder and just gets beat up by the enemy carry, but before that he does a lot by way of wave clear, lane push, and fighting into a zoo meta.
It's also something that Falcons use quite well because we did already mention that they do flex it, and the hero, he also gives minus armor. They play it quite nicely. Very often they have like some Pango DK, Pango Weaver. It's very fast. It can do stuff on the map. But like Effie was saying, when you play against the Beast, you need to be aware of the roar into like range carry with high DPS. Your TAs that can close out the phase later. You get this roar desolator hits and see you later, Pango.
Yeah, I am reminded by what Astini said during the coach interview after the draft was done in the previous game. he said, you know, everybody's going to get their comfort heroes. Obviously, there's a large chunk removed. But I think especially that is true for, in this series so far in particular, for the support heroes, you are going to have to deal with everybody's comfort. The fact that Pvision already beat the comfort of Falcons, I don't know, T, do we feel like that will make Falcons doubt that a little bit, or what will they do?
Doubt doesn't really exist, I think, in either of these teams. They will always be analytical to move to the next point, to understand why they won or lost the game. And I think just hearing that from Astini shows that it doesn't matter what you draft at the end of the day, you can make anything possible in Dota through better map play, better itemization, and it shows that Pvision's approach to it isn't a matter of a draft has to be everything for us to win. They don't mind playing at a slight disadvantage. Less stuns. Look at the stun averages on their team. They often don't have as many as the likes of, let's say, like an Xtreme Gaming.
Okay, so they just lock it in straight away. There should just be a DM Centaur. Lanes quite well into Chen, you don't care too much. You have high HP regen, you're pretty fast yourself, you don't care too much about the pressure. You also have the roll to, of course, the Stampede to get away from the potential roll, and also the creeps. Yeah, unless they have a flex potential, I at least have not seen 9-class play Centaur. But
Who knows?
might be open.
It's the tops and mid Centaur going to be coming to TI.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, if PV wanted to double counter the Pango, they could just go for a Grimstroke. We've seen that hero re-emerging with Soulbind as its primary focus in the draft.
I'd like to see 9-class play a real position 4.
He does not do it.
I mean,
look at his heroes, like he's got Rubik, everything else I'm like,
and his fake ones are out. His Slark and Monkey King, they're still Alchemist.
And the next fake one is Alchemist, because it's really hard, generally speaking, to play a ranged position 4 against Chen. The hero bullies you. Sure, last game he put his creep into the mid lane to try and slow down no one. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see like another melee 4 later on, because so far, from what I understand, they've mainly been playing Snapfire on Ducalis. And I like this, to me, is also a lot when it comes to stealing. You're not giving it into Crit's hands.
And there's so much kiting potential, and those stats are incredible for Ducalis, right? 8-0, but yeah, like you've already mentioned in regards to the Beast with the Raw against the Pangolier, and then the Stampede, you also have Cookie, and then the utility from a Snapfire, be it from a 4-star or like a Shard with the Heal. There's so many ways for Pvision to offer up a fight to Falcons and then move away. Falcons have to make sure that their spell usage is so on point.
Falcons have the issue of damage to address too. Last game, there was just no follow-up. There was not enough coming through. This time around, Pango does do damage, but it falls off. Chen, he's just a sustain hero. We need more burst, and Snapfire is typically the go-to for Falcons. Having it taken away, it kind of leaves Hoodwink, which is not as much damage as a Mortimer's Kisses.
Crit also has been playing the Grimstroke that we mentioned, and I wouldn't mind if they took it for themselves. Having a little bit more control, soul binding up the Stampede, you kind of got a Stampede in the same direction, and then we'll potentially enable 2 picks down the line to offer up bonus damage through the soul bind. You get the 15 talent, that's another 25%. And there's so many layers to it, but that all aside, they just go for the Hoodwink, keep it classic. And of course, DK Hoodwink, you saw BB utilize it against Falcons yesterday in that first game.
I mean, they got their kill combo that we always talk about, a way to make a play on the game. You get that easy blink timing, and then you just look for opportunities. You look to invade the enemy triangle, because you see this Beastmaster who's been relegated to the mid lane because Chen would have countered him in the safe lane. You can go in there early, set up your invasions.
That is an old one.
TI1 right there.
Hey.
Well, yeah, it is the Falcons classic, right? You get the Skeeter DK, and with the double minus armor as well from Pango DK, not to be underestimated. A lot of these heroes on Pvision so far, not the highest armor heroes, but they're going for a very similar strat. You have a lot of annoyance on the map. You've got the Beast Summons, you've got the Enigma, so Centaur is a support?
I mean, we have to have that discussion now, right? It's DM playing Enigma every single game. There's now a Centaur available, right?
Yep.
9-class plays Enigma, maybe?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question of the draft, right? And that's exactly what Falcons have to ask themselves. You've got both Centaur and Enigma, and we saw Enigma go to the support role in the Heroic series. DM probably wants to play it. Is it a new 9-class support that's going to be showing us at...
I think, if anything, it'll be Centaur support, or it could even be Beastmaster carry, and then you just have your 3 cores anyway.
Yeah, I would kind of like the Centaur 4. Why not? You use your body in lane against the Chen. And it kind of, I would say, it baited Team Falcons a little bit to like, okay, we see the offlane Centaur. We're going to lock in the DK. We're going to lock in the Chen. This is not the best lane when it comes to playing against an Enigma. So for Pvision, they need as always, a hyper carry for Satanic. He will take over the game, but you need the damage to come out into this abundance of lockdown that you do have with your other 4 heroes.
don't you run back the likes of like the Brood or something? You have good damage, more map play. Sure, there's a Pangolier, but it's only the Pangolier. And when you're already having to deal with the pressure of a Beast and then the Enigma, one of these type of heroes can...
If they want to value more map play, that is the hero you would look for. To me, I see that a range carry would feel kind of nice. I mean, it's also,
roar,
yeah, it's also nice to play like a melee here with the snap, you get the cookie. But for now, I see like you want a guy that has very easy access into the roar to also like threaten this Pango who's running it, because also there's a Chen heal to back him up. Like it's not just one roll. There's also a lot of stuff from Falcons that will come to back him up.
Terrorblade still exists.
Yeah, let's see what else is there from Satanic's pool. This guy is incredibly versatile. It's very hard to ban him out.
I mean, he played some Meepo and some techies. Not techies. That would.
He might play tech.
I mean, Tinker carry.
There we go.
That would be cool on the main stage. I never thought I'd say that, but here we are.
The thing with Pvision, how they draft is, even if they look like they need a bit of time to get online, the way that they buy Helmet Dominators and push waves, like from the Purge segment in the previous panel, it is so hard to deal with, and they always seem to come online.
What are you doing there, Nat?
Having a good time with the girls. All right, let's see what's coming. We got our final ban coming out for Pvision. Looks like on the side of Falcons, there is also flex potential, and they will get that overall last pick.
I mean, for Pvision, it's something you have to do semi-blind. I mean, you need to respect that Falcons can put the Pango mid, and you get offlane counterpick by Amar on the 24 pick. Yeah, I'm not really sure where to put my stuff on. I would have said maybe they're looking towards more of a... Yeah, it's going to be the Terrorblade.
And this here makes sense, right? He's going to be that ranged carry chunking away at this Pango when he gets stored. He's going to provide an overwhelming amount of damage to go through DK's armor. You need an incredibly high damage carry to be able to do that. And now it creates the issue. Falcons have to address the Terrorblade in this last pick, making their flex a bit more uncomfortable.
Falcons have to be ruthless. When they leave their lanes and they feel like they have their first core item timings, every move needs to be very, very clear. Because if it gets any point difficult, as we keep harping on about the map play from Pvision, every hero available for Pvision can skip a wave really quickly, really nicely. And I mean, when Falcons group up as 4 or 5 heroes, they're going to be XP starved, farm starved. They cannot let the first game, affect them in this one for sure.
I'm not sure where to go with this. I don't know who they're going to give more priority. There's like... I'm not able to find like this Exodia pick that they had yesterday with the 24 Husker. Like, do you want to like run most likely just another guy that goes in? Like, do you want to do some Primo and you flex? Is there Magnus? Like, neither of these heroes, they don't really do it for me. They're good, but it's not like what I'm looking for to really take over the game.
Yeah, it's the layers of saves that Pvision already have that prevents me from being excited about a Primal Beast, right? I think I'd agree that hero would be really nice, but instead they're just going to go for an Underlord.
Question, is it an Underlord carry or is it for the offlane here?
Yeah, offlane.
Offlane.
I mean, it is one of their staples also. It does give you like more mobility around the map, right? You can deal with the waves because you can be somewhere, you gate somewhere else. You have the lane against the TV, you're generally going to do very well. And you do build auras, which Pvision, they don't pose too much damage. Like in this early mid-game, it's all magic until Satanic has like 3-4 slots. So an early pipe with the Hand of God could be quite strong.
I think if Skidder can itemize, as a semi-carry, and then you have the Crimson on Underlord, the auras of a Chen, you run up together, Terrorblade might not even have the items to do the damage at that stage. So they could be, really, really formidable, but it's around 15 to 20 minutes, the correct auras, the correct positioning, and objectives should be Falcons.
And as we theory crafted, we are going to have the 9-class Centaur coming out from support. What can we expect from something like that?
Just wave shenanigans, an early blink set up for your team, a body for this Enigma. Like, it's an easy stun to have too, and the Stampede is a very cheap and easy disengage tool against what Falcons have going for them. I think the damage issues we talked about as well can be applied to Falcons draft. If they get their blink initiation with the DK, they don't have enough follow-up damage because of the auras that are going to be coming out of Pvision. They're going to reset and take that fight so easily with Metamorphosis, just like last game.
I'm going to be maybe slightly leaning towards Falcons. And again, I think it's the gameplay that will truly decide who's going to win this game. I love Pvision's draft too. I think if they get to delay, the game is probably theirs. But I like Falcons' answers a lot more in this game than I did in the previous.
Marine shouldn't get dual lane this time around. That's it. He should have a game.
You should have a game. And you mentioned earlier, T, that you want Falcons to play very crisp and clean, basically, in the early stages. Like, how important is that? And if they don't, do they have the chance to delay this game?
If they delay the game, then Pvision will exploit the map, and they will control every move and have every bit of information. So for Falcons, they need to break from lanes, control the first Roshan, play with purpose. If they stall out the game, then they're going to get picked apart.
Any final thoughts, Kazu?
I mean, if this game goes late, DM Enigma with Satanic TV will take over the game, but I'm hoping for Falcons, and I believe in their heroes, that they just won't let it get there. They're going to close it out 38 minutes.
38, that's
38,
very specific.
strict call.
Well, let's see what's going to happen. I know there's a lot of people hoping for a third game coming out here, and one of those people is on stage is, of course, Coach AUI2000, who's with Slacks.
Absolutely, we are here with AUI2000 from Team Falcons. Absolute pleasure to see you here on the stage yet again, sir. Now, your team is very used to being extremely difficult to draft against. A lot of heroes to ban, a lot of great players. But in this case, Pvision also pretty difficult to draft against. I mean, how do you draft against 9 class? As a team that's extremely used to people having issues drafting bans, do you feel like you have an advantage here?
Like in this game's draft?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
No, I think we're pretty happy with our draft. Honestly, game 1, I think the game didn't look that good, but I think a lot of it was we just gave them 4 bounty runes, so it's hard to like draw conclusions after games like that. So hopefully this one's better.
Absolutely. You heard it here from TI winner. Once you lose 4 bounty runes, it's cooked. There's nothing you can do. Absolutely over. Okay, we got some iconic heroes, though. The crit, Hoodwink, can't get better. But then you also have some other iconic heroes, DMs, Enigma, pretty scary stuff. Why'd you guys decide to let that one through?
I mean, as you said, like they have a lot of heroes. You have DM who has some like Phoenix Enigma. No one has some like Puck, Invoker, Queen. Like there's just a lot of heroes who ban versus this team and versus us, I guess. So you got to pick what you should play against, and we want to play versus Enigma.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we're getting into that second game, excuse me, here today. I have to ask this question to you, sir. Will you be going to the grand finals? Will we see a game 3?
I hope so.
You hope so? Tell me you fucking know so. Look at that camera and tell me you know so.
I know so.
I know so! Let's get into it.
First blood already! No one takes out crit. AUI seem to be horribly wrong. He's very not confident in that answer as well. My goodness. But yeah, we have quite the draft here from both sides as game 2 is now upon us. Pvision 1 game away from making the grand finals. Will the nerves kick in?
Well, if AUI thought a big part of the last game's problem was that they lost 4 bounty runes, well, let's switch it up for First Blood and 3 bounty runes. I don't know if that's really an improvement over the previous experience.
Yeah.
Well, the ultimate result of this should once again be that no one will be pretty happy in the mid lane. This time, no Satyr to bother him, at least for now. And he will be playing the Beastmaster against Pangolier. A pretty easy matchup for Beastmaster in the first few levels. Then when Pango starts being able to kill boars, this could get a little more interesting. But I think this early start should be good for him.
This is the real story of the game, of course. They banned his Monkey King. They banned his Slark. What will he pick? It's a half horse, half man. Amazing. Centaur is picked for 9 class.
And of course, now that we're 1 minute 27 seconds into the game, it's time to start thinking about the cart and what that's going to do for this game.
I've never seen him play Centaur, so I don't know if he's a cart enjoyer, you know? What can you do? He's gonna.
And also, how is he going to climb trees as Centaur? That is another question that remains to be. We need to find an answer for.
The old Stampede, you could traverse through terrain, but no more. Now you're just a slow horse. Of course, he has that facet, so he doesn't really need boots. We're not seeing the Counter-Strike facet ever taken.
No.
Which is really sad. There's no one in that mid lane. 8-4 right now versus the 8-1 on Malrain, so relatively even to start things out.
Yeah, both players will be farming here. I think perhaps no one has a slight advantage in terms of the potential for a gank from Snapfire or Centaur when he hits level 6. But conversely, I suppose Hoodwink could make a similar move, but maybe a little bit more dangerous to leave the Underlord alone against Snap Terribly. It's quite a strong lane, a lot of damage, and a lot of it from far away. Underlord likes when heroes are up close and personal and you can trade back, but the TB and the Snap have the upper hand there for sure.
Yeah, well, we're looking at 3 Helm of the Dominator purchases for Pvision. The mid laner on the Beastmaster for no one, DM's Enigma, and the support Centaur will also be going Helm of Dom.
I think there is a world where no one doesn't buy it. I would say the mid beasts have been, out of the traditional Helm buyers, mid Beastmaster probably has the lowest If you go the Dom first, perhaps your ramp up in the mid game is a little bit too slow for what you want to accomplish. It's also a big part of the justification for Helm of the Dominator on a lot of the heroes is the farming speed, but Aghanim's just faster. You farm exceptionally quickly when you get this item on Beast. You can find kills that are otherwise impossible. The Dominator doesn't match.
Satanic playing the Terrorblade this game. This was a very common carry from 6 months ago. It's kind of dropped off for whatever reason, but he is one of the best in the world at this, of course, going against Amar's Underlord. I mean, does Falcons have enough to contest against the likes of TB?
That's why this pick is so good, in my opinion. Hang on, we'll see if him dies first.
Then we
can
can
talk about why it's good after.
How strong is Cinderan's Curse? Not strong enough, it seems.
All right.
Satanic will secure some last hits under the tower.
So looking at the big picture in this game, what I really like about the Terrorblade pick in this is you're playing against Dragon Knight, who's going to go green facet, so all the physical damage, you have a lot of armor. You're playing against Pango, who's all physical. And you're almost dead.
Lotus applied. Satanic dives under the tier 1 to Amar. Cinderan's Curse is just delayed like his brain, but in the end, very strong indeed. It's 9 class securing a bounty room for himself. I mean, like, theoretically, they have the percentage-based damage against them. Breathe Fire reduces base damage, which is really good against Terrorblade, but like, in terms of damage itself, it's mostly physical, like you said, which the armor is really going to help with.
It is somewhat double-edged, but it's a matchup that Terrorblade has always enjoyed, the one against Dragon Knight. You outrange him in Metamorphosis form, you're going to buy the right items, you have inherently exceptionally high armor, and Dragon Knight will struggle to deal with that with the green facet. Pango's all physical. Underlord, yes, it's nice to have the auras against TB, but at the same time, the value of Firestorm against that hero also isn't the absolute best. He doesn't have as much HP as certain other carries. But it was crucial for Falcons to at least get on the board in this lane. Not something I would have expected, to be honest. Underlord Hoodwink, not necessarily a killer lane against these two, but they made it work.
Mid lane's still pretty close. As we're getting close to that 6-minute power rune, we'll see if the supports end up coming about. As you can see, 9 class on that Centaur. Close by, snaking. Getting some vision ahead of time. 9 class still level 2, has the hoof stomp double edge. As Malrine already using the swashbuckle. We'll see if they force the issue. No one with the primal roar available. Shield crash used as well. As bottom, looks like Amar's the one in trouble. Satanic has the Metamorphosis activated, and this is 3 members of Pvision gonna bring Amar down. No one gets off the roar just in time, but there's not gonna be any backup to try to go on top of Malrine. Instead, the Rolling Thunder will be completely free to rain right on top of no one's corpse.
You will also get the rune as an added benefit. This was a really nice timed rotation from the side of Falcons. I don't think I'm so free though with Amar dying, but probably happy to get the rune and get their Pango on the board first here. Considering, in spite of that kill, no one is still 500 ahead of the Pango. Kind of crazy when you think about it. 19 denies on the Beastmaster as well, putting on a clinic in the mid lane. Now the invasion.
Yeah, this is pretty important. 9 class really needs these levels. No one comes and takes most of the creeps with the wild axes. Snaking taking over a boar for some extra vision here. And this is a 7-minute move.
Test and get this wisdom. This will be a level 3 Centaur minute 7.
Yes, he is hurting big time. 5 seconds to come. Snaking onto the high ground will get the vision needed. 9 class absolutely cannot stand here. He's going to get bushwhacked. Gets off the hoof stomp, but dies shortly after. So Snaking takes the shrine, and Amar gets the other. So something the Falcons desperately need as they try to stay alive in this series.
This is one of those big differences. We're probably going to be talking about it more as this game progresses. Having 9 class off of those slippery heroes and onto a Centaur opens up new avenues for Falcons that they didn't have in the previous game, and that other teams haven't really found versus Pvision in previous series either. He's always been slippery and hard to deal with.
Yep, we got the hoof stomp with the help from the Cookie. Little Shredder doing some work as well. Amar trying to get away, but the blocks are too strong. But the TPs are coming for Falcons. It looks like this will break things up as Amar gets away with just a little bit of HP.
Mission
they
failed.
do spot it, so it's up, wasting a TP in the end.
Dragon form popped up top. This is a very strong timing for any Dragon Knight carry lineup. Level 6 together with Chen, a classic pairing of heroes. We've seen this for 15 years.
Roar from no one, arcane rune taken afterwards as crit Slowed
Should
to
be
a high
okay.
degree, and you will be getting away with the scurry.
This tower's gone up top. No surprises
the room.
there.
Indeed.
Much better start for Falcons to this game than the previous one. Still, the writing on the wall is more than likely, should this game go the distance, than Pvision's lineup with Enigma, Terrorblade, and Beastmaster insane in the late game, and you don't have solutions once again for the BKB Black Holes. The best tool you'll have is a Pango Basher and then hope for the best, but you don't really want to get there if you can avoid it. Of course, Kezu did predict a 38-minute victory for Falcons.
Yeah, very
naive as always, and questionable takes, but we'll let him.
Hey, he's on home turf right now, so got to give him the benefit of the doubt. As no one is working on the Ags that you were talking about.
Can we get some cheers for Kezu?
Oh, not bad, not bad.
Can we get some cheers for Bratwurst? All right, I think that was surprisingly close. I
You guys not like food? Food
I
is...
thought that was going to be way more lopsided than that. Maybe they felt a little bit bad, but they really wanted to.
Yeah.
Cheer louder for that.
Maybe they're full from that last series.
Had enough. Nah, I'm good.
Early 1K lead for the Falcons side. DM now level 6 in that black hole. And Skeeter. Blink Dagger is going to be the first item for him, and it's actually really close. Looks like they want to really push the envelope. Try to get ultra aggressive to start this game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see when Falcons truly kick it into gear here. With this early defusal and Chen working on drum, perhaps that is when you're trying to collapse. You're also 100 gold away from DK's Blink. Classic build here from Skitter on the carry DK, even in phases when other teams were playing carry Dragon Knight more greedy with an early farming item. Skitter was generally leaning on this dagger and trying to take map control, and it really plays into the overall read that we have on Falcons as a team, which is they utilize Skitter a lot more aggressively rather than as a true position 1 in many of their games. However, in this one, maybe DK has to get really big. I'm not sure if Pango and Underlord can really output enough down the stretch.
Yeah, I have to say, the Underlord, I mean, not that this is an Underlord carry, but it is Amar playing the Underlord, so it feels like it will end up being an Underlord. It has been a bit underwhelming, but they will get that tier 1 tower. And this is the Blink Dagger reveal for Skeeter, right on top of DM. Sharpshooter from Crit is coming, and that is a lot of damage to withstand. DM will take a tumble as a result. Hand of God to be able to try to keep himself alive, Snake King, but the kisses are too strong. So some sort of a trade for Pvision, but definitely favoring Falcons this time around.
Yep, another tower and a core for support trade.
Diffusal online for Malrine as well, so...
Yep. If only someone had told you that 2 minutes ago when it was even more impressive.
I mentioned the Blink Dagger, you didn't listen as well, so that is tied for
All right,
this
it's a
game.
draw for now.
Keep it up.
I think you're just...
I didn't want to say anything because it's the upper bracket finals of TI, and it seemed kind of dumb to bring it up in the middle of something so prestigious.
Kind of weird that you did that, actually.
Yeah.
Here they come into smoke.
Smoke.
Looking for the wrap.
Malrine.
They'll find it.
Dragon Tail. This is a big pickoff if they can get it. And the cookie's not going to be enough as Malrine just completely destroys him. And now the tier 1 tower to follow. So that is 3 tier 1s already dead at the 12-minute mark. Falcons looking good.
Yeah, they're going to keep this pace up. This is what they need to do with their lineup. A strategy that they're very familiar with playing, so this should just be full-on autopilot almost. Not as in Pvision can't respond, but rather Falcons know what to do. Pvision have to come up with the solutions. 9 class found again. Level 5 just cracked, minute 12.
Yeah,
This is a totally different 9 class than in the last many games we've seen. For comparison, both supports on Falcon's side sitting on level 7. So he is not offering much. Far away from that Helm, far away from Stampede. A little bit of a dead hero in the game right now, if I'm honest.
Yeah,
Pvision are almost playing 4v5.
But once he gets that cart.
Yeah, let's look ahead at that. I'll tell you this. If 9 class gets cart, they're going to win. Because that means the game went long enough that they didn't need it anyway.
Very true.
13 minutes, 3K lead.
I mean, even if Falcons end up losing this game, this is something that other teams will be looking at.
Oh,
be able to ban both the Slark and the Monkey King as Satanic. Bushwhacked in, but you can see the TP's coming for Pvision. Sharpshooter does a lot of damage, but it's not quite enough Sunder onto his own illusion to
he's
stay
in
alive.
trouble.
But
Here
the
comes
rolling
the
thunder, Malrine is there with the rest of Falcons nearby to finish the job. They get Ducalis as well as Satanic. Big kills as 9 class is basically a creep at this stage. 4K lead for Falcons.
Uh-oh. Well, Kezu with the 38-minute prediction, maybe very conservative. I feel like this could just be a 25-minute. Let's hold our horses. This is definitely looking great for Falcons, though. I found that in this tournament, a lot of the time it's very difficult to predict game length, even based on, let's say you take a snapshot now and you're like, okay, you would probably have an idea about 6 months ago with where this game is oftentimes headed, and then you get surprised time and time again. But without question, this is about as good of a start as Falcons could have hoped for. They're also going to get both Wisdoms perhaps here. If they get both, this is so bad for Centaur. He's going to stay level 5.
Oh my god.
He's about to get 6 from 1 creep, but we're talking minute 14.
Yeah, this is bad. This is bad. Do not pick Centaur support in your pubs. Holy jeez. There it is. Stampede finally available for the horse. As the cheer, the crowd goes wild for that.
Yep, 2 people happy about that. Good for you guys. Let's see him put it to good use.
I mean, is this the latest level 6 in the tournament, potentially?
I don't think so, but it might be the latest on a position 4. I think it's the latest we've cast.
Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes 5s just have a terrible game where they get run over in lane and they don't really recover.
I mean, he's position 7 in this game, it feels like, so far. We'll see if he can catch up, though.
Wow, not even 6.
No, we skipped a level there.
Okay.
He's still going for the Helm of the Dominator. I mean, that certainly is a way
what
to
are you
get
going to do when you have Crown and Helm of Iron Will? Are you going to change your build?
Yeah, true. He's already committed
They're
quite a while
committed
ago.
at this point. Although it would be cool to see him say screw it and go armlet. That would be, honestly, that would be one of the least surprising players to do it with a 9 class.
Yeah, if only he was playing the Terrorblade in this case.
Yeah,
9
Om's
class.
going to get jumped by Skater.
Yes, he will. Waiting for the Stampede, but the Dragon Tail comes first. 9 class. He will be using the Stampede. They're going to try to turn this right around with the Black Hole available, but the Fiend's Gate comes out. Mortimer's Kisses with the Black Hole right on top. They get the DK. Looks like they will find 9 class in the end, but at what cost exactly? DM's going to get the cookie to stay away. You'll be perfectly safe, so the position 7 Centaur taken out in replacement for the position 1 Dragon Knight.
That did force both Black Hole and Stampede and Roar, though.
Yeah,
so
that
a
means
lot
Falcons.
of opportunity. Nice Midnight Pulse instantly there from DM to stop the Bushwhack. Nice little detail. Enigma obviously having that reliable counterplay to Hoodwink. And if nothing else for the side of Pvision, aside from the trade itself, Satanic gets a little bit of breathing room. But this is going to cost them. Here comes the Zoo.
Yeah, no Black Hole, no Mortimers. That means Roche for free for Falcons. I mean, how do they scale into the late game if Pvision is able to somehow defend, like from the Falcons' perspective? Because this is obviously a very good early game lineup.
I mean, Pango can be deceptive and can be a true late game powerhouse. The problem is just his matchups, right? It's not that their lineup in itself can't play late game well, but you're playing into Roar, you're playing into Black Hole, and you're playing into hard-hitting ranged carry. So 3 things that are generally tough for Pango, and I mean, shouldn't come as a surprise. You first face this hero, of course it's going to get counterpicked at this level. But once again, Falcons' goal, if you ask them before the game when they want, how long they want this game to be, it's probably around the 40-minute mark that they're hoping to win. For Pvision, they'll probably just tell you the longer the better. Dom now up for 9 class. Let's see him find a creep.
Will it be a Centaur? Ooh. Oh. That's an Ogre. That is a Satyr. Okay. Not what we were hoping for, of course.
This is probably the most pitiful farming speed you've seen from 9 class. He's standing there killing a Satyr Mindstealer. It took him about 15 seconds to kill a medium creep without retaliate.
And Ducalis can be found by Malrine. Completely drained of mana and an easy pickoff as a result. Aghanim Scepter not too far away from Malrine. It's going to be an extremely good timing. As Skeeter applying pressure to the tier 2 bot. This looks like another free objective for Falcons.
And the big fundamental difference between game number 1 and this one is that this time around, Pvision are unable to force Falcons to defend. That's the number 1 biggest difference. Sure, you could also say they won the lanes, but all these things are compounding where Pvision have games where the lanes don't go perfectly, they get their doms and they stall. This time, not happening. Because they only had the Enigma one for so long, and it's not enough against Chen's army and all the clear that Falcons have. So now they are the ones forcing you back, and Pvision a lot less comfortable in that playstyle, and they don't have their 9-class scout to give them moments of opportunity. No slippery ward placing hero, no invisible hero, nothing like that.
Rolling Thunder finds another target. Bushwhack right on top. Fiend's Gate is close by. No one does get off the Primal Roar there, and there's the Stampede from the Centaur. Is now the Metamorphosis popped by Satanic. Can they try to turn this around? A big reflection comes out. Malrine and company looks like they're going to back away for the time being. That is still a big cooldown expended. There's 9-class spotted. DM is nearby, and Skeeter won't pursue any further.
Yep, not quite enough for that Orchid, but an interesting pickup nonetheless. Probably the dream scenario for him is finding Enigma and getting the silence off, or of course the Terrorblade post Manta. Not going to be the easiest, but still. Another tempo item, if you will, right? Going Blink Orchid on DK, you can't really play much faster than that. It's telling a clear story about what Falcons are trying to do, whereas Pvision just, once again, buying that time.
Yeah,
Enigma's itemization also playing into that with the early Crimson.
It was quite a good delay from Pvision, cutting out some of the time of this Aegis is now they scan out, but the TP looks to be successful. Malrine, no Basher. Only 200 away from that Ags. And only 2 minutes left on the Aegis. I mean, when they picked up this Aegis, how many buildings do you think that they were expecting to take?
I think they were hoping to take at least 2 tier 2s. But
still in the realm of possibility. The 20-minute mark is close as well, so we'll likely use this advantage to be able to take the Tormentor.
And they would love to get the Chen one in this game. We just want stronger and bigger creeps. The Hoodwink already bought her own, so it's between the Chen. I guess Pango is also okay, but once again, not the most obvious value game, given that there's 2 BKB piercing abilities.
Yeah. 9-class has to use the Stampede, but he gets Dragon-tailed. Cookie to follow. And the Orchid used from Skeeter, attempting the TP. Bushwhack will connect. This will be the death of the Centaur. And we can see on the Tormentor side, Amar will be going to town. And it will be snaking, so Ancients at his disposal.
The Ripper's Lash on Chen with 12 skeletons is just something else.
Yeah.
It's
and
crazy.
looks like they will get that second tier 2 as the Aegis 40 seconds away.
DM thinking about this Wisdom. Let's see if Amar calls the bluff here. I think he's a little bit uncertain about whether he can get away with it, but okay, well, with DM TPing out, this plays itself. We're going to have the 1-for-1 trade.
You'd say that, yeah. You were correct. Good job.
I do indeed say that. Thank you for listening.
Well, 9-class going for a Blink Dagger next, so actually not anything too crazy. I was expecting some big switch-ups here from the position 4 Centaur. Still obviously a ways away. I mean, he went for a full Hoof Stomp double edge build, so his farm is completely dependent on just double edging creeps and using the Helm of the Dom.
I mean, there is surely no other build this game than Blink Ags, right? No joke. What else are you really buying here? Your Enigma is buying the auras that you need. Your job is to try to save people that get Dragon Tail. Most likely later in the game. Be there for your Terrorblade, drive him into the fight, and let him attack freely. However, when you're playing support Centaur and you go Ags, you don't have those tankiness items. So when you run in on it as a workhorse, you might just get killed.
That's true.
Almost instantly. So that's a little bit tricky. I do think it is the path that he is bound to take. Can also drive in the Enigma for a nice black hole.
Oh yeah,
that's fun. But right now, I think the Ags is a complete pipe dream. He's 5,000 gold away from having that and Dagger, which means he would have to almost triple his net worth.
Almost there.
So yeah, give him another 30 minutes. Might be there. And what's shaping up to be another one-sided affair, but this time the complete flip from game 1. Falcons have definitely figured something out about Pvision's playstyle in that first game. And should this go to a game 3, that's when it would get really interesting if Pvision can bring something new to the table and counter the counter.
That's right. Pick an even weirder position 4. That's the goal if we get to that point.
Spectre 4.
Hell yeah.
For 9-class.
Let's hear it for Spectre, everybody. Skeeter blinks to the high ground, gets roared for his trouble, but you can see the Fiend's Gate of Amar on the way, so this will be the death of Ducalis at the very least. And no one already exiting the premises. Did require a few TPs from Falcons, but they secure the kill.
Yeah. Pvision just, I was going to say they seem a little lost, but they really don't. They're just very, it's very deliberate the way in which they're playing the map. It's all stalling tactics, but they can't really take any initiative for the foreseeable future. And playing Dota like that at this level, it's exceptionally difficult. Like, you can try to play keep away as long as you want, but eventually you're playing against a team that has a blink stun hero, you have a global hero in the Fiend's Gate, and the Hoodwink crit in this tournament has been insane on this. They're gonna find you eventually. Or they just go high ground.
High ground onto the Helm of the Dominator, destroyed. Satanic and company are nearby to
Okay, they go
get
back.
rid of these skellies, though. I mean, that is one thing, is Pvision have very good high ground defense, and they can kill creeps extremely quickly. I mean, no one just alone could do that. Obviously wasn't even needed for that.
Yep.
As he's getting close to a blink dagger for himself now. And DM, about 1,200 from the BKB on the Enigma.
Yeah. You would imagine Pango, oh, Malrine, he saw him.
Yes, he did. Crit will be coming in from the south as well. And DM, you are super dead, my friend. Quite tanky with that Crimson Guard, but okay. He's going to attempt the TP. Very ambitious indeed.
That's very optimistic. Good effort, as you like to say. But not quite enough to get out of there. And yeah, with the BKB, surely Malrine will go Basher after Blink, right? I don't think this is a game. You could consider Linkens against the Beastmaster and the Sunder, but I don't think it's necessary. I think you'd much rather play your tempo and try to dictate the fights. Having that way of stopping Black Hole be very nice and valuable, and of course...
That is a huge pickup.
Oh, yeah.
Global Root. God, what a cool axe. This thing is so sick on the Underlord. Just needs a Gleipnir, of course. That's the pub mentality. Will not be going for that, of course. As Amar with just a ridiculous amount of Zoo creeps nearby. Smoke from Pvision. Roche is now up.
Feels like it's been a long time since we've seen an Underlord as top net worth in a game when it's not the carry.
That's fair,
is
yeah.
extremely farmed in this game. Just full space all the time.
Amar
Fine
spots
balance.
him. Hit a Malice. Satanic trying to run away. Cuts down some trees as his entire zoo is chasing him. He will be able to get out for the time being. The rest of Falcons relatively close. As they will likely try to take this next Roche relatively shortly. It is in the top area at the moment. We'll have another 4 minutes to be able to take it. They are grouping up now.
And this is a great hero against Pvision's playstyle as well. When you think about how they stall their games and what they do to get to that late game, Fiend's Gate has to be one of the best abilities. You send Amar, a mega tanky hero, to take out the trash in a side lane, and he can always connect to a possible team fight if needed. And now with that route, as you mentioned, it's going to be even better. Nice reaction there from no one.
Trying to bait them in, but it does feel like Pvision might just give this Aegis up potentially. DM is very far to the north. As even Kiss is being used to scout things out. As Falcons still not feeling confident to be able to take Roche.
They want to find a pick instead.
Against the Enigma.
Skitter's just going to run in.
Yes, he is. Malrine, he gets Malefice to start things out. And they're going to be able to get the silence on this Enigma DM. Stampede. He is all alone right now. See if he goes for a Black Hole play. Probably not, as Malrine finally gets the connection. It takes such a long time. It's even the creep helping out with the Congregations of the Deep, and the Swashbuckle finishes the job. So 45 seconds, not having to worry about DM. Technically does have buyback, but at this stage of the game, unlikely to see it. Now Falcons do have to worry a bit about this bot lane if you go for Roche. As he is still angry, it seems. Snaking halfway to an Aghanim Scepter, by the way. This is such a cool Ags.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting.
We've seen it once before in this tournament.
Yep.
Be able to channel it, be able to give it magic resist. As the Aegis will go to Skeeter.
For any Warcraft 3 fans, this Ags reminds me a lot of Shadowhunter's ultimate in that game, where you yourself make all units around yourself invulnerable. It's obviously not to that level, but the concept is the same. You have this relatively fragile hero that just becomes the center of the fight. And yeah, curious to see if Snaking gets there, if that will be a very noticeable difference, but yeah, making all allied units debuff immune with 60% magic resist. Kinda crazy for 6 seconds.
Trying to cut the wave was DM, not successful. Skeeter leading the way, has the Bloodthorn now and the Aegis. Roche banner placed, and this is where Pvision have to make some serious decisions on their defense.
Nice Manta
Nice Manta for Satanic. Dragontail completely dodged. As the Rolling Thunder comes in right on top of Satanic with a roar used on Malrine. The Force Touch can keep his head. It's a double black hole with the Mortimers from above. Do they have the damage? The BKBs mitigate most of it though. And now Pvision on the retreat. Big Swashbuckler coming in from Malrine with the shield crash to follow. No one is dead just outside his base. Satanic drops as well along with DM. That is 4 dead for Pvision. Only 2 buybacks available. A full team wipe. Falcons lose nothing. They still have Aegis for 3.5, and these buildings will absolutely melt.
It's a completely similar fashion to Game 1, just for the other team. Pvision, they don't have the damage. They're getting a 2-hero black hole, they're getting the roar off, they're using Snap Ult, Terrorblade meta, and Falcons just shrug it off.
And they're going to go straight for the Megas.
And they just don't care.
Likely the final fortification of the game. These creeps do not give a shit about that, though. As the buyback comes out from no one. Of course, there's no black hole once DM is back up and running. Another 100 seconds away. This is surely going to be mega creeps. And indeed, 30 minutes in the game, Falcons with megas.
And there it is, the Chen Ags, ready to make a big difference after the game is basically won. For the side of Falcons. Can do a little bit of a celebratory dance in the end if he wants to, as now the items just come raining in. Full Shiva's Guard for Amar.
Can
DK almost has
Pvision
Lincolns.
Can Pvision hold on for 8 more minutes so Kezu can be correct? Will it happen? Big smoke though.
20 seconds.
This would be a dieback for no one. He pops the BKB, trying to retreat, gets off the Primal Roar. Looks like he's fine, although Malrine has something to say about that. There's the cart from 9 class. Huge plays from him using nothing. Nobody's in the cart. No one. He dies right outside of the cart. Truly unfortunate for the position 7 Centaur. 2 dead for Pvision, and now Falcons looking to end the game. Satanic calls GG, and that's going to mean Game 3 on the way.
And 9 class is going to be upset with that last fight. He followed the team's instructions and said, put no one in the cart. And that's exactly what he did. Wasn't able to reach anybody. And they're laughing.
That was good, actually.
Not quite sure why they're having such a good time after. But I mean, if nothing else, you can have a little bit of a laugh at it. 9 class looking at his monitor, dreaming of playing Dota. But in this game, he got... played a little bit of, I don't know what to call that.
That was something.
Farmhand simulator. He was running around all game, finally got his Ags and lost immediately.
Yes, that was... I am a huge Centaur fan. That was hard to watch, I'm not going to lie. But at the very least, we get to see a game number 3.
I think everybody's happy with that, including some Pvision fans, because why wouldn't you want to see your team play more games on the main stage? But this game, maybe you want to put it out of your mind a little bit sooner rather than later. But we're still going to break it down because a lot of things happen in this game. Effie, how did you experience this unusual game of Dota 2?
Unusual game of Dota 2. I want to say that I was expecting a little bit more out of that support Centaur because it looked cool in the draft, right? You think it's an offlaner, all of a sudden, here comes Enigma. Oh no, what do they do about it? Turns out they didn't have to do anything. Centaur handled himself.
Yeah, there was just so many problems that started happening, right? Like Falcons between the series, probably talking about what do they want to do, like have the DK, play fast for your safe lane, like try to abuse what's happening. Because this early centaur, like Nikas, he didn't find that much success. Yeah, he's pulling some waves. He did go into the safe and like catch one kill, but from start to finish, this was Falcons like setting up everything. Taking the Wisdom Shrines, going mid, getting the first kill, going for the runes. Even here, this is 13-minute mark. They're at like a tier 2 already this early on in the game.
I mean, Falcons identified that you do not want Pvision to set themselves up on the map, right? And of course, when you shut down the Enigma, right, you take his tier 1 tower. You put, of course, the Centaur, we could talk about it a lot, but moving to the support role, he had what, Windlace, also trying to buy a Dominator. Like when they don't have the Dominators, when they don't have this way to skip waves, prolong the game, find that smoke, dodge the smoke, get the team fight, then Pvision, they look human. And I think Falcons in the second game, they identified how to break them. Play quick, break the map, force the objectives before Pvision does anything on the map themselves.
For me too, it's also a lot about Amar. Like Amar is impressing me not only with his gameplay, but we need to remember, he's the one pressing the buttons, right? He's coming into TI, captaining, drafting, he's giving himself these 24 last picks. He is destroying these games. Yesterday on the Hustar, just here on the Underlord, perfect lane, perfect itemization, and it works really well against this map play. You can go somewhere and don't worry, brothers, I've got the gate, I can come to you. Immediately they turn the fights around. Yeah, those KDAs on Falcons, they're looking damn smooth.
Yeah. Also, crit on his Hoodwink was everywhere. But who I really want to shout out is Malrian because he came back swinging in this game too. In that game 1, we didn't see much out of him. He was shut down on lane. They really heavily focused on that mid. He didn't get much out of his initiations. This time around, it feels like they thought, okay, they want to shut down Malrian. They want to take away his Blink Dagger heroes. Let's just play Tango. That hero can be active from the very start of the game, and that's what happened. They brought the supports mid. They were able to kill no one on that Beastmaster with the first Rolling Thunder. He then goes to the Wisdom Shrine and crit on his Hoodwink, of course, everywhere. He's wherever you need him to be. There's a reason why this is his most played hero.
Yeah, he's absolutely just destroying any game that you give him this hero. You've got to be careful. Sure, maybe it's not good enough to ban, but then you play against it, it's good enough to beat you, so you've got to make the choice.
Yeah, we saw the combo in the series yesterday with BB Team having the Hoodwink and the DK, and I think Tigov, I think we're going to see this combo a lot more because the kill potential was so strong.
Yeah, it works so nicely on the map, and the way that Skidder played it as well, like, he wants to be more aggressive to play with the Hoodwink. Other DKs, be it from the carry role, they'll still play for scaling, and later they connect. But Skidder's like, no, I want to be with you. I want to play that aggressive game.
Yeah, and they got the chance to play the aggressive game after having a good early game, Kazu.
No, absolutely, because from the lanes, you know, they always do this. Like Falcons, when good stuff happens for them, they're always able to take it into one. I want to show the levels of how this happens. So they go mid, first rotation, minute 6. We talk about Malvin's Pango, boom, the crit Hoodwink, he's here, snaking on the Chen, you lose game 1, doesn't matter. What's most important here, no one dies, which means when he respawns naturally, he's going to want to TP mid tier 1. So what's going to happen minute 7? You're losing your offlane, your mid cannot rotate over, snaking stole a boar from no one, and they're now contesting this Wisdom Shrine. So this pathetic +4 center who's already struggling doesn't get his first Wisdom Shrine. And the thing also, I didn't really want to include it, but at minute 14, the same thing happened. They're too far behind. They lose their secondary Wisdom Shrine, so Falcons, textbook gameplay.
Yeah, they had a good game. We said after game number 1, and especially after the draft, that we needed them to play crisp and clean and maybe a little bit fast. Tigov, you had a lot of emphasis on especially Falcons just to shape it up.
And that's exactly what they did, right? Based off the clips from Kazu showed, when we fast forward, right, they look towards the Roshan. Look at the time, right? 16 minutes, 27 seconds to take the Roshan. Less than a minute later, they're hitting the bottom tier 2, utilizing the Chen, utilizing the aggression of Skidder, the natural playstyle he wants to make. Fast forward another 30 seconds, now Marines on the other side of the map with the Underlord TPing and applying more pressure to Satanic. The fact that within a minute and a half window, Roshan was taken, tier 2 was taken, Satanic was pressured. That is exactly what you need to do against Pvision.
And I wonder, when you look at what Pvision did within this draft, they kind of baited the Centaur pick, made them think it was offlane so they could get an Enigma and catch them off guard. What did the Enigma do for them in that game? He got his tower taken very early on. He was behind on farm, and he ended up buying auras, right? He bought a Crimson Guard, but his team ended up just playing whack-a-mole, hiding around the map, trying to get farm where they could. They couldn't fight off of that aura, and they got nothing out of that Enigma pick. It just overcomplicated their draft.
Yeah. It very much overcomplicated their draft. And in an episode of Please Don't Try This at Home, we're going to look at Purge explaining that Centaur a little bit more.
Thanks, Cheever. Number 1 Centaur support hater is right here, and I'm going to tell you guys exactly why. 9 class overcooked big time. He kind of thought that if I get Helm of the Dominator, I can make any support work, which is true, but you got to get the Helm of the Dominator first, and that is basically what we're going to watch not happen. He did a great job pulling creeps. He did block the small camp the first time he did that pull. The second time, though, the camp respawns, so Snake King gets to fight him every time. And what's happening is this hero does not have good armor. He's got 0 armor. It's somewhere below 1. That means that any damage that he's taking is way more than a regular hero. Most heroes have like 3 to 4 armor. That means they're going to resist like 15 to 20% of damage. So that means all the tangos that he's using are worse because that regen that you get then doesn't get blocked, doesn't block very much damage afterwards. It basically just makes his life kind of bad. He pretty much can't contest the lane because when he actually fights heroes, the amount of damage he's taking from just a creep and a hero ends up being way more than he's dealing back. So he just can't actually fight. So he basically has to leave the lane. Here's the first time he did something good. It was 5 minutes into the game. He stacked a camp. He pulled some waves. That was okay. But this is the first really good thing that he did, which was a gank. This one was solid. This nice gap close. He's a fast hero. He went the horsepower facet so he can stay ahead of his opponents. But that was pretty much the only bright spot. We saw a little bit of this earlier, but look what's actually attacking him here. It's just 2 creeps. There's like 1 right click from Hoodwink and 1 spell and he dies. It's so simple to kill his hero. 7 minutes in, he's level 3. He's again like, well, there was one thing that worked. It was this bot gank. So he tries to get a kill on Amar. He's blocking him. But Amar's now more leveled, and he has more items. So Amar actually kind of just survives this one. Satanic didn't have Metamorphosis either, so one downside. And now he's thinking, okay, I need to get this Helm of the Dominator, so he's going to start farming creeps. And he does finally have an armor item, which is great. But unfortunately, he didn't get the Chipped Vest. Chipped Vest would have given him some ability to farm, and he wasn't going to put points into return because he kind of needs spells that deal damage. Otherwise, he isn't a good hero. He doesn't actually like get kills, which is a downside. So he got a little unlucky on the neutral, but this build is still ass, so don't think that that was really going to change anything. And then while he's pushing on the top lane, Skitter, who's 75% through his Dragon form, is like, oh, I can kill this guy that's in front of my tower. So he actually just hurt himself even more, giving Skitter this free kill. So this build was bad. We will not see this again.
I do realize he said this build was bad. That means Centaur as a support with a different build, T.
Don't try this at home. Let's keep it at that. Don't try this at home.
You can make a case for 5 Centaur, but I think for a team like Pvision that are very dependent on 9 class and his early game rotations, his map play, the way that he wards, dewards, makes the enemy team chase him around, you put him on a hero like Centaur, it does not recreate what Monkey King does. Last game, he's Monkey King, he goes mid-minute 3, kills enemy mid laner. This time around, do you think he's going to do that on a Centaur?
No, you're right. Unfortunately. I do like a little bit of experimentation, and why not in the main stage? It's upper bracket after all. We're going to see, of course, what happens in game number 3. Before we get there, though, we're going to see another submission for the short film contest. This one is Icy Silence.
Fate gives no warning. It simply casts you into the abyss, where some echoes never stop reaching back. Every leap, every crack in the stone were invisible hands shaping the hunter within. Discipline sharpens instinct until the arrow obeys thought alone. There was peace in the fall, a silence only the wind could understand. But even in that quiet, allies found me. I did not choose this path, but I walked it to the end. And when the moment comes, my hands do not tremble. Now, I walk alone, so innocence never follows in my footsteps.
I love the references in this one. It is fantastic, and I can't wait to see what's coming out on top. Who's coming out on top, of course, tomorrow. But let's focus our attention to see who's coming out on top in this series. Who's coming out on top to be there tomorrow in that grand finals. First team to be slotted in. It's either Pvision, it's Falcons, and I will not lie, both teams were pretty one-sided. Either way, Effie, what's going to happen next? Because we've seen the strengths. What's it going to come down to?
I think it'll come down to which team has that entry point after the laning stage into playing the map and taking over the map. In that game 1, it did end up being Pvision, but only after a while, only after Falcons made the first error in a team fight. In this game 2, it didn't really exist in the same way, but it's going to be the same story. Wave shove, Helm of Dominators, getting creeps out, and looking for that first strong team fight.
To me, it's also a lot about like the emotional side. Like in between this game, like both teams are 1-1. You're going into game 3, upper bracket finals. What are they talking about? Yesterday we heard that both of them like praised their coaches. You know, AOI 2000 gave a speech mid-series. Whenever you hear Pvision, they're talking about Ostini. What does he say in between the game? How do they go into the next game? With what emotions? What is your plan? How do you want to go against, like, are you going to try to have another Centaur 4, a different replacement? What is your replacement? So going to the next game, for me, it's a lot about the planning.
I kind of want to simplify it to the point where, so far in the playoffs, 9class has played Monkey King and Slut. The first time he plays a different hero, they lose in like 20-odd minutes. So if I was
Has
Falcons...
it only ever been those two?
Against Heroic, it was Monkey King, Monkey King. Against XG, it was Slark, Monkey King. Game 1, Falcons, Monkey King. All of them dominant, map breaking, everything. Finally, when they're both banned out, again, like I said, so I feel like if you're Falcons, trade those bans. Even if you're on first pick and you only have 3 bans available, ban both of them. Just get rid of them. You can maybe first pick the Monkey King, then only ban Slark, ban 2 different heroes. But in my head, get rid of those 2 heroes, and then 9class is a very different player.
Maybe that is exactly where the team's head said. When we saw the draft order, both games, it has been exactly the same. Potentially, Falcons just really wants that second pick to make sure they have 4 bans to deal with the squad. And dealt with the squad they did, and that means we are at the impasse. It's 1-1. Pvision and Falcons, only one will emerge victorious and will secure top 2, which for both teams, Kezu, would be immensely big.
It's absolutely crazy, especially when you remember there are some people here that have barely any experience at all. Like already just getting top 3 in like one of your first or your first TIs, it's very rare. It's like nearly unheard of. So first of all, this happening, you should already be very happy with what's happening. You want to be confident, like going into the next game as well. But yeah, here we do see the previous drafts. But the thing is, sure, you can be Falcons and you're gonna ban the Monkey Sock, or you find a way that they don't get their hands on it. But you're against Pvision, you are Pvision, they know that this is happening. So what are they talking about to correct for themselves in the next game?
Honestly, Ostini walked into that booth with a big smile on his face. He doesn't seem to be too discouraged, so they may have just acknowledged it as a draft blunder. I don't think that 9class was calling for this 4 Centaur. I think they were probably cooked it, maybe tried it, and a scrim talked about it. But the point of the Centaur was to hide the Enigma. They wanted to give them a false sense of security on Falcons that they weren't going to be dealing with an Enigma, and they did the swapperoo at the very end. It didn't work out. Just go into game 3 with your previous strategies.
Yeah, you can only get away with that once anyway, and when they did, it didn't work out. And I'm sure that Falcons is on a tier where, regardless, they will keep an open mind. They know who they're facing, they know what can come at them, and I feel like flexibility for both of these squads, because when last year, every time, we were talking about Falcons, it was always about the overlapping hero pools from the players. I feel like we're seeing that back in Pvision now, maybe even stronger.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking... Actually, I'll be honest. Don't worry. Back to you, Shiva.
What?
What happened? I have no answer for you. I'll be honest.
You have no answer for
You
me?
asked a question, I was nodding, and I was staring at Skidder doing some like prayer hands. And
but he's been doing that.
Yeah, and he was like really focused, and I just was fixated on Skidder, and I'll be honest, I'm not even going to try and hide it. I have no idea what you asked me.
Oh, that's fine. I wasn't necessarily asking a question. I was just posing a topic because the hero flexes have been very strong. I also do think that some heroes just have been flexed because a lot of, like the Beastmaster we just saw from No One, we see that being flexed so many more times now.
I got it, yeah. They overcooked, let's be honest. I think Ostini's the type of coach that gives the vibe of, in the moment he might have an idea, and his players trust him so much that no matter what, they're going to go with it. And it feels like that's the type of draft where he's smiling going into the booth knowing, you know what, I suggested an idea, it didn't work, it's on me, don't worry players, let me fix it for your game 3. That's probably why they are still in good spirits after that game 2.
I mean,
that was a good enough answer for you now, Shiva.
I think that was good enough. And obviously that is also good, like going into the game, you want to take this pressure when you could also see, like on the camera, you know, No One with his low bro satanic, you know, like fist bumping each other, giving each other a handshake, because you got to remember, he's very young, but in my opinion too, they're very confident players. No One himself, satanic too, you see it in the pubs, you see it in the games, like, you know, they know what's up. So this game 3, I'm honestly expecting just a close game, because game 1 and 2, very one-sided affairs.
What I did learn from that game 2, though, was that Malrine, he just picked that Pango and showed them his stuff. Like, typically the way we've seen Malrine play is two heroes, right? Earthshaker is Sand King. He'll do a lot of farming, he'll do fine on the lane, go into the triangle, get his Blink Dagger off of stacks, and then make his key rotations. Without the need for Blink Dagger on a hero like Pangolier, he was able to do that a lot earlier, and it took away from all of the pressure that Pvision were building on him in this series. It seems like they talked about the mid lane and how they want to address it. And I just want to talk about the interview we heard from Tidebound a few days ago, where NTS said that he thinks Falcons is the strongest team because their mid laner always hits such a good tempo. And maybe that's the read every other team has, that they need to shut down Malreen's heroes. But Pango is back on the menu now.
Yeah, and I mean, in Game 1, they succeeded, right? They had the co-op with the Monkey King, with the Oracle against the Shaker. They shut him down. Game 2, of course, not the same story. That didn't happen. So if you're going into this next game, Pvision likely want to repeat what happened in Game 1, try to shut down Malreen, and try to make it happen.
Well, we're going to see exactly what they're going to make happen. It is the final game in this best-of-3 series, Pvision versus Falcons. Let's see what they got.
Pvision versus Team Falcons, Game 3.
Alrighty then, we got Pvision on Radiant, we got Falcons on Dire, and they did switch up the draft order this time around, where we do have Pvision having overall last pick, Falcons first pick, and therefore only 3 bans to their name, so we might see things changed up a little bit. The Mars still unfazed banned, just like the Chen here as well.
Yeah, key thing as well, Falcons had the priority, and they actually chose Dire, which then gave Pvision the ability to take second pick. So the way in which you want to utilize 4 bans, Falcons don't care, but as I said before, if they are to be first pick, ban Slark, entertain the idea of taking the Monkey King on first pick, and then you also solve that problem that I suggested.
Would make a lot of sense to me. I mean, if you do want to first pick the Monkey King, you can just go for like maybe a quad ban or something, whatever you want to protect it, to have Malreen play it. Because Skeeter, he doesn't play it as much. Amar does, so try to keep it open between your 2 and 3, because I believe those are 2 of the most likable options, or most likely options that will come out here.
We also see a Hoodwink Respect ban coming out for Crit, but something Pvision did in this banning stage was they broke 2 of the combos that Falcons love to play. By banning Mars, you take away the strength of Snapfire. We saw her without a Mars, and that Game 1 didn't look as good. And by banning the Hoodwink, the DK becomes less strong as well.
Yeah, for sure. And that's going to open up some other heroes too, because you're still going to... It is Falcons, they will try to find replacements. So with Hoodwink out, Snapfire maybe with different combos is still in, you've got the Sand King, maybe you look for more, like, Grimstroke's priority should be going up in this draft too.
And the fact that you were talking about banning like a co-op to protect the Monkey King, they don't want to put themselves in that first pick Monkey, so they ban it as well. 2 bans on 9 class, take the Malreen Sand King, and honestly, I couldn't ask for like a better start to a Game 3 draft from Falcons.
So now the question is, what have they prepared for Malreen Sand King?
Yep.
We've seen a lot of teams do things like they'll pick SF and try to win on lane versus it, but for SF to work versus Sand King, you also need to be able to invade his stacks early on, and they go back for the Oracle.
First pick, that is a lot of respect on the Ducalis Oracle. I would imagine that he's going to be the one playing it. Now the question is, Oracle, how much effort do you want to put into countering that? Because I feel like when there's an Oracle in the game, I mean, that's great, no, but it offers you a save. But do you need something to specifically counter a save?
See him, kill him. That's pretty much the 2 factors. So with the killing aspect, you have the Sand King. Now you need to find him. There needs to be another hero to locate the Oracle, and it cannot be the only way. So yeah, I think Sand King's a step in the right direction for it, at least, if you have a couple more heroes to also jump, but jump is the key answer.
Yeah, and 1 jump hero is not enough.
Yeah.
They had 1 jump hero in Shaker versus Oracle in that Game 1. It was not enough, especially when you look at Oracle as a hero who can just give himself free magic resistance. He puts the Fate's Edict on himself. If he gets solo epicentered, he protects himself.
And at the same time, if you're Pvision, you need, like, you cannot just pick an Oracle and be like, okay, here you go. You want, like in Game 1, you want a strong mid lane. Abuse the fact that you have the innate, you know where the runes are. You want people that go in for you because you will need to protect the Oracle. What we're talking about, you want backline jump, you want to see these heroes. You know, your Centaurs, Night Stalkers, they're going to go in. And if you cannot protect your Oracle, if you don't have people in front of you, a front line, you're food.
They banned the 9 class Pudge, which is really funny. They're just taking out all of his flavorful heroes. We haven't seen it yet this TI, but it's good to remember it.
I know I've also seen like no one played a little bit in the mid lane, but I also remember there was like a couple days in a row where 9 class every day he just played this post 4, but he was super annoying for all the 5s. Because a lot of 5s, they're actually quite slow in like the laning stage with how they maneuver. 1 hook, see you later.
Another option for Pvision to go down, if you want to think about 9-class kind of creative heroes, he's already played Zeus so far in the tournament. Get some of that vision, apply it so Sanking can't hide within the Sandstorm, and on top of that, it could lane well with, let's say, like a Centaur, a pipe-buying hero. And now you have Oracle protected by the Stampede, the aggression of a Zeus Centaur lane. Like, I can see some pretty cool combinations that Pvision can utilize.
Or, and this may surprise you all, but what if they pick something normal for a 9-class? He's capable of playing normal supports too.
I'm pretty sure Estini has like a grid of heroes to draft, and there is not a single normal hero in like the 9-class grid.
That's normal enough.
Pretty normal, actually.
That's pretty normal. He's a normal guy sometimes. I do want to defend 9-class a little bit. A lot of people think if you take away his cheese heroes, he doesn't play well, but before he even developed his Slark cheese, he was really good on heroes like Willow and Batrider. Like, he was a standard 4 player at some point as well.
That's true.
He just leaned so far into it that we've kind of lost the...
Yeah, we've lost him.
We've lost him for a bit, but in a game or two time, especially when teams are now banning out both Slark and Monkey, we are going to see him return to the at least a couple more traditional heroes.
I mean, if you're Falcons, it's sometimes a bit annoying to pick your 5 into Clock. Like a lot of the Pugnas, you don't really want to play into this hero. So Snaking, what is like looking for? Generally, I would say there's a very high chance they would look at Ench. I don't know exactly how this matchup goes at the moment in the meta with Clock against Ench in the lane, but it does fit like what they want to do.
Well, we got a normal hero once again, Snapfire. I feel like we've said it before, this is one of the few series where the bans in terms of crit bans have not been, or support bans with the Pugna potentially as well, have not been very dominant, but we do this game at least see both the Hoodwink and the Chen ban, so maybe the Pugna will still come out in this one as well.
The only problem with it is it's not perfectly answering the Oracle as of yet. Whilst we stun him, yes, it's good damage, but outside of that, if Oracle's free casting his spells, then Snapfire, Mortimer Kisses, it's not really applying too much to the fight, as Oracle will mitigate a lot of it. They do pick up the Enchantress, though, to try and lock down and secure that lane.
I mean, it is nice, at least Oracle early on, it's one of the biggest weaknesses of this hero. It's not a strong laner. If you get dove or if someone else gets dove, you're not the stronger like TPing around. And in Ench creep, you have nothing to deal with that too. So Falcons, they're playing more for, again, the stack. Help Malrine in the early game, contest a tower, collapse.
The tempo that we see from Falcons, it's reminiscent of the previous game, right? Where the Enchantress will unlock the ability to play the map, and Pvision, they want to try and mitigate that. They go for the Phoenix. Now you have a Clock Phoenix in the off lane. They're going to try and win that lane. You win a lane, you buy yourself another 5-10 minutes to enter that mid game.
Yeah, we've seen Phoenix be very successful.
But as a blind pick Phoenix, normally you see like the carry or some type of core that you know you can't punish. And
I mean, it's even worse. It's a Phoenix into a Snapfire.
That's a very confident pick. No, Little Shredder is one of the most annoying tools versus Supernova, but if you're an offlane Phoenix, you're not that concerned about it. When you're an offlane Phoenix, you're just getting so much value out of an early Vessel and an early Shiva's Guard where you're doing so much damage based on your spells alone that sometimes Supernova is just an afterthought. And in that regard, it's good versus both Snap and Enchantress. These heroes suffer very heavily versus Sunray and early Vessels.
And people might be calling for an anti-mage right now, but you can't really pick anti-mage to counter a storm because Phoenix in the offlane will absolutely dumpster the anti-mage.
It's also not really like the Skeeter type hero that you want, to put him on. He's generally not the one that's going to call for this. Yeah. I think for them, they're more looking at maybe some type of Weaver. I had a different hero in mind also, because I think here you can look for Pvision. Right now, they're very magical base. So if you can look for an offlaner that you like, that builds an early pipe, would also be super cool. And at the same time, Falcons, otherwise, the other pick that they could go for is the Skeeter carry, which I can't really place it yet.
Well, there it is again, the Pango. Now, there is flex for both sides. We can see the Sand King in the hands of Amar. We can see the Pango in hands of Amar. They can just pick and choose whichever one they want.
We're asking for ways to provide vision for the Sand King, for the jump, to get to the Oracle. Again, lacking in game one, Pangolier is one of the best heroes at providing vision. You just roll throughout the fight. There's no Beastmaster Roar. Sure, there's like a hook shot and cogs that might be able to, punish the Roar a bit. But yeah, Oracle, if his positioning isn't perfect, there will be plenty of heroes finding him in these fights.
Okay, because Pvision, I mentioned it before, they are fully magical based. You should be looking for a hero that gives you like this static damage into the fight, like protect the egg. You have like this Oracle too that's gonna buff you up, allow you to stay alive. So Satanic has ultimate last pick of the game, so he will be able to decide then. So before it's on Falcons to decide what they're looking for.
Surviving the lane could just be enough, right? Going for like an Abaddon carry for Falcons, you can dispel the Fire Spirits, you chill. Eventually you can go Orchid down the line to punish a Storm Spirit. as long as you don't feed to the Phoenix and provide tempo through the clock and Phoenix, the game will be very playable for Falcons.
I think it's important that Pvision's carry pick is also fine left alone on the lane. You know, the Kunkka style of hero, where if your supports leave you, you'll be okay, because the way that they beat Falcons' strategy of farm triangle and get that blink dagger mid laner was running around that mid lane. With the Oracle, you're going to have vision of these power runes. You're going to know where they spawn. You're going to be sending Oracle and Clockwork to the mid lane very early on. So Satanic's hero cannot be dependent on his support existing all of the time. They should be playing around the mid lane.
It's also good if Falcons can look for something similar, because that's what you want to free up your Eng to leave you. Go through the gate, go to the mid lane, and do something similar that you did last game. I would say your support matchup of Snap Eng, if you run into Oracle Clock, you should be honestly pretty good to go. Like, Eng kind of overtakes those two heroes.
Pvision have last pick in the draft, and as I say, they can go for Anti-Mage, they go for Medusa. There's a lot of carries that can kind of just get themselves into the mid game by themselves, based on Falcons having to bring multiple heroes to truly punish.
Let's see, what else do we have here? I feel like Skeeter is like not your Ursula type player, and maybe even the lane also isn't amazing, but I am, generally speaking, he does play the type of hero that goes in. Like, nearly always he helps them play the map. He helps them to make space for Amar and for Marie.
We'll just go for a Gyrocopter. We talked earlier about comfort. This is one of his most comfortable heroes coming out.
Yeah, keep it simple. Shove the wave. You're against aggression. That you can still die. In the Clock Phoenix lane, if you step up a little bit too far, there is a chance you go down, and they go for the Juggernaut.
It's a very good hero versus Phoenix as well, because once you get that BKB, you pop Flat Cannon, you can kill the egg, you're also hurting the rest of the team. Pvision respond with Juggernaut, who honestly, I think, is kind of an underrated hero if picked in correct drafts. The biggest strength of this hero, in my opinion, is his healing ward and what it does for you in teamfights as the game goes on. Like, 3 hits to kill a healing ward is really hard.
Pangolier is going to have to buy Ghost Scepter this game. I think he's going to be a big target, trying to Omni Slash him during the roll. And then Satanic's also going to have to think about Nullifier to try and kind of compensate that and play around. But yeah, last bit Juggernaut. In regards to stuns from Pvision, what you've got, Hook Shot and the Vortex. Stuns aren't their friends, really. There's a root here and there.
I really like it.
It's still strong.
Like, this Jug pick, in my opinion, is really cool. There's very few players who would have called for this pick. It's quite good against the enemy team. The healing ward also that we talked about, very strong. You've got the Oracle. I feel like we're in for the most even game that we've seen in the series.
I just hope the game goes late, because I really want to see like epic moments, like Omni slashing a Gyrocopter, then Crit coming in, like gobbling up the Gyrocopter, then save him. Like, this game needs to go a long way.
And I believe in the Juggernaut. I think it's a very cool pick, but it's also dependent on the offlane going very well. Like, this Phoenix needs to hit its timings early on, and they play around it, and they make it so that people are looking away from the Juggernaut while he's hitting those timings. I also think Pipe goes a long way here for Pvision as well, but Phoenix isn't much of a pipe buyer, so maybe DM does like a hybrid item build here with like a pipe into a Shiva's guard. We'll see.
And if it is going to go late, if this scenario that T is describing is happening, how's it going to happen? Both teams are going to farm, or is it going to be just skirmishes and nobody really finding an in?
Realistically, it's Pvision winning lanes to stall out the early game aggression, because Falcons have the identical recipe to overwhelming the map they did in the previous game. They can do it again. So Pvision have to go better in the lanes.
Yeah, these guys, they have to fight each other. Like, if you're just going to run around and farm and dodge, the enemy team will take over your map, no matter who wins the lanes or not. So you have to fight back, you have to turn it into a longer game, and, well, you have to defend your ground.
It sounds like we got one good one coming for the viewers here at home, and of course in the Barclays Arena as well. And speaking of in the Barclays Arena, in the middle of it right now, Sir Action Slacks with the Steenie.
Oh, I got more than a Steenie, my friend. We are here with 2 of the greatest minds in Dota 2, and one of them will be going to the grand finals after this game. Now, before we began, we talked together, and both of you agreed, 0 Helm of the Dominators this game. Now, you said you'd do it. Shake hands and promise. The first team to buy a helm, everyone will boo them. Shake hands and make do on the promise. No helms.
Promise for me.
No helms. Yes! All right, fantastic. Let's get into it, my friend. Now, you guys, by the way, favorite team at the International, you guys absolutely dumpstered Team Falcons in the first game. Made them look like foul clowns. And you're coming out again in a very aggressive Phoenix pick into that team. How confident are you?
Every team's banning the hero for one reason, and they're going to find their reason.
Okay, there we go. Owie 2000. my favorite team in the world at this international, Team Falcons. You made them look like absolute clowns in game 2. But in this game, will we be seeing the same result?
I hope so.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you so much. Let's get that handshake. Somebody's got to go to the finals, gentlemen. Put it in. Let's get this game started. It's time to go to game 3.
And game 3 has arrived as 9 Class, playing the clockwork this time around, finds his way in the middle of 3 enemy heroes as Falcons will be getting first blood and Malrine will be the one to secure it. That is maybe the best possible scenario for Falcons.
Yeah, it seems
who
like
gets the first blood.
Depending on your perspective between game 1 and 2, it seems like the starting conditions for Falcons have been getting better from game to game. First, they lost all bounties, then they lost 3 bounties in first blood. This time, they got 2 bounties and they got first blood.
Oh my goodness.
Actually, this time around, not starting off as a deficit is a good sign for them. I agree with what a lot of the panel talked about here. I think this is a very different game in nature to some of the previous ones we've seen. The main overlap, if I could pick one, is probably the Enchantress, even though she wasn't picked in any of the 2 prior games. It's a little bit more of that Zeus style. Chen was banned first phase here, so Snaking couldn't play it. But fortunately, he could go for his Ench, who he has one of the most ridiculous records in Dota on. It's not #1, but I think he has the 2nd longest win streak out of any player-hero combination. I believe earlier this year, his 20 win streak on Ench was broken in a game. I think it was around the 20 mark at least. Kind of incredible. So he is comfortable, without a doubt. Pvision bringing something new to the table, though. This Juggernaut hasn't been played very much. They're putting 9 Class on the clock right now, so they were like, all right, 9 Class, now you're actually playing a normal position for this game. And he will start Boots, something he didn't do last game on the Centaur. He went for Workhorse and tried to play his way around it. With Boots, it is a lot easier to pull those waves and to navigate that offlane when you're playing in a deficit. So hopefully for him, he can find some more impact.
Yeah,
He'll advise to fight Snapfire, though. I don't think we're interested getting in there.
Well, Crit will be able to play this for I believe the 2nd time this series. He played in game 1, if I'm not mistaken. His 9 Class is going to be stealing some creeps. He's going to be taking heavy damage, though, from Crit.
Oh, he lost the range creep. That's not ideal on this creep.
Going to lose that one overall as Snake King now going to get Blade Furied upon by Satanic. Will pop the Fairy Fire. Snake King going to continue to heal thanks to those Nature's Attendants. Amar will oversee operations.
Yep.
Does survive.
He also killed the healing ward, so nice little bonus. I believe you did say that.
I did not, but thanks for covering your bases.
I was being generous. Oh, Malrine. What seems to be the tradition of this main stage has been Sand Kings have to miss certain stuns. It's a tax we have added to the game.
Yeah, how does this matchup typically go?
I feel like Sand King can draw against any hero. If you play it like Malrine does, you're just cutting waves. If necessary, in the good matchups, you're standing in your Sandstorm, you attack the enemy hero once, they're blinded, they can't really trade with you very well, and this is no different. Of course, he has a little bit of an unfair advantage from the first blood, which you know, if this is played in a vacuum, maybe Storm can pull out a slight advantage, but I don't think it should ever be more than like 60-40 on the farm. So, no one doing what he can to put that pressure.
Yep, 15-4 versus the 15-0, so no denies from Malrine, but still very, very, very close in this mid lane. Ducalis again playing the Oracle with, it looks like Satanic actually went for the Blade Storm facet. I'm not sure what I've seen the other one more often in the very few games that we have seen as 9 Class gets gone on by Crit and killed off in his own cogs. That is a bit unexpected, but I guess it was just a matter of time as he was continuing to steal those creeps.
Level 2 Snapfire is really hard to pull waves against. When you go this skill, but when you go to 0-1-1, you have so much damage. The cookie is always going to connect, because in order to pull the wave, you have to make them trail behind you, so you're never going to miss. It's just very easy for Crit here. Some nice bowling from 9 Class there, a little bit of mana burn coming out.
Yep.
But overall...
enjoys his bowling. We'll see if he's as effective as he was game 1. Of course, playing a different hero in all 3 games now. And we'll see how far Snake King can get this game. Like you talked about, not only just that winning streak, but this is a position, well, typically it's a position 4 that will just get right-click items, like a Dragon Lance, Hurricane Pike, and then that's when they certainly start to hurt.
There's a world here where you go a lot of auras. You can go Solar Crest Pipe.
Crit, a bit of trouble, but the Rocket Barrage doing massive damage from Skeeter onto both DM and 9 Class. He has to dive away. It's something you do have to worry about if you're the Pvision side. So DM, we have not seen him on the Phoenix so far this series. We have seen a decent amount of this hero, though, as an offlaner. Has felt pretty strong. Now, you are going against the little shredder of crit, but it does feel like as the cookie is going to hit with the Rocket Barrage to follow, DM has no dive. This is a kill going the way of Skeeter. Nothing 9 class can do here. But it does feel like these Phoenixes get enough levels as a core that the little shredder only has slight impact in the game.
It's very much contextual. I think in this game, between Little Shredder and Gyro with BKB, you definitely have tools of taking down the egg. I was wondering what DM was going to do with that helm, because he was waiting on his quick buy, but he does commit to the helm of the Dominator instead of potentially going Veil. Yeah, not too surprising.
Promise broken, it seems, yeah.
Well, Astini, in his defense, he was already out on the stage, and when you've left the player booth, you can no longer talk to the players.
That's true.
So they might not know that there was this...
Yeah, maybe if they check their voicemail, they'll see a message. Very important, but...
Check him PC.
No one now level 6, along with Maureen. Are you expecting a slower start to this game, or... Like, how does the Juggernaut play? Like, you go for a farming item, and at what point do you join the fights?
It varies a lot from game to game. I think there's so... It's a hard question to... whoa, hang on. Oh. Surprise. Storm got away. I don't know why I got excited.
Yep.
I think it's a hard question to answer about Jug, because a lot of how this hero plays very much comes down to how other lanes go. I think it's one of the less obvious carries. Because in my experience, it's small margins that you're making your moves on. Some other carries are just way more overwhelming level 6, and it's just obvious you want to go through the gate and put pressure, or others are way more passive where you're clearly staying in your lane and going jungle. Jug is a little bit of both, where if there's a good opportunity, you can play around it, but I think a lot of that comes down to how good DM's game is going to be. You want to rotate to a Phoenix that's ready to fight.
Some trouble.
There we go.
No one shows up. The cookie. The Cog's actually on the outside. He gets hit by another one. A big dive coming in from DM, and they will clean up Skeeter. As 9 class, one more right click, so there is a trade of sorts, but Maureen actually walked up here, I believe.
Late to the party.
Yeah, a little bit too late to find a connection. No one is relatively low on mana, though.
Oh, can Crit get this?
He's going to try to go for the 7-minute
There's no way he just walks past and gets this, right?
9 class makes his way close by. As
he's not going to get it.
Yeah, will have to back away now. In fact, might die for his troubles. Well,
he's stronger
than a level 4 versus a level 2. No one does have mana to zip up if needed, and he'll do just that. So Crit will be brought down. A good attempt from him. Tries to deny himself onto the creeps. Not going to happen. So
that would actually have worked if he wasn't slowed by the fire spirits on his attack speed.
Yeah, that's true.
Couldn't get the swing in.
Kind of looked like a replay of the last game where 9 class had to give up the Wisdom Shrine, and he was like level 2 at that point, I believe.
Yeah. This is a better start for him.
Yeah, for sure.
He's going for the Tranquil Boots here on the Clockwork, so he will have plenty of resources to trade with. Has the infused raindrops as well to have a little bit more staying power. No one.
Yeah, getting stunned. Damage here. Nice Cogs, forcing Crit back, so the cookie does nothing. Fate's Edict applied to no one.
No, Reen did get the rune, though.
I mean, that is one benefit, is the Juggernaut. I mean, he has Blade Fury for the BKB, essentially. Fate's Edict maybe for the Storm Spirit this game, but might have to buy it anyway at some point.
Oh, Malreen is bullying him down here. Really trying to put on that pressure. I say Malreen, of course it is Amar.
Yep, same thing.
Easy to get them confused as they play all the same heroes.
This is true, and that is the true power of Falcons. They've taken advantage of this time and time again. TP mid lane, though. Good pressure applied to the tier 1 from Falcons. They'll have to back away now. I'll say that. Of course, Malreen has that facet. It allows him to blind towers by hitting them. Very powerful for pushing. I do wonder if that is going to be changed in the future. We'll see.
Yeah. I don't see why this needs to blind towers.
Wow, that was a shriek.
Yep.
Okay.
Gets his level 6 now on DM. Maybe that's why he's happy. It's like, I am online. Nice stack here for no one to build upon. But similar to the previous game, you mentioned it, 9 class had a tough game on that Centaur and was low level. This isn't much better. He just cracked level 4 minute 9. It's going to take a while before he really gets there.
This, I don't know, it does feel a lot different than he's Clockwork.
this time he has a hero that's more traditionally good at playing from a slight disadvantage than Centaur is. And he also did get some experience there from the stack and the D ward, so it all adds up and helps getting there.
Oh, DM. Shredder doing work against
him. He has to egg here if he wants to live, probably.
Most likely will have to. TP's coming, though. He'll withstand the damage and be just fine.
Crit will force the reaction. He keeps trailing him with the threat of the cookie. They bring in Ducalis for protection. But once again, it is Falcons picking up the pace here. Haste. Oh, the cogs!
Gets the haste. Beautifully done. No one. Applying so much pressure to Malrine right now, but it looks like 9 class is more worse for wear as the creeps show up along with Snake King and even Skeeter making his way.
Sandstorm's too strong. They can't do anything. I thought maybe they would have more damage in the tank, but of course, level 4 Clockwork, I don't know why I got my hopes up. He's got 2 in cogs, so his damage is negligible. You're running in the Enchantress next to him with the heal, no problem. His mid tower will be gone in a moment. That blind lasting for so long.
It's pretty crazy.
How long is that? 5 seconds. Huh.
Tier 1 tower secured for Falcons. 3K lead as they are continuing the pressure overall. Carrying over from this game too.
Exactly. It's the same recipe. They forced 9 class off of his most obnoxious heroes onto something, a melee 4 without the same playmaking as Monkey King and the Slark, arguably, and they just run them over in the early laning stage. They've taken 2 towers already. All 3 of their cores are happy and farming. And this time around, my biggest concern for Pvision in this game is how long do you have to wait? In the previous game, they kind of felt like they couldn't fight for 20 minutes and then they lost. In this game, when do you come online? Are you strong enough now that Phoenix is level 7 and you have Storm ulti? Can you bring Jug to fights? Because when it comes to just raw team fights, Falcon's lineup is really tough. Pango roll, FP Sandstorm, everything about Gyro, Snapfire has massive AoE damage. And one of the most obnoxious things about snaking on the Ench that we have seen for so many games, not as many this tournament, he's a really good scout on this hero. Just runs out in front, tanks up, becomes the primary target, the enemy team commits so much stuff on him, and then his team just cleans up. So how do you enter a fight correctly will be the big challenge here for Pvision. This will help.
Damage rune for no one.
That's a big opening potentially.
You can see the lead continuing to expand for Falcon's side. Of course, Satanic doesn't have his Battle Fury yet, and that is when he'll feel a little bit more comfortable in... I mean, I don't know if he even wants to join a fight, but if he has to, he technically could. Snaking.
Gonna put it to the test here. How tanky is he?
9 class will get the slow with the rocket. Won't be able to get him inside the cog. Snaking in a 1 versus 4. He's surviving for now, but not for long. They do get the kill as Malrine finds a bigger target. Epicenter Burrow with the Mortimer. Satanic uses the Blade Fury. He has the healing ward up, but it's not going to be enough. Crit takes him out in the end. That is a huge kill for Falcons, and like you said, it required 4 members of Pvision to take out the Enchantress in the top, and that's your trade.
And I wonder if Snaking could have maybe played that a little bit better with taking out a cog. Probably not because of Fire Spirits, but they got 2 cog knockbacks, and in spite of that, the kill took like 15 seconds with the 4 of them. That is worrisome.
Yeah, it feels like they don't have a ton of damage yet. Of course, the Storm Spirit is going to be the most of it without Juggernaut showing up. I mean, it does feel like this is maybe a game as Ducalis has a false promise himself. Amar, nice disruptor from no one. Gets off the Electric Vortex just in time, and Amar able to get off his ult in the end as he attempts to get out of dodge. TP, looks like he'll be fine. No hook shot yet. 9 class, actually pretty close. That would have been a huge pickup.
I think that would have been a kill a year ago when I believe cogs placed on top of that roll would interrupt it. Do you remember? You played a lot of Pango. You could interrupt it with like Fissure and cogs.
Was that only a year ago though?
Maybe it was more, but
I feel like that's been
maybe 9 class was hoping it got bugged again in the most recent patch.
Yeah, you never know.
Maybe wishful thinking. Not the case though. This game has no bugs anymore.
That's right. We're out of beta finally.
They fixed them all.
No one has gotten, I think, every single rune. Am I wrong? Like, this is crazy.
And they haven't converted them.
Yeah, exactly. They haven't been able to do much at all with it. 5K lead for Falcons. Skeeter on the outskirts of the map with his Crystallis in tow. Aghanim Scepter's going to be next. Already about 1,000 into that, so he is having himself a good old time. In fact, all 3 cores for Falcons top net worth in the game. But this is where things potentially can change. Satanic finally gets his farming item in the battlefield.
Yeah. I think the way it's going to change is that he will farm faster and everything else will be the same. That counts as a change, then I'll
For
agree.
him it is. For
yeah,
him it
sure.
is.
He is like, guys, I got my item. I'm going to continue farming. Good luck.
Would you agree with me in the fact that Satanic is one of those carries as Ducalis getting pursued?
Nothing connecting.
Amar, Fate's Edict applied, but
No
doesn't
wall.
have False Promise, so he is down and out. But Satanic does feel like one of those carries that could get, I mean, dependent on the hero, of course, but feels like he has put his team on his shoulders quite a few times in the past. He's one of those like, old school type carries, it feels like.
He's been one of the most stable players of the tournament. I can't really recall any game where I was like, man, Satanic really dropped the ball in this game. Like, he's had games that are tougher than others. This could be shaping up to be one of them, but it begs the question, how much could you really have done with the hero you were playing? If he was convincing them to pick Jugger and it turns out there was a bad pick, then maybe you could talk about that, but his overall play in the game so far has been quite solid, given the circumstances. As we are looking at that about 5,000 lead for Falcons, worth noting, almost all of it is in supports. There's a very big lead. Ench is 1,200 ahead of the clock, and Snapfire about 2K ahead of the Oracle. So the brunt of the lead is in those supports, which is worth keeping an eye on because there's going to be some extra utility items.
Satanic has to use the Blade Fury. Amar continuing to roll. Will focus on the support first, it seems, as the epicenter reserved for Ducalis as well.
Oh, he's not done yet now,
he actually does get clipped by Amar. Uses his shard as well, Satanic. He's going to get some help in the form of no one, though. Amar maybe overstepping his bounds a little bit too much. Call down, though. Skeeter makes his way over. Amar blocked off now. Gets the hook shot from 9 class as well. Amar looks to be dead. No, he gets a chill. So much damage applied to him. Now no one will drop as well. The kisses raining from above. Crit. Double kill. 3 for nothing. Falcons somehow lose no one.
And so do Pvision.
I knew you were going to do that.
That is... Oh, that's the dream fight. This is the dream fight for any hero that can generate barrier, is that you tank all of the damage and then you get a very last second barrier off there. Not only do you survive, but the enemy team used all of their resources trying to kill you. No one depleted his entire mana pool, used hookshot, used egg, and you didn't kill a singular hero. The map is falling apart fast. No one, unfortunately, jumps in and blocks his own camp to add insult to injury here. A little unfortunate there on the timing. Uh-oh.
This is feeling a lot like game 2. Now the question is, do you force the issue with Satanic joining a fight before he gets a second item? Like, can you even afford to do that? Because he has not been in anything. Like, we haven't seen a single Omni Slash.
Well, he was in that fight, and he didn't have enough mana to use both of his spells because he got swashbuckled once.
Well, that's part of the fact that they're the ones getting gone on, right? They're not doing the initiating. They have 9 class with a hook shot. They have Storm Spirit. They have Dive from DM. They have a lot of ways to get on top of Falcons, but they're just not providing the opportunities.
I think you have to play keep away for the foreseeable future. I just don't see it. I don't think... I mean, it's kind of strange to see these 3 games in this series play out, and it feels like the losing team has the same problem every game. Like, damage issues, the inability to pierce through and win the team fights, and then you're playing this keep away that... really
shot.
difficult. Yeah, crit. Okay.
Crit is going to be fine. It
Good
seems
bowling.
like some good bowling going on here. Amar, though, not too happy with this exchange as 9 class looks like he is going to be the one to ultimately fall. Although DM is close by, but just throwing out some fire spirits as Amar gets the killing blow.
This is going to be Ducalis TV for the next 10 minutes. If you want to look at some riveting support gameplay as an observer right now, you follow the Oracle and you notice how close he stays to Jugger. He is going to literally just stand behind him everywhere he goes because there's no better play. Okay, he's following Satanic. I've got my eye on it.
Yep, keep us surprised. They have the stun lock for the Storm. No one dead again.
This is
Falcons, 11K lead at 19 minutes.
It's a huge problem here because even if the Oracle conceptually is really powerful at counter-initiating these moves, you have to pick your poison because Storm and Jug can't farm in the same area. Then you're losing on efficiency. So you're kind of as Oracle, it's one of these damn it if you do, damn it if you don't moment where you protect the Jug, he's not the target, too bad, Storm dies. You protect the Storm, Jug gets jumped, he dies. And there's no obvious way for Ducalis to know where Falcons' move is going to be because they have no vision on the map except around the mid-tier 1 tower and at the bottom, which is not where they're farming. So every move Falcons is making is very untelegraphed for Pvision. And as a result, it's very, very hard to play the Oracle this game. Man, look at it. They're 2 supports. The combined net worth of Ducalis and 9 class is lower than both enemy supports individually.
Man.
They are so far ahead on the supports. It's crazy.
They're so used to playing with the Monkey King and Slurk. It feels like they don't know how to play Dota anymore. This is a pretty crazy state of affairs.
It's honestly, it's a valid concern. If you get so used to a specific playstyle that is hero dependent, 9 class can play a lot of heroes really, really well. It's not like it's Monkey King, Slark, or Bust, right? We've seen him have outstanding performances on tons of heroes, but when you play that archetype strategy 8 games in a row, and then you suddenly get thrown out of it and things don't go according to plan, might take a little bit of warming up. Fortunately for them, of course, this is not an elimination game, so there would be another chance tomorrow if things go wrong. But Pvision, of course, didn't come here today to lose, and on this game, they're not exactly doing a particularly good job at avoiding that.
Yeah, the shard ended up going to Snake King.
They're not going to get a wisdom either. I mean, the whole map is just on lock, right? You lose the shard, you're losing both wisdoms most likely, and you have taken 1 tower at 21 minutes. Maybe mid will fall here. I'm not sure Falcons really care that much.
No, Malorine seems to.
He could deny it.
Give them an inch.
Just deny it to remove more gold.
Yep, he'll do just that. And the question only remains for Falcons is when is the first Roche attempt? I mean, their team is not crazy good at it, but it's okay. I mean, the Enchantress can slow it down. You got the minus armor of Little Shredder, and Pango pretty good as well.
It's not that good at killing it, but it's really good at controlling it.
Yeah.
So if Pvision do try to access the fight, as long as Ench is tanking, you're not really taking much of a risk. Snaking can kind of tank it forever. So, but not the plan here. They're hoping to find a lone Satanic or no one down here, but not going to be the case. They still get a good ward out. Now, no one might show himself on the next wave, which could be his death. Or on the ward below him. He's actually playing pretty much perfectly around Falcon's vision right now. But
he's not farming.
Playing perfectly around the vision means standing still. So it's not very useful for the progression of the game. Satanic somehow is almost top net worth, though. Honestly, really impressive that he's able to find this space on the map.
Feels like he always finds a way.
But it comes at the cost of other heroes, and here is that anticipated Roche. Not really much Pvision can really do about it. They can scout it with rockets all they want, but I don't think they're going to try to access it.
No. Absolutely not. I don't believe we've seen Egg, correct?
We have.
We have?
We saw the one supernova when they tried to kill Amar.
Okay. Well, we haven't seen Omni Slash then.
Okay, you're just going by one spell at a time and hoping you're right?
That's right, 50-50. Aegis goes to Skeeter. How many buildings can they take with this? There's 2 tier 2s remaining, so I assume at the very least they want to do that. But how is their high ground at this stage versus game number 2, where they were able to pretty much take it uncontested?
It's definitely worse. This time you don't have DK Chen, but you can... This is the type of game that could follow the classic Falcons recipe from a half a year ago, where you're just constricting the enemy team on the map and winning by 1k GPM. Because I think going high ground very early in this one compared to the previous one would be a mistake. I'm not really concerned about your ability to scale and your ability to win later team fights, but I am worried that if you go high ground too early, you could somehow lose a fight against a Storm buyback, for example, or going a little bit too deep, setting yourself up for Omni Slash. Just unnecessary. Just keep winning the map.
Satanic working his way towards the eventual butterfly. They did spot him here, and you can see the scan now coming out from Pvision. We'll have to get
smoke him to run away.
Yeah, this is the state of affairs for the Pvision side. No one is actually camping up. They might want to take this fight. I know that maybe Gyro isn't nearby, but he is. Satanic, he's going to show himself. Now we'll attempt to run away. Skeeter's trying to wonder if this is a trap of any sort, but they don't have to worry about like black hole, anything like that. as Amar won't find no one who will be able to TP out. So just trying to keep things at bay from the Pvision side as they push that top lane, which is the last remaining tier 2 tower.
I'm just looking at Skitter's inventory. Okay, there we go. He's swapped around. He had a backpack BKB instead of one.
Oh.
There's some efficiency there being lost. Doesn't matter, though. Okay, maybe they just go for it. I mean, this is...
Ducalis attempted TP.
Oh.
Ooh, does get out.
Wow.
Very close.
Okay,
And
is
now
this
high
a siege or not? They could just be pushing in the waves and keeping control. They are posing like they want to force something. And, well, Skitter is a little bit timid, but here we go.
Now, homing missile right now onto Satanic. Sagging himself from Skeeter. They're going to get the sunlight. There's a lot of damage. There's the false promise on the Satanic at the last moment. And that required very little from Falcons.
Yeah, they used a homing missile and a cookie.
That is insane. And now the high ground attempt. They do not have Healing Ward as it's about to run out. They don't have false promise anymore. As Amar jumping in pretty deep. Gets the swashbuckle. Able to bounce down to the low ground. Skeeter is getting a little bit low as the Mortimer's Kisses onto 9 class, but the Fate's Edict will be able to mitigate all of the damage. Now BKB online for Malrine, yeah, for now. And that Aegis, I mean, it's still 2 minutes. We get some Nature's Attendance for Skeeter and maybe have a round 2. But this will buy some time for Satan to get that butterfly. Does feel like that is certainly not enough.
He needs that and Ags, then maybe.
The Ags does feel... I mean, we saw Chrysalis play it without Ags, which I wanted to talk to you about, because...
I feel like that was a mistake in that game, personally.
It feels like Jug is so hard to play without Ags.
I would agree 100% with that. On a pro level, I think it's almost an essential item every single game, but there's always going to be outliers. I don't think that game was the case.
Spotted along with Snake King. This is going to be a good pick-off for Pvision.
It's something.
They get a kill. Amar, oh, he's going to take an Omni Slash with the creep on that. Actually bounces back to Amar. Satanic completely snipes him. RNG gods in favor of Pvision for that particular moment, at least.
They did a good.
Let's see how much time this buys. I mean, that's basically the Aegis, 45 seconds. Yep. So Pvision showing some life in this game 3.
Falcons are in a position where this is not that big of a deal, but...
Malrine, Epi, onto Ducalis. Satanic Blade fearing away. Has the butterfly at base.
The thing is, even if that's not that big of a deal in terms of the overall progression of the game, just a little bit of a morale boost doesn't hurt. Like, feeling like you can do something in the game successfully has to be nice. You've genuinely made 0 successful moves for like 15 minutes, and you finally find 2 pickoffs and get your Jug to that butterfly. The thing about this game for Jug that's a little bit tricky, though, is if Oracle is not in a good position at all times, and especially if he dies, I think Jug can just get bursted by spells. Even through spin, he can die. There's so much magic damage from the Sand King, there's so much physical damage from the Pango. Kisses are also going to matter, all of it. It adds up. Even though you have 80% magic resist increase, it's still... like, a lot of the times when you see Jug survive in spin, they get away on like a beat stick of health, right? It's not enough here. There is just so damn much output. Now almost a Satanic for Skeeter. Looking to go to the grand finals by killing Pvision with their carry.
Man, your puns are on point today.
That's right. I talked to Lacoste earlier. It's that aura. Had a good conversation with him in the green room for about 10 seconds. Then we nodded at each other, and there was that transfer of power that I needed for the day.
Keep it up.
And then he left and never talked to me again.
Yep, that's the Lacoste style. Love the guy.
Shout out to Pyrian Flax.
500 gold away for the Aghanim Scepter on Amar, and then he's going to go for the Ghost Scepter so that he doesn't have to deal with the Omni Slash anymore, which would mean a Nullifier at some point will be needed for Satanic, but of course he has bigger fish to fry. He needs this Aghanim Scepter first.
I mean, for what it's worth, Pvision aren't losing anymore for a bit. they lost by, I want to say, 500 GPM for a 10-minute stretch. It's kind of flatlined now. Storm is going to get his BKB, Jug is going on his way to that Axe, he's already halfway. You're keeping this afloat, and I think if Falcons could look back on the last 5 minutes of this game, they would feel like they slipped up a little bit because they could have maybe kept this lead growing.
Right.
So, in relative terms, this is actually a pretty good 5 minutes for Pvision that I would consider a clear win. Yes, you are behind, but hope dies last in this game.
Oh, Satanic is spotted. Nice Blade Fury. They're going to continue to pursue, though, as Amar with the Rolling Thunder will eventually catch up. Ducalis is there. Healing Ward place. They're going to get some more TPs potential. There's the Omni Splash, though, on top of Amar. There's a lot of them applied to Amar himself, but the cookie's going to help him survive. Satanic does get the fall front of the blood, as no one will try to zip to kill off Amar, but this is not going to be enough mana. Amar, so much shield, so much lotus, he's going to be able to heal through it. No, does end up going down to be the cost of the Oracle, though, as Malrine. Big hook shot from 9Flash, gets 2 stuck in the cogs. 0 follow-up, though. Truly unfortunate for Pvision, but ends up being a 1-for-1. There's no one. Running out of mana, has to get back to base.
It's another good exchange for Pvision. Sure, it's not an overwhelming win, but it's, again, something. You just keep it alive. You don't have to win a big fight to come back in this game. If you can get even trades or slight victories here and there, we're approaching the point where Juggernaut can start actually becoming scary. The problem for this hero in a lot of the games that we've seen in the last half a year to a year is you kind of, sometimes your power curve is a little weird. Like, you can be good in some lanes, then you enter this stage in the mid game where you're like kind of meh. But when you get to 4, 5, 6 items, this hero can be a complete beast. One of the few carries that can also kill a hero like Ench in a matter of seconds, which could matter here. We've seen so many games where Snaking ends up winning the game for his team by just soaking up abilities and not dying. Juggernaut, not a problem. He's going to cut through Ench in a few swings with the Axe, which is now complete.
Yeah, Swift Slash next. Ready. So Malrine has the Ghost Scepter against the Jug. Amar, like we talked about, that's the next item for him. Does Juggernaut have to get, does Satanic have to get the Nullifier, or can the Phoenix actually get it? That could be a potential pickup.
I think the Phoenix one is just too difficult to pull off. Like, you have to be able to be in range for the target that Jug is on. So realistically, he probably needs to get it himself if he sees enough of a problem.
Malrine gonna be able to get the Burrow Strike onto no one, but there's the false promise, keep him alive. And the egg from the low ground, no one will be able to zip away safely. It's a big Omni Slash. Snaking is destroyed, but now Satanic completely isolated from his team. Burrow Strike now right on top of him with the cooldown of both, but he still had the Blade Fury. That's doing a lot of damage thanks to the fact that his Skeeter getting gone up by no one. He's dead. And now the Sunray healing everybody up the Mortimer, so double Burrow Strike, and now Falcons will be able to win the fight in the end. 4 for 2. It looked pretty good for Pvision, but they just run out of steam at the end.
Finally, an unpredictable fight. I think neither team really understood the state of the fight. They're just going in there, throwing in everything they had. The key difference maker in this fight is Snaking separating himself from the gyro, eating the Omni Slash alone and dying. If he does not create distance from Skitter there, he just dies with Satanic ready. He would have had no target to hit. Look at this replay. So first of all, that Rocket Flare going to cancel off some Blink Daggers and the nice save from Ducalis, but keep your eyes now on the Jug. Gets off the Swift Slash, and then this Omni. If Snay does not get over here and end that Omni, Skitter is dead on the spot as well, and the fight is just over. Now instead, Skitter gets to get all of his output through, and tanking no one for a good amount of time, giving his teammates additional space that was needed. And the kiss is just beautiful now. Good spacing from Crit, getting a lot of impact out there. And the grand prize will be an Aegis, but this one is not going to go to Skeeter unless they kill it slowly. He's not able to take it. Well, they are definitely killing it slowly. This is Amar out of the pit, so I guess this is deliberately delaying it.
Looks like it.
They want that Aegis on the gyro. And Skitter almost has the Daedalus as well, so a big level up for the upcoming fight.
Skeeter will get the goodies. Roche banner as well for Mr. Snaking.
CEO Gyro arriving, taking the credit for all the team's hard work.
Yep, he dies, they win team fight. Good stuff. Satanic looking for the Scotty next. Do you agree with that? Obviously, a very good item, but it feels like in these These stages of the game, this item could make or break their potential for the comeback. So these ones are really important.
I would kind of like a refresher, honestly.
Okay.
I think the problem here is that he's going to throw out his Swift Flash and his ult, and then he's going to struggle to stay in the fight after that. So I think Refresher would be one option. The other one, you talked about the Nullifier. I think that was an interesting idea as well. Skadi is a very nice all-round item, and perhaps the logic is with this, he gets way more value out of Healing Ward, he gets more value out of Sunray, he gets more value out of the Oracle save, because there's just so much more to get through. But being tankier on Jug doesn't necessarily convert to teamfight wins if you can't kill the heroes while you survive.
Yeah.
And I'm a little bit worried that Falcons are just going to kite him with multiple Ghost Scepters, with Cookie, Glimmer, Force Staff. He needs a way to connect on heroes, and I don't think you can rely on Storm to constantly zip in and find them for you.
Yeah, I think it's not the fact that the Skadi is bad per se, but it's more about you might not be able to get another item this game. Like the game may end
it's a
with
legit
Falcons
concern.
lead right now in this Aegis advantage. Yeah, now a
it's
refresher for Malrine.
He is so decked out. Very strong right now. I think this is part of the reason why the pros have largely strayed away from Juggernaut. It's just itemization is proving to be a challenge in a lot of games. You're looking at it now and you see Satanic is rich and can buy all the stuff in the world, and you still feel like you need your next 2 items, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of weird that you can sit on 23k net worth and still be unhappy, but holding the high ground, hoping that Falcons are going to overstep, but not the case. And even if Gyro were to do so, you have to get through the 2 lives with BKB and Satanic. Tall order. And now they're going to advance, but they're doing it together this time, so Pvision have given up a bit of ground. Snaking going to lead the charge. A tough kill. Pike, Pipe, and Drums.
Now, one thing to consider is plenty of buybacks right now. For the side of Pvision. Hook shot right now on the Snaking with a Cookie to keep him alive. Satanic's already used the Blade Furies. He is now retreating. 9 Class is the first to die. Does have the buyback. See Pvision want to continue? Likely not, as no one going to push the waves. And he is going for a big ticket item into the Aghanim Scepter, the blue hole as we like to call it, DM. Let's take some damage, but we'll get back to base.
That Enchantress situation is the perfect example of just standard snaking.
Satanic. He spotted out the zip in. Gyro takes the brunt of the damage to start things out. Roche Banner applied. Only 2 hits away from dying, which would be pretty big. There's a fortification to start things out. No one zips in, gets it, and exits it very successfully. And now the creeps can die, but the tower will fall. Minute 40 on the Aegis. Falcons not having as easy a time going high ground as we saw in game number 2. Satanic extremely scary, has 4k in the bank as well, so very close to his next item.
And no one could buy the full axe if he wants to take the risk and not have buyback, which...
Buyback Storm is so good, though.
It is. The axe could also lead to a big fight, though. You kind of feel like Falcons as heroes a lot of the time are kind of stacking on top of each other. 9 Class.
Oh, that was a Swift Slash, actually. The Ghost Scepter comes out.
Yeah. I've got my eyes on Satanic's itemization. He hasn't changed it yet. You saw the Ench attempt. He doesn't feel like he can Omni-Slash because the kill takes too long. Ench is going to pike away. Maybe you jump over to another hero with Ghost Scepter and then you're just dead.
Yep, Skeeter going to secure the range barracks. Can they get the melee? 45 seconds on the Aegis right now. Homing Missile, it will hit. It's going to take considerable damage, but there's a Fate's Edict. Mitigate the rest of the magic damage. Swift Slash. Skeeter, there's the epicenter. Burrow Strike combination from Malrine. Ghost Scepter's not going to help 9 Class. First to fall. No one already popping the BKB. Fighting some pressure out of the Gyrocopter. 30 seconds on the Aegis. No creeps though, so backdoor protection is here. Do they have enough damage to actually get through this barracks? Finally, it comes to be. And Falcons gets their first barracks of the game.
Outworld Staff is just something else against Jug.
True.
It's such a hard counter. He Swift Slashes Skitter. Skitter presses 1 button and then it ends the Swift Slash or the Omni Slash if there's no secondary target. So as long as Gyro is separated from his teammates, if he can't die in a stun lock, he can always just bait Jug.
True.
Just waste out one of the abilities. An item that we generally see a lot of pros pick up in a lot of games, and a lot of the time, honestly, it feels like a little bit underwhelming. But against Jug, it's so easy to use correctly. I think part of what makes Outworld Staff interesting is the skill cap of it is very, very high. It's kind of like old Monkey King Mischief, where you're trying to dodge, one attack at the perfect timing or whatever. Well, similar to Mischief in general, I should say. But yeah, against Jug, it's just obvious.
Yeah, having 3 is pretty nice for the Falcons side, have to say. Good RNG on the neutrals.
Refresher Phoenix.
Yes, that is a definite big-ticket item. And no one actually opted to finish Parasma instead of going for the blue hole.
Okay. I think the call they made was we don't have enough damage to kill a single hero. We need the damage from Storm.
Yep, Swift Slash actually baits out the Outworld staff. As no one zips in, zips out.
He can't go on anyone. They have 2 good formation and good spacing here.
Epicenter, that's a lot of damage. Can they get the saves onto Satanic? Gets off the Omni Slash at the last moment. He's isolated for the rest of the team. No one pops BKB. On top of Snake, he's going to be the first of all. Satanic in a lot of trouble. He has the false promise supply. Will attempt to get out. Mortimer's not going to reach him. Malreen's super low on HP. For all that, it was a 1-for-1 with a buyback coming up from Ducalis. Satanic back to relatively good HP levels. The zip from no one won't find one support, and Amara gets away safely.
That was such a heads-up play from Malreen, but just not quite enough. He manages to find the angle through the Jug and threatening Oracle in the backline at the same time with the Pango. So Ducalis has to ult himself, but Satanic does live through it. That time around, the Scotty made a big difference. I think he might have died with a Nullifier, for example, needed the extra tankiness.
A small little detail, obviously they have the tools to deal with the Omni Slash, but when they grouped up, the cleave is no joke on the Omni Slash. That was a lot of damage coming out from Satanic.
Part of why the Axe on Storm could be interesting too, but I understand no one's perspective of buying the Parasma, because you're kind of struggling to kill a singular target that's isolated, and that's what Falcons is taking advantage of. So if the Storm has that extra bit of output, perhaps you can bring down the first guy and break the fight open.
He's not far away already, so 3,500 gold in the bank. Of course, buyback is a very important thing to hold on to.
If Falcons were to find Ducalis now and kill him, it could end the game to kill the 5. Because I think the only reason Pvision can defend in the fashion that they are is that there's constantly this false promise on backup for the Jug. Otherwise, you can just pile on him and kill him with everything you have, but they're unable to. Ducalis' buyback being forced there, though, should open up the map. Now you have to play exceptionally carefully as Pvision. Tormentor will go to Skeeter.
Yeah, that's all 5 shards now for Falcons.
I don't know where I'm at right now with no one, if you should buy out or save buyback. I kind of feel like you have to all in and buy that Axe and hope for the best. Satanic is queuing up MKB in an attempt to try to deal more with the Gyro. Guess you could make a case that Gyro is not your primary target this game and you're trying to break open the fight by killing the other heroes, but again, the problem, the Ghost Scepters, they got 3 of them, and Ench has Outworld Staff. It's not easy out there. It's about to hit level 25 though.
As long as you don't really have a solution to the Outworld staff at all, because Nullifier is not going to do anything. All you can do is stun lock.
Send an email to Gabe Noel. It's the best solution you have is to try to make a case for it.
I have to say, the Outworld staff, even though I thought it was going to be a terrible item in this patch, everybody's going for it. It's felt underwhelming, but against Jug,
it's just so good against Jug.
It's just a hard counter.
It's the best hero in the game to have it against. So, unsurprisingly.
That's why he hasn't been picked that much. Now we know.
It adds added to the pile of problems, right? There goes Roche.
Yep, another Roche for Falcons. Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard, Roche banner.
Who do you give the shard to? Probably the Pango. Yep.
MKB is what Satanic went for.
And they already have a wave all the way down here. So I think this is just straight up to the high ground. Skitter is going to perfectly line this up with a level 25 as well, get the additional flak cannon attacks, or the cooldown rather. So now that's down to a 16-second cooldown. A lot of pressure about to be put here onto Pvision.
Yeah.
Can they hold? This
Lots
is the
of buybacks available.
Biggest moment of the game. This is such a hard defense.
Oh, the force staff nicely done onto the Gyro. He's in a lot of trouble taking a full Omni Slash. Skeeter able to get the Outworld staff though, and 9 Class is the first to fall. Big Egg with the Sunray, but Skeeter is being able to heal through this quite easily as Malreen does get stunned by the Egg. Now gets Cookie to the low ground. Falcons A-OK. Force the buyback on the 9 class. Now they can reset. Roche Banner will be cleaned up. There's a damage rune in the bot side of the river. Not sure if they have vision there.
That was egg number 1 and a buyback on Flock. So now both supports, really good targets for Falcons to take down.
And they will spot it. And they will bottle it from Malrine. So likely to wait for the epicenter to get back. He got the Dazoon blood right, by the way. I'm not sure if you mentioned that.
Luckily for you, I did not.
Extra AoE for Malrine. Probably the best tier 4 possible for this hero.
I think in this game it's the second best. I think the best one is Outworld Staff.
Yeah, maybe.
But
Can't
in
have
general,
everything.
yes, this is the best.
All right, well, no one. Yeah, definitely holding on to his money for this buyback, for this eventual push, this next 3 minutes that Falcons have to work with.
He got his 25 as well. Pvision, despite being 27k down, are starting to have a lot of damage, as a matter of fact. So now Jug is almost 6 slotted. The Storm 25 is a massive improvement. You got 2 Supernovas. The main problem is that your supports offer so little. I mean, look at the pitiful net worths in this breakdown. It's kind of unreal just how far behind they are compared to their counterparts. So they don't offer that much. The cores, even with this deficit, I feel like can put up a fight, but can you protect the supports? If they die first, the game might just end. 25
There
as
it
well
is.
on Amar.
There it is. Aghanim Scepter for no one. Blue hole ready to go. He has 2,500 in the bank, so buyback still intact. Skater now. They have the 1 lane. He's going to take the electric vortex. A lot of damage, actually. He's dead. That's life number 1. Falcons need to be ready. Rolling Thunder coming. Malrine misses the burrow strike. Gets the epicenter off, though. Satanic easily be able to clear. That's a beautiful egg just in time. No one, they kill off the egg. Double kill for Skeeter. And now the pressure applied to Satanic. He gets off a big Omni Slash. Actually kills off Malrine on the other side of the screen. Somehow, a huge blue hole onto 2. And somehow Pvision is defending. Snakey goes down to the blade form as Amar, the last remaining member of Falcons, will TP out. Some way, somehow, Pvision defends.
There's your damage.
That bounce on the Omni Slash was absurd. He doesn't have a blink dagger, so I thought for a second that he blinked after Omni Slashing. That was very fortuitous for Satanic.
I think seeing that, maybe no one should buy his shard too. Like just full on, jump in, pop everything, just blast them before they can even react. That's scary stuff. I mean, look at this first kill.
Yeah, they kill him so fast.
This is without using Swift Flash. It's just attacks. I think Falcons just did not expect the damage to come out so fast. Malrine is stunning heroes that aren't in the game there.
They did kill off the egg really quickly, but the buyback obviously helping out big time. Look at this jump. Look at this jump. On all the creeps, they're fortified. That is crazy. And the blue hole to finish the job.
I will say, though, in this situation, Falcons did actually not use their Outworld Staffs all that well. Malrine used it outside of the Omnislash, and then when it came toward him in the end, he had it on cooldown. Trying to use it in anticipation, perhaps, of Satanic going for him, you have to hold it. You have to wait and try to clutch it up. But there's so much to keep track of in these fights. Gotta be careful you don't waste it. But what a hold. Pvision. Now Satanic is gonna get that refresher soon. He has the gold for it. Might just synth his Ags first into a blessing. How much is he missing for that and buyback? It can't be more than like 2,000, which sounds like a lot, but really isn't at 48 minutes. It's quick to farm. This game is...
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a good one now.
This is pretty close, honestly. 16k lead, I think it's largely inconsequential because the 16k lead for the most part is sitting on the supports, and in spite of not having those big items on the supports, they're still getting their spells off every fight. Ducalis has good positioning, they get off every single hookshot cog combination. 9 class manages to find impact with very little. And now if you're Falcons, do you understand the game state is the other thing. You're playing a lot on feel in these late game scenarios. You probably felt like you had a big lead. Now you lost a fight. What's the read? Is it we need to farm more? We have to get to our next set. We have to get Roche. And conversely for Pvision, maybe you feel like, okay, we're actually strong enough to fight them head on now. We're going to contest the next Roshan for once.
Who thinks Pvision is going to go to the grand finals? All right. And how about Falcons? All right. Slightly Falcons favored, I'd say, in terms of crowd. But I agree. This is, I mean, the buyback for the Phoenix was a very big deal, but the game has slowed down dramatically now.
It feels like you can buy the time for the next buybacks now.
Yes.
Which is the big deal. Because you're looking at this Phoenix, and yes, there is room to grow, but essentially for the key part of this game, DM has everything he needs until the game is over. He has 2 Shivas, 2 Refreshers, 2 ultis, and almost level 25. Everything after this, it's nice, but it's not necessary. Having Hex could be cool, but...
Aghanim Scepter is kind of crazy, isn't it?
It's also risky. You saw how quickly they killed the egg.
That's true.
You might not want to pull a Toronto-Tokyo. Of course, there was that very famous clip with Nightfall where he basically killed him and lost the game.
That was rough.
That's one of those things that's not easy to bounce back from, but...
They're still teammates.
Yeah, I suppose.
All right, so looking at Skeeter, I mean, I don't even know what you can do here. You replace your boots, I suppose. He looks like he's going for Manta style, so to try to mitigate a little bit of the Omni Slash.
Generate more targets for Jug.
All right, I know we're not there yet, but I have to ask a question. Tier 5 items, do you keep the Outworld staff? I'm not kidding.
You get Helm of the Undying if you get on.
Well, okay. Well, sure. If you're going to get something completely broken, obviously.
Yeah. Maybe you replace it for Sister Shroud.
Oh, yeah. That's a classic.
I think it's better than some Tier 5s in this game. But I would say, let's see. It's depending on the hero, you definitely want to get the Helm of the Undying, I think, on all of them over it.
Yep, of course.
Aside from that, Fallen Sky can effectively perform the same function, right? So that's also a nice replacement. Book of the Dead, more trash for Jog to jump on.
True.
I mean, you laugh, but it's queuing up Manta. That's the only reason.
That is true. Smokes on both sides. Invis for Malrine. Another rune about to come. It will be
Arcane.
No one Arcane. Oh boy, he's going to start this out right off the bat onto the Sand King. Sun reapplied as well. Will burrow to the high ground. Gets cookied for safety's sake. Now, the roll was actually very deep for Amar, but doesn't look like Falcons want to pursue. So they have that mid lane as no one.
He's onto him.
He is. He's getting low on mana right now. There's the epicenter burst by combination. Malrine coming in to get the bash as well. This is enough. There is no one. He zips away, but out of mana. Onto the high ground. The Mortimer's kisses, but the Fate's Edict will heal him. And now he is going to be A-OK. Can Pvision now turn the tide onto Falcons instead? 9 class. Running up front, gets the cogs onto Snake King. Bounce left, right, and center. But Bambi gets away safely.
Oh, that was really close for no one. He gets saved by the Fate's Edict. He gets a big Lotus as well, if not 2. That transfusion really helping, but nobody dying in that exchange.
Amar with the bash into the Abyssal. The Fate's Edict supply though. Now there's 3 members of Pvision nearby. He uses the Swift Slash. Satanic still with his ult available. Has the Refresher as well. They're going to back away. This is super tense. And now an Abyssal Blade finish from Malrine. They just want to bash Satanic.
It is so hard for Satanic to use his spells correctly. He's playing into, let's see how it's that, 3 Ghost Scepters, 2 Lotuses, and 3 Outworld Staffs. Like, how do you use your spells reliably unless they're used on a stunned target? The risk-reward.
Yeah, those Lotus Reflects can be
crazy.
brutal.
Now with the Refresh and the Blink, perhaps he can just brute force his way into it.
Roshan, a huge belch that everybody can hear as Pvision attracted to the sound. Yeah, Battle Fury has been backpacked finally. As the Blink Dagger will eventually be a Swift Blink, but obviously wants to keep
trying for the rune here, Satanic.
It is a haste top, so nothing super consequential at this stage of the game. 3 gems in the game right now as well.
So it's 2 Abyssals as well on the Dire side. So 2 times the lockdown in attempts to kill Jug. Effectively, their entire itemization is against 1 hero.
That's true. They have Oracle, Cinder. They know the runes.
There's a lot to keep track of.
How dare you forget such a thing?
A lot to keep track of in Pro Dota. Well, you say, how did I forget? It was Jug who went for it.
Yeah, no, I know. That's the ironic part. Cinder.
How did he forget?
55 minutes in, smoke from Pvision. They scan out as well, so they know Falcon's location. Snaking, a very good frontliner for a support.
Yep. Feels like an item that we could have seen in this game was Wind Waker.
Yeah, for sure.
There has been 0 of them purchased yet. And I don't think you have to worry all that much about the Oracle Purge, because he's going to backline a lot onto Callis. It's not easy to get in for the offensive Purge. But nobody's queuing it up. Jump in.
Oh, that's a big Omnisax with a lot of damage. Down goes Skeeter. Finds back, but there's even some blade now on the storm. They have to bash him again. No one is dead to Malrine now. Amar doing so much work in this fight. They're not going to buy back out. Onto Skeeter. Satanic in quite a bit of trouble. Will pop the Blade Fury, getting healed up. Will be able to get out of dodge as a result. They lose 2, buyback on 1. That was a huge kill on a Skeeter. Obviously has buyback available, but doesn't want to expend it unless he needs to. Can Pvision try to force a fight? Crit.
Honestly,
spotted high ground.
Icy Veins not buying back there. A really tense moment. I feel like a lot of players just insta-click the buyback and take the fight, but stays patient. However, this would be a big grab.
This. Yes. If it's scouted by Falcons, does Skeeter buy back? It's already at half health. They're running out of time here. There's a lot of shit inside Roche.
Yeah.
Nine Class,
known to be
giving some
constipated.
vision. Oh yeah, he's big time. He's about to blow. Snaking, gonna get some vision, gonna get his heal off to start things out. Gets the vision back. Satanic gets the Roche. There's still goodies inside as the Epicenter's about to come. I believe Amar with the rolling thunder. Stuck inside the cogs. His DM pops the refresher. 9 Class goes inside the pit. Uses the shard to get out. So in the end, they do get all the goodies from Roche as Pvision, despite being down and out, it felt like early on. Now, quite possibly might be at an advantage despite being 20k down. Do have to worry about this mid lane though at all times.
Do not believe the graph. It is lying to you. This is not 84% Dire.
Are you kidding?
I refuse to believe that they're a 6-1 favorite in this game. This feels like a 50-50 to me.
Man.
That is crazy.
Maybe he has brain lag. Few minutes behind.
15 maybe, 20. Okay, no one is going to get the refresher shard from that Roche. So now, this next fight, the amount of artillery that Pvision have is insane. It could become a little bit problematic here for Falcons to defend their primary targets at this point. When the damage is getting this crazy, you don't have a hardcore, reliable save like the Oracle, Shadow Demon, you know, something like this. You've got a cookie, which is nice and all. But the damage is going to be quick, and this makes it even worse. Perfect rune for Satanic now.
Oh my god.
The amp damage. You've got to look for trouble here, surely. You've got 3 minutes on the Aegis, the double damage in your bottle.
Holy jeez.
You just need to see anyone and jump them with a stun, and they just die in the blink of an eye.
Satanic running out of slots. Has the bottle, of course, that he will use soon enough. MKB or Manta will take its place. Still going for, I actually changes Abyssal to a Moon Shard.
DM. Okay. No bash. That could have gone spicy.
Yeah,
Has the Travels 2 now, so he can deal with bottom and still connect to an eventual fight. And Juggernaut seems like a pretty safe Travels 2 target in this game. He has not been burst really a single time. With the protection that they have from the Oracle, it's difficult for Falcons to pierce.
Final tier 2 of the... Well, actually, no, there's a tier 2 top still, despite Falcons having the lane advantage right now.
They're spilling out bottom. And then TPing back. A strategic move like we've never seen before.
Unbelievable. We are 30 seconds away. I've been waiting the entire main event for this, Cinderin. The tier 5s are coming. Can we get some tier 5 cheers in the crowd?
Who loves Sister Shroud? Okay, good.
All right, very educated crowd
That's
here.
all I wanted to hear. That's great.
Cinderin will not be happy with that until it is literally deleted. I know you.
That's the thing about Dota players, though. Everybody hates or dislikes something.
Skeeter,
because the game has everything.
Yeah. Skeeter buys the Midas so he can get a guaranteed neutral.
But fortunately, we love way more. Isn't that right, Shannon?
That's right.
We love the cart.
Oh, man. Let's talk about Centaur
the
cart
love
right
is
now.
bigger than anything you would dislike.
Grab ally and the cart.
Yep,
man.
that's right.
Neither of those heroes in this game, of course.
That doesn't matter.
All right, how many Helm of the Undyings are we going to see?
Oh, yeah. That's honestly, that might be the story of this late game. It's so good for both teams, shockingly. Yes, it is good.
Oh, my God.
But against Jug.
Satanic gets Helm.
Yeah, but what do you
He's thinking
pick,
about
though?
it. Oh, he goes for Stygian. Okay, very, very confident young man.
Audacious Stygian is a lot of damage.
It is.
It is a lot. Unrelenting Eye.
Ah, interesting. Fallen Sky for DM.
So more status resist for every enemy hero within 600 units, just trying to not get comboed, I suppose, on the Storm.
Yeah, I think Unrelenting Eye is definitely an underrated tier 5. It doesn't sound all that sexy, but it's got to be good. It's just Helm of the Undying, though. It's super crazy.
Okay, who can craft? Ench, Gyro, Sand King. Okay, all 5 of them on Falcons have crafts ready.
Do they keep the Outworld staff? Another Stygian. So Skeeter and Malrine go Stygian.
Okay.
Very interesting.
Amar cannot choose. He cannot choose the Helm. We see the book on Snap. Helm
There's
of the
the first
Undying on
Helm. All right.
Arguably, maybe the least impactful one they can get because the spells that Snaking offers after dying are.
Yeah, another Helm of the
less
Undying
critical.
for 9 class. So 2 supports have it.
This is a game where recrafting could become a real thing, though.
All full smoke from Falcons. They have 5 out of 5 tier 5s. They're not going to find any opening, though, unless they want to go straight for the base, which is obviously quite the risk. Oh, maybe an opening onto the Clockwork. Snaking, going to be blocked off by the shards, though. BKB already popped from no one, applying all the pressure he can to Malrine, but he's going to be able to get out just fine. Satanic already used the false promise on him. He's going to put down the healing ward. Feels like a win for Falcons in terms of that small engagement. 9 class though, homing missile, swashbuckle to follow. That's a lot of damage from Amar. Using that ult as well, right on top of him. He's dead.
Oh, my
Helm of the Undying is there with Malrine. Gets off the Episode and the Burrow Strike onto the Phoenix. Can they get the stun lock? Can they get the egg off? Yes, he does with the Sun Ray to follow. Do they have the damage to get through? Do they have the rack? Coming off. Bang on this slash from Satanic. The egg is killed off. Fire echo. The reflected Lodax. And Skeeter now. They have the numbers. They have the numbers on the Satanic, and he's dead. Has the buyback, though.
Oh my God, I think he
has another egg
misclicked.
at his disposal.
I think he misclicked. He Swift Slashed the Lotus first, and then he Omni Slashed the same target. I think so, at least. I mean, it's hard to keep track of everything in those fights, but they both definitely got reflected back to back. Satanic stuck in an anime teamfight loop. Nobody died. No one.
Oh, no one. Able to zip out. They have the buyback on Satanic. They do not have one on 9 class, though. Snaking likely to hold on to his, as this is a second lane now for Falcons. Not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things. We are 64 minutes in. Amar looking for the Abyssal play, or actually the Basher since it's on cooldown. Still that tier 2 top, very pesky.
They're getting it at 64 minutes. They had map control for like 20 of these.
Yeah.
just never went for it. But
Better
now
late
it's time
than
to
never.
strike. They really want this buyback out of Satanic.
Oh, 100%. They have the buyback. Oh, they get the back. Oh my God, this is the dieback for DM. And no one now getting control. E-Blade applied. He's dead too. Has the buyback in tow. Satanic has to scurry back to base. That's the Rolling Thunder applying to the calls. With a fucking BKB on Oracle, for God's sake. It's 64 minutes in. No one gonna force everybody else back. But Falcons, they're actually gonna live on most of these members. Satanic looking for a target. E-Blade now. There's the Hex. The Malrade is going to be able to get bashed, though. Gets the burrow to the low ground. 9 class. Doesn't have hook shot up. Skeeter blocking the way. Going to get blocked by the Cogs. 45k net worth lead for Falcons. Another E on this process. 9 class onto the high ground. He's stuck up here now. Oh no, he's dead. Helm of the Undying activates as no one completely out of it. He's going to get back. Oh my God. That's Satanic trying to get away. Only 2 members up. Actually, he's the lone member. Gets off the Omni Slash at the last moment, but the Ghost Blades are too much. He cannot get through them. No nullifier. Now trying to trickle back to his fountain. He's the last remaining member of Pvision. Gets stunned up, but now in the fountain. Falcons have everybody alive. As now Satanic buying the BKB for one last hurrah. Goes in for the back. That is a lot of damage, but now the E-Blade keeping him alive. Omni Slash reflected. He's going to be dead. Satanic is down and out. And that means Falcons will be going to the grand finals.
Wow, what an insane game this turned out to be. 45 minutes ago, you could have told me this would be 30 minutes long and I would believe you. But Pvision manages to stall it out forever. They get to their key items. I guess Amar has leveled up, not sitting and fainting at his desk after another late game scenario. I guess the first 2 games were not long enough for him to run out of steam and hit that fatigue stage. What a worthy game of sending a team to the grand finals from, though. That is crazy. And whoever gets to meet either of these teams tomorrow is in for a hell of a challenge. That was a sick game.
Yeah, I'm glad we got to cast one crazy game on this main stage as Falcons, they're the first ones to secure a seat in the grand finals here at TI. And like you said, Pvision, another life in that lower bracket, and I guarantee you, nobody wants to face them, Cinderin.
I will say, though, perhaps the good news for the opponents of Pvision is Falcons have perhaps exposed a little bit of an overall strategy. I'm sure the panel will talk about this later, but
yeah, for sure.
Maybe this is an avenue that other teams can think about how to target Pvision in the upcoming series. Is Falcons clearly figured something out here today. This game was really hard, but they did get it done.
All right, let's get a post-game interview with Mr. Nomad and Snake King.
Thank you, Suns fan and Cinderin. Snake King, you have been to 8 internationals. Does it ever stop feeling this special?
I think the International is the most special tournament of the year for every single Dota player. So it doesn't matter how many times I've been to TI. It's always a very special moment.
And you have just made it to the grand finals for the 2nd time in your career. I mean, what does it mean, not just for you, but for this team as well?
I think it means the world, because every Dota player's dream is to make it to the international final and show that all the grinding and all the hard work that every player has done and put into the game is shown to the world.
And you have shown that absolutely here in this upper bracket finals, and you only need to do it one more time. I mean, have you thought about it at all, what it would feel like to go all the way?
Obviously, I've thought about it, but you don't want to get ahead of yourself. So just one step at a time. We just need to focus on what we need to do tomorrow.
Absolutely, and let's talk about those steps. Let's talk about how you got here. What have you been doing better than any other team at this event, would you say?
Making a lot of mistakes in group stage and learning from them. Because I think we played like utter crap in group stage with all those 60-minute games against Tidebound and Xtreme. And we really learned a lot from them. And I think the only reason why we won this 3rd game is because we really learned from our mistakes in the group stage and we didn't repeat them.
You absolutely did not. I mean, you had more experience than any other team here when it comes to game time, that is for sure. My question as well, Pvision, I mean, how did you break 9 class? You made him play a normal hero. How do you do that?
I mean, I think he kind of just ran out of heroes. I think once Slark and Monkey, he didn't really know what to play.
All right. And finally, who are you expecting to see in those grand finals against you tomorrow?
I think it'll be Pari again. I think they're the most strong team outside of us, obviously.
All right, well, Snaking, congratulations. And Hamburg, let me hear it for your very first TI 2025 Grand Finalists, Team Falcons!
Congratulations are in order indeed. Falcons, your first team in that Grand Finals. And with that, of course, it also means that we still have 2 players in the running to be in that 2-time TI champion. And 3 times. If you count Coach AUY, who has already won as a player and a coach, and potentially twice as a coach. Depends on who they're facing, though. At first, let us break this game down, because this was a long one, and we thought it might be a long one, Tigov. It was maybe a little bit different than we were expecting, because it was not very back and forth. It was mostly forth.
I mean, it was just a beautiful game, right? Because Pvision, they had their backs against the wall, they were stuck in their base, and then you have this epic moment where Satanic's hitting like these epic swift slashes, omni slashes, and wrong person there. No one on the Storm Spirit hitting these hits. Like, it was the perfect recipe for a beautiful game 3. But Falcons, the itemization, the team fight, they're helping each other out. Like, we're looking at the end game. There's 3 E-Blades, 2 Ghost Scepters, 2 Lotus Orbs, not a single nullifier available for Pvision. But just dragging out the game, kiting out the fights, you just couldn't ask for a better game 3.
I'm still very impressed with what Pvision were able to do in this game, because they were down so much. At minute 20, I was like, all right, pack it up. In 8 minutes, we're going to be on the panel talking about this game. But they were like, no. Like, they're so good at holding the map, playing these side lanes, trying to force Falcons back, and then making these clutch plays that we're talking about, where you're this far behind, but they know what they're playing for. But the problem is, it's Prime Falcons. Their early game is good. They got the heroes they want. And all these games that Snaking talked about, it's so much experience on what you want to build in the late game. What's your itemization? What do you need to do? Like, this team, so deserving of being in the Grand Finals.
They really are. I mean, we heard it from Snaking. They leveled up from their group stage. They learned all these valuable lessons from their very long games. So they go into long games like this, and you see that discipline come out of them. Mostly towards the end of the game, it was just about kiting those Omni Slashes, waiting for those Lotuses. You know, those Outworld staffs really came in clutch at some point, but they didn't falter when it looked like Pvision hit this really strong timing. They got that pick-off on Phoenix when he dove in with no buyback, instant Abyssal Blade, and they sealed the deal there.
And when they took the Aegis, right, for Skidder to die, and when no one died, Skidder didn't rush buyback, they didn't panic over this Roshan. The game breathed, the game developed, and they identified the next move, and it is great to see the emotion. And you know, I fully echo what Snaking was saying, you know, how important the international is and how much it means. You know, you could see that in the game. Falcons, they made sure that every move they made was so that they could punch their ticket into the grand final.
You have to be so happy for them. Like, first of all, Crit hasn't made it to a TI Grand Finals before. You have Malrine and Amar, who've played together for so long. Yeah, they've won LANs, they've won other events, but this is something absolutely different. So the fact that, you know, of course they need to celebrate. They're also playing out of their minds. Their itemization, what they're doing. Yeah, I can only sing praises for this team.
Yeah, Malrine in particular really stepped up these last 2 games. That game in his Pango was excellent. This one in his Sand King, he got his bread and butter. Their idea of camping mid with the Oracle and the Storm Spirit did not work out. He hit his timings and he was a menace on that map. You pair him up with Amar on his Pango, and they were like causing chaos in this mid game. It was so hard for Pvision to take these fights. They were constantly on the hunt. Amar also playing on the edge so many times. He was just going in. It looked like he may die a couple of times in that mid game, but he got away, clutching the mid game again for them.
Yeah, it helps that they also have this double abyssal. So when you do enter this kind of nail-biting part of the end game, between the 2 of them, top-level communication, they can just always lock down the Juggernaut or a Phoenix or any hero, delaying their entry to the fight. And again, I just wish I could just rewatch the end fights.
They are always very special and very spectacular. I think the Lotus or Omni Slash with Gyro and the obviously Juggernaut Omni slashing each other, as in not, then it's just beautiful to watch. You want to have moments like these on the main stage. They don't always happen, because I do think that there might be mistakes in mind, because you don't want to Omni Slash a Lotus Orb target. Let that be a lesson. Now, you also don't want games to go that long. Why did it go this long? Because you said it might be over in 18 minutes, and it wasn't.
Yeah, I think that Pvision are just really good at delaying the game, in terms of they're okay, we're behind, and sure, maybe this is happening. But we also need to talk a little bit about why did Falcons even have such a big lead in the start? And their lane swap is so genius. Putting Snap against Clock. First of all, Snap beats up the Clockwork, and you can free yourself out of cogs. But at the same time, Ench in the offlane, you're gonna help your Pango so much. This lane, can't really kill you. You outrange an Oracle as well, so I just want to highlight here, like, such a big reason why they have this early game lead are these things. And not only that, if you want to pull waves, you would rather do it against an Inch with some random creep and, oh, cool, I'm slowing you, than this guy. Like, Crit goes for the cookie with the little shredder, and you just get this absolute free kill. And then later, it's not just those, like, they just added up on what happened this game. They're up 3k gold, they've taken the enemy mid tower, they've taken the enemy safe lane tower, they've taken the enemy off lane tower, and now what? They park snaking in the safe lane. Where do you go from here if you're Pvision? That's why I feel it's even more impressive that they could hold on to this game as long as they did.
Yeah, and to answer your question, Chiefs, about why it took so long for Falcons to close it out, it was Satanic. I mean, that kid channeled so much resilience today. Him and Ducalis, they positioned themselves in the map such that he was always ready to tank smokes for him, ulti him if he ever got caught. They farmed the edges of the map for as long as they could, and Satanic really showed discipline with his Omni Slashes too. He didn't join any bad early game fights. He didn't Omni Slash when it looked potentially good. For example, near their triangle when Pango rolled in, he was like, nope, I'm out of here. And he waited for his opportunity until the very end where he got that really cool Omni Slash with the Vortex. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough, but it was awesome to see.
It was great to see. Obviously, on the other side, you got carried Gyrocopter by Skeeter, and I think T-Gov, he deserves some flowers too.
Yeah, he does. He also has some good RNG on his tier 4 neutral item. We already mentioned it earlier because we're talking about itemization, but of course the outward staff comes in clutch, and it's just the key thing. I think the way that Skeeter played this game was, exceptionally strong. He's kind of pushing his team forward, but without outward staff, all these Lotus Orbs and Ghost Scepters and E-Blades, we wouldn't have this game on our hands. What Effie's mentioning about Satanic, he was having one of the best games that you could ask for at a TI, top 3 position, looking for the grand finals. And of course, no nullifier and these little things, they hurt a lot. So unfortunately for Pvision, not having their own items didn't really help their comeback potential.
Yeah, the Outworld staff, I know you just glanced over it a little bit, and I know we talked about it a lot, or rather the commentary duo did. But why would you pick Juggernaut if that item is in the game? It's literally countering your ultimate.
You're not playing for the tier 4 RNG of the...
But there were 3. Statistically speaking, there will always be at least 1.
Are you ready? They also killed the Gyrocopter 100-0 when he had it because they had the stuns, the teamfight, the execution. So they knew how to play into it. It was just...
Makes it so difficult for yourself, though.
It does, yeah.
It's one of the downfalls of the hero. And it's also what Falcons abuse in the later stage of the game. They have the double Abyssal Blade that T-Gov mentioned. They have, a double Lotus Orb as well. You have multiple E-Blades to try and save the targets so they get Omni'd. And even then, Satanic did so much. I would say that to me, they still impressed me a lot because I could see that they're not crumbling under the pressure of a TI stage.
Yeah, I don't want to criticize that pick at all because he did incredibly with it. It was his call, was what we heard from Astuni backstage. Satanic wanted to play the hero. He saw something in that, Gyro versus Juggernaut matchup. Unfortunately, there was a really critical error in the end when Phoenix dove in without buyback and got Abyssal. Had that not happened, we may have seen a longer game. We may have seen Pvision take it even.
Could have, would have, should have. Didn't happen this time around, unfortunately for Pvision, but of course, fortunately for Falcons, who are our first grand finalists. This game in particular, though, had them be on the front foot the whole game long. They were ahead. Isn't that right, Purge?
That's right, Shiver. Yeah, the early game for Falcons was their bread and butter, something they've been doing consistently throughout the road to the International leading up to this, and that's the Sand King mid and its ability to pressure towers. I did a segment on this during during that road, and when you attack towers with this facet, you're giving mischance of 50% to the tower. So that means anything that is tanking the tower is doubling its HP. Any regen that's going on, if you get a second neutral creep using your Helm of the Dominator or whatever else, it just makes your pushing so much better. In this case, they always pair, not always, but when they can, pair with the Enchantress because that's going to make it easier for them to supply this tower pressure at such an early point in the game. And then Mallory instantly shifts to the bot lane because his opponents had reacted decently with the defense, and they do the same thing here. This one creep wave, they basically traded a tower for a single melee creep, which is insane, but very, very valuable. And then what Mallory does is he goes back to the mid lane, he says, I need to play for this rune, and watch what 9 class does. Does a great job with his cogs here to cause some disruption, and this one especially, he's going to shoot this cog right over the rune the exact same time that it spawns, so that even when Malorine Burrow strikes in, he gets stunned, and they pick up the haste rune, which is great. But again, if Malorine just attacks them, 50% mischance, and Storm is definitely a huge part right-clicking at this point, so he basically cleans that up, no problem, and then they walk mid with the brunt of their energy, including the Gyrocopter, and they get both towers killed at 10 minutes and 30 seconds, which is a huge early point in the game. They go on to defend their safe lane, have a nice big gold advantage, and that is why the game got so hard for Pvision, because they could not slow down this tower pressure.
Yeah, Falcons had an absolute dominant early game. Absolute cinema, some people might say, or if you're speaking a different language, Kino. And speaking of Kino, that's going to be the name of the next short film contest that we have right here, Kino. Could you name all the references of that one? There were so many in there. That was fantastic to see. And something that is going to be fantastic to see is our upcoming series. We had our upper bracket finals. It was great. It's time to do the thing that's necessary. Eliminate one more team, because there's only space for 3 teams on the final day. We already got Falcons in those grand finals. We got Pvision in the lower bracket finals. We could take a look at the bracket to see where we stand, because 2 more teams got to play today to see who has the honor on playing on Championship Sunday, Kezu.
Yeah, and we're going to have to just wait to find out, because also the lower bracket, it's really, I mean, I would say, you know, you have the winner bracket and you lose. This is where it makes or breaks the team. So you drop down below and you have to make it work. You don't have a secondary life, but both these teams that we're seeing in the next match, I've seen them both level up a lot. Both BB Team and especially Xtreme Gaming, after the, I would say, really devastating loss they received by Xtreme Gaming, they've leveled up a lot.
They really have, especially BB Team. Like, they've just flipped the narrative on its head of how we perceive this team. Like, in the past, you look at this team as early game dominance, strong laners, aggressive hyper carry who's always owning. This entire game, this entire tournament, they've been like losing lanes, struggling, making big comebacks and winning off of that. So they're on their TI anime journey right now.
They really are. And with these top 4 teams that we have here in Germany, it does also mean we got a unique situation, T.
Yeah, I did a little bit of a deep dive across the last 14 internationals that we had. You know, when you get to the top 4, you're like, we're at the international. What is the regional split, right? Looking at TI1, we had 4 different regions at the international. But then when you progress through the years, you know, TI2, TI3, TI4, TI5, China was so dominant. But look across the screen, you just don't see Eastern Europe anywhere dominating the top 4 until this TI. With both Pvision and BB breaking into the top 4, it's the first time ever the region holds a majority at an international.
Yeah, I feel like usually we have, like, you know, you have your team spirit at the top. Of course, they didn't make it this far. But BB Team, they're always like in the contention. They kind of make it, but then it's like top 5, top 6, you know, they kind of fall short. But this time around, through the lower bracket, they're coming back, they're powering up, so could even see them go further.
Yeah, we could definitely see them go further. Of course, Xtreme Gaming is in the way of BB Team. But let's focus our attention on BB Team. And in particular, let's focus our attention on the mid laner GPK, Kezu.
Yeah, this guy has been, I don't know what he did or what happened to him, but this guy's performances are really incredible. Like the way and the things that he just does, he plays with such conviction, confidence, and with like the correct heroes too. So we should take a look at kind of his stats, his KDA, because this guy, I would say out of any other mid player that we have, I don't see this guy lose his lanes like ever. Like every time that we see him play, he just destroys. So these are the heroes that he plays, and we touched on it like the other days too, right? The spirits aren't as much in favor, but his Earthshaker and the odd times where he does play the Void Spirit or the Puck or the DK, like this guy's stats and the heroes he can play, he can take over a game. He can play make, he can make it happen for his team. And I believe we also have a clip because I want to show that this guy just has the confidence. This is from today's game. You are down, like your aim is that the enemy team's rushing. You just respawn, double step into the pit like a freak, and he steals the Aegis. This was just after Heroic bought back Yuma himself to kill them to now take the Aegis. The moment that GPK goes for this play and steals the Aegis, the game actually just ended.
he's been playing out of his mind. Like, we talk about all of these comebacks that BB Team showed, but the core of these comebacks were GPK and save. He has been so stable throughout this entire tournament, and without his top performances, BB Team would not have made it this far.
Yeah, I mean, if at any point Pure fixes his laning phase, this team can level up even further. The fact that they're not all operating at 100% is scary. The fact they're top 4, based on Miro or Save or GPK, dominating the, these mid portions of the game, it is just a scary prospect. At any minute, when they fully wake up, then they can make this, the true run to the finals.
Yeah, and I will say, we heard earlier from Snake King on stage that they learned a lot by having a really long road in the group stage and playing all these long games. I feel like BB Team has kind of adopted their strategy because every single series they played right here on the main stage, it went to 3 games. Surely that would have helped them move further and adapt.
It did. I mean, it's not the 3-game series we're used to seeing from them. Like I mentioned, they've had to make so many comebacks, but I think the really cool thing about their long journey here is that Pure has learned a lot of humility. Like, he's gotten his ass handed to him in a lot of these lanes. And today, with his gyrocopter in that Game 3 versus Heroic, it felt like despite all of the negative emotions, he was able to pull through and clutch for his team. So maybe that momentum from that really cool win will push them forward here.
Yeah, and speaking of pulling through, Xtreme Gaming on the main stage as well. They did have a rough time in that upper bracket, but since getting dropped down this morning, because they looked very good.
Yeah, no, like they look absolutely different, I would say, this morning. And Mira, I believe you wanted to show some pics?
Yeah, I just wanted to show some of the individual heroes we've been seeing coming out of Xtreme Gaming, because we talk about Pvision being the spicy team, but Xtreme Gaming has been a little bit spicy for themselves. Today we saw Carry CK come out of Ame, the sniper, that was an XM staple coming out. There's even been a Carry Omni Knight at some point. They also run a couple of supports that other teams don't. They run the ET from the 5. They also run the Mirana. They ran it twice versus Beastmaster. So they do have a flavor that is unique to them that maybe BB Team doesn't necessarily know how to play against.
Yeah, I feel like the Omni Knight is kind of wild. I believe the Mirana was with like an SD, because their support duo, they play really well together, so I'm not too surprised that that's what we saw. But yeah, honestly, it's just really cool that every team, I believe T, you mentioned the other day, every team has their own style and their own heroes.
Yeah, and that is definitely true for the 2 teams that will be taking the stage in just a second, because it is time to welcome in our first team. It's BB Team.
And we're back.
BB Team!
We have seen it all from this squad. We have seen them struggle. We have seen them dominate and triumph. We have seen them go the distance on this very stage. Every single series here in Hamburg. Can they do it here again? Can they make it to a 3rd game? Can they make it to we'll find out. Their opponents surely have something to say about that. It is none other than Xtreme Gaming.
And we're back.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. Xtreme Gaming! Choose wisely and crush those
Xtreme
responsible.
Gaming in the lower bracket. I think that is the most scary thing we've seen yet. Earlier today, they made sure that Nigma Galaxy was eliminated. Can they continue their lower bracket run to reach the grand finals? But rough, Kezu.
No, it looked real bad, I'm not going to lie. But since then, of course, some time has passed, and I heard that they thought, some of the item builds weren't as good. They got a little bit exploited when it comes to the map play. So this is absolutely a team that I can see, they take a beating and they level it up. You have Zhao as your coach. You have very experienced players. If anyone can do it, it has got to be them as well.
Yeah, even in that second game versus Pvision, where they lost, they made really big adaptations in that game too from that game one. So they were already halfway there on that path of dealing with this meta of map play, of split push, of these Helm of Dominator creeps. And I think Zhaoit's cooked some stuff up from yesterday to today. I mean, we already saw the CK come out today. We already saw the mid sniper.
It depends on how Zhaoit wants to approach this draft. Like, does he want to look at the tempo coming from GPK on the mid lane or Mira on the off lane? Depending on which one they navigate, like could try and deal with in the draft, maybe some bans. I think that's when they have a game on their hand, right? Like realistically, is BB as quick as a team as, let's say, Pvision, right? I don't think they are. So I think the game should last a lot longer. We should see the real depths of both teams kind of shine.
Now, looking forward to seeing that. And if we're talking about the depths of both teams, one thing that is not really deep for both teams is the Mars. It's quite on the surface, actually, Tigo.
Yeah, of course. Coming into this TI, we do have some incredible specialists on the Mars. I did look at these stats this morning, so I don't actually know if it includes the XSS game he played, but that alone, we do have one of the best Mars players in the world, right, XSS. And I love the fact that throughout TI, both of Amar and XSS have played different styles of the hero as well. Like some are playing for more, BKB, refresher, utility, going to the front line. Some are playing for other types of utility with Lotus. Like it's really different types of Mars, but it is a privilege that we do have two of the best Mars players still in the tournament, and I honestly hope to see Mars here with XSS, because again, that game earlier, I don't think I got the clip for it, but it was just iconic. So good, some of these arenas.
I mean, this guy's Mars has been like famous for years, like ever since he started playing. His itemization, like you're talking about, he has like really clutch Lotus Orb, Lincoln Spheres, his spell usage. They're just very, very stable. Like this is an incredibly stable team. So I feel like they've got a pretty good shot in this series.
And Xtreme Gaming are very team fight heavy as well. Unlike other teams in this tournament, they haven't really been winning by, split pushing and Helm of the Dominator. They've been winning by making it to late game, winning off of Ame's back, getting these clutch team fights.
But what you just described there with team fight teams need time to get online, right? It's why pace hurts them a lot. So I think if BB wants to be competitive, they need to identify the scaling required and find new ways to play out the early game. Of course, we can entertain, Miro playing the likes of Lycan, but he's probably not going to get his hands on this hero.
Yeah, I'm sure both teams have had a lot of fights. You can easily read that too in the KDA records, Kazu, that we have, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. We've talked about GPK before, and I mean, if you're a mid player, this is the guy you're looking at. Because this guy, he's on this, like, his KDA is kind of out of this world. Like, you look at the other guys, Yuba, Rip, not here anymore, but his KDA is out of this world too. But GPK, I feel like he's really the one that has held his team together in, like, the toughest games. Sometimes, and a lot of the times too, you have Save and Meru who, like, join in. But GPK, to me, he has been the standout player. So if BB Team fans out there want to see them do well, they've got to put their eyes on GPK and hope that he can perform like he did in the other games.
And the fact that we see, obviously GPK is there, but XSS as well, two different roles. Does that teach us anything about the playstyle both of these teams have, and maybe which player they give a little bit more priority in terms of how they play, and maybe which heroes they get in the draft?
It kind of shows that one team plays through their mid lane, right, and the other team plays through their off lane. When you have an off laner who's picking up Beastmasters, Lycans, Undyings, Mars, right, from XG, you're naturally going to want to play around early timings of, do they have Arena or Tombstones or Lycan Shapeshift?
To me, it's also like one of the things that you have for XXS, for me specifically. Maybe I'm biased because I'm an offlaner, but I think this guy has played so well. One of his, like the reason he has such a good KDA, I think this guy barely dies. Both him and XM, to me, have been incredible, like, standout players for Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, and on the topic of XM, he's no joke either. We talk about GPK, but XM has been crushing a lot of his lanes this tournament, and he's a very particular player because he started off playing mid by just playing gross heroes. He was playing the Vipers and the Razors and the Necros, and now he's just developed the regular mid hero pool. But he's still got those crushing the lane mechanics that GPK is famous for. So I am curious to see what kind of matchups we'll be seeing mid, because XM cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, like I remember, because you're right, it was around was it like KL with Azure Ray, he gets this like last pick Viper. He's like the anti-mid player. He's like, he doesn't care if he has top network, he's gonna make sure you don't have top network. And like then his team can use it, you have Ame, you're gonna carry me, don't worry brother, we're the A team.
He's got a couple of standout heroes as well. We saw he was 3-0 on his Lesh, 3-0 on his SF. Like, these are heroes that kind of carry from the mid lane, do a lot of damage for your team. And if you're talking about XXS playing heroes like Mars, these teamfight anchors, your mid player being a Leshrac capitalizes off of that incredibly well.
And I saw a couple of heroes also overlap with GPK, obviously most notably the puck. T, does that mean that we're going to have the puck be very contested in this upcoming game?
Yeah, I'd like to think so. Or maybe BB allow the puck to go to the other side and suddenly you get a Shaker or a Void Spirit or a DK coming out from BB. I think what they're showing from BB is the fact that they are able to pick anti-puck heroes. They're not truly afraid of it. And yeah, mid lane, going to be so critical for this series.
That DK in particular, it looked solid yesterday. Yeah. They looked very comfortable running that DK plus Hoodwink, taking a page out of Falcon's book in that sense, and running a kill combo that makes your mid game a lot easier. I think if they recreate that today, that should work incredibly well against XG because they're going to be dealing with a lot less ghost push than if they were to run it against Pvision or Falcons.
I mean, especially also if we looked at the graphic, they had picked Hoodwink, 12 times? That's one of the first times I've seen like a double-digit pick order or like pick amount from this tournament alone. So yeah, it would work really well. You've got the DK on GPK, so absolutely, why not?
Yeah, we also have these two teams that they are very familiar with each other already, so that might be something to come into play as well, unless you guys are thinking that maybe in the last month or so, or maybe the last week or so, too much has changed. But overall, in terms of games, it is... Well, in terms of series, it's somewhat even. In terms of games, not so much. It is a BB team that normally, when they do win, they win 2-0. So the amount of games is 4 in favor of Xtreme Gaming, 8 in favor of BB team, and that's quite a difference.
But this was the previous version of BB team, the one that stomped their lanes. There haven't been that kind of BB
2 months
team
ago.
TI.
Yes.
I mean, for some reason, laning stage is not working out for this team, but that is why they were such a bane to Xtreme Gaming. Xtreme Gaming in the past were a team that really needed to come out of lanes even or at least doing fine because they played for that late game.
But it's also, so I say, XG, you're a team that just didn't show up in the entire year, right? Like coming into TI, it was like, okay, here we go again. Arme, you might get out of group stage if you're lucky. No one really predicted them to dominate the group stage. So I think that the TI magic is in the air for clearly both teams, it seems.
Yeah, the pressure is on. Both of these teams, of course, would love to reach top 4. Top 3, because they have already reached top 4. The only player on the side of BB team that has done so before is Pure last year with Tundra. The rest on the side of BB team has never gotten this far to begin with, let alone be third. You would think then, Kezu, that the pressure, do you think they'll do good with it?
I think so, for sure. I mean, even then, like, you've overcome where you failed before. I feel like this helps you a lot, and every single minute, every single game you play on the main stage, it just makes it so much more smooth and like more casual the next time it does happen. And for me, Xtreme Gaming, I mean, their most recent addition with X Nova, like, this guy is incredibly good. We know him from Prime LGD. He did play with Ame back then, and this guy's strength, like his foresight and like kind of being an oracle in the game of what is the next move, he is so damn good at this.
Yeah, quite an overlap here, by the way, between Ame and Pure in their carry pools.
Yeah, but I think it's the unique heroes that are making me so excited for this series, right? The fact that we've seen Ame go for the CK to try and counter the troll. We've got a Bristleback where maybe it didn't really work out. We went for the Battle Fury to deal with a Broodmother. Like, there's interesting ideas coming out from both teams and how to kind of break down the meta of TI. And that is, again, the treat that we have. We have 4 teams, very different identities. And, Ame has shown he is ready to go back into some very old tech in the hope to try and convert into a win.
Yeah, I do have to get this out of the way, by the way. There's obviously Xtreme Gaming played first series of the day. That was 11 hours ago when they started their game about it. What's up, T?
I don't think it matters.
Okay, good.
Because behind BB is the entire crowd that supports XG. So they're going to be screaming at the backs of BB the entire time, potentially carrying over and waking up XG if required.
I will say there was quite the difference in cheers.
Oh yeah, like a lot.
Yes, there's a lot of Xtreme Gaming fans in the arena, and that will amp anyone up. I will say that because when we saw BB team face the previous crowd favorite in Nigma Galaxy, they were able to pull through as well. So potentially it might level BB team up as well. We'll see how that goes, but it is indeed good to know that a fatigue will not play a part. If you've played loads of Dota games every single day, you're going to make sure you're
they play like
time.
17 hours a day at home, like who cares? Like it's going to be 12 hours here on stage. It's fine. The adrenaline is here. It's your friend.
Yes.
Quick confessional. I've played like 27 pubs once in a day before. Have you ever played more than 20 games of Dota in a day?
Yeah.
Yeah, on like if you're doing like some 24-hour, I'm a degen, I don't go to bed. Yeah, you.
But follow-up question: is it in ranked? Did you start the day losing and then you had to keep playing? Like, what was this? Why did we play 20 odd games?
Because we're freaks and we love Dota too.
Wasn't there a crazy stat from Seb that he played 36 games in 24 hours?
Yeah,
Ranked.
but that's
All
just
right.
Seb for you, bro. It's gotta like
that
lay
is
low,
a
you
unique
know?
player. That is for sure. That is for sure. I'm sure these players are going to be just fine with that. And I do want to touch a little bit more on the offlaners. I know we talked about XXS, but I do want to also focus on Miero, who is actually, in terms of TI plays on the side of BB Team, the least experienced player. He came top 8 in 2024 last year. I feel like he has stepped it up, Kazu.
No, absolutely. I think this guy is also like maybe even like the best form that he's ever been in, because he had a phase where he tapered off a little bit, but now he's coming back. And I would say they're both in a similar boat where they don't get the most resources from their team, but they still make it happen in like nearly every single time they do play. And we see here too, they have a lot of unique heroes to their name, Miro.
Yeah, and a lot of these unique heroes that they have carried their teams to victory, right? Like we've seen Miro, when he gets his hands on the Lycan, for example, or XXS, the game changes entirely. But Miro, he's gone 3-0. Is it 3-1 now? Or 4-1? I think he won another game on this Bristleback, but he carries when he gets his hero. You look at XXS, he'll play that offlane Undying sometimes. He'll be like that big bad that his team rallies around really early on, then transitioning into utility where he can unsave Ame. They are very individual in this sense, but you are very right. They take a lot less resources than the rest of their team.
No, I honestly hope to see Bristle, Lycan, or Center for him. These are the type of games where Lycan through map pressure, Center through scaling, and then the Bristle, of course, like you just mentioned, it's just chaotic energy. And any of these heroes will give BB a very good shot in this series.
What kind of priority do we feel like they'll take in their draft in terms of roles? Are they going to try to get those offlaners first? Is there one player in particular, one role in particular?
It will start with Hoodwink.
Okay.
If that's banned, then maybe it'll go towards offlaners. But from how they've been drafting at the moment, it's along the lines of Hoodwink or Shaker / offlaner.
Okay, well, let's find out what's going to happen. And it is finally time to get into the draft of that first game.
BB Team versus Xtreme Gaming. Game 1.
We've got Xtreme Gaming on the Radiant side, BB Team on the Dire side. First pick to Xtreme, and means overall last pick going the way of BB Team. We'll see how that will go. A couple of usual suspects already eliminated in the sense that the Lycan is there, the Naga's there. The Mars continues on from previous series as well. First phase ban, Beastmaster, Shadow Fiend. And I will say, I feel like, you know, we see that Marcy on the banning side of Xtreme, and we basically have not seen Marcy over the last few series, I feel. It's been kind of ignored, but they're putting it back on the map.
Yeah, we've not seen it too much. Same with the Shadow Fiend ban. I don't know if there's much more that I should be looking into, because sure, you only have one ban in the second phase. Generally speaking, SF is good against like offlaners that lack armor, you know, like your Bristlebacks, or if you really want to rely on Aegis. So I don't know if there's something that I missed the last couple of days in POBs, or if they're really just trying to protect something for later.
Yeah, it feels like one of those type of bans where, like you mentioned, it's starting to set the foundation of if there's a Shadow Fiend and then they're flexing it, and maybe it's a carry and then dominate the safe lane. They also want to secure the rest of their draft.
Yeah, I think that what they wanted to do was make sure that XM doesn't get that mid hero that will counterpick those typical melee styles.
Yep.
You know, like the Earthshaker that just came out for Xtreme Gaming. With XM, you can't take any risks. He's 3-0 on that hero right now. If you give him a lane for it, he will always cook it.
Yeah, and we've got to see too, because we have seen the QoP response. So Xtreme Gaming, of course, they do take that out because it is one of the better responses. So I also kind of want to see where BB Team do take it. They're not the most notorious Monkey King team, so maybe they'll just be like, sure, you farm, I'll pick something where I farm, so maybe they don't care as much about like the counter pick within the lane.
Yeah, I just want to make sure for XG that they continue down this line of make sure Shaker isn't just fully rotated on, right? And I don't think BB will do it as well as other teams that we saw, at least in that previous series. But like you mentioned, seeing the QoP ban, it's already, Shaker will be mid, you know what's going to be happening. It'll be Kaya, wave push, blink, rotations.
And they did flex Shaker to offlane earlier today. There is a chance that if they see something even better for the mid lane, they might just throw that Earthshaker, give it to XXS.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. XXS, when it comes to like spell casting backliners and like you enable your team to like play the fight that they want, he excels on all of these heroes.
10 seconds remaining. This is an unusual opening from BB Team, I want to say. The Templar Assassin, this early.
Based on the flex to Shaker to offlane, I don't mind the TA because it can, because your second pick, you'll have last pick in the draft, you can now follow the Shaker the entire time, and be it mid or carry TA, you're going to be able to bully the Shaker, right? We don't see mid TA that much, but it is a GPK specialty, and if you can get it through, you will do it.
Yeah, the flex is always open there, but I wonder if there's an element of let's just make our safe lane have an easier time than it has been having. Let's just pick a very stable laner for Pure, one of his signatures, and make sure that he doesn't get his heroes banned out later on.
That is a step in a very helpful direction for Pure, at least.
I mean, I like the safe lane TA a little bit more than mid, because I do think like when you, sure, it's a very good hero, it farms a lot, it does very well in those lanes, but you don't help your team very much. And I think BB team, they rely on GPK to open up the map, or at least be able to help you defend the areas that you need to play in.
The only time that you could put the TA mid is your carry becomes very sacrificial. Like realistically, you need like a Skidder style carry in that safe lane.
Well, no surprise in the safe hoodwink. I'm sure that XG knew this was coming. BB team are very happy that they do get their hands on it as well.
Now you just need your hoodwink kill combos, right? You know, your centaurs, your DKs from mid, anything that can set up to take advantage of this hero's early game impact.
So for XG, we're most likely just looking at their double support, something that they've played a lot. So they'll go with the Bane. I wanted to mention that they play a lot of ET, which would have been available in this moment. But you get the Bane Snap, two heroes that honestly can do quite a lot on the map, whether it is set up to be your 1+1 or the follow-up damage into the Shaker, and two different saves.
And when you want to look at like the regional differences from our top teams that we have left, XG always wants stuns. They always want ways to take fights. And like you just mentioned, that layering, you've got the Cookie for a save, you've got Nightmare for a save, you then have Cookie for a stun, you have Grip, you have Slam. There's so many ways for them to save, kite, and prolong engagements that if BB mis-execute, TA can be quite a volatile here. When you blink in, if you don't have the pike and ways to disengage, if you're getting locked down, you can just get 100-0.
Yeah,
Pre-BKB, of course.
By including Bane so early in your draft, you're making it an anti-carry draft as well. You're making sure that this TA that goes picked first does not go unpunished.
I would say it's kind of a crazy silencer game, if that's something that BB team would want to look for. You're good against both the subs, you combo break Earthshaker. But then if you do want to put your TA safe lane, I would say it's fine, like it's pretty good. With the Storm too, I feel like the layering would go well, but otherwise if they want to go for comfort, I think the Katomi Disruptor and Naga, they both look so damn good, and there's nothing wrong with those on this stage either.
I've loved watching Katomi play the Disruptor. I feel like there's this kind of aura around him that if the game's difficult, he just tells his team, guys, no matter what, once I get to Blink Acronyms, I will find that static stomp, I will find that time to have that turnaround potential.
Are we surprised at all that they are no longer keeping the TA as a flex?
No, not really. Like, it's two good lanes against Shaker no matter what. Storm mid v Shaker and TA safe lane like we already mentioned.
I just want to say this is the first Storm Spirit game for GPK this tournament. It's one of his signature heroes. It's one of his most famous heroes over the years, but we haven't seen it yet this tournament. They took a page out of Pvision's book a little bit from that first game that they had versus Falcons, where they put the Storm mid, they get the Oracle to secure the runes, and they just play around him. It's very clear here that BB team are wanting to play through GPK this game.
Which is honestly very interesting. I do like the Oracle pick here. Uh-oh, we've got you've got AM against at least Oracle and Storm. Don't deal with this hero very well. I would say Hoodwink is like so-so. Yeah, TA can tempo, but giving Ame your 18 pick in a game where you're setting him up pretty well, I'd be pretty happy if I'm XG.
What are the big offlaners though to deal with the anti-mage, right? There's Night Stalker, there's Slardar, there's Axe, right? Blink Blade Mail, Happy Days.
Night Stalker's already out.
Yeah, yep.
LC, Huskar if you're Falcons.
That's true.
We'll see. On the other side, we are, of course, looking for the bans that BB team will do, mostly also for XXS, assuming that the Shaker is going mid. Do you still want to place the Shaker mid with the Storm there? Or you want to rotate him?
You definitely can. I think there's not a real issue with doing it. I mean, the good thing is you have the choice. I'm trying to think. So you know that the TA is safe lane. I think a different hero would pressure the TA more.
I think for XG, Shaker goes mid, find the offlaner, right? Create tempo, like you're saying, pressure that TA. Shaker will go 50-50 with Storm. It's whatever, right? Storm will hit some creep, you play for rune, life goes on. But I think if you shut down the TA, if you bring life, and also it's an independent offlaner around minute 4-5, if things are to be tri-laning into anti-mage, take some fight there, you can free up your support. So I think a sturdy offlaner is critical for XG.
I'm kind of trying to think of what that would be, because a lot of the heroes that I could think about that kind of like own TA quite hard in lane, or heroes I would like, they don't like Oracle too much. Like some, Darkseer would be kind of cool, you get a lot of auras, it's cool stuff for you, but Oracle makes that a lot harder.
They do so long to ban out the Shrek.
I wonder if they could do something like take away one of the anti-mage counters by picking it themselves, because they get the pick out of the ban phase, right?
Like a Slardar?
Yeah, so instead of banning Slardar, you take Slardar. That could be something.
If they feel like that there's 3 heroes in total that really ruin you, and if you take those out, you secure his game, that's an option.
I'm going to go for a hero suggestion, but please tell me if you don't like it. Don't just hype me up.
Will do.
Brewmaster XG. Chill off lane, you can be relatively independent, you just send in the clones, you kind of delay the game, you're anti-early game skirmish, you buy time. We don't see it too much, but with the Shaker, the Brew, so much team fight control, Arme will be the shining star of the draft eventually.
It is. It's pretty. It's like an OG counter into Oracle, because you find the backline, you can lift up the hero, you have like the overall rotation, and like you can collapse on the TA, which is kind of nice. I would not be opposed to that. Maybe it doesn't give you like a super cool lockdown into Storm, but maybe they don't really care because you've got the AM to cover that anyway later on in the game.
What if it's just an offlane shaker and they just want to pick some XM sniper or something ridiculous? Sure, he's playing against Storm, but sniper does beat up Storm in lane, you know, even though he gets jumped later. Or Death Prophet.
Oh, yeah, this guy is nasty.
Yeah,
I love this method.
That is a great pick.
It gives so much like forward-thinking attitude, right? Like if it is DP to be Mercy Storms for it, Storm can never rotate. You hit Exorcism, you're going for that tower. Hoodwink and Oracle, when they rotate towards that mid lane as well, it's not going to feel that good into the Exorcism.
The silence is going to be incredibly valued too.
Yeah.
Just being able to run into this Oracle, silence him, make it so that Storm is threatened early on, and just the ability to kick Templar Assassin out of that safe lane early on is going to do so much, because you take away this tower from the TA, suddenly Anti-Mage is there with his helm taking all of the farm in that area. TA is not ready to rotate to the other side of the map yet.
Yeah, I really, really love this pick. It just goes to show, like, there's a specific few players that will take completely different heroes. There's so few mid players that would even look or think about the Death Prophet here. Let's see BB Team. Just a classic old chill Sand King. You know, you get your offlaner, you get your Blink Stun. I will say, after XG banned out those 2 heroes, they should be quite happy to see a Sand King.
I don't mind the Sand King for the fact that Miro can go very quickly for Blink Dagger, and when XM's going towards hands with Exorcism, if you do get that blow up, if you do get that 100 to 0, it kind of buys time for you to then smoke up, go find an anti-mage, get a kill. But it is, if you miss that spell, if you don't hit that 100 to 0, you're going to feel really bad into an anti-mage. It's like anti-mage versus Sand King, also a pretty good lane for the anti-mage.
Yeah, your lane is miserable
Yeah.
with Sand King here. Like, you're putting him into a losing lane. You're basically saying that, okay, our supports are going to play with Storm Spirit. We know where the runes are spawning. Let's just throw a Sand King into the triangle and hope he catches up. That's kind of a tall ask to do this time around, because that triangle is going to be needed by the TA and not the Sand King if she gets her tower taken from her by the Death Prophet.
You guys are kind of painting a pretty grim picture for BB Team, not gonna lie.
Zhao has drafted a beautiful draft. It looks great, it looks amazing, and I'm not going to try and hide the fact that I just love looking at their draft. But the thing with BB is, like, even if their drafts look weird or their laning looks weird, they always find these moments. So on paper, I don't see it happening. But fast forward 35 minutes, I'm like, of course, they do that, right? So yeah, I'm just going to wait and see. But draft-wise, I think, yeah, there's so many layers to XG's lineup.
I mean, the advantage in my mind that BB Team should have is potentially some of the lanes, like if GPK lanes goes well, first Aegis should be theirs with the TA, but I'm on board. I think that XG found a really good way to slow down what BB Team wants, so I feel like the director kind of cooked this game.
I think GPK has a lot on his shoulders. He's got to really pop off with his signature Storm Spirit, because this draft was crafted around enabling the Storm Spirit. So if he can get off to a good start, crush these lanes, get these pickoffs, early timings before anti-mage is too strong, that would be their way in.
But what's the solution if he can't leave his lane, because the moment he does, the Death Prophet pushes his tower? Do you just give up the tower and hope you get a better trade?
You can try to have someone else like pull the wave to delay it, or when XM makes this move into mid tower, just bring some heroes over. Like, be ready to make this move. T already mentioned Miro on the Sand King. Maybe he can be freed up. He can just TP mid if you overstep. You gotta do some things. Be creative. Yesterday against the Huskar, they didn't show me that.
Just shut down the Death Prophet, and then maybe there's a game in play for BB.
Okay. We're going to find out what's going to happen in the first game of this elimination best of 3. Before we see the game, though, we're going to head over to the stage where Tsunami is with Coach Bulk.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Bulk of BB Team. Again, good to see you, dude. What you been up to for the last 4.5 hours?
Привет, Булк. Чем вы занимались последние, эдак 4 часа?
Поели, отдохнули, посмотрели игры.
So, we ate some, we chilled some, we watched some Dota. That's it.
What a coincidence. That's the same thing I've been doing as well, except now you've got another stressful game ahead of you. This is the first time you've picked GPK Storm all tournament long, and then immediately they respond with an anti-mage. Were you expecting that in second phase, or maybe taken a little bit by surprise?
Вы впервые взяли Шторма. Удивлены ли вы их ответу в виде антимага, или вы ожидали его?
Да, мы не ожидали антимага.
Yes, we did not expect the anti-mage.
Now tell me, is he being serious? I feel like I'm sensing a bit of sarcasm here.
There is some sass in there.
Не услышал.
Он спрашивает. Вопрос в том, насколько серьезен был твой ответ.
Полностью серьезно. Мы не ждали антимага.
Well, I gotta trust you then. And if you were taken by surprise, let's see if your players were not. Bulk, let's see how you do in the second elimination series. And we pass it over to our casters for game number 1.
Thank you so much, Tsunami, and of course the lovely translations. Love to hear it.
Yes,
I cannot freaking wait for this series. It's top 4, man. We're here.
Yeah, we've been waiting. We got some game 3s.
Oh,
it's been a great day so far. I would like some more. Can we get another game 3, please?
Keep doing it.
Yeah, let's just do that. Okay.
I think that this is also one of the times when I'm watching these games and I'm out there and I think about, man, these guys have been here for a while. Like, we just did the interview, obviously, with Bulk. They were sitting and staying. But the other thing that I heard was that XG, throughout the entire duration of this time that they were hanging out here, after their series, they didn't leave. So they've just been waiting all day to see who their opponent's going to be.
Yeah, keep an eye on the game, see how everyone's doing, and there were definitely some questions heading into some of those games for quite a while there. I wasn't sure who they were going to be facing either.
Oh no, I was like for sure that it was going to be Heroic facing off against them, but in the end it is BB Team that end up taking it, and we're going to be facing off here in this one. And it's also a really interesting moment because you take a look at this matchup. BB Team, Pvision, you're up there also with Falcons. These squads have been in the top 4 9 times throughout this entire year. For XG, they're only their second time in top 4. They're trying to upset the narrative.
Yeah, and so far already doing that very successfully, considering many of you out there, and maybe myself also, didn't even have them getting out of the road to the International, let alone putting on such an amazing performance earlier in this tournament, and thus making it this far.
Well, it does mean that we're going to be treated to an absolute banger here, I am sure, as already a Death Prophet coming in mid. I was wondering...
That hurts.
Yeah, that was a nice
little
one.
Uphill miss there.
I was wondering if we were going to end up seeing the Shaker bit pushed over and towards mid, but deciding to put it on XM, a hero he is somewhat known for playing it on, and an XXS is going to be the big money maker on the Earthshaker this time around.
Yeah, XM is bringing out a few of the hits today, We got the Sniper coming out here. Maybe the Viper later, perhaps, if we really want some dirty XM. But speaking of the hits, speaking of signature heroes, I always say, if you're in trouble and GPK's on your team, you break that glass in case of emergency and you pick up the Storm Spirit.
He really is just a phenom on this one, and so far already taken a few hits from the Death Prophet, but you can see sitting pretty in the laning stage. Of course, the big question mark is going to be how do they deal with the elephant in the room? We haven't been talking about it yet. Ame on Anti-Mage in full anime mode here in top 4.
Yeah. Well, there'll be plenty of time to talk about him this game, I'm sure. One way or another, either winning or losing, the game often comes down to a lot of conversations about what is Anti-Mage doing? As you are pinning a lot of your hopes on this hero, but it is certainly a favorite for Ame, so not too shocked to see him play it here and getting it in this matchup that the hero does love, as he gets pressured under his tower right now by a Sand King.
Getting some good early harassment in there and making things a little bit uncomfortable. Can see Save just throws out a few of these little buckshots at him and forces back. And actually even going to glyph the wave here. This is over towards mid happening. Ame is somebody that's a little bit vulnerable on that anti-mage here in the early levels.
Yeah, you can see GPK getting in a little bit of trouble there with the Siphon coming out, but head the distance. And Death Prophet, like you said, a hero that XM certainly has played before, but not a hero we've seen a lot this tournament. Definitely, I think the first time we've been casting it, so it'll be interesting to see just, the classic is just how much are you getting out of each exorcism.
And that was a big one. Pure's Courier goes down. Was a very tough situation there. Or was that Ame? No, Ame's just coming on out to him. He's going to be fine.
I think for me, speaking of someone else we haven't talked about this game, one of the best individual performances of today was Xingqiu on Snapfire earlier this morning. I feel like he absolutely dominated in one of those matches, so I'm sure he's feeling very good being back on this. And likewise, I mean, it was XXS as well, right, when he was playing on the Shaker. So they've already kind of warmed this up and are feeling very good about this.
Right. Well, and that's going to be the other thing to watch for is obviously when, XG was playing before, they had that tough series against Pvision and able to come together and put some solid results in this morning. But BB Team, a very different type of opponent to be playing up against. And want to see if they can sort of push this to the more late game scenarios. Obviously going to have really strong team fight around this Sand King too if Miero can get off to a hot start. And already you can see across the lanes, they're eking out just a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, I think this morning XXS had a 10-minute blink. It was right around the 10-minute mark. He busted it on off lane, which is just crazy. You can't really assume that you're going to get that again. Xingqiu also just had an insane amount of kills that game, so not off to such an explosive start in this one.
Well, still 0-0 at 5 minutes. And not a whole ton of roaming around. You got a freaking Oracle support here. The benefit, of course, is it does mean that more likely to be able to set up your Storm Spirit for good runes with that prognosticate.
Yes, very important thing to point out there. That innate is just crazy good on Storm Spirit. We're always talking about how runes run the Spirit heroes, and I would say that Storm Spirit is the most susceptible to losing runes and having a really bad early game. But here it is, the first Exorcism forcing down this tower. They've got supports on each side. Save's trying to pull this off here, but GBK's in the jungle doing stacks. He now returns, but this is
my God,
a lot of damage. I mean, it's a siege wave, and
6 minutes, and Xingqiu making that move over to get the little shredder debuff on the minus armor, and look at that, a 6-minute mid tower gone.
Really, the only good news is that it was a shield room that they couldn't contest during the Exorcism, so GBK can take a slight Pyrrhic victory in that at the very least.
But that is going to really open up the map. And I think the biggest thing also that this Death Prophet is going to give you as we see those camps blocked out is this sort of countdown easy timer to take buildings consistently, right? Every single time that ulti's up, going to be trying to make some moves with it.
Yeah, and one of the more important things too, as you heard the panel mention, was this idea of the Sand King relying on stacks this game. Already you can see not having an incredible lane, obviously, versus the Anti-Mage. It's hard to really bully a whole lot. You're doing okay, but you're not this dominating Sand King. You're hoping to get these stacks there. You might contest with Exorcisms.
Does have boots on Xingqiu and making his way over. Is he going to be able to get there in time? Oh, just barely. And Katomi going to be shut down from that one as he will be eventually brought down.
There it is.
First blood drawn by XXS.
Oh, man. If that body block had have worked, that would have been awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Not quite able to do it there.
Dude, this crowd right now, chomping at the bit to just get going, honestly. I feel like they are prepared for this game to go wild in a few.
They're very organized. They have tools over there already, as you were mentioning.
I know, I saw that.
Yeah.
It's like a little brass plate they were hitting.
Getting the chanting organized here. Well, there is no agreement this time for 0 helms or anything, obviously, as it is finished up here for Ame. Our go-to build on this anti-mage this tournament.
As has happened time and again, and XM does not get the benefit of knowing where the rune is, so Storm bottles up the haste, and XM realizing it's going to be gone, but does have ulti ready. I want to see what XM decides to do with this. Is he going to play for a more farming-oriented gameplay, or is he going to try and sort of bully down these lanes?
I mean, it would be nice to just move towards your Shaker, I would think, Try and take that top tower, make things a little bit more difficult up there for Pure. On the other hand, you could just say, hey, the lanes are going well. You're already just kind of chilling on the wave right now as XXS. Could wait to respond instead and just keep controlling mid. But the Ghost is starting to meander a little bit towards the north.
GPK.
X-Nova's coming through the Twin Gate. All right, we got a plan forming here, perhaps.
But this is the other thing that you do have to be concerned about. A haste rune with the Storm Spirit could turn stuff south pretty quickly. And X-Nova...
XM actually just goes straight back. He's like, there's waves coming in. That's not full commit, and Xnova just goes right back through the gate. I mean, they have this trap on there, which is really nice, of course. Keep an eye on these support rotations.
Burrow strike the helm, tries to do some damage.
Nice.
Was not able to get there in time to take over another one, so the gold is handed over. And while this is happening, while the Ancients were blocked, GPK was able to take out 2 triple stacks over in the jungle. So he is building up his own net worth to try and contend right now with that Death Prophet.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, you know, trying to get your Galvanized going, those do come from kills alongside levels, and not able to get one with the Haste Rune is a little painful. Nero is calling for a defense here.
And thinking about it, this is a dangerous move to make with level 6 there. The cookie
they got Oracle
gets the stun, but it is going to be Bane in trouble. Now the turn on to Nero, but the save is there. Oh, False Promise doing some work, but XM does have the ulti ready and just has to TP out with 1. Now Ame gonna chase down Katomi, find that finish, and will move immediately into the tower.
Yeah, not what they're really hoping for. You don't get a good initiation there. You get the save from the Oracle, very nicely done, at least to get Miro out, but there's no conversion there from GPK. They still get the tower knocked down, and now that's the mid-tier 1, the bottom tier 1 gone, and the classic Ame getting so much space.
Yeah, and on a hero that will make good use of it as well. Only 1 point up right now in that counterspell and ready to start working his way through the bottom of the map farming, and this is what you want to see for XXS. Will manage to do a nice little chunk of damage there and does have his Blink Dagger now done.
Man, this guy is crushing it on Shaker today. Actually ridiculous how fast he's getting these. All right, so at the very least, because he's farming up with the Echo Slam, of course, there's not going to be this like immediate movement, but when it's back up, I mean, you know, you got 4 points Aftershock. You're very happy to start making maneuvers across this map, and you got to imagine Pure is the prime target. Or, I guess, ending GPK's life would also be great here to try and start working on these Galvanized charges, as he is going to get smoked up now by Save. Only has an Illusion Rune to work with this time.
Scan does connect, though.
Oh, but
I know that Ame is here.
You know? I guess if Miro's here, too. Okay.
Gonna try and make something happen. Sees Miro. Now Ame realizes that the jig is up.
Yeah, the Spidey senses are tingling.
Do you really get caught? No. Blinks away. Ame, never in doubt. Does he lose the other creep, though? He might just. XXS finishes off that camp and is going to head back home before getting ready for a smoke play, most likely. So, just about the 12-minute mark as we hear the crowd picking up again, trying to instill some hope. The team they're hoping is going to come away with the victory in this.
Again, another rune secured thanks to Oracle's passive. Or innate, rather, I should say.
And maybe looking for another go here onto Ame, but he is already backed away. Heading off to the other side, leaves his creep behind.
I mean, they're just, this is what I love about Death Prophet. I always love this hero because it just gives you such clear direction for your team.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the enemy team knows what you're going to do, sure, but it's so powerful that they have to be ready at the exact moment.
And they are not ready at all. Pure, in a world of hurt, will get saved for the moment with the False Promise. And Katomi able to get there in time. Are they going to try and translate this into anything else, though? XM has Exorcism going, but having already used Kisses in the jump from XXS feels a little shaky.
I mean, there is still Echo, you know?
That's true.
They have to really fully commit for this. And, okay, they are. Miro's coming through. He has his Blink Dagger. This could be a mistake from XG if they try and force this.
Well, they saw for a second there, actually, onto Miro. And so the one left behind is going to be X-Nova. Save picking up that kill. But everybody forced to the side of the map. And look who's down bottom. Yet again, Ame farming away on the anti-mage. Happy as a clam.
I think that was a good call from XG. Just cut your losses. Just get it there in that moment. You try and force that just because you popped Exorcism, and that's one of the easy mistakes you can make when you're running a Death Prophet lineup. Just accept that they were ready, right? They had the TP in there. They got the Oracle save. It was a nice play. Give them their opportunity there and just go back to farming elsewhere until the next Exorcism's up. Also have another smoke available here for X-Nova, so we could see him getting active with XXS. And he's got about 1,000 gold to go for the shard, too. And the next big power spike there on that Shaker, and also a massive farming item as here is just able to start whittling down this tower as Kataomi will stack some Ancients for him and just defend his presence here.
I mean, this tells you everything. Ame right now is under a ward, just farming, and there is no interest from anybody of BB team to go on in and try and contest this.
Yeah, they're going to try and play their own game, right? They're going to hit their own very specific timing with these TA items into the Roche Pit, into the Tormentor.
Oh, Ame!
Okay, all right.
That was pretty sweet. That was good. I like that.
Oh, and as well. So, you know, they are able to pick up a kill there. Save going to grab that one.
So X-Nova brought down again, just like before, in the top side of the map. And XG not wanting to try and really put the pressure onto that top tier 1 tower. Content just continuing to farm. And you're working your way towards that Aghanim Scepter on the Death Prophet while still searching for a Battle Fury on AM.
They're scanning. They know he's around here. Of course, it could also just be the creep hero.
Blinks back. He's away.
Oh, save not connecting there. And of course, immediately unsummoning it by grabbing himself the Dark Troll Summoner for Ame.
I mean, this is the other thing, is that, like, even any of these little plays that you make for BB, it's very possible that you just, like, use up your mana pool if you pressure too far on Storm and then just explode on a mana void.
This ward here.
Yeah, this could make a big
save.
difference.
That sentry is going to catch if they check that high ground there.
They do see that one. Do they see the high ground, though? It doesn't look like they're going to drop down any vision.
I imagine a courier is probably coming.
Ame, do they want to try and go onto him? From forward, Burrow Strike, Bushwhack, is it enough? Yes! BB team managed to find the kill onto Ame.
Yeah, great vision. That's what it comes down to. And
Now?
GBK, I mean, I wonder where the rune is.
XM, they set up. XXS doesn't manage to quite find it. Oh, he gets the regen stolen away.
Yeah, XXS steals it right from under his nose. Barely able to survive there. Kataomi, of course, ready with the ulti, but hoping to not have to use it. And Ame's still dead from there. 5 seconds here. And that's another exorcism that is not progressing the state of the game in a positive way for you as we get closer and closer to this timing that BB team are trying to hit. It'll be the Deso, maybe waiting for the Shard a little bit there, but mostly just like Deso into Tormentor, into TA Shard, into Roche, use the Aegis as your defensive tool, go forward, right? You know, talk about Death Prophet giving you direction in terms of being kind of a laid-out plan for how the team's going to play. You can argue that a TA lineup is very similar in that regard.
And they're just living down here. This BB team lineup have full vision in this area. X-Nova is going to throw his body at him, spot save, and they just back away. I mean, this is really, really good positioning and just being a bully on the map, making things uncomfortable.
Yeah, this ward's been really bad for them. They're going to find it now, though. And yeah, X-Nova was like, dude, they got a ward here for sure. So he throws his courier up.
Do not know if they'll find that other one that they placed down bottom, and I believe Save can go for the immediate D ward if they feel so inclined.
Yeah, a bit of a sneaky one there.
Battle Fury done for Ame. After the Helm is going to back out and try and farm in the safer places on this map. BB team in the meantime, smoke up in mid.
Yeah, they really feel like they have the tempo in this one. Like I just don't think I don't think XG have much more to give, right? The exorcism starts to fall off a little bit here. Ame's a little bit behind. They haven't been finding these smokes with XXS or getting out aggressively on the map, so they're still very good at counter initiation for sure. But I think it's going to be BB team pushing here.
X-Nova breaks the smoke. And so every time one of these jumps happens, they end up getting punished. As they find Miero in trouble, just going to get gripped after the fact. Sometimes it's better to play defense than offense.
That's what it seems to be here. I think they were just sacrificing Miero because they knew the room was bottom. Yeah. GBK's just sending them in, but trust me, it'll be worth it, man. I'll get an Arcane Rune, it's going to be awesome.
So how much is this like a scary AM game if he can hit his timings? Because obviously we know the TA timings of the Deso and everything else. What about Ame in this game?
Oh yeah, he's going to show up eventually. If it happens, it's going to be great for XG. There's a reason they're going for the Any-Mage, right? It just makes it such a hard game for GPK. He's played a very specific way. He does have his BKB finish, so he is respecting the very possible facts that can happen in this one. versus the Anti-Mage. He knows he kind of needs it. And he also knows his role, right? Sometimes a Storm, you got to carry a little bit. He's got a TA.
Yeah.
So she's got that mobility to jump in with you. You just need to make sure that you're getting the grabs and you're able to get multiple moves through the fight to give this good vision for the TA to perform the task that she's trying to do.
Well, Tier 1 tower goes down in the top lane as Pure come and invades that Ancients area. But
are they going to try and get mid before they get Tormentor?
It looks like it might be happening.
Yeah. All right. I mean, they feel pretty confident right now.
And on the side of XG, being somewhat willing to step on over and contest this for a moment. The fissure connects. Pure will stick around and get the last hit on the tower.
All right, any smokes? Who's got the smoke? All right, Xinq's got one. So are they going to smoke up and immediately run to the Tormentor? That's the question for me here. Because you've got great team fight, right? You have Exorcism up. You have the Ags on Death Prophet. This is your fight, right? This is before the BKB. Oh. This is before the Aegis.
Ame is underneath a ward here, so if he goes to connect, then they'll know that he's coming through, but the rest of the squad can start out that fight. All right, Ame's not showing
Don't worry, Ame's
not coming. That guy is farming.
I mean, they're making their way here. This is a big dedicated maneuver, but it's a TA. It is gone.
It happens so quickly.
The
Kisses trying to find a snipe, now on to save, hiding over to the side. Katomi gonna get initiated upon and almost enough damage. Yes, he's gone. Can they do anything more after the fact? Epicenter out, but the big Echo Slam lands. Miero is out of here. XXS will fall to the follow-up Aftershocks.
Pure still sticking into it.
Trying to do what he can, but X-Nova is there. He manages to blink away just before a grip comes out. The slow is there. Bushwhack at the ready, needs to dodge away. Not gonna happen. Xingqiu also gonna be going into the graveyard.
I mean, it looked all right for a moment there, didn't it? You know, you get this kill in the Miro, you're like, okay, this was kind of worth it. They also did get the buyback there on Kanomi, so something there. It is a net worth gain technically for them, but of course, you know, the Tormentor goes the way of save, and they're still in a good position to make their way towards the Roche here pretty soon. And that's a full Hurricane Pike as well finished for Pure. So that's going to really be quite annoying for this DP in these fights.
It is very much a Ame PvE for the moment, and then throw bodies to try and slow things down as much as possible. You know the way that XG are trying to go. The question is, are BB Team building up enough of a lead right now to sort of mitigate things for when the Anti-Mage comes online?
Yeah, it's kind of annoying when your carry is just farming creeps and theirs is farming more creeps and heroes, you know?
Yes.
It's a bit of a tough one.
They're not wrong there. Snova getting some good wards down around the map, but it is an Aghanim Scepter now completed for the Sand King.
They have so much damage.
Yeah, they hit hard.
And they, like, you're not going to have an Aura hero, right? Like, you've got, I mean, I guess technically sometimes DP, but not happening in this game.
Oh, no.
Just going from that Ags into the BKB. Now considering a Ghost and a Plate Mail.
Ooh, Ame just barely getting out of that one. Miero's still on the hunt, but chasing an Anti-Mage is not really going to put together good results.
No, and of course, they are largely magical damage outside of the TA, but we do have that break. So if Save gets the right shot, they can still explode Ame.
Manta done. To try and match the tempo. Is underneath a trap right now, though. Sees the silence now onto the Hoodwink, who backs away under the Glimmer Cape. XXS scouting things out. Pure is there. Fissure not going to connect. BKB out from GPK. X-Nova trying to stay alive. XM low HP. Pure now getting hit by the kisses. And Ame right on top of him. But the save at the last second. Will it be enough though with the Echo Slam to combo it out? They use so much damage and Pure is able to survive through it. But the cookie to back away, and XXS chased after by GPK with just the smallest amount of mana in the world, but the hits, they come out from Pure as he managed to find the Hurricane Pike and not quickly enough able to dodge in the fog.
Oh my god, it's so tough for the DP to deal with. Has a Plate Mail to try and sustain, but at this point in the game, like, you're just trying to stay in these fights and use your ulti, use this Aghanim Scepter, and it just doesn't feel great.
You saw right there at the end too, the Mana Void just not able to hit in time is right on point. was the Oracle there. Katomi, nicely played.
Ame's going to try and find his own answers here. Try and just keep moving up the charts here. He's currently considering a butterfly, perhaps, but to no surprise at all, they make their way into the Roche pit here. So much knowledge with this lineup, you know?
Oh, yeah.
It's the new Tide TA. It's just Oracle TA. It gives you everything.
It
you know
gives you
where
all
runes
of
are,
it.
you know where Roche is. When it's popping up, it's very good.
Look at this. Next up, GPK is also queuing a Lincoln Sphere. So having more answers there for the Mana Void.
Yeah, the Mana Void. Also, I mean, just a grip, right? Like,
yeah.
It's super good. If you're going with this BKB, immediately X Nova says, okay, well, Storm needs to jump in and initiate. I'll just target the Storm, and now BKB and Lincoln's. And got yourselves a problem. And again, it just comes back to the freedom that you're getting on this Storm because you have this TA. Like, you are just a playmaker on this Storm.
Miro, does he decide to go in there? XM, they find him. Rest of the team a little ways away. The punches, the damage from the Aghanim Scepter is enough. Katomi just a little bit late on that one. So Miero giving up a very important kill there. This is your sort of timing push, and if they smoke up and try and fight right now, oh, there's an opportunity.
Yeah, they have Echo Slam here too. I mean, if they could just bring Ame as well. Trying to make his way, but there's so much vision here too, right?
Oh, and Ame, does he show on this creep wave? Understanding the danger, he will back out.
He sends in one illusion. He's baiting a bit here, but they don't fall for it.
But that death on Miero, I mean, this could have very easily been tier 2 towers gone.
It's tactical, you know. It's just him and Katomi. They're the only ones dying. Right? Together, they are the 7 kills of XG. Everyone else is deathless.
Bit of a tough one for the Sand King, who does still have that Blink Aghanim's done and is working towards that BKB.
He's taunting. He's taking it in stride, you know?
That's true.
He's all right with it.
So now, with still 3.5 minutes left on Aegis, you got to imagine that BB Team will still try and take advantage of this window to put the pressure on. Success getting set up in the tier 2 tower on the top side. Just trying to delay things.
I think this is their best chance at a fight.
Jumps. Ame right on top. Pure in trouble, but the save. The bushwhack is there, and he's in trouble. Ame with a nightmare save. Can they keep him alive? Almost. Yes, he's out of there. Unreal. Awful. It took every single thing to keep him alive, but they did it. Ame survives through that, and now an attempt at Pure. They're going to go in with Miero, but I don't know. This fight already feels a little bit lost unless they can salvage this Burrow Strike off the mark. And now Nightmare pulls him back in. The cookie is out. Oh no, Miero! Not like this. The false promise is there, but he's already taking so much damage. They lose the Oracle. They're going to lose the Sand King, maybe?
No, wait for now.
Oh, he's trying to get out of there. Miero glimmer caped. Ame's still on the hunt. They hide off to the side and, well, see the Sandstorm fissure out. Miero in trouble and gone.
An off sentry, the spot you try to flee to. He does notice it thanks to his own sentry that's down, but it's not going to help him now as he's certifiably dead. And what I was about to say, as they jumped in there, that was the best time to fight because he was just a couple 100 gold away from that Blink Dagger on Oracle. And if you have that Blink Dagger there, it breaks that whole initiation.
Such a big moment in this game. You go from Aegis wanting to push tier 2 towers, Sand King dies mid, then you try and push top, they all die there too.
Oh, and that's, I mean, it's such an important Aegis. That is supposed to be at least one tier 2, if not multiple, with that Aegis on this lineup. That is certainly the goal. But XG, they just spot a little weakness there, noticing that, you know, I don't think they're quite tight enough right now. I don't think they have the defense for this pure TA at the moment, and they just quickly jump on him. A great TP in from Ame to start that off.
And working towards that butterfly. 28 minutes in, the Wisdoms are around. And for BB Team, I mean, you still have an incredibly farmed TA. She's top net worth by 3,000 over this anti-mage. You still have so much physical damage that, as we saw right before that, he can have trouble dealing with. But do you feel confident enough now to try and make some solid move? Look at this, damage is nothing on the AM. That's probably going to change soon.
Yeah, he's certainly hoping so. I mean, Ame is almost into the butterfly. It'll be a bit of a small window before the MKB appears, but if he's forced to go for this MKB first on Pure, that also means he's still not getting in towards a BKB.
Right.
Which, I mean, there is a lot of just random magic damage and control in these fights, so it's a pretty hazardous game to not have a BKB, but of course that's because he is an Oracle, so he's counting on Kataomi to make up for the fact that he does not want to buy this BKB.
Kataomi going to be the one to watch for. And now with the Blink Dagger, like you mentioned, most fights, Pure is going to be able to be saved.
Yeah, you got to turn into a bit of a tree and protector when you're an Oracle with the Blink, right? Just become one with the trees, okay? You got to know all your little nooks and crannies that hide the vision, where your opponents can't see you, and you're not going to get randomly fissured into Enchant Totem and chain stunned into a kill or something.
The one thing that is a little bit concerning, though, is that if you do manage to burn all of TA's mana, that's where you can run into some serious issues.
That's true. She does rely on that for a lot of her shenanigans, doesn't she?
So if Kataomi is a little bit late to get in there in time, could be an issue for Pure, but we will see. As XG still feeling comfortable, not really risking much in this game. They're farming out waves, shoving them out when they need to, and trying to take it to the late game.
Yeah, I was concerned about the lack of auras that could be coming out here, but as we get later and later, you know, XM gets over that hill, can get into the Shiva's Guard. Great item on this hero. Very helpful against everything that you've seen on the side of BB Team. That'll be a very good helper. And then, of course, we start getting into this Refresher Shaker, which has just looked so nasty at the main event.
It's been nuts. Well, and you can see now also XG at this 30-minute mark, they're going to head on up and try and find a Tormentor of their own. And at the moment, BB are not in the area to come and contest this. So this one should be a freebie. Although, I wonder if they feel a little bit scared of taking it, not seeing anybody. No, they're just going to go right in. So Tormentor for X-Nova.
Yeah, they scan around them just to see if they're safe and feeling all right.
And a very even game.
You can see Save here. It's queuing up the Scythe device, thinking, you know, that's a support player that's not feeling the game. They're not feeling their teammates in a game. When you're behind Scythe at this point, it's like, all right, I'll put it upon my shoulders, I suppose.
Well, also on Hoodwink taking that greedy enchantment too, so less damage from the right clicks and hitting creeps, but does get the GPM bonus. Gem done on Death Prophet. Trying to take away this vision from the traps and everything else, but XM still a little ways away from finishing that Ghost Scepter. They're pinging him out, looking to find XM. Drop the trap, back away, bushwhack there, hits but the dodge! And XM gets the BKB off.
That was nice. X-Nova. Well positioned. I mean, he saw it coming.
Yeah. Unfortunate they had to use the BKB charge there for that.
That's true. I mean, perhaps that could open something up for the Roche. I mean, I guess they know, right? So they're going to know if it opens up for the Roche. We don't.
Again, that entire side of the map pretty well held by BB. Traps all over the place. They've got sentries down too. You can see invis heroes if they're passing by. Just a solid wall that's all over near that Roche pit. And it's actually only going to be a minute away, so they should get it on Radiant's side.
Yeah, if they can just obviously take note of that, thanks to having TA. Again, the innate lets you know when Roche is going to spawn, so they want to just really control this bottom wave. Save's already on it. Keep the mid pushed out. They have Templar Assassin with the traps, which can be very helpful for this as well. Even if you don't have a Helm of the Dominator creep, there are other ways to push waves, it turns out.
A few of them at the very least.
Ame taking the more classic approach to the Helm of the Dominator, just as the wolf following him everywhere now.
Is sort of near the Storm Spirit, while Kataomi is going to back out after being spotted by the Bane.
You know, 10 years ago, carry players just bought a Helm and all the creep did was stack Ancients. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
That's all it did. It just sat in the Ancients stacked the whole time.
They'd take the range creep. So now, as Roche is capable of respawning, XM was stepping over here and trying to make a little bit of a move, and they're going to smoke up as 4.
Oh, clearly hacking here. They also know the Roche timer somehow.
And the ping is for the TA. Do they want to jump? There are people right behind her.
Kataomi must be just sweating buckets right now, man. Like, don't get caught. Don't get
Not
caught.
afford to get caught. The jump in. Cookie. GPK not wanting to get stunned by that one. They're throwing in the anti-main illusions to start to burn GPK's mana. That is so frustrating to play against, and now they manage to get away from the bushwhack, and GPK is completely out of mana for this fight.
All right, that's not good.
Oh, man. If they go in and try and do this right now, I mean, he does have bottle, so he can bottle back up for a little bit.
It's not a lot, though. You know, it's not great.
No.
Roche is going to roar, let him know what's happening. It's an amplified damage rune. I mean, it's the rare time that GPK doesn't get the rune because it's Roche time, so they're trying to help Pure with this.
Miro hunting, ready to jump. They see him there, but he doesn't decide to go. Could have made that move. They take out the ward, removing vision.
Oh, this is so interesting because like a split fight is quite bad for XG in some ways. Like when you have this enchant totem and the way the Death Rob wants to fight.
Kisses going in. The Roche backs out, starts heading this direction. The Roche is low enough now, and it's going to start heading up to the north. BB team are in a weird spot for this. I wonder, could he have just exorcismed right now and stay mid?
And just follow, just
follow Roche?
Walk the Roche? I mean, I'm ready to find out, Lyrical.
I don't know. I'm wondering if they're going to try and come and get over here in time.
Xnova's trying to get a nice ward here. Getting good vision for this fight. That's a brilliant place to put this right now. Taking good advantage. Immediately pinged.
Yes, they know.
Kataomi's on it.
Kataomi knows exactly what's going on. Wait, no, he does find it?
No, he sees it.
Yeah, they get it. He does show for a moment, but there's nobody nearby. Xnova caught. There it is. Fissure, the cookie to the far side. He's in trouble, dead. Xnova does have buyback, uses it immediately. XXS thinking about jumping to the low ground. Miero, no more BKB, has to burrow strike to get away. Now, XM has used the exorcism. They're going to put pressure on BB team and say, come and fight us here. Roche starts to go down one way or another. This is going down. Our BB team going to be able to come and steal it away, though. The bushwhack out connects to the moment to jump in. It's there. It's on the ground. He gets it. Miero makes up for what happened earlier. Snatches that Aegis. XM stuck in the pit. They decide to jump on out. Does he have the save? Yes, he does. False promise. Ame caught. Pure trying to hit him. Jump in. GPK finds his man, but the cookie away again. And when all is said and done, all that happened was the buyback from Xnova. The Aegis is gone.
Okay, and we get ourselves a little bit of a Radiant bounty as they're the ones who get the kill, and we reset.
All right, this is a sign. I feel like we're going late on this one. This is how it's happening.
God, we have some massive items, though, for 37 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Like, look at Pure. He's just a beast. The timing here. I mean, again, this vision placed down. Really good vision control this fight coming out from BB team.
Oh, as back in the world of the living not so longer, Miero is gone. Can't tell me, able to make his escape. He is level 24 now on the anti-mage. Oh, he's dancing now. Watch out, everybody. Hamburg, it has been a long day, but I need to know, are y'all still up right now, ready for this game? Who here feels like XG is going to come away with the victory?
Oh, it's getting louder. They're realizing you said XG. They're like, oh, those guys. Oh, yeah.
And can I hear from any BB fans who feels like they're going to be able to come away with this series? I feel like XG had it maybe. I'm not sure. That was close.
I'll tell you one thing, it's full in here.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all are very impressive.
That's what happens. Get here on the weekend. Stay, watch some Dota. Have yourselves a wonderful time.
Well, I mean, I hope these players are having a wonderful time. I know if I get to play Dota all day, I have a pretty wonderful day. Generally, you know.
Well,
there's ups and downs.
I was going to say, based upon the games we play together, I'm not sure that's not true. But you see right now, this next couple of minutes, they're saving on to the greedy. I think that they're recognizing that they're going to need to be able to scale into the later stages. And that is a sort of a weird scenario to be in, I feel like, particularly for an Oracle, right? Because you basically need to like wait for things to go wrong and then save the day, and often you're still ended up in a bad spot.
Save the day?
That's right.
He's trying some secret agent maneuvers down there. Almost runs into XXS and Xnova.
That ward is going to scout out GPK, but not looking to make any serious move that way. Ame goes straight for the BKB.
Yeah, that's a nice 6 slots he's got here right now. Pretty well filled in here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Should be noted, though, that TA still a real monster, and having gone for the meld hit bash talent at 25.
With a Swift Blink to get into these fights, hoping to replace the treads with the BKB as well.
I mean,
Pier's hitting critical mass as well soon.
That's going to be one thing to watch for. Like, Ame can just explode. He's relatively tanky now with this Scotty, has 2,800 HP, but physical damage is still an issue. You got all this minus armor from the TA.
I mean, if there's anything I've learned about Ame this event, he loves Satanic. So I'm not surprised to see that coming out after.
So they're sending out wave after wave. And Ame farming down towards the bottom. They are getting into position to battle for this rune. It's going to be a regen. GPK ensures that he gets that one. And these later game scenarios can make all the difference in the world if you can find the right rune and be ready for a fight. But I'm just not sure what BB's like looking for really at this point either.
I mean, what are you looking for with XG? Like, how do you start a good fight on the side of XG, you know? It feels like it really does come down to looking for the objectives that BB team are going to try and play around and then going into those. Like, trying to find them grouped up, having this refresher now, and the Shaker is big, of course, but like, what does the first jump look like? They're so much stronger on counter initiation.
For both teams.
Yeah, maybe actually. You're not wrong, because like you have Oracle on one side. I mean, you just have this like ability for the Shaker to just blow things up if you have a slightly poor initiation. I would really like to see the Agnums this game from XinQ, but he doesn't seem to have it on the mind right now. But I feel like having a little bit of a save of their own would be really nice. And we've seen with these just like ridiculous cast ranges in the late game, how powerful that Agnums can be.
I think also because all of the fights have sort of revolved around Roche and then Aegis basically expended and gone really quickly, we're in this weird situation where we're 41 minutes in and only one tier 2 tower has gone down.
Yeah.
They're both kind of just chilling, waiting for them to get 6 slotted.
Yeah, we've talked about this before with a lot of the teams, and we heard 3-3 mention in the interview, this idea of just like risk.
Yeah.
People don't like risk very much through a lot of this event. If they don't feel super safe doing something, they don't want to do it, and a lot of times that comes down to having the Aegis, having the cheese, having the refresher shard. And if you don't have those things, they don't want to really go for anything too aggressive.
Well, and this also has been like a classic BB team scenario. I feel like at multiple TIs, we've had them get pretty far and, you know, look towards making it to the finals and just sort of push the game later and later and later and think they're going to be able to outskill their opponents. The question is, will they be able to do that here? And Pure, getting a little bit antsy, decides to step forward, hit the tier 2 tower, and make some moves, get objectives.
Yeah, kind of out of position because they took the Tormentor, so they jump on that as a bit of an advantage there for BB team. And the Shard going to XM I think is great, just because, you know, he's getting tankier, it's going to become more relevant, BKB timers are getting lower and lower. If he had have gotten it earlier in the game, it doesn't really feel like there would have been a great moment to actually make good use of the Fear, but the way these fights are going to start to break down now, I think it could actually have an impact.
Right. I mean, he's got massive armor now. Yeah. And they've also, you know, started to pick up some of these other things. A Pavis for the Bane. Going to be working probably eventually towards the Solar Crest. But all grouped together, they have it done now. It's a smoke up with 5. And we'll see if XG can find their correct targets as well. Should notice there too a couple of greater healing lotuses. Have one on XinQ.
Those are very important to keep an eye on. Either on being used by that hero or more importantly passed over to a core who's in trouble, right?
A little bit of playing footsie here through the river. There is a ward which is going to be scouted, not taken out yet. XinQ decides to remove it and then immediately jumps away. Like that, if that doesn't tell you what's going on right now, I don't know what will. They're very afraid of each other. 40 seconds till Roche is capable of respawning.
Yeah, there's another smoke down, though.
God, this is definitely... And I mean, you just think about, like, if you step out of position just one little bit, for both of these teams wanting to make it to play on the final day of TI is everything that you've ever dreamed of. chance to have your fate in your hands, and could all be taken away by just random positioning.
Is that why we're losing our games?
That's the only reason.
Oh, okay. It's just,
we could be a TI2.
Yeah, it's all just random, it turns out. All right, cool. Thank you. I'm glad we finally figured it out here.
Another Arcane Rune for GPK. And with that smoke not succeeding, does kind of leave them in a bit of a weird spot now on XG. So I don't believe they have any more in hand. Could set us up for a weird Roche fight. Save is bringing one out. So they have an ability to make a jump if they want. They know Roche is back up in 30 seconds. And it's also going to be up on the north side. A lot of drawing on that mini-map. They're waiting.
Dota, baby.
XM. He's on the low ground. Smoke breaks. They jump immediately onto Xingqiu. The other jump onto XM, but he's able to pop the BKB and immediately go in for the Spirit Siphon. Healing kisses out. It was double BKBs used.
Oh, that was exciting. We all pressed a bunch of items. We better get out of here. And Roche appears in the top pit. GBK still nearby. Still has half an Arcane Rune. There's no Exorcism. There's no BKB on this Death Prophet. There's a Refresher shirt sitting in the Roche pit. How brave do you feel on the side of BB team? How well can you defend Kataomi? How quick will he assemble the Aeon Disc if he's in trouble? These are the questions we must ask.
And a Butterfly now done too for Pure means it's not even an easy jump and kill for Anti-Mage.
Well,
no MKB yet.
He does have the Abyssal though.
Oh yeah, good call.
So that'll be interesting.
And buyback status at this pivotal point in this game, you only have it on DP, Snapfire, and Hoodwink. Most of the rest of it is for gold. XM throwing out silences, not connecting onto anybody.
Oh, and you know what? Save has got this Yules again. So he was eyeing up the Scythe for a long time, but he has the Yules on the Hoodwink, and this was something that was clutch in their earlier match versus Heroic. He saved the game. During that Refresher Black Hole, he caught that Yules on the TA without the BKB and ensured that they were able to survive.
46 minutes. And I feel like that turning into a Wind Waker is a very likely thing that we might be seeing.
You think? It's one of those games?
Goes on. I mean, that's how it feels.
I think you might be right, bud.
No more smokes on either squad. And I think that, again, without a smoke, too, you're in a very strange position with this one. Snapfire also is going to be going for a full Holy Locket, which kind of has some cool synergies with the Healing Lotuses.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Catch
Push
your
back.
Save, just being a nuisance.
Okay, not going to... Yeah, he was completely alone right there.
Yeah, he's fine.
Abyssal Blade Anti-Mage, no fears. They see that the ward is up on the high ground. And while all this has been happening, Death Prophet's been managed to farm up a full AC. So it's going to be really hard to kill DP in these fights.
I can't believe I'm saying this. I kind of wish there was a Helm, because there's so much space on the map for a Helm right now to be doing creep shenanigans. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, Ame sold his. He's done.
Yeah, he's got rid of his. Bottom lane is just at a stalemate down there. No one's able to make a push on it. We're all just playing top here.
Is there no Helm in this game right now?
No, he's
not a single. Oh my goodness! Yeah. Can we get an applause, everybody?
They're already going.
No Helm in this game. 47 minutes. Now we wish we had it to break the stalemate.
You know, you don't know what you had till you lose it.
That's right. Grass is always greener. Pure steps forward. They jump for a moment. There's the Nightmare. Backs away. XM. Not appearing to care any bit about this. Dude, we are going to sit here for 5 minutes around the Roche pit, and Roche is just going to walk bottom. They're not going in.
I think the last kill was like 13 minutes ago.
They are not going in. They have learned risks lead to death. We are not going to take any. Oh, jeez. Oh, wait, a smoke. Hold on.
I mean, they can't even get like a trap up there. They can't see anything right now.
Did you learn? Ame, he's going to TP back towards the rest of his squad.
Oh, here comes Dave.
Xingqiu jumps away. Miro finds the follow-up and a good control onto all the other heroes.